Meet our main character. He was literally a sword. Forget all those romantic, glorious legends you and I usually hear about. A holy sword choosing its master. The truth. For hundreds of years, he lived like a giant trash broom trapped in the endless cycle of being a sharp piece of metal. He was passed around through dozens of different heroes just to clean up the absolute stinking messes they always caused. Slaying dragons, punishing demons, stopping rebellions, rescuing princesses, he carried them all. But the absolute peak of tragedy belongs to his most recent master. That idiot got completely carried away. Trying to show off his flashy sword skills, he spun around so beautifully that he literally stabbed the blade straight into his own heart. Yes. A demon-slaying hero died by stabbing himself while trying to show off. A totally pointless, ridiculous death that completely insulted the immense pride of a 1,000-year-old legendary weapon like him to the absolute core. While our sword was busy despising his corpse, a blinding light suddenly called out. Changing masters again, he sincerely hoped the gods would. Please give him someone with a brain bigger than a grape this time, he prayed. But when he finally woke up, he did not see his familiar jeweled scabbard. Instead, his eyes opened to 3 massive rolls of belly fat shaking uncontrollably. Just perfect. He did not reincarnate as a weapon anymore. He possessed the body of the third prince, the absolute fattest, most cowardly, and utterly useless guy in the entire kingdom. And the best news of the day, the whole castle is drowning in a sea of fire. Monsters are about to swarm in and crush everyone. Meanwhile, the original owner of this heavily padded body had literally just died from sheer terror. Well, being a weapon was getting boring anyway. Suddenly, having arms and legs, even extra chubby ones, is pretty interesting. With no hero to complain about, he decides to clean up the trash himself. The journey of burning fat, grabbing a blade, slashing monsters, and saving this totally ruined kingdom as a chubby legendary sword has officially begun. Time to gear up. Let us see how badly a sword can smash these monsters when he is finally wielding himself. Out in the middle of a freezing battlefield covered in snow and fallen bodies, a tiny pure white bird rests perfectly on the hilt of a blade stuck right into the ground. It looks around, probably wondering what kind of absolute wasteland it just flew into. The little bird is completely clueless. It blinks its eyes, staring at the total devastation everywhere. With its little beak poking out, it looks totally innocent. The camera slowly pans wide. That tiny bird becomes the only lonely bright spot across a massive white snowy plain surrounded by absolute carnage right beneath the gloomy castle walls. Scene cuts to an incredible side angle of a handsome guy exhaling a cloud of freezing breath into the air. Pure main character energy right there. The blonde knight wears a heavy fur cloak carrying golden lion armor on his shoulder, his gaze locked firmly on the horizon. He stands there, holding his blade alone, bursting with confidence as he directly faces off against an entire Orosk army. These massive muscular beasts stare him down like he is a tasty snack. A sudden flash of light reflects off a blood-stained greatsword. Its blade has a glowing red demon face carved right into it, looking fresh out of a slaughterhouse. Memories flood back with a heavy realization. Over a long period of time, countless absolute disasters have struck this world. It all started with a massive black dragon letting out a roar that completely tore the sky apart. Endless wars flash by showing brutal, muscular warriors swinging their swords and slaughtering each other so violently that sparks flew from every clash. Through all this chaos, countless heroes were born into the world. And then came the epic sights of these legendary figures. Some sliced through giant monsters, others unleashed flying magic across the sky. And then there was him, the shadowy figure of a warrior in a bright red cloak charging straight into a ruined sea of fire. He always existed right in the dead center of the chaos. He once lived as the magic sword Grohon. Close up on the glittering golden blade with its blinding red jewel, an absolutely gorgeous and premium design. The golden armored boot of our guy slams down hard, completely shattering the thick ice beneath his feet. Crisp, decisive, and packed with raw power. And now, you and I get to see his incredibly cool, lonely back standing right in the middle of the battlefield. He fearlessly faces the Crimson Dawn and the monster horde. The giant army charges forward with brutal faces baring their fangs and claws as if they want to eat this tiny guy alive. A ruthless axe suddenly chops downward without mercy, completely finishing off an unlucky fallen soldier lying on the freezing snow. The incredibly ripped red-skinned demon beasts compete to roar like absolute maniacs, creating a terrifying scene of chaotic, bloodthirsty, and breathtaking dominance. But he is no longer just a sword. His armored hand tightly grips the hilt, and a brilliant, blue magical aura begins to violently erupt. Now he stands here proudly as a true knight. Our hero looks up, his eyes shining bright. Deep blue magic power and pure, overwhelming pressure radiate all around him. The knight swings his blade with everything he has, unleashing a massive blast of blue aura that completely tears through and blasts apart the thick ice below. Close up on his stunning blue eyes, perfectly reflecting an absolute unbreakable iron will. The completely cold, decisive face of our main character is fully bathed in the flow of blue magic swirling around him like glowing silk ribbons. The snow-covered mountains, the deeply frozen valleys, and the walls soaked in dark red blood all remain totally silent. The entire battlefield is violently dyed in this overwhelming magical light. A heavily wounded soldier struggles to push himself up from the snow, completely surrounded by the blue glow. A dark armored knight proudly kneels on one leg in the snow, leaning on his spear, the absolute perfect stance of those who are truly ready for war. Incredible. A scarred warrior blows a massive horn with everything he's got. That single piercing sound signals the dawn raid has officially begun. Supporting characters step up warriors looking absolutely badass with their giant swords, all completely bathed in the main character's brilliant glowing aura. That intense green energy erupts, twisting into a massive sky-high tornado right in the middle of enemy lines. Absolute madness right from the start. A huge system window pops up warning everyone a large-scale war has begun. You and I know what this means. Winter is officially here. Our side gets buffed with blazing green magic. They raise their weapons, totally hyped and ready for an absolute bloodbath. Then our blonde knight. He stomps down hard, sending snow and ice flying everywhere. With his red cloak fluttering in the wind, he charges forward to kick off this epic clash. His giant blade glows with intense blinding light as an incredibly dramatic flashback kicks in. We're talking about legendary ancient heroes, who have long been forgotten. Down below, our guy just flashes this insanely confident smirk. And then he unleashes an absolute blur of pure high-speed action. He swings that massive sword like it's a feather, violently slicing through 7 orcs and leaving them completely wrecked. Blood sprays across the freezing snow. Crimson streaks paint the freezing air. Right in the middle of the slaughter, he casually looks back at his heavily armored squad standing right behind him. You can practically hear his pride. "They are all my friends." Boom weapons clash violently, sending a massive shockwave ripping through the frozen air. He keeps flexing his connections, claiming them as his teachers, his faithful disciples, his entire crew. But wait, it doesn't stop there. Watch what his teammate does. This guy swings his blade, unleashing a deadly arc of blue energy that perfectly slices a giant monster right down the middle. So ridiculously smooth. Down to the exact centimeter. Then a brutal green energy slash slams directly into the chest of a massive axe-wielding orc. Blood gushes everywhere while our guy dodges attacks with absolute artistic perfection. Then bam. The camera zooms right in for a seriously intense close-up on this face. We get a fierce female warrior flashing a wild, furious smile. Her eyes are totally deadly as the narrator drops a massive confident flex about how every single legend they achieve actually comes straight from his power. This gorgeous blonde warrior glides through the chaos, but her strikes, absolutely brutal. She instantly takes the head right off a massive monster. Back to the main character, he coldly lifts up his heavy armored hand. He casually wipes blood off his cheek, completely unfazed like this slaughter is just a walk in the park. Then a close-up on those stunning blue eyes. Those striking blue eyes. You can see the depth, the heavy weight of endless battlefield experience locked inside that icy stare. And then the camera aggressively shifts, straight to a massive orc boss, bulging muscles radiating a terrifying blood-red aura of pure killing intent as it stomps menacingly toward him. This beast means business. The ultimate age of ruin has finally arrived. The terrifying monster opens its massive fang-filled jaws, unleashing a deafening roar while winding up a colossal punch. A fist the size of a boulder is about to smash him into the dirt, but in stark contrast to that savage fury, his left eye suddenly ignites with a blazing blue magic aura. He's terrifyingly calm under pressure. In the blink of an eye, he draws his heavy blade and fiercely attacks. Massive blue energy explodes outward completely, covering his body until he looks exactly like a legendary god of war, then a brutal upward slash viciously tears right through the massive orc boss. The heavy strike slices the monster cleanly in half, accompanied by a totally badass dramatic mid-battle declaration. The massive boss is sent flying in pieces. A blazing red explosion erupts in the background, creating the absolute perfect backdrop for his insanely cool victory pose. With his red cloak whipping in the wind and the fight totally finished, our guy turns around. He drops a ridiculously gentle, soft smile, showing off completely flawless looks despite the battle dirt on his face. The scene cuts to a magic sword resting in a lush green field under a crystal-clear sky. This peaceful image perfectly completes his earlier dialogue about becoming a true legend all over again. Then the camera pans down, revealing a glowing, fiercely red magical entity. And here's where you and I get the ultimate plot twist: our true main character actually reincarnated as a sword, literally reborn as a magical weapon. The epic story then shifts into a fast-paced flashback showing us all the different incredibly brave warriors who once wielded this sword in combat. Over hundreds of long years, this sentient blade met countless masters, guiding every single one of them to become legendary history-making heroes. But after centuries of fighting, the mythical blade finally ended up exactly where it belongs, right in the hands of our blonde, red-cloaked knight. The sword had finally found its true comrade. Now get ready for an insane action-packed montage showing exactly how they grinded through countless agonizing monster battles together. We also learn the human knight's backstory. He was just a totally ordinary kid born in an unnamed, quiet rural village. His name, Leon Beck. You see his face dripping in heavy sweat, completely driven by an unbreakable fighting spirit as he and his magical blade traveled the entire world, racking up insane victories that absolutely nobody could ever match. But suddenly, everything changes. The bright scenery violently shifts into a dark, terrifying, snowy mountain. Brutal blue magic lightning violently rips across the raging storm-filled sky. Then an absolutely catastrophic impact erupts, literally shaking the ground beneath them. Lightning flashes aggressively as solid ice shatters under the crushing apocalyptic pressure. The camera zooms in tight on poor Leon Beck. He's gritting his teeth, desperately trying to hold on as fresh blood pours from his mouth. His eyes stay incredibly fierce, but honestly, he is getting absolutely destroyed right now. This once proud knight is forced down on one knee in the freezing snow, heavily leaning on his magical sword, just to stop himself from collapsing inside this brutal hurricane of energy. Want to know what's pushing him to the brink? The camera pans up and reveals a colossal armored black dragon. This monstrosity is literally the size of a mountain, twisting its terrifyingly massive head down to glare directly at our broken hero. This oversized flying lizard opens its massive jaws, unleashing an absolutely ear-shattering, earth-trembling roar. You can see the glowing energy. All right, you and I are witnessing absolute madness. The air glows with destructive energy, but our hero completely refuses to give up. He forces himself up, using his sword for support. His armor is totally shredded, but his sheer willpower, way harder than a diamond. A blast of blazing red energy shoots straight into the face of that giant flying lizard, triggering a blinding explosion of light. Absolute chaos. Right at that exact moment, his armored hand grips the hilt of the magic sword, channeling a massive surge of pure magic straight into it. That intense blue energy bursts into flames. The majestic knight stands tall right in the center, completely surrounded by a blinding aura of raw power. The explosive force completely shatters the ice beneath his feet, and despite his battered face, he flashes a crazy, super confident smirk. He calls out to his magic sword partner, "Let us go, my friend." Instantly, he turns into a blue streak of light, tearing the air. He launches straight up into the sky, going face to face with the massive shadow of the evil dragon. His eyes are locked in determination. Gritting his teeth, he channels every single drop of his life force into his arm to unleash an earth-shattering slash. The magic blade swings. It clashes violently against the incredibly tough dragon's scales. The hit triggers a giant blue shockwave that aggressively blasts everything out of its path. His tiny but legendary figure glides right past the monster's massive head, leaving behind an epic, unforgettable sight. And finally, we get to the result. The supermassive lizard gets officially sliced completely in half by those ruthlessly sharp slashes. Game over for the beast. After defeating the white dragon of the icy mountains, the entire scene suddenly flips 180 degrees to a magnificent castle under the sun. The sword's former partner actually became the glorious ruler of a whole kingdom. As for the magic sword itself, it was majestically placed on display, bathed in a divine aura like a totally sacred treasure. The magical sword became one with the epic legend of the Dragon Slayer forever. Along with it, an incredibly emotional final request echoes through the air. "Grohon, please take good care of my descendants." That was his last wish. The proud weapon accepted being passed down to his descendants. Now let us skip forward a bit. The camera angle suddenly changes. It shifts to the blurry view of someone just waking up. The gemstone on the sword's hilt flashes brightly, followed by a super grumpy mutter. Why is it so incredibly noisy? The sword's entire vision flips upside down because someone is frantically swinging it around, making the sentient weapon mad. It starts mentally cursing. Seriously, how annoying. What kind of weak idiot dares to shake my magnificent body? And the culprit is quickly revealed. A chubby guy with a super arrogant face, just screaming and showing off. "From now on, I am the master of this sword," he yells. His panicked followers desperately cry out, "Your Highness." Right then, the royal guards frantically rush over, holding up their hands to stop his stupid stunt. They warn the chubby prince. "That is a royal treasure. Nobody except the king can touch it. Please put it back." The camera cuts close. The magic sword sparkles, practically flashing a giant question mark about this brat's real identity. Wait, what is going on here? A prince. The sentient sword is totally, absolutely shocked. This chubby guy, meanwhile, the arrogant prince tilts his head up and completely scolds the guards. Shut your mouths. In this entire country, there is absolutely nothing I am not allowed to touch. The magic sword looks like it wants to cry. It is sweating invisible bullets, completely devastated by its old friend's terrible descendant. This just cannot be real. Left with absolutely no other choice, it reacts. It decides to activate a scanning skill to confirm this incredibly harsh reality. I must check this with my own power, the sword thinks internally. The system chime rings out, activating its special ability. Judgment, a blindingly bright status window pops up, revealing a list of completely depressing traits. Andreon Leon Beck, 16 years old. Talent, absolutely none. Traits include arrogant, pathologically obese, severely uncoordinated, and ridiculously lustful. He is lazy, easily bullied, and has a magic sensitivity disorder. Seeing the name Leon Beck, the sword realizes this really is his comrade's descendant. However, the sentient sword starts internally screaming. This complete garbage potential actually belongs to the descendant of the sword's saint. Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, the chubby prince swings the weapon around, muttering total delusions. As long as I have this, the king and those annoying nobles will obey. A close-up shows his intensely sweaty face. He flashes a twisted, completely delusional smile. They will not be able to ignore me anymore. The magic sword just pulses with a cold, angry light. It mentally roasts the completely useless kid holding it. What an absolutely ridiculous fool. He is only good at muttering total nonsense to himself. Meanwhile, the completely shameless prince uses all his terrible strength to raise the heavy blade upwards. He screams at the sky, violently acting out his wild fantasies. "Oh, great dragon slayer, lend me your mighty power." The magic sword instantly snaps. "Are you totally insane? Why would I ever lend my epic power to a massive loser like you?" The completely delusional prince just opens wide. He stretches his huge mouth wide open, howling out the magic sword's name in an extremely annoying, scratchy voice. Grohon, he tightly squeezes his eyes. He starts swinging the ancient blade around like an absolute maniac. The terrified maids and royal guards immediately run for their lives, screaming in total panic. "Your Highness, please calm down. You are definitely not allowed to draw a weapon inside the royal palace, but honestly, nobody can stop this crazy kid." The unhinged prince charges forward with a massive weapon, acting like an absolute royal tyrant. "Shut your mouths, you incredibly useless peasants," he yells out loudly. "You seriously dare to give me orders? Do you all want to be completely destroyed?" He pushes his heavy legs as hard as he can forward. His brain is still totally lost in crazy delusions. "Once I unlock the epic power of Grohon, you trash will pay." But instant karma hits hard. Before finishing his grand threat, his foot catches on a rug, and you and I get to enjoy his face dropping into pure absolute panic. He slips hard on the floor. His heavy body stumbles forward, completely out of control. The hilt hits his chest, aiming the sharp blade right at his stomach with a totally pathetic yelp. Over in the distance, the royal guards stare with their jaws completely dropped, reaching out in absolute hopeless panic. You and I are about to watch this useless prince take the most embarrassing fall in history. Close up on a terrified maid frantically grabbing her face. Her eyes widen in pure horror as she lets out a cry of sheer despair. Oh my god, the scene unfolding right now is an absolute disaster. The prince is lying face down in a massive pool of blood, literally stabbed in the back by the sword he was just juggling. All around him, attendants are screaming in terror. "Your Highness, no way, call the royal doctor immediately." The prince's face is totally twisted in agony. Coughing up blood, he looks incredibly stupid and mutters, "Huh, what just happened?" Meanwhile, the magic sword stuck right in his back is feeling completely disappointed. It thinks, "I cannot believe the guy I just stabbed is this useless bastard." Close up on the fat prince's squinty eyes, shedding a single, painful tear as he slowly closes them with a pathetic final thought. "My vision is totally fading away. It is game over." And right now, even the demonic sword's own vision begins to flicker and die out simply because it is attached to such a weak host. It helplessly complains, "At this rate, I am going to faint for the first time in my entire life as a magic sword." And just like that, a brutal system summary about this trash completely fills the screen. If Prince Andreon actually inherits the throne, this entire kingdom is completely doomed. It is over. You see, he inherited absolutely zero royal talent, but his massive arrogance easily ranks number one. To make matters worse, this guy has literally no skills, yet his sickening greed towers over the whole kingdom. Just look at this perfectly disgusting image on screen to prove it. The incredibly fat prince bites deeply into a greasy chicken leg, looking absolutely gross. He is nothing but a stupid, painfully lazy pig of a man. Oh, and he is extremely cruel too. That is the first Prince Andreon Leon Beck. The scene then cuts away to some gloomy, ominous shadows covering the entire royal castle. Lightning violently tears through the sky, acting like a dark, heavy storm cloud, completely suffocating the future of this once great kingdom. So after the prince stabs himself and basically wanders right on the edge of death, before waking up, a very strange rumor begins to spread around the castle. It starts with these palace maids gathering to whisper exactly like gossiping neighbors. Hey, lately, doesn't it seem like Prince Andreon has actually changed just a little bit? Yeah, you are totally right. He has not flipped a single dining table recently, and get this, he hasn't even hung out with those shady thugs either, right? Smug, sarcastic smiles appear in the shadows, full of hidden meaning. I mean, honestly, even the infamous first prince has to feel some shame after that mess. Is he not just lying perfectly still right now, breathing quietly because he is terrified? Just wait a little while longer. I guarantee he will go right back to his old terrible habits. But ironically, the guy they are busy mocking. Right now, Prince Andrian could not care less. Stick with me because this is where it gets weird. Let us look at his incredibly chubby face. He has a heavy double chin and completely lifeless eyes in the dark. You see the demonic sword's soul inside him is quietly muttering to itself, totally drowning in extreme confusion. I cannot believe this is my body now. How tragically ironic is this? The image of his majestic magic sword flashes brilliantly behind the guy sitting blankly in his chair. He hangs his head in pure guilt. To think I actually killed the descendant of my closest comrade and forcefully stole his body. I just cannot believe I did that. Suddenly, the door violently bursts open. A panicked maid frantically rushes inside, instantly shattering his deep thoughts. Your Highness, His Majesty has just arrived. Please quickly fix your clothes and prepare yourself to properly welcome the great king. Meanwhile, our chubby prince angrily crosses his arms over his massive stomach and shoots back. No way. That old man did not even bother to visit me when I was literally bleeding to death. So why is he suddenly showing up now? Sweating bullets. The nervous maid bows low and whispers, Your Highness, the royal knights have incredibly sharp ears and they are standing right outside. But hold on, a massive imposing dark shadow of a knight, with terrifyingly glowing eyes suddenly looms right behind the awkward, terrified maid. You really should be a lot more careful with your reckless words. Your Highness, the old knight with slick platinum hair aggressively glares down at him. Frowning hard, he speaks with absolute ice. I heard you just came back from death's door, but it looks like your garbage temper has not changed a single bit. Seen perfectly from a dramatic top-down camera angle, this intimidating old knight sternly orders the shaking maid. You are dismissed. Leave us. It does not matter anyway. His Majesty is definitely not expecting anything great today. He leaves our chubby prince looking up completely confused as he wonders to himself, who in the world is this scary old guy? The sturdy back of the seasoned knight is shown as he delivers a highly bitter scolding. After our master and student bond, are you seriously going to just sit there and pretend you do not recognize me at all? Predictably, the prince squints suspiciously and smirks in his mind. Wait, so this intense guy is the teacher of this massive pig. Right at that exact second, the knight growls a harsh warning. Your Highness, hurry up. Flustered, the prince nervously shifts his eyes away and sweats buckets trying to fake it. My memory is a complete mess. Right now, I kind of feel like I know exactly who you are. But honestly, I cannot remember a single thing. The old knight immediately flinches, completely shocked by this claim. What could it actually be? Right at that moment, a booming announcement echoes down the stone corridor. His Majesty has officially arrived. The knight aggressively whips his head toward the heavy doors while our prince just crosses his arms and wonders. The king, heavy, commanding footsteps approach. We see shiny leather shoes slowly stepping inside the room. Our prince quietly judges the situation in his mind. So that guy must be the father of this total scoundrel. Close up on the prince's eye, popping wide open in pure shock. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Our main character thinks the king actually looks pretty decent. A majestic ruler rocking that thick red cloak, lined with thick furs, standing tall in front of countless armored knights. Even our reincarnated hero has to secretly admire the guy's sheer presence. He figured the old lion's bloodline had gone completely bad by now. But nope, the king's eyes are razor-sharp, radiating pure killing intent that pins straight onto his own son. Yep, the tension here is incredibly thick. The king just growls coldly, scolding this kid for not even greeting his father. Barely escaping death clearly did not change this prince's rotten nature at all. A flustered knight immediately steps up, completely panicking as he speaks. He begs the king, saying he just heard the prince's memories are severely messed up. Instantly, the entire room descends into absolute complete chaos. Courtiers are loudly yelling everywhere. Absolute disaster. How on earth did the royal doctor fail to report something this massive to His Majesty? Unbelievable. They demand the doctor be dragged back here instantly to examine the prince. Then a quick flashback hits. We see our heavy-set guy, lying totally unconscious on that sickbed. The royal physician is right there, carefully checking his pulse. He looks back at the anxious crowd and reports with absolute professional confidence. He claims he cannot find a single physical problem with His Royal Highness at all. Nothing is wrong physically. Snap back to the present reality. The king just frowns deeply, analyzing the situation. He figures this memory loss Must be a temporary condition caused by mental shock. Amnesia. The king shoots a terrifying glare that literally makes our chubby prince flinch super hard on his bed. Sweat is pouring down his face as he panics. Did this terrifying old man figure it out? The king grits his teeth, completely sarcastic. He says it is way too convenient for his son to suddenly claim he cannot remember anything. Our guy looks incredibly stressed, sweating bullets while hearing this harsh verdict. Does this mean everything his son did before today is just wiped clean like it never happened? The king half closes his eyes, dropping some seriously heavy philosophical truth bombs right here. He says sometimes people make huge mistakes. They do terrible things that absolutely everyone around them condemns and deeply hates. But if a person finally realizes their massive mess up and swears to never repeat it, well, you could actually call that a real learning process. Suddenly, the king's eyes snap wide open. Pure unadulterated fury explodes in his glowing gaze. But you just conveniently forgot every single thing. He glares dead at his totally useless son, voice dripping with absolute disgust. Because this kid wiped his memory clean. He cannot learn or grow a single inch from his past mistakes. Done talking, the enraged king furiously turns his back and starts walking away, dropping one brutally cold final line. He says this trash prince will never move forward in the future either. The loyal old knight hurriedly follows, begging his majesty to please calm down. Meanwhile, our chubby hero keeps his head lowered, wincing and angrily mumbling. That terrifying old man was literally cursing him out. The king coldly strides right past them, completely disappointed, leaving our possessed guy, who is actually a reincarnated demon sword, violently swearing inside his own head. Damn it, he really just stepped right into a royal mess here. Forget being treated like a pampered prince. Honestly, he is probably not even gonna get treated like a normal human being anymore. Just look at him, gritting his teeth, angry veins literally popping out on his forehead. He is absolutely furious at this body's original owner. What kind of horrible garbage did this brat actually do to deserve this? Suddenly, our heavy hero looks super confused as a sweet, gentle voice calls out the name Andreon Leon Beck. Turns out it is an incredibly beautiful woman. Wearing a brilliant crown, she practically sprints right over and hugs him tightly. We even get those classic blooming flowers in the background. She heard everything and knows he must be incredibly confused. She promises his memories will return soon. The beautiful queen crushes her chubby son in a hug so tight he literally struggles to breathe. The poor guy is suffocating. Tears stream down the queen's face as she gently tells him not to worry about remembering that trivial, awful past. It really does not matter at all. But she does not stop there. She reaches out and pinches his super doughy cheeks with both hands, crying about how heartbroken she is. She actually calls his plump face skinny and gaunt. She just feels so bad for her poor son. Meanwhile, our guy gets his face completely squished internally, screaming in absolute confusion. Skinny? Where the heck is he skinny? But then a warm, gentle smile blooms beautifully on the queen's face. Honestly, she is just so overwhelmingly happy to see her baby boy open his eyes again. She completely wraps her massive son in a hug. Standing inside this beautifully lavish room, she firmly warns him to never touch dangerous objects again. Seriously, what if something terrible happened and he could not wake up? Wow, you and I can see a mother's love is just so incredibly sacred. The queen holds her boy tightly, eyes squeezed shut with emotional tears. Meanwhile, our guy with the literal demon sword soul inside him just makes the most hilariously speechless deadpan face ever. His heartbroken mom cries out that she could not even bear to imagine that nightmare. But here is the harsh reality. Sweating bullets, he nervously pictures his true golden divine sword form right inside his mind. He silently apologizes, saying he is so sorry but her real son has already kicked the bucket. Cut to the quiet, peaceful night, slowly falling, completely covering this incredibly massive castle in darkness. A heavy, exhausted sigh echoes inside the mind of this uninvited soul possessing the prince's body. This entire royal situation is a massive burden. Finally, the queen leaves with a super gentle smile, promising she will come visit him again soon. She tells him to rest well. This leaves our precious chubby prince sprawling perfectly on the chair, looking drained like he just survived a brutal war. He squeezes those puffy eyes shut, tilts his head back, and lets out a massive exhausted sigh. Cue the heavy, guilty flashbacks. The image of the plump prince collapsing in a pool of blood rushes back, bringing absolute pure torment. My old comrade begged me to protect his royal bloodline, yet I literally just killed one of his descendants. Even if it was totally an accident, I am definitely the guy who ended his life. But then his eyes flash with sharp determination in the dark. I mean, what is done right, since things already turned out like this, what else can he even do? Our guy decides to live well, to literally live on behalf of the poor dude who just passed away. A blinding magic sword flashes behind his huddled body. Stick with me here, having already been reincarnated once. As a sentient sword, he spent his entire past life cleaning up massive messes made by other people. So now, even if he is stuck inside this heavy, completely talentless mortal body, it is honestly no big deal. Snapping back to reality, he slowly clenches his hand, into a fist packed with pure determination. I just need to rebuild my absolute power one more time. Flashing a wildly confident, almost villain-like smirk, our guy is practically overflowing with confidence. He smugly thinks to himself, do you have any idea exactly how many kids I have trained into absolute legends? No time to waste. The chubby prince jumps right off the cushioned chair, striking the most majestic pose humanly possible. First, I need to forge a brand new mana core. Suddenly, his lips part, exhaling a sharp stream of white mist carrying a mystical blue mana current that starts gathering around him. The air literally trembles as these wild neon blue magic streams flare up and burn, swirling right into the center of his heavy mortal chest. The glowing blue energy completely erupts, gathering into this brilliantly glowing sphere looking like a tiny star about to go supernova. But hey, life is not a fairy tale, right? The forming mana core suddenly shatters, energy violently hisses in every single direction, completely fading into thin air. Our boy instantly starts sweating, touching his chest with the most hilariously dumbfounded look. Huh. His eyes go wide, getting hit by a seriously harsh and totally painful reality. The mana is totally gone. This weak body just cannot handle it, but he refuses to quit that easily. He flexes super hard, gritting his teeth to force that blue energy to flare up again. Just once more, come on, let us see it. A close-up shows his intensely veiny, grimacing face, sweat pouring down like crazy. He bites down hard, desperately forcing that heavy magic stream to circulate around his body. Mana sparks flash wildly. He throws out his chubby hand, trying his hardest to control this violently resisting wave of pure power. But nope, complete disaster. The energy bursts, rocketing straight up to the ceiling while our legendary magic sword literally collapses onto his knees. On the floor, butt sticking up in the air, looking absolutely pitiful. Propping his hands on the stone, he pants heavily, throwing his head back and screaming in maximum frustration. What the heck is wrong with this useless garbage body anyway? Completely powerless under the dim spotlight, he is just kneeling there totally alone. He grabs his head, pulling his hair and groaning in pure despair. If I only had my original body back right now, I could have so easily fixed this incredibly weak physical constitution by simply using sheer power to force the mana into it. Just when his pride hits rock bottom, a steady knock at the door completely interrupts him, followed by a surprisingly calm voice cutting right through his epic, tragic breakdown. Your Highness, please forgive my sudden intrusion. Right after that polite call, we see our chunky prince, sitting totally flat on the floor. He stares blankly at a steaming tray of medicine brought by a maid. This is a recovery potion, sent personally by the queen. It might taste extremely bitter, but it is really good for your body. The nervous maid half closes her eyes, bowing deeply with a mix of pure resignation and desperate pleading. So please, Your Highness, accept the queen's kind heart. But in reality, she is internally screaming. A close-up shows her sweating bullets. Her sharp, highly tense eyes are practically bracing for impact, waiting for his usual legendary temper tantrum to drop. Terrifying flashbacks hit her hard, showing the fat prince angrily growling and violently slapping that hot medicine bowl right into the poor maid's face. I already told you I am not drinking any of this trash medicine. The stressed maid winces, silently praying to herself. Please just do not let him throw the bowl at me like last time. But then, an absolute miracle actually happens. A quick close-up shows the chubby prince's blue eyes shooting wide open in shock. He gasps in pure astonishment. That bowl is literally radiating a blinding blue magic aura right in front of his face. Wait, it actually contains raw mana. Moving lightning fast, our guy thrusts his chubby hands out and violently snatches the bowl. The sudden movement makes the poor maid physically jump back, in fear. Totally ignoring his royal image, he just tilts his head and violently chugs the bitter medicine, cheeks puffing out, swallowing loudly, like a dude who has not eaten in years. You and I know the maid's jaw drops. A massive sweat drop appears as she completely freezes at this unbelievably rare sight. He slams the completely empty bowl back onto the tray without a single drop left, immediately barking out a cold dismissal. Are you satisfied now? Get out. The stunned maid bows frantically, then literally sprints out of the room as fast as possible. Ah, yes, Your Highness. The chubby prince watches her leave, then rubs his hands together with a smug grin. Perfect. Now let us try this again. Seizing the moment, our guy pushes himself right back up. That wild, glowing blue mana light instantly ignites from his chest all over again, completely covering his heavy frame. A tight close-up shows his eyes turning razor sharp. He is hyper-focused now, sweat dotting his forehead, but hope completely lights up his face. Thankfully, the crazy plan actually works. Right in the dead of night, a tiny speck of magic light floats in the air. Sure, the mana levels are incredibly low. It is so small it will probably fade away in just one day. But less than a single second later, boom, the bedroom door kicks wide open. Listen, you and I are about to see this guy completely change. He shouts, terrifying the poor maid in the hallway. She jumps out of her skin and turns around. He just stands there with this wildly arrogant smirk, pointing his chubby finger right at her. He asks like a mob boss, "Do you have any more?" Fast forward a couple of days and look at what he is holding now. A massive sphere of blue magical energy violently burning and spiraling out of control. He flashes this wickedly evil smirk, full-on villain mode. Half of his face is hidden in the shadows, showing off those jagged teeth. Our guy proudly swaggers forward right through the center of the room. Blinding light everywhere. He grabs the massive chunk of energy with both hands and screams in absolute joy. He can finally forge his very own mana core. On screen, we see a simulated heart pounding heavily, completely wrapped in a deep blue magical flow. He has literally done this exact process a million times. In his past life, he could build a mana core with his eyes totally shut, but celebrating too early is always a trap. That cocky, triumphant look, it instantly freezes. His eyes roll to the back of his head in sheer panic. He violently grips his chest, throwing his head back to roar. The pain is absolute torture, like his muscles are tearing apart. Suddenly, a memory from his past life flashes right before his eyes. An image of him. As a mighty swordsman, he was on his knees, gripping his chest and screaming, surrounded by blue fire. It feels like his organs are actually burning alive. His chest is literally about to explode. A pale hand tightly grips the hilt of a massive magic sword that is jammed deep into the cracked ground. Oh right, forging a mana core is never easy. Back in reality, our chunky hero grits his teeth to endure the agony, sweating an absolute river. Wild energy violently rips through the room. This process is supposed to be pure torture. His pale face aggressively drops toward the cold floor. Heavy sweat pours down his face. His eyes are barely open, fading out fast. He desperately tells himself not to pass out. But then, a massive magical shockwave explodes straight from his chest. Red and blue lightning sparks violently blast all over the room. It is getting incredibly dangerous now. If he passes out right now, the mana backlash will utterly destroy him. He squeezes his eyes shut and grinds his teeth so hard they bleed. He forces out every last drop of his willpower just to stay completely awake. Still kneeling on the hard ground, he pushes through the brutal pain. With his arms crossed tightly over his chest, he forcefully crushes the blue flame right down into his core. He has to stay fully focused, step by step. His hands tightly grip the screaming waves of power, completely locking down the chaotic mana. There is absolutely no need to rush this fragile process. He guides the energy perfectly along his heart and to the right side. Slowly, the chaotic waters inside his mind finally become smooth and calm. Our guy stays on his knees, eyes closed, perfectly blending into the magical aura. He lets his body slowly absorb the brand new core. One glowing blue eye slightly opens, calm, dangerously sharp, and in complete control of the situation. With his forehead totally drenched in heavy sweat, he rubs his chest and lets out a huge sigh of relief. Dropping low onto the quiet stone floor, he whispers that it is finally done. We get a close look at the magic heart. Bright blue veins pulse with power, now fully under his command. And this time it is different. He is not forging a weapon for somebody else. This core is for him and only him. He throws his head back, hands on hips, laughing out loud. A completely refreshed, victorious laugh. His clothes majestically blow in the wind. He actually did it. He stomps on the floor tightly, clenching his fists. He flexes hard with pure pride. A brilliant golden fire lights up the room as he successfully forms his core. But wait, the celebration gets cut incredibly short. His victorious smile drops instantly. He freezes in place, completely stunned by what pops up right in front of him. A glowing virtual system notification board. Glowing in a blinding orange hue, it floats in the air, reading mana core created. He squints and mutters to himself, wondering if it is a status window. He slowly reaches his heavy hand out to touch the floating digital screen. Frowning in total confusion, his mind starts racing to figure out what this means. It looks exactly like the status messages he used to send his old masters back when he lived as a magic sword. So why is it showing up now? Why is it appearing for him? Suddenly, the system interface frantically blinks red. It pushes an urgent update stating that it is actively restoring a connection. Restoring connection to the original. His eyes go wide with absolute shock. Wait, what is happening? Suddenly, dozens of flashing system windows start rapidly popping up everywhere. Screen after screen violently spawns around our hero's terrified face. A new alert chimes in. The lost connection has officially been completely restored. But the signal is terrible. The sync is incredibly unstable right now. Most of his legendary powers are locked out, leaving only a tiny handful of authorities available. The authority of judgment is now active but heavily restricted. He can currently scan the hidden potential of enemies who are at his level or much lower. This is insane. He screams out in pure shock, asking what on earth is happening to him. But before he can even catch a single breath, the system board aggressively flashes again, blinding him as more abilities unlock. The authority of the third eye is now officially active. Sure, it is under incredibly strict limits, but his vision is suddenly enhanced. Then the authority of the third heir unlocks with those same heavy restrictions. His hearing gets a massive boost too. Our guy instantly whips his head around to look straight out the window, his eyes shining with pure disbelief. His sharp gaze scans the dark outside world, totally skeptical. Authorities, he mutters the word out loud. Suddenly, his vision dramatically zooms out through the glass. It cuts through the dark distance, snapping into crystal clear focus on a tree canopy miles away. You and I both know things are about to get wild. Alright, check this out. Every single vein on that leaf is crystal clear in the bright sunlight. He can definitely see. Way better than before. But his face tightens up. A drop of sweat rolls down his cheek as he frowns, focusing hard, tuning into the chaotic noises echoing around him. He tunes out the useless chatter. The camera angle shifts right through the wooden door. Two maids are whispering out in the hallway and their voices go straight to his ears. Do you not know his temper? He definitely threw a massive fit. He silently judges this brand new ability of his. He can literally hear everything happening outside that door. But reality hits hard. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces his brain, making him wince hard. His head feels like it just short-circuited completely. The system panel instantly flashes, bright red. A danger warning slaps this former magic sword right in the face. His internal mana is totally empty, forcefully shutting down all his powers. Our chubby guy grabs his head, stumbling. He lets out a heavy sigh, looking totally helpless against this harsh reality. I get it. So this is what critically low means. A quick flashback to his glorious past kicks in. A legendary sword planted in the wild, seeing everything. From birds flying to squirrels jumping perfectly, detecting every single thing in all directions with zero blind spots. Those absolute senses he possessed as a legendary sword, yeah, they are completely gone now. In his total frustration, his current power level feels so pathetic it is basically compared to a tiny bird face-planting right onto the board. Right now, by forcefully squeezing out his tiny rat-sized mana pool, he can only eavesdrop on the hallway or see things just a little bit clearer. But hey, the sheer pride of an absolute legend will not let him give up. He clenches his chubby fist, smirking with pure determination. Things will definitely change once he expands that mana pool of his, but he cannot stay cool for long. A loud rumbling growl echoes straight from his empty stomach, making his chibi version clutch his belly and shiver in pain. Honestly, it looks absolutely hilarious. His face goes right back to gloom, dead eyes staring blankly at the floor. He mutters a brutal line that shatters his cool guy image. I am starving. The camera pans out to this gorgeous castle under blue skies and white clouds with a panicked maid yelling that food is coming right up. Off in the corner, his chubby little chibi head is still plodding away. First, he really needs to focus on adapting to this human body, and right after that comes the glowing smile of the queen surrounded by flashy magical flowers. She opens her arms, praising him with so much pride. So admirable. This royal mom goes right back to squishing her son's chubby cheeks until his face is literally deformed. You drank every single drop of the medicine I sent you. Finally, you really understand how to truly take care of your own body. While the queen is tightly hugging her precious son, the heavy, steady footsteps of a shadow of a huge man step right into the room. A cold voice echoes. Oh yeah, new character alert. Close up on this guy, looking incredibly rugged. A long scar across his face, wearing an intimidating black cloak and glaring down. The queen asks, do you recognize him? Our chubby MC just looks up completely bored and bluntly says nope. The man turns his back, crossing his arms with zero warmth. Seems like he really did lose his memory. The queen sits on the sofa, giving him this desperate, pleading look. So you absolutely have to help this child. Please, brother. Our guy is sweating bullets now, glancing around to analyze the situation. He was wondering who this was. Turns out it is the queen's own brother, while his mom keeps whining and trying to defend. Come on, isn't he your one and only nephew? The uncle just gives a faint smile. And let me tell you, that smile feels like pure cold daggers. You speak as if he actually lost something important. He pauses. It is not like his past was anything good anyway. Our MC is secretly sweating hard. Just one look at this guy makes it super obvious that his uncle absolutely hates his guts. Before he can even process that, the uncle drops a heavy claim that makes our chubby guy jump in, shock eyes wide. Let me make one thing clear. The camera pans straight up from below, targeting that massive, jiggly beer belly, wrapped up in a red bow, followed by a totally brutal promise. The only thing I can do for him is help remove some of that flabby, useless fat. He freezes, completely dumbfounded. Huh. The uncle stands there with his arms crossed, towering like an unmovable mountain. I cannot provide anything beyond that. So you better drop any useless expectations right now. But the queen quickly fires back. Even just that is more than enough. The uncle shuts it down hard. Do not dare forget that exact feeling. Our chubby guy just stands there totally bewildered, staring into space with massive question marks floating right over his head. His brain goes on a complete strike during this bizarre conversation. Now you and I are staring right at the killer uncle's face, glaring down with glowing magical eyes full of pure threat. Deadly aura pouring out, signaling that some seriously stormy days are about to begin. Bam! A massive force sends our chubby guy flying, tumbling face first into the dirt with dust exploding everywhere. His hand. All right, you and I are diving in. He flailed forward, screaming out in pure misery. The massive silhouette of his demonic uncle towered over him ruthlessly, straight over his nephew, who was completely pinned to the ground, gasping for air. From now on, eating, sleeping, even breathing, you need my strict permission for absolutely everything. If you are still sitting there expecting to be treated like some spoiled prince, give up right now. A cynical, mocking half-smile slowly crept up across his uncle's battle-hardened face. Give it your absolute best shot. Who knows, I might actually change my mind one day and decide to teach you just a tiny fraction of our family's secret sword techniques. So ridiculous. Our chubby main character gritted his teeth hard, glaring up with pure bitterness, swallowing the deep humiliation burning inside. Saying that to me, the actual master who literally trained the undefeated knight, and the absolute legend who mentored the founding king of this very nation. His uncle's ice-cold gaze just swept right past him, smirking down to completely mock his nephew's total helplessness. Look at all your fat jiggling around right now. You must be really mad about this, refusing to just take the loss. Our chubby guy stands up, bows low, swallows, his raging anger and issues a bold challenge. Uncle, let's make a bet. Both of them are literally shooting daggers at each other across the training yard. He boldly declares, within half a year I will totally force you to acknowledge, all while angrily thinking to himself, I absolutely have to crush that arrogant look right off his face. And along with that bold claim comes a super sly and downright cunning little smirk slowly spreading right across his chubby face. Listen, if I actually fail this, I will do absolutely anything you ask of me. But if I succeed, you have to grant me one single wish. His deadly assassin uncle just slightly raised an eyebrow, clearly feeling pretty curious about the sheer arrogance coming from his useless nephew. Interesting. The tough guy folds his arms, fully turning his back, and walks away, dropping one ice-cold line right in the middle of the wide courtyard. Fine, very well. Honestly, I should probably have at least one fun little distraction anyway. Well, pride really does come before the fall. Now he is sweating literal buckets. Our chubby guy is panting super heavily, filled with pure regret. Yeah, he definitely talked way too big just now. But zooming in on that massive beer belly jiggling wildly with every single heavy breath, it makes our former magic swordsman totally groan in sheer frustration. This god-awful body, his leather shoe stomps super hard onto the stone floor, and a huge burst of magic. Bright blue aura instantly explodes outward, fully wrapping around his heavy footsteps. Our guy starts sprinting for his absolute life, his entire body burning up with a brilliant blue mana aura like a literal walking torch. I have got to use my mana. First things first, I need to fully focus on burning off all this extra fat across my entire body. However, over in the distance, his uncle, who was just about to leave, suddenly widens his eyes, thick veins bulging on his face in sheer shock. That little brat, don't tell me he is. Quick as lightning, a vice-like hand clamps down hard on our chubby hero's shoulder, violently yanking him right back. His uncle totally roars in pure anger. Andreon, what are you? The chubby guy abruptly stops, tilting his head up to exhale. With this hilariously blank expression, acting like nothing even happened. His uncle's face is completely twisted in utter shock, screaming right into his nephew's face. Did you actually just create a mana core right now? Oh, it is totally time to flex. He smirks triumphantly, tilting his head, acting perfectly innocent like he did absolutely nothing. Oh, you mean this little thing? His chubby hand casually flips over effortlessly, condensing a blazing bright orb of blinding blue mana fire. Yeah, actually. I actually managed to form it just a little while ago. Why? Are you already regretting our little bet? But completely opposite to our guy's totally smug attitude, his uncle just glares deep into his soul with eyes sharp as knives, asking one extremely aggressive question. What in the world were you even thinking? Actually going out and creating a literal mana core? Those exact words make him completely freeze up, only managing to blankly blurt out, huh. His uncle angrily smacks his lips in pure annoyance, rubbing his temples to complain. No, let's just ignore that. Where on earth did you even learn that specific mana core training method? From some random corner of the world. Just looking at your dumb face, I can tell you do not even realize what you actually did wrong here. Our chubby main character just stands there totally frozen, staring up in pure confusion with invisible question marks literally floating over his head. Wait a mana core. is bad. His uncle's brutal words hit him like a literal bucket of ice water, completely shattering his sky-high pride in seconds. It is just a wildly crude technique that only bottom-tier mercenaries ever bother to learn. This shocking truth makes his eyes widen in absolute horror. What did you say? Meanwhile, the beautiful castle scenery under the bright blue sky is suddenly rocked by a completely tragic, agonizing scream that sends flocks of birds scattering everywhere. What? His entire worldview just shattered. You and I can literally feel the depression as he covers his mouth in pure disbelief, sweating absolute bullets. Is this really actually the end of an era? His uncle just frowns mercilessly, repeating that incredibly harsh, brutal truth one more time, basically pouring pure salt straight into his nephew's wounded heart. A mana core is a wildly outdated, crude technique that only trash-tier mercenaries ever bother to learn anymore. Leaving our chubby hero sweating like a literal waterfall, staring blankly out into the void like a guy who just lost his entire life savings. Completely annoyed and super frustrated, he finally snaps and yells out, "What the heck are you even talking about right now?" His uncle just coldly replies, "I will just show you. It will be way faster." Instantly, a blindingly bright streak of green energy flares to life, wrapping perfectly around the massive arm of this absolute powerhouse. Watch closely now. Zooming right in on our chubby guy's wide, shocked blue eyes perfectly reflecting the insane image of his uncle's totally bizarre yet gorgeous stream of modern magic. He instantly thinks to himself in pure disbelief, wait, his mana is shaped like a literal ring. And here is the ultimate epic final shot. His uncle violently swings his arm, manifesting a colossal glowing mana blade that vertically slashes straight through the air, lighting up the entire space right in front of his nephew's absolutely terrified eyes. A massive surge of explosive magic just rips across the sky completely. The chubby guy squints, totally startled by that overwhelming power. He stands there completely dazed. Then his uncle drops the harsh truth. Mana chains can actually destroy a mana core's sword aura. Plus, they are way more stable and easier to use. The uncle just keeps rubbing salt right in his wound. He gives him a history lesson. Even the stubborn Bernardo Lee clan who clung to their mana cores collapsed exactly 100 years ago. Literally, nobody uses mana cores anymore. Back in his study room, he sweats bullets, staring at a basic mana chain theory book. He mutters finally, admitting he is totally outdated. The era has changed. An old mysterious mage pops into his mind. Mages use magic circles while knights weave chains to gather mana. A knight's rank depends on the ration, number of chains woven. A glowing sword wrapped in energy rings perfectly illustrates this concept. 1 chain, 2 chains, up to 5 chains. But the former Grandmaster's massive pride won't let him fall. Andrian rests his chin haughtily. He guesses the book is not entirely pure garbage. His chubby finger taps the author's name on the cover. Wait, Anching. He swears he has heard that name somewhere before. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open. Realization hits him hard. Distant memories rush back, a blinding holy sword. Are you that legendary, famous sword saint from back then? A dark shadow swinging a spear charges his memory. My name is Ernest Tanching, here to see who deserves the sword saint title. Thinking back, Andrian remembers his past life. Some guy attacked him using totally bizarre martial arts, not swordsmanship, and definitely not magic. A disdainful smile creeps across his chubby face. No wonder that name sounded so familiar. He rolls his eyes, remembering how that so-called pioneer actually ended up. What happened to that guy? Stick with me here. Back in reality, he stretches in the courtyard, while his uncle and 2 guards stare confused. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. Did you read the book last night? He glances over. His uncle stands right there, arms crossed majestically, shooting him a harsh, judging glare. Surely you understand the current situation. By now, right? You made an incredibly foolish choice. Half his face hides in shadow, flashing a cunning smile. He scoffs back, completely unbothered. He crosses his own arms defiantly, replying with pure arrogance. I do not feel I made a single mistake whatsoever. His uncle frowns, clearly annoyed by this insane stubbornness. Do you just refuse to admit it, or are you just clueless? The chubby hand raises, condensing a brilliant blue flame instantly. You see, not all mana cores are identical. Boom. His entire body blazes in an intense, fierce magical aura. His crazy eyes overpower everything. The difference in class, ever heard of it? But instead of shock, he just gets an extremely contemptuous glare. I honestly wonder what kind of garbage you are babbling about. The tall man's shadow towers over his smug nephew. Sometimes mercenaries act exactly like you. They completely delude themselves into thinking they are some legendary hero from centuries ago. Do you know what actually happened to every single one of them? A mercenary kneels, getting beaten down, proving his absolute delusion. All of them failed miserably. They could not even surpass the 2 chain rank. He officially drops the final challenge. aiming right at his confident nephew. If you are different, try defeating a two-chain knight. He smirks with cold, calculating eyes. If you win, I will officially become your guardian, just like your mother wanted. But the nephew is no pushover. He smiles like a little devil. Is having you as my guardian even a good thing? I am honestly not so sure. The provocation works. The atmosphere freezes instantly as the man steps forward, startling the guards. His boot slams into the stone floor. Absolute darkness engulfs the entire space, his voice dripping with killer intent. Did you just doubt my qualifications as your guardian? His whole body erupts in a deadly emerald light looking like a literal god of war. I am an earl. Commander of the Northern Army. Suffocating pressure explodes as majestic night illusions appear behind him. All right, guys, the Black Cavalry Commander, one of the 5 silver lions serving His Majesty, is here. The ground literally splits open, sending rubble everywhere beneath the feet of this absolute monster. He's unleashing some terrifying pressure right now. Look at those eyes glowing with pure magic. This is the gaze of someone who dominates the battlefield. A man who forged 4 rings, a genuine 4-chain knight. And then the uncle roars out his own name, like an iron oath, nearly tearing the eardrums of his opponent. Count Valorhat. That is the name of the man who might actually end up standing behind our guy as his backer. A magical storm howls, slicing at his skin, forcing him to throw up his arms to block it. But his eyes stay fiercely defiant, refusing to lose. A threatening voice echoes in his ears, asking if this is proof enough. Suddenly, the sharp, cold sounds of metal ring out everywhere as swords are frantically drawn from their scabbards. Surprisingly, it is actually the royal guards who have to rush forward, crossing their blades in total panic to shield this seemingly useless nephew. They scream to step back, warning the aggressive Count Valorhat to stop right now. Seeing their extreme reaction, all his raging fury vanishes in an instant. The uncle just flashes a relieved smile and slowly starts to pull back, that intense killing intent. Despite nearly getting crushed by the sheer aura, the chubby kid still peeks out from behind the wall of protective swords, grinning like a total maniac with insane arrogance. He tells him not to take back his words later. But cut to a little while later, he collapses, flat on the tile floor, gasping for air like he is about to die. You can hear distant voices pleading for mercy. Then enough for today. His trembling, weak hand desperately tries to grip the edge of the table. He looks so completely pathetic that he even knocks over a nearby flower vase. In the process, sliding down the table with a face completely drained of color, looking half dead, he groans that he barely survived that. Inside his mind, the terrifying illusion of his uncle's demonic smile still echoes along with those ruthless, mocking words. To think you actually dared to challenge me, believing that kind of reckless courage would earn my respect. Beating a 1-chain knight with just 2 chains of power was already pure luck. Now staggering down the incredibly luxurious hallway like an absolute zombie, our guy is completely out of it. Beating a single chain knight was pure luck. Ignoring the 2 guards trailing behind him, he just angrily mutters curses at that complete demon of an uncle. Opening the door, he frustratedly pokes his head, inside dripping with sweat. Immediately, a highly respectful voice greets him saying, "Your Highness, I have been waiting for you this whole time." Seeing this, he immediately speaks up, asking the royal physician. An old man wearing glasses and dressed perfectly neat bows down to pay his respects, then quickly speaks up, answering, "I am truly honored that you still remember a humble servant like me." Our guy just stands there completely baffled, his belly fat jiggling, and asks with pure confusion, "Yeah, why exactly is the royal physician here?" The old doctor bows low and replies, "Her Highness, the Queen has personally ordered me to use healing magic on you." But then the old man happily summons this blinding bright green orb of magical energy right in his hands, pressing closer. "Come now, Your Highness." This way, he immediately jumps back in absolute panic and screams out, "No way." Just a few seconds later, the poor royal physician gets ruthlessly kicked right out into the hallway. The door forcefully slams shut, and a very angry, frustrated shout rings out. "I do not need it. Get out." Turns out he is glaring fiercely, his face completely full of murderous intent as he mutters, "Were they trying to make the absolute hell I went through today a total waste?" The guard standing next to him can only stay completely silent, dripping with nervous sweat, totally speechless at the prince's bizarre logic. But stick with me here, the scene shifts to a luxurious dining table as the doors suddenly burst open again. A sharp, arrogant voice rings out. "Big brother, are you in here?" A red-haired young man dressed in incredibly flashy, noble clothing steps right up, crossing his arms at the door with a smug smile that literally looks down on everyone. But in total contrast to that massive display of arrogance, our chubby MC just freezes, holding his soup spoon in mid-air with completely dead, soulless eyes. A close-up on those totally bored eyes, and his casually chewing cheeks as he silently judges this uninvited guest. What the heck is wrong with this guy? The royal guard has to awkwardly lean in close to his ear to remind him that this is the 3rd prince. Still keeping that perfectly blank face, he quietly asks back. The third prince is that guy. The third prince marches in, showing off his entourage of guards and smirks mockingly. I heard a rumor that you had an accident, but you look a lot better than I expected. What a shame. Ignoring him completely, our boy just casually keeps right on, shoving food into his mouth. He lazily replies back, so what do you actually want to say? Did you seriously just come here to pick a fight? Does a prince really have absolutely nothing better to do? Zoom in on the prince's eyes, turning red with sheer anger, a vein literally popping on his forehead as he grits his teeth. Did that really just come from the idiot who stabbed himself with his own sword? Forcing down his boiling rage, the prince regains his composure. I just heard some pretty interesting news, you see. Meanwhile, his older brother is literally still chewing his food like an absolute slob. Hearing this, the chubby MC finally stops his spoon, glancing over with mild curiosity. I heard you made a massive bet with Count Valorhat about a duel against a genuine two-chain knight. Immediately, that extremely toxic, malicious smile blooms right back on the red-haired guy's arrogant face. Regarding that little matter, he leans fiercely forward, casting an intimidating shadow over the heavy guy sitting totally relaxed on the dining chair, suddenly says, how would you feel if your opponent was actually me? The heavy MC remains entirely unfazed, hands casually resting on the table, staring straight ahead. Recalling the obnoxious laugh and the completely ridiculous posture of his younger brother from a minute ago, he frustratedly wonders to himself in his mind, what the heck was wrong with that punk earlier? Seriously, why are all the descendants of House Leon be like this? You and I both know this is getting absolutely insane. The guard beside him jumps in to start explaining. His Highness the Third Prince Jillan has been famous for his sword skills since childhood. The MC frowns in total surprise. Wait, that little brat. The arrogant third prince is shown casually forming two flashy glowing mana rings. They are ridiculously flashy. The guard keeps hyping him up. He actually wove two rings together when he was just 14 years old, so he is definitely incredibly agile. Our guy just scoffs, completely unimpressed. Oh really? But right in the middle of this chat, a nervous maid suddenly steps up to interrupt. Your Highness, I am so sorry to interrupt. The maid winces slightly as she suddenly slams down a massive towering stack of letters right onto the table, dropping an absolute bombshell of news. All of these letters were just successfully delivered to you, sir. The chubby prince stares blankly at this absolute mountain of paper, totally suspicious. Letters, he asks, his mind immediately racing with pure caution. Why would the people who completely ignored this body before suddenly care now? He randomly snatches one of the letters right out to read it, his eyes narrowing with intense suspicion. And then his hands become a blur, ripping open letter after letter at absolute lightning speed. The maid and the guard just stand there completely speechless. As the contents of this massive pile hit his eyes, it becomes super obvious. These letters are dripping with pure mockery. I deeply apologize for the previous incident, Your Highness. I humbly request a formal duel with you. If Your Highness is still struggling to find an opponent, please allow me the first chance. And just like that, a super dark vision instantly flashes into our chubby hero's head. He pictures all these incredibly arrogant nobles gathering around with super sinister smiles on their faces. Basically, this is just a massive excuse for them to legally beat up the kingdom's biggest scoundrel. His fist aggressively crushes the poor letter into garbage. The prince lets out a cold smirk, veins literally popping out of his forehead. Looks like I have suddenly become a super easy target for everyone. He gruffly shoves the crushed paper back toward the maid, holding the tray, calling out to her. Hey, she visibly jumps totally flustered. Yes, sir. A totally wicked, villainous smirk blooms across his chubby face. Every single person who just sent one of these letters to me, I want you to write down all their names. The scene abruptly cuts back to the bright, windy training yard where a battered wooden sword gets mercilessly tossed onto the hard stone ground, bouncing loudly. We get a close-up of his totally sweat-drenched face, staring down in absolute confusion. A giant invisible question mark hangs over his head. Right in front of his uncle's heavy armored boots, the wooden sword rolls to a stop, and then comes a brutally short, pressure-filled order. Pick up the sword. The incredibly intimidating Count glares down at his nephew, making things crystal clear. He speaks up, setting the absolute baseline. You need to know at least a tiny bit of swordplay for our bet to be valid, right? I refuse to hear any cheap excuses that you lost because nobody ever taught you the basics. Having absolutely zero choice in the matter, our chubby prince grabs his knees, leaning down to pick up the wooden toy. He is internally cursing up a storm. You really could have just handed it to me, normally, you know. What a lovely personality. But suddenly, his entire body aggressively flinches, his pupils shrinking down to absolute pinpricks because of a violent shockwave shooting up his arm. Gripping the wooden sword, he stares at his injured arm and violently screams like a completely slaughtered pig. My muscles. This makes the uncle who was just about to lecture him suddenly freeze. Wait a second. Seeing this totally pathetic display with massive drops of sweat pouring off his nephew's face, the uncle frowns hard. Did you seriously not receive any kind of healing magic? His intense eyes bore straight through his useless nephew's clueless face. He drops a harsh reminder. If you are ever going to be a knight, you really need to know this. The camera pans out to show the massive training yard as he starts explaining a brutally harsh truth about how muscles actually work. Healing magic only forces your muscles right back to their original state. It definitely does not help them. Wait, the uncle is completely stunned, frozen into a statue, realizing the absolute resilience hidden beneath that chubby body for the very first time. A super rare, relieved smile actually flickers across the magic swordsman's lips. Right. The uncle violently spins around his long cape, blowing epically in the wind, leaving his nephew groaning and clutching his painfully sore arm. Well, whatever. That is definitely not what I even came here to talk about today. The older man smoothly draws his real steel blade from its sheath. The metal gleams brilliantly as he clearly declares, I am definitely not going to perform this little trick multiple times, so you better watch closely. Suddenly, the uncle's entire body erupts into a stunning glowing emerald green mana aura. It is absolutely beautiful. Striking a ridiculously majestic stance, he explains, this is the core technique the royal knights learn to completely build up their physical foundation. The kingdom's foundational sword technique. And instantly after that, a terrifying flurry of invisible wind-shattering slashes violently erupts outward. His sharp veteran eyes practically glow with raw magic behind every swing. Massive waves of pure sword energy brutally tear through the very fabric of space itself. The man swings his blade as smoothly as a totally destructive tornado. We get a close-up of his powerful stance, swinging with absolute decisive perfection and zero wasted movement. He points the blade high into the sky, pulling in a massive amount of incredibly dense glowing blue-green mana. It is completely blinding. Then a heaven-splitting downward strike brutally crashes into the ground, condensing terrifying amounts of raw power into one single point. The result, the solid stone ground completely shatters, carving out a massive bomb crater. Deep, vicious slash marks violently spread outward in every direction, almost like a massive earthquake just hit. The intense dusty wind blows the chubby guy's hair back, revealing a face with wide, panicked eyes and a totally gaping mouth. Looking like he just spotted a flying saucer. Standing right in front of the terrifying destruction he just caused, the uncle remains totally chill. Meanwhile, the kid clutches his wooden sword, totally stammering. Wait, did you just say this is the basic swordsmanship knights learn to build their foundation? His uncle just glares right down at him, fully expecting this totally useless, untalented nephew to just break down. The older guy sheathes his blade and keeps right on lecturing. Look, it might lack absolute sharpness since it's meant for training, but it strictly follows the absolute basics. Honestly, there is zero better style to learn. In fact, considering your utter lack of talent, this might actually be way too much for you. But before he can even finish his insult, the uncle freezes. He stares completely bewildered, hearing this weird sound, suddenly echoing out. Totally ignoring the disrespect, our chubby main character tilts his head back, covers his face, and just bursts into crazy laughter. Though decades have passed, this absolutely epic scene instantly flashes right through the Grandmaster's mind. The legendary image of that massive sword, exploding forward and slicing cleanly right through a mad dragon's head. The dragon-slaying sword, the supreme technique that decapitated that monstrous beast. He spreads his chubby fingers, revealing this razor-sharp glare and a completely unhinged smile. Are you telling me this legendary power is really being treated like some joke of a beginner training style? Meanwhile, the uncle keeps up his whole arrogant lecture. Of course, this alone simply won't be enough to win our bet. Once you master the basics, you can go cry to your mom to hire another tutor or... But the kid instantly cuts him off. No need. Tossing the chipped wooden sword over his shoulder, he lifts his chin and proudly declares, I won't be learning any other style, because honestly, this one right here is more than enough. Hearing that wild claim, the uncle's expression literally twitches. Veins pop on his forehead. He is absolutely sick and tired of his nephew's insane delusions. The guy just clicks his tongue and turns away. Suit yourself, he mutters, totally giving up. Meanwhile, Andreon's chubby hand tightly grips the hilt of his wooden blade. Swoosh! He swings the wooden sword down with terrifying force, ripping through the air in one perfect, flawless curve. Our heavy-set hero stands there breathing so heavily after that single swing. He thinks to himself, the sad reality is the legendary dragon-slaying style is currently treated as some beginner training joke. Sweat is literally pouring down his chubby face right now. He mutters quietly, forcing himself to swallow this incredibly bitter truth. I absolutely hate admitting this, but honestly, it makes total sense. The glorious image of that legendary one-eyed hero from the past suddenly appears in his mind, looking impossibly majestic. Why did it fall off? Because the modern style completely lacks that raw dragon-slaughtering intent. Honestly, it's such a tragedy for this lost generation. These fools literally threw away their mana cores. They forgot how to channel pure willpower into their blades. So yeah, they definitely don't have the eyes to see the dragon-slaying sword's true worth. Fired up by his own thoughts, he slams that wooden blade down again, cleaving right through the misty air. But suddenly, his uncle dashes in from behind using his own blade to instantly parry the kid's weapon, forcing Andreon to freeze. He turns around looking totally caught off guard. His uncle immediately starts barking out strict orders once again. Power does not flow into your blade just because you flex your arm like an idiot. Did you already forget exactly what I showed you? Just now, poke. The wooden tip jabs right into our hero's massive belly. Use your core. Then he violently whacks him right across the calves and your legs. Andreon yells out in pain. Completely losing his balance, the heavy kid collapses right onto his knees, gasping for air. His uncle's voice keeps echoing. You need to properly circulate that power through your entire body to swing a sword. Meanwhile, our hero's face is completely hidden in the shadows, as he bows his head silently enduring this brutal training session. But then he slowly staggers back onto his feet. His legs are literally shaking. But the soul of a grandmaster is wide awake. Sure, right now he's just stuck in this super weak body too incredibly clumsy to even properly copy a cheap imitation of the dragon-slaying strikes. But guess what? His blue eyes ignite with absolute fiery determination. He raises his sword high. He aims the blade straight ahead, ready for war. I am going to prove that the dragon-slaying style isn't just some outdated garbage that you throw away like a pair of old shoes. Splash! He aggressively stomps his foot right into a puddle. This officially kicks off his hellish training arc. You and I get to watch it unfold. Day 1, Day 2, our guy is literally sprinting for his life around the castle, pushing past his limits completely drenched in sweat. Day 3, he is out in the yard endlessly swinging that sword and violently slicing the air. One whole week down. At night, he sits quietly meditating and gathering this beautiful glowing blue mana into his core. Boom, a whole month has passed. Heavy sweat drips down his insanely determined face. Suddenly, a blindingly bright system window pops up right out of nowhere. You have successfully changed your physique after surviving this brutal training process. Our boy's bright jade-green eyes widen in complete shock right now, staring at this wild message hovering right in front of him. More notifications start aggressively spamming his screen. The trait morbid obesity has officially downgraded to regular obesity. Your body's metabolism is now functioning at a massively higher rate thanks to these intense physical changes. You have finally gotten somewhat used to controlling this physical body through all of your crazy repetitive training. His basic sword stance is totally looking so much firmer, and he's even a little bit slimmer. Golden light suddenly wraps around him as the system screens just keep popping. The clumsy trait has been completely removed. Training efficiency has drastically increased. Swoosh. His wooden blade arcs upwards beautifully, tearing right through the cold air. It moves so smoothly now, just like a real steel sword. A huge confident smile finally breaks out on his face as a glowing magical aura totally erupts around him. Your physical stats have officially mutated after hoarding so much raw mana. The mana sensitivity disorder trait is now gone and alright, you and I are about to witness something wild. The mana sensitivity point is generated. A full-force sword swing completely crashes down, looking flawlessly perfect. It feels way more natural than a month ago. Suddenly, a booming shout rings out. Stop right there. The chubby prince immediately freezes in his tracks. He frantically braces himself, hitting the brakes on the sword's trajectory right above his head, sweat completely soaking his face. Just look at those intense, focused eyes. Those sharp pupils are overflowing with raw ambition and a staggering power that easily surpasses yesterday. A wild, fiercely excited grin slowly creeps across his tired face. He stands right in the middle of a dazzling blue mana storm, looking even more perfect than a second ago. Down below, a terrified red-haired noble suddenly screams. He covers his face in absolute panic. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? But get this, the wooden sword, completely unable to handle the immense pressure, just shatters right into pieces. As a result, the terrifying remnants of that magical power crash straight into the ground, completely tearing the courtyard apart in an instant. Water splashes absolutely everywhere as torrential rain pours down on the freezing training grounds. The chubby prince just stands there, completely dazed, holding onto what is left. He grips the shattered hilt of his wooden sword while his uncle and the guard watch him closely. Fresh blood slowly starts oozing from his heavily blistered hand. It mixes right into the rainwater, pouring down over the broken hilt. Drop after drop of dark crimson blood falls heavily from his grip into the water below. It hits the puddle, creating ripples of red across the surface. Standing right in the blinding rain, our heavy-set hero slowly lifts his battered, exhausted face. He weakly mutters out, "Uncle." The camera zooms in on his jade-green eyes. They are totally exhausted, yet they still shine with a bizarre, intense little spark. A mix of wonder and pure shock. A quick flashback shows the memory of that absurdly powerful slash crashing straight down into the wooden training dummy during the storm. That sturdy wooden dummy was violently split completely in half, exploding right into splinters alongside a blinding eruption of brilliant golden magic. He simply stands there totally stunned. Rooted to the spot, he gulps hard, finally realizing the terrifying power that just erupted from his own body. But then a very angry voice breaks his trance. His uncle's harsh scolding yanks him right back to reality. The older man violently grabs his collar, roaring over the heavy rain. "You absolute idiot, why are you out training on a miserable day like this?" The uncle glares fiercely at his stubbornly foolish nephew. If that had actually been a real steel blade just now, you absolutely would not have walked away without serious injuries. Our guy just stays totally quiet, staring at his uncle. We see his blistered, heavily bruised hand. His hand is shredded, bleeding, and trembling violently. This is the brutal consequence of his crazy training. But here is where we see things get truly insane. A glowing golden system panel suddenly pops up, immediately soothing his pain. It reads, "You have fully awakened from your state of hyper-concentration. However, your physical body still remembers that extreme sensation perfectly. The hyper-focus trait has been successfully created." He just stares blankly at the screen in pure disbelief. He looks down at his utterly shredded hands, and then the most joyously insane smile slowly spreads across his rain-soaked face. Ha! He actually starts laughing out loud. He throws his head back, closes his eyes, and mutters a painfully hilarious final thought. "Honestly, if I try to hyper-focus even one more time today, I am probably going to get struck by lightning and die." He staggers and violently falls backward. "Your Highness!" The guard absolutely panics and screams out loud. But luckily, the uncle is fast enough to grab his shirt before that heavy body completely faceplants right into the muddy puddle. Standing there in the freezing rain, the hardened veteran looks down at his totally unconscious nephew. His cold eyes actually show a complicated mix of shock and genuine respect for the kid's crazy effort. The chubby guy is out cold, sleeping soundly right in his uncle's arms. The older man lets out a long, pretty helpless sigh. "You absolute fool of a kid." Flash forward, his eyelashes finally start to twitch. Our guy slowly opens his eyes to a super warm room, suddenly sitting bolt upright right in the middle of a ridiculously soft and luxurious bed. He grabs his throbbing head, totally confused. Did I actually pass out back there? His chubby hands roughly mess up his messy hair. He clicks his tongue, letting out a heavy sigh. He totally blames himself for ignoring this weak body's limits. Suddenly, intense memories from his past life violently rush back. Memories filled with glorious legendary titles. Back then, as a literal living sword, I achieved absolutely every single accomplishment possible. A true unmatched hero of the grand battlefield. The nameless war hero, the grand sword master, the mercenary king, the mighty founder. The epic image of a divine blade completely shredding a demonic dragon violently flashes by. It proudly led countless massive wars straight to victory, constantly elevating the limits of both body and soul, while literally carving out the true path for all great heroes. Along with the epic silhouette of the holy sword glowing brilliantly deep underwater, Grohon, an incredibly wise advisor and absolutely unmatched teacher. But snapping back to reality now, he stares down at his own chubby hands, completely covered in fresh scars. His train of thought suddenly gets super heavy. But back then I was always just existing as a third-party observer. Suddenly, those jade green eyes ignite again with the absolute madness of a true sword addict. And honestly, that is exactly why. That is why I will keep swinging my blade until I reach that godly realm again. He is totally addicted to the feeling of turning all his sweat, hard effort, and pure hard work into a power that is entirely his own. But harsh reality quickly forces him to violently clench his bruised fist. He lets out a frustrated sigh. He exhales deeply. If I keep pushing like this incredibly weak physical body is going to completely break down in no time at all. I seriously need to balance my mind and my physical body. He sits cross-legged right there on the bed, his round belly sticking out, and begins to carefully meditate. It has been over an entire month since I first formed my mana core. I have collected quite a bit of energy since then, so I should probably be ready to hit the next stage very soon. And just like that, bright blue streams of raw magic immediately erupt wildly, swirling all around his body as a brand new notification screen pops up. Through your incredibly consistent effort, you have successfully gathered your mana up to a very specific elevated level. The system text is floating right in front of him. That brilliantly glowing blue mana completely wraps around his chubby frame while his eyes stay shut in deep focus. Your physical body is now completely ready to handle just a little more mana. Stick with me here, guys. He takes a huge breath, converging that blinding magic flame right at his chest, locking his mind entirely. Mana core expanded. His hand shoots up, glowing intensely with brilliant blue magic fire. Right as the system notification pops up, his body can now endure a bit more mana. The magical currents continue to surge wildly around him. Another system panel chimes in, confirming his physical constitution has completely changed thanks to the expanded mana core. His emerald eyes snap open, sharp, intensely alive, totally different from his usual sluggish, exhausted vibe. He leaps to his feet, his entire body radiating a deep blue aura. He flashes a triumphant grin. Done. Next, his excited gaze locks onto the shiny sword, resting neatly on the weapon rack. All right then, let's see what we have here. The chubby prince reaches out, grips the hilt tight, and decisively draws the blade. He swings a beautiful wind-piercing slash. The blade is coated in blue magic as a notification appears. Rank achieved. Sword Apprentice. You can now use basic aura. He raises that glowing blade right up to eye level. Reflected in the steel is a super confident smirk. With this, he can easily handle all the absolute basics. All right, let's jump back to the training yard. The older knight stands with crossed arms, watching our prince. He speaks sternly. Rumors are spreading wildly across the kingdom. The prince blinks, totally clueless. Rumors making. The knight frown and click his tongue in sheer annoyance. About your bet. Thanks to that, even I'm getting annoyed. The prince's eyes go wide, stunned for a beat. Wouldn't it be much better if you just hurried up and found a dual opponent? He answers awkwardly. Ah, about that. Then a ridiculously sly smile spreads right as the image of a red-haired noble flashes through his mind. As for the opponent, I've already made my pick. He looks at the knight swinging, a sword wrapped in 2 magic rings, scratching his chin. More importantly, uncle, it'll be really hard to fight a 2-ring user right now. So how about I duel the 1-ring guys? First, the knight replies, totally cold. Suit yourself. The prince immediately turns to the guard, face lit with excitement. How are those things I asked for? The guard bows respectfully with a smile, holding out a thick document stack. Yes, your highness, arranged exactly as you requested. It's a list of challengers who sent duel requests, but the guard hesitates, seeing him so intensely reading. However, your highness, are you actually planning to have sparring matches with them? The prince casually replies, why not? The guard anxiously explains, accompanied by blurry, bloodthirsty imagery, oozing right off the list. Most of these people hold a massive grudge against you. They might intentionally harm you, under the guise of a duel. He smirks faintly, eyes flashing with cunning calculation. I already know that. That's exactly why. He turns to stare directly at his uncle, declaring loud and clear, you must be the referee. For me, uncle. The only response he gets is a totally cold, expressionless face and absolute dead silence. He swings the wooden sword, laughing shamelessly. I'm not asking for much. Just make sure nobody actually dies during the duel. You can grant me a tiny favor like that, right? A few days later, duel day arrives. Now watch this. A young guy stands sweating bullets, stammering at the insane sight right in front of him. This dude is looking at the magnificent, towering royal castle standing tall under the bright sun, the grand palace of the first prince, where that absolute scumbag lives. He clutches a paper-tight face full of murderous intent. My name is Taylor Teohame, second son of a perfectly ordinary baron family. Flashing back to a few years ago. That fat prince pointed right in their faces, laughing obnoxiously. Just look at that pathetic mess. Surrounded by the noble crowd, Taylor's father and brother were mercilessly mocked by the prince. From their clothes to their attitude reeking of peasants, look at him, eager just to attend a royal party. His father and brother suffered an unforgettable, crushing insult from that trash prince. Taylor grinds his teeth, his eyes practically bulging with bloodshot fury. Our family's honor hit rock bottom, and my father and brother became the absolute laughingstock of the nobles even now. Andreon Leon Beck steps into the training grounds. He bows to the chubby prince and the veteran knight, burying his raging anger deep down. Today I'll make you pay dearly for that. I offer my greetings to His Highness, First Prince Andreon Leon Beck. Taylor swings his sword forward majestically, loudly, and clearly, stating his name. I am Taylor's second son of the Teohame family, a 1-ring apprentice knight and the sword practitioner of House Teohame. Meanwhile, the prince just grumbles, looking super annoyed. Geez, why so ridiculously formal for a simple sparring match? It's not even an official duel. Looking at Andreon's heavily padded, fatty appearance, Taylor angrily grips his hilt, while the prince casually points and drops a sarcastic remark. By the way, is he really? All right, you and I are jumping right in. A knight, he looks totally pathetic. Veins bulge on Taylor's forehead as he glares furiously. His eyes burn with absolute rage. Just like the rumors say, the prince is a rude, arrogant punk who clearly does not know his place. He seriously lacks any self-awareness. Suddenly, a booming voice cuts through the tension to stop the madness. That is enough. The old uncle steps up. He glares at Taylor with a completely stern expression. I understand exactly how you feel, but this duel has not even officially started yet. Reel in that killing intent right now. Taylor jumps, spinning around in panic. The young knight's face flushes bright red as he clumsily stammers. Sir Valorhat completely ignores the royal. Taylor immediately bows down, showing the utmost respect to the veteran. It is an absolute unbelievable honor to meet you. The seasoned warrior just gives a casual nod. Nice to meet you too. Watching this whole respectful exchange go down right in front of him, the prince simply clicks his tongue, smirking with a taunting vibe. Looking at you two, anyone would think the uncle is the actual prince. Taylor drops his jaw, totally frozen in pure shock. Instantly, the uncle shoots a death glare right at his royal nephew. You really should have learned to behave much better by now. The chubby prince quickly looks away, sweating bullets as he grumbles. Geez, you are always dragging up the past. Breaking the heavy mood, the old veteran steps right into the center. Resting a hand on his hilt, the referee barks the order for both fighters to take their positions. This duel will commence immediately. Close up on the two rivals facing off. On one side, Taylor radiates pure killing intent, with his blade held high. Opposite him, Andreon looks completely bored and freezing cold. Taylor drops into a combat stance and a massive blinding blue magic aura erupts completely, engulfing his sword and body with terrifying power. A highly sinister grin spreads wide across Taylor's sharp, intensely focused face. All right then, your highness. The young knight launches forward like an absolute tornado, bringing down an incredibly horrific slash right at the bored prince's exact position. Please be careful. The heavy blades smash together, unleashing a massive shockwave that violently blasts a thick cloud of dust into the air. But get this, you and I are witnessing a basic wooden sword effortlessly block Taylor's brilliantly glowing magic-infused blade without the prince moving an inch. His sharp turquoise eyes calmly flick over to his struggling opponent, smirking in pure disappointment. You have way too many useless extra movements. He swings his arm out decisively, deflecting Taylor's heavy attack with totally overwhelming force, instantly shattering that intense blue magic aura into tiny little sparks. Taylor's eyes bug out in pure horror. Cold sweat pours down his face as he finally recognizes this completely abnormal, totally insane level of raw power. Wait, what? A mana core shoved by that terrifyingly massive force. The young fighter gets violently thrown backward, sliding helplessly across the totally cracked arena ground. Taylor barely manages to stagger back onto his feet, muttering in absolute disbelief as he stares at the chubby guy. A standard mana core should never be able to block a mana chain. Is it just because he only has one single ring? And then the prince casually stands up straight. The weapon in his hand suddenly ignites with a gorgeous blazing blue magical flame. That hit only felt like a very slight tickle. The young knight is left completely speechless, mouth hanging wide open as he gapes at this utterly illogical scene. Even the loyal royal guards, watching from the sidelines, are losing their minds in pure shock. A strange humming sound vibrates from the blade. Sweating nervously, they start whispering. Wait, is that really? Even the seasoned-old veteran goes completely pale. Thick sweat rolls heavily down his weathered cheeks, the true resonance of a sword. We get a close look at Andreon's weapon, glowing with blinding, brilliant magic as a completely stunned voice rings out. There is absolutely no way. Refusing to give his opponent any time to strike back, Taylor aggressively grinds his teeth together and charges forward again, driven by sheer rage and total desperation. Impossible. Andreon's eyes snap wide open, his face actually going blank for a quick second at the opponent's sudden insane burst. A vicious slash packed with every ounce of Taylor's power comes crashing down hard. The explosive clash of light forces Andreon to grit his teeth, struggling to bear the crushing pressure. But instantly, the chubby royal parries the strike aggressively, knocking the blade away and sending Taylor flying backward with an agonizing high-pitched scream. This massive final impact sets off a blindingly bright explosion of raw magical energy, aggressively blowing absolutely everything in the vicinity away. The solid ground is violently torn up the loser's boots, scraping miserably across the shattered stone tiles. As the thick dust finally clears out, Taylor leans heavily on his sword, gasping for air. Meanwhile, the chubby royal with a round belly stands completely unbothered, like a total boss, right opposite him. Half hidden in the dark shadows, the prince mutters to himself while sweating profusely. They always said that ring mana is fundamentally incompatible with standard core mana. Turns out that theory is actually 100% correct. He grabs his brightly glowing chest, tightly feeling the chaotic, dangerous magical turbulence raging deep inside his body. I feel like a violent mana reflux could happen at literally any second. Despite that terrifying risk, a neat little system window pops up. He lifts his head to face Taylor's utterly panicked, horrified expression. Did you just announce to everyone here that you are the second son of the esteemed Baron Taylor family? Right? Andreon aims his glowing blade right at his defeated opponent, flashing a highly confident smirk at the violently shaking knight. You seriously need to cool your hot head down right now. He tightly shuts his eyes, instantly beginning to regulate. his heavy breathing to fiercely suppress that dangerous internal reflux, focusing sharply on his basic senses. Instantly, his chaotic mind dives deep down into a perfectly silent, totally empty void. That heavy, chubby physical body is literally floating downwards, sinking toward the pitch-black bottom of a deep ocean. He suddenly snaps, his glowing magical eyes open underwater, reaching one hand far forward as he softly calls out into the dark. Awaken! The massive, awe-inspiring image of a gigantic dragon fiercely coiling through the midnight darkness majestically appears. Whether people call it a demon sword, a holy blade, or countless other names, they are all a spiritual fragment. Alright, check this out. A glowing gold system screen pops up with back-to-back alerts. His mana core just accepted an absolutely massive will. A brilliant new color finally coats the once colorless mana core. Let's zoom in here. A giant glowing blue dragon eye suddenly snaps wide open. It signals pure, terrifying power. That dormant dragon-slaying will is fully awake. Back in reality, our guy stands his ground. And right behind him, the heavy, oppressive phantom of a massive sword plunged deep into a blood-red demon dragon appears. The memories of this blade from its very last battle and the core's essence merge together, forged purely to slaughter dragons. A violent crimson light suddenly erupts right out of his chest. Boom. Another system notification pops up to confirm this absolutely insane new power. Dragon Slayer core activated. The bright jade eyes of the prince instantly transform. His pupils shrink down into sharp vertical slits glowing with a fierce red light packed full, with the wild, savage brutality of a real dragon. A blood-red magic aura aggressively swirls and wraps completely around his body, gathering into the fierce shadow of a roaring, vicious dragon. He is now a weapon forged for one single absolute purpose, slaughtering other dragons. And so the phantom dragon casts an overwhelming, terrifying shadow right over Taylor. The system chimes again. This is the true raw power of the Dragon Slayer sword. The energy pouring out from the Dragon Slayer core has completely fused with the blade itself. Trapped under that insane, terrifying pressure, Taylor's face goes completely pale without a single drop of blood. Drenched in sweat, the guy stutters in absolute paralyzing fear. What in the world is standing right in front of him? Outside the ring, the seasoned veteran's face suddenly drops. He absolutely gasps, shouting out in absolute panic. Stop right now. But before the words even land, the prince dashes forward. Glowing red eyes, heavy killing intent, and a wind-tearing sword strike charging straight ahead. He completely ignores his uncle's desperate, echoing scream. That blade is way too dangerous. Let's rewind the memories to right before this match even started. The prince stood next to his uncle and quietly whispered, "Uncle, I have a huge favor to ask before we kick off this sparring session." The veteran raised an eyebrow in total confusion. What is it? Zoom in on the prince's face. But right now, he's wearing an incredibly sharp, highly cunning smile. If the situation ever looks like, I am actually about to take my opponent's life, as the memory fades, the massive uncle rushes out like a literal lightning bolt, perfectly blocking the space between Taylor and the enraged prince, bringing his sword down. The uncle swings his own blade wrapped in brilliant blue magic, blocking that deadly crimson slash. He is fulfilling his nephew's exact request. You absolutely have to stop me, uncle. Boom 2. Terrifying streams of power violently clash, creating a truly blinding explosion of light. The insane shockwave blasts the prince's heavy body straight backward through the air. As the thick smoke finally clears out, the veteran stands there looking absolutely majestic. Crackling blue magic sparks around his body like an unbreakable steel shield. He is completely protecting a violently trembling Taylor right behind him. Meanwhile, Andreon clumsily sits up, leaning hard against a stone wall that is totally cracked from the heavy impact. Thick dust surrounds his somewhat pathetic, beaten-down appearance. The uncle's face is dead serious now. With a sharp, highly annoyed swing, he decisively sheathes his huge sword. But suddenly, cold steel is pointed straight at the uncle's back. The panicked royal knights aggressively rush forward, completely surrounding him, with their weapons drawn. Count Valorhat, what the hell did you just do? Another soldier immediately steps up and angrily shouts, you could seriously be charged with the attempted murder of a royal emerging from the dusty rubble. Andreon leans on his sword and staggers up. He waves the soldiers off, leaving Taylor totally speechless. Everyone step back right now. I was the one who asked him to do that. The frantic knights immediately gasp. Your Highness, zoom in on his dirt-covered face. Andreon casually wipes away the blood leaking from the corner of his mouth and flashes a weak, forced smirk. I mean, I definitely asked him to stop me, but I never told him to beat me into absolute unconsciousness like this. Before he can even finish, whining, his heavy body completely gives out. He staggers, then falls straight backward with a loud thud. The palace guards scream out in pure panic. Your Highness, scene shift. Deep inside his mind, that brilliant blue mana core violently surges. Huge streams of energy crash fiercely into each other, looking like they want to tear absolutely everything apart. Blinking awake on a super soft bed, he grabs his glowing blue chest and lets out a massive sigh of relief. Man, I really thought my mana core was actually going to shatter into a million tiny pieces. Remembering that veteran's insane, terrifying power, he nervously gulps and mutters to himself. His true power is seriously on a completely different level compared to those nameless fodder thugs. And crazy enough, I somehow managed to take that direct hit straight on. Luckily, it doesn't look like there is any lasting damage here. He claps his hands together and flashes a really refreshed, satisfied smile. Well, whatever, in the end, everything worked out perfectly fine. After all, I did totally win that intense duel, didn't I? While he is busy feeling all smug, a deep, icy cold voice suddenly echoes right from the foot of his bed. Just what exactly are you smiling about? He stares blankly. Ha! The veteran count stands right there, arms crossed, looming tall in the dark shadows of the bedroom. Our MC awkwardly scratches his head. What brings you all the way here, uncle? The veteran scowls. Seriously, what in the world were you just doing out there? Boom. The memory of that intense blood-red killing intent flashes by. The uncle growls, his eyes completely blazing with absolute fury. What was that evil sword art? I have never ever taught you a fighting style like that. Now facing his uncles, all right, you and I are diving in. Dropping the jokes, the heavy-set prince stares him down with a dead serious vibe. He says he's just staying completely true to the actual nature of the sword. His uncle just freezes. He is totally speechless at his nephew's wild excuse. Then he scowls, yelling right back at him. How can he talk about the true nature of a sword when he hasn't even fought a single real battle? A flash of a bloody, furious slash crosses the screen. The old veteran's voice goes completely cold as he concludes. So the true nature of the sword as you see it is pure killing intent. Finally, the old veteran half closes his eyes. He lets out this heavy, complicated sigh and practically chokes out a very reluctant admission. Even though that mindset is blatantly obvious and honestly annoys me, it is still the absolute truth. Andreon blinks. His face lights up with pure, unhidden shock. He blurts out that he can't believe it. That is genuinely beyond imagination. A super rare smile actually creeps onto the uncle's face while his nephew's voice keeps echoing out loud. He seriously thought his uncle would lecture him. Give some huge speech about how the way of the sword is pure perfection, or something like that, and just rant forever. Instantly dropping his smile, the veteran clasps his hands behind his back. He stands there looking totally majestic. You can literally see the shadow of an army behind him. He states with a deep voice, I am a soldier, not some shiny, noble knight. I am a man who walks the path of victory, not the path of strict righteousness. The prince freezes up for a second, his eyes locked and listening closely. But as the uncle keeps explaining, he looks down at the heavy-set prince sitting right on the dirt. His gaze is insanely strict. Your sword path has strayed way too far. If your killing intent pushes past the absolute limit, you will fail to tell friend from foe. So the prince just lazily blinks, his hand resting right on his sword hilt, and grumbles back at him. And that is exactly why you made this giant fuss, right? To fix it. The count looks right into his nephew's eyes and boldly declares, I will be watching you closely. I will see if you end up swallowed whole by the demon hiding inside of you or not. Time quickly skips forward and a system notification pops up on the screen. After 3 totally brutal days of their intense sparring sessions wrap up, a sword slams straight into the ground, kicking up a massive dust cloud. The young guy Taylor stands there, gasping heavily for some air. His hand is still gripping the hilt tight as the prince speaks up. You said your name was Taylor, right? The prince rests his sword right on his shoulder, flashing a bright, satisfied smile. You did a really great job these past 3 days. But honestly, Taylor was fighting for his life to block strikes packed with pure red-hot killing intent for 3 days straight. So he really did suffer a terrible lot. But it's such a shame, isn't it? He leans in super close, openly mocking the young guy who is keeping his head down low. You probably would have felt way better if you managed to kick my butt at least once, but you couldn't even pull that off. Taylor nervously stammers, well, about that, Andreon just turns and waves over a nearby maid. She is holding a small wooden chest, and he orders her to bring it right over. We get a close-up of the beautifully carved chest. Taylor looks super confused and asks, Your Highness, what is this? Right then a vision of the old, overweight, crazy prince laughing like a complete maniac flashes on screen. The current prince looks at the chest and sighs out loud. I heard I did some pretty messed up things to you back then. I do not know if this will ever make up for it. He shoves the chest into the panicked young man's shaking hands and says, But take this to Baron Taylor Teohame. It is nothing too crazy, just a nice pile of shiny gold and a personal written letter. He casually turns his back and walks away, shooing him off with a simple, now leave. Have a safe trip, holding the heavy chest. Taylor stares up at the shining castle, his eyes getting totally teary. Thank you so much, Your Highness. Meanwhile, the prince just smirks to himself, thinking he has zero obligation to clean up the mess that previous trash bag caused. But hey, if he is making someone work, he should at least pay them fair and square. Now, get this, the Trash Prince's little sparring match instantly becomes the hottest gossip topic across the entire kingdom. Around the royal fountain, the stuck-up nobles are completely whispering and mocking him. They think his massive ego has finally dug his own grave. The first prince is absolutely going to pay a seriously heavy price for all his past wrongdoings. They wonder exactly how much total humiliation he is going to suffer right now. However, even after waiting for multiple days straight, the juicy news they were all begging to hear never arrives. A super curious noble literally runs up and asks Taylor, "Oh, you were asking about how the big duel went down." Taylor just smiles so brightly, practically radiating this blinding holy aura like some devoted fanatic. He says, well, it seems like there was a huge misunderstanding about the situation. The first prince is not actually terrible like the rumors claim. Both sides just put their absolute best effort into the duel, and that is literally it." When they ask about him being threatened, Taylor tightly clenches his fists and boldly shouts, "Threatened? I only went there to truly understand His Highness's pure sincerity." Hearing this, the nobles literally turn to stone. Their faces go pale, white dripping with cold sweat as they stand there, completely clueless. What the heck is going on? They instantly assume the royal family must have bought their silence. Meanwhile, the very man at the center of the gossip hears this news, swings his fist, and completely smashes a wooden barrel into pieces. Buying their silence? Kiss my butt. The heavy-set prince furiously roars out loud, his face burning bright red with anger. The guy only kept his mouth shut because he was just lose to me. He grits his teeth, radiating pure killing intent. Do these nobles have absolutely nothing better to do? They really should do something useful with all that free time. The older knight standing behind him just side-eyes him with a smirk. You've got plenty of time to judge others, huh? Cue the flashback. Young Taylor is clutching a chest, completely trembling and backing away in pure terror as our lovely prince marches forward, looking absolutely furious. Close up on the chubby prince's demonic face as he grabs Taylor by the collar, a raging inferno blazing in the background. Going all out with the threats. When you leave here, you better make sure you spread the exact results of our duel. Do I make myself clear? Taylor practically bursts into tears. I will. Back to the present. Andreon crosses his arms, wearing the smuggest smile ever. All those crazy rumors must have finally died down by now, right? Suddenly, his eyes bulge, sweat dripping down his face as he turns around. Wait, what? The maid frantically waves her hands in pure panic, stuttering out the brutal truth. Well, there is a massive rumor going around that your highness completely threatened him to totally fake the results of the duel, leaving Andreon absolutely speechless, drowning in an endless, painful silence. He just drops his head, panting heavily, sweat completely drenching his shadowed face. But then he just shakes off the exhaustion and his entire body suddenly erupts with an intense, blazing energy, a raging bright blue aura. He flashes this wildly excited, radiant smile. Whatever, just forget about it. Let us just get back to training, all right. In a flash, he charges forward and slams his sword down. The blade tears through the wind, carving out an absolutely gorgeous blue sword aura. His eyes, razor sharp and completely focused. Our prince spins the blade around, unleashing a brutal chain of high-power slashes. He twists his whole body, swinging his weapon horizontally through the air with a flawless, totally decisive form. The blade literally splits the atmosphere apart, leaving behind these intensely glowing blue afterimages that trail every single one of his bulky yet surprisingly agile movements. The tip of the sword smashes violently into the ground, making that bright blue energy detonate and light up the entire training area. After a while, Andreon finally stops. His eyes look dead tired but still completely serious. That intense blue aura is still wrapping around his chest as he heaves for air. He shoots a quick glance over his shoulder, asking the blonde knight holding the clipboard, "All right, how many sparring partners do we even have left at this point?" The blonde knight just flips through the report paper. "The person arriving today is the final one, sir." The chubby prince lets out a massive heavy sigh, looking absolutely and utterly bored to tears. These rookie knights just are not on my level anymore. However, the blonde knight keeps his perfectly calm poker face and quickly adds, "Even so, this final challenger is a proper knight who has been formally trained in real swordsmanship." The epic visual of a highly detailed sword and a brilliantly glowing shield pops up as he speaks. This is someone who refused to settle for just the basic sword skills of their noble family. A true genius who actually joined the Knight Order to grind. Andreon raises an eyebrow, staring at the paper as his eyes flash with sheer interest and a bit of surprise. He smirks. "Oh, an apprentice from the Iron Lion Knights. All right, guys, watch closely." Cut to the sunlight pouring through the doorway. The silhouette of a long-haired female knight steps into view carrying the glorious name of Arwen Kayan. Now, from the angle, just behind her heavy armor, that slender figure finally steps into the light. It is definitely her, right? I mean, seeing the Iron Lion badge printed right on the armor confirms it. The mental image of an absolutely ice-cold beauty surrounded by thorny rose bushes pops into everyone's heads, bringing up all of her famous nicknames. The flower on the cliff, the thorny rose, and of course, the woman who completely shattered the hearts of literally every single man. Her black leather boots stride right into the training grounds and smoothly come to a halt. The guards immediately start excitedly whispering, out of pure hype. She is seriously gorgeous. I cannot believe a top-tier woman like her actually came all the way down here. Honestly, in a weird way, our prince really does have a talent for attracting people, right? The female knight tilts her head, showing off a delicate, elegant profile that looks as freezing cold as a 1,000-year-old glacier. Her razor-sharp eyes shoot a deadly, piercing glare straight ahead. As she stands there, the silver armor perfectly highlighting her majestic build, the nasty little whispers from the crowd just keep right on echoing. Man, it would be absolutely hilarious if the prince gets publicly humiliated by a woman, right? A super grand introduction screen pops up for her. The Iron Lion Knights, famous for being one of the absolute top-tier orders in the entire kingdom, known for both their insane fame and raw skill. Apprentice Knight Arwen Kayan, a highly promising prodigy who is already locked in for official membership. Meanwhile, on the completely opposite side of things, our chubby prince is sweating massive bullets. His face is completely scrunched up in pure confusion as he wonders why would a genius like this seek me out for a duel. His knight just flashes a bright, innocent smile. Well, you see, back in the day, there was a tiny misunderstanding between your highness and Lady Arwen. The prince turns ghostly pale internally, screaming a misunderstanding my foot. Knowing the original trash owner of this body, I definitely started some unprovoked drama. Suddenly, the memories hit him like a truck. He whips around, grabbing a poor terrified maid who is literally shaking. You, tell me right now, what the heck did I do back then? The maid is dripping in sweat, avoiding eye contact as she stutters out, yes, your highness. And then the ultimate bomb drops, hitting his eardrums like a massive lightning strike. You publicly harassed Lady Arwen, sir. The chubby prince's face completely freezes in sheer shock, his eyes literally rolling to the back of his head. He starts pulling his hair out, just mentally screaming and cursing out the original owner of his body. What an absolute lunatic. And just like that, the vision of the past zooms in. The female knight's hand, clenching into a tight fist as she desperately holds back her exploding rage. And there it is, the incredibly sleazy, disgustingly lustful face of the old scumbag prince leaning in. Getting uncomfortably close, he dropped a disgusting line. So your name is Arwen Kayan. You really are gorgeous, just like the rumors say. What do you think? You could be my personal maid if you want. Reaching her absolute limit, Arwen Kayan didn't even hesitate to reach out. She violently slapped away the sweaty hand of that fat creep, reaching for her, rejecting him in the most brutal way possible. At that moment, the prince, veins bulged on his furious face, but our girl just stood tall and fired right back. Your highness, the knights of this kingdom are not your personal property. And guys, this fat prince literally stomped his feet like a toddler, throwing a massive screaming tantrum right in the hall. Back in the present, the prince was completely speechless. His face went pale, dripping with cold sweat as the maid recounted the story. Wait, is that what I really said back then? He awkwardly looked away, sweating bullets as he thought to himself. Honestly, it sounded exactly like the twisted flirting of a total scumbag. Just then, Arwen Kayan's gorgeous figure stepped forward with a freezing glare which immediately made him quietly reevaluate everything. I mean, nobody is blind enough to call this girl ugly. The knight placed a hand on her chest, offering a perfectly stiff formal bow. Her voice dripped with absolute sarcasm. It has been a while, your highness. I see you haven't changed one single bit. Andrian awkwardly scratched his head, forcing a nervous smile as he scrambled for excuses. I wouldn't say that at all. I have actually changed a lot. You know, so much that I am basically a completely different person inside. But in response to that totally lame explanation, she just shot him a glare sharper than a razor blade. The prince shrank back, silently crying on the inside. Yeah, I totally deserve this. It is all just my own karma catching up. Right on cue, heavy footsteps echoed through the hall, followed by a guard's loud announcement that finally saved this totally suffocating atmosphere. Count Valorhat had arrived. Pausing for a second, the count's face immediately lit up with total surprise as he blurted out, "Wait, are you?" Arwen Kayan stayed completely calm, placing her hand over her heart and delivering a flawless textbook bow to the older man. Apprentice Knight of the Iron Lion Knights Arwen Kayan, greeting Count Valorhat. But the count just tilted his head toward Andrian, tossing out a very worrying warning. He leaned over and warned the female knight with a genuinely serious tone. You better be very careful. His Highness's sword technique is actually incredibly brutal. Hearing this, the prince standing right behind him started sweating bullets, screaming internally. Hey old man, what happened to your totally neutral observer status anyway? Did you just throw it out the window? The Count just smiled slightly, turned around and calmly walked away. Now it was time. The fat prince smirked with absolute confidence. Meanwhile, Arwen Kayan drew her sword with a freezing deadly glare. The Count's voice echoed loudly across the courtyard. Both fighters, take your positions. Standing right in front of the massive fountain, he sharply raised his hand and slashed it down. From this very moment, the official duel may now begin. Without wasting a single breath, the female knight dashed forward like an absolute hurricane. She left behind a stunning trail of bright blue mana, exploding right against the stone ground. Andrian just stood there casually, rocking a triumphant smirk. Time to see what this Iron Lion rookie could really do. But wait, she had already launched herself high into the air, bringing her blade crashing down with an explosive strike meant to split the wind itself. She aimed straight for the prince's head. Suddenly, a weird magical glow flickered deep inside Andrian's eyes as he quietly analyzed the strike. Okay, her movement is actually pretty solid. Boom! A deafening explosive crash echoed across the entire courtyard. Sparks flew everywhere, like crazy lightning when Andrian actually raised his blade. He perfectly blocked her super heavy blue mana slash. But guys, pay close attention here. The prince instantly realized he had made a huge mistake. His face twisted in pain, blood trickling from his mouth as he realized his own mana was reversing. Just look at Arwen Kayan's beautiful but completely deadpan face. She was forcing her blade down with terrifying strength, showing absolutely zero mercy. Andrian was violently knocked backwards, stumbling heavily as he desperately tried to block. He gritted his teeth, barely holding his ground. Suddenly, the fight shifted into a lightning-fast blur of high-speed clashes. The female knight relentlessly closed the distance. She unleashed a literal storm of razor-sharp blue slashes, attacking like a wild hurricane. The prince could do nothing but cower in defense as sparks flew everywhere. He bit down hard, sweating absolute buckets as he cursed to himself. Damn it, she is playing me like a total fool right now. This is really bad. Taking a quick step back, Arwen Kayan suddenly condensed a massive surge of glowing blue mana into her blade. She was gearing up for an ultimate finishing strike. She aimed straight for her heavily panting target, but right at that very second, Andrian's entire body erupted into a violently swirling dark crimson aura. A system notification instantly popped up. The Dragon Slayer's heart had been fully activated. The female knight's eyes shot wide open in complete and absolute shock. She stared at the terrifying demonic energy that just exploded from him. Her ultimate finishing strike violently clashed right into his roaring crimson energy wave. Boom! The impact triggered a massive earth-shattering explosion that instantly completely leveled everything in the immediate area. The terrifying force of that crazy collision was so insane it literally blasted Arwen Kayan backward. She hung suspended in the air, her eyes completely locked onto the prince who was now wreathed in flames. Flipping backward, she quickly regained her balance, digging her heavy boots deep into the stone floor to stop her slide. Her battle stance, still absolutely flawless. Not a single opening anywhere. Sweat trickled down her delicate face as she stared warily at his glowing blade, muttering under her breath. Meanwhile, the prince finally let out a sigh of relief, flashing a super cocky smirk. I guess not all swords are created equal, huh? This girl is definitely on a completely different level compared to those weak rookies. And this is where it gets crazy, guys. His eye literally started glowing. A magical system screen suddenly popped right up. A brand new skill, lesser power, the greater appraisal, was now fully activated on a limited scale. His opponent's hidden stats were completely laid bare. Target Arwen Kayan, female 19. Status Apprentice Knight. Talent level, Swordsmanship rank A. The battle had just begun. Combat skills, rank B. Mana sensitivity, also B. Traits, a competitive sword prodigy. She is insanely sharp, incredibly tough on the outside, and absolutely fierce, but surprisingly soft on the inside. Our boy spits out a mouthful of blood, his eyes turning wild, looking more dangerous than ever before. He realizes something huge. Just being able to see these system limits changes everything. Suddenly, his sword bursts into brilliant red flames and he quickly crouches low, fully preparing for a totally destructive counterattack. The female knight is not backing down either. Intense blue mana wraps tightly around her blade, completely ready to clash. The prince breaks it down for us. This means she is either slightly weaker or packs the exact same power level as him. The stone floor absolutely shatters beneath their feet, marking the exact moment these two fighters explode forward, rushing into a massive fiery collision. Next up, the heavyset prince is practically burning alive with pure red killing intent. He drops a devastating strike straight from the air. The female knight swings her blue mana blade to block, triggering an absolutely terrifying, earth-shaking explosion. You and I are officially watching the real battle begin. Finally, the thick dust clears out and both fighters step back, completely gasping for air. The prince is bruised up, his face dripping with sweat, And the beautiful Arwen Kayan, she is not looking much better, totally panting hard from pure exhaustion. Under a blood-red sunset, these two stubborn rivals stand far apart in the massive arena, weapons locked in their hands, but their bodies are heavy and literally staggering. Suddenly, the sharp blade is perfectly sheathed with a crisp snap, instantly breaking that insanely tense atmosphere. The old count steps up with a serious face to intervene. He loudly demands them to stop. Today is over. We will continue this crazy match tomorrow. Hearing that, Andreon casually wipes a streak of blood right off his mouth. He clicks his tongue, pretending to be totally bummed out to show off. Man, I was just about to finish this. Arwen Kayan flashes a very forced smile, dripping with sweat but absolutely refusing to back down. She grits her teeth and fires back. What a coincidence, I was about to do exactly that. They glare at each other, sparks literally flying. Neither side is giving an inch as the prince teases her. Oh really? Want to keep going? And Arwen Kayan is fully ready to throw down. If you want, I can go all night. Suddenly, the old count lets out a massive booming roar, completely cutting through their super intense, bloodthirsty staring contest. That is enough. The older guy crosses his arms, looking completely annoyed as he gives the order. It is way too late now. Both of you need to go get treated immediately. Right on cue, a healer desperately runs over to Andreon, his hands glowing brightly, with pure healing magic quickly supporting him. Your Highness, I will patch you up in no time. The old healer fusses over him nervously, treating the injuries and mumbling. Oh man, there is a bad bruise right here too. This makes Andreon frown in serious annoyance, looking away with a highly judgmental look. Meanwhile, right across the arena, Arwen Kayan is getting healed by a male mage. A soft, soothing blue light radiates outward, clearly illuminating her totally calm face, while the prince keeps secretly sneaking peeks at her. Suddenly, the beautiful knight casts her eyes down, her expression showing serious hesitation. It is super complicated. Then at the exact same time, these two stubborn rivals tilt their chins and completely snap their faces away, determined to never look at each other again. The female knight proudly turns her back, striding right off the massive arena while silently screaming internally for absolute revenge. She swears she will never lose. The entire arena is completely soaked in this incredibly brilliant sunset, officially marking the grand end of a brutal, exhausting day. And here's the harsh truth: nobody actually won. The surrounding knights and guards are quietly whispering among themselves, their faces absolutely packed with pure shock. Is this already the third day? Honestly speaking, I am pretty incredibly surprised right now. The guard nods in heavy praise, completely dropping his sarcastic attitude from before. I have definitely heard a whole lot about Arwen Kayan and her insane knight skills. But the first prince, his skills are just as impressive. Skipping to the very next day, the tall legs of Arwen Kayan stand completely firm in front of Andreon. She fiercely issues her next challenge. I hope we finally get a real result out of this match today. Hearing that, our prince flashes a super sly, calculating smile. He holds up his hand. Hold on a second. Before we fight another crazy round, I actually have something to say. The gorgeous knight instantly frowns, throwing up her defenses and glaring hard. She looks absolutely disgusted, ruthlessly cutting him off mid-sentence. Please do not tell me you are trying to apologize right now, she loudly declares, her firm stance totally psychoanalyzing her opponent right on the spot. I will absolutely not accept any apology from you. I understand everything. You plan to fix your damaged ego using your own pure strength. Honestly, that is a super admirable mindset to have, but Andreon just laughs awkwardly. He quickly shrugs and waves his hand, instantly shutting down her wild imagination. Well, it is definitely not about that at all. He tilts his head, smiling like a total villain, luring in fresh prey. Look, since we are fighting this fiercely, should we not put a reward on the line? He casually drops the bait right there. The loser must grant one single wish to the final winner. How about it? The audience totally panics, imagining some incredibly terrifying and humiliating scenarios. If ordered to kneel, they absolutely must kneel. Begging for mercy, they would have to do it. Arwen Kayan loses her icy composure, a drop of cold sweat rolling down her face at this super shady, villainous proposal. And you and I both know the royal knights absolutely panic instantly, screaming out and totally losing it, trying to stop him like a loud flock of birds. Your Highness, as a royal member, you cannot say things like that in public. Please take back your crazy words right now, the prince angrily grumbles back at them. Outsiders need to stay out of this. Why is everyone? All right, you and I are jumping right in. Ignoring the noisy crowd, the heavy-set prince rests his hand on his sword, eyes dead serious. He stares hard, waiting. What do you think? Arwen Kayan doesn't hesitate for a second. She draws her sword and slams it right into the dirt. She slyly uses her loyalty as a perfect excuse to reject this highly dangerous bet. Even as a mere trainee knight, I am a proud member of the Knight Order loyal to the Leon Beck royal family. I wouldn't dare commit such a disrespectful act against your Highness. Then the female knight flashes a confident smirk. The sharp blade in her hand suddenly radiates an intense wave of bright blue mana as she boldly declares, "However, if it falls within your highness's permission, I honestly believe I have the full right to claim the reward from this bet." She pivots slightly. A crimson killing intent violently erupts around her, paired with a seriously smug grin. Good thinking. Immediately, they rush at each other like moths to a flame. Swords clash hard, sparking red and blue, creating a massive explosion as he roars. "Don't you dare take those words back later." The prince accelerates, swinging his arm, pouring absolutely all his strength into a wind-tearing slash, aiming straight for the beauty's head without any mercy whatsoever. Arwen Kayan doesn't back down. She calmly raises her sword high, unleashing a super powerful wave of blue mana to completely deflect that brutal attack. But right then the fat prince's eyes suddenly flash with a sinister crimson light matched by a smile so downright crazy it gives you total goosebumps. A massive wave of blood-red sword aura unexpectedly crashes down. Arwen Kayan has to grit her teeth, bracing herself against the pure agony. She is seriously breaking a heavy sweat, staring in absolute shock at her opponent's completely overwhelming power. She thinks to herself, too fast. Yesterday he wasn't nearly this fast. Through the dust, the heavy prince stands tall, blazing with intense killing intent. Behind him rises the terrifying phantom of a giant red dragon, roaring out, striking absolute fear right into her. Did he actually hide his true strength? And just like that, the entire arena turns to flat wasteland. The two figures become streaks of light clashing, lightning fast, creating countless fiery explosions that violently blow away everything around them. The female knight grimaces in severe pain, biting her lip with a groan as the brutal crimson energy viciously knocks her backward. Her body skids wildly across the ground. She has to dig her boots hard into the stone to stop sliding, kicking up thick dust. Her beautiful face is now totally covered in sweat, chest heaving from pure exhaustion. But her eyes, still razor-sharp and completely unbroken. Not giving her a single second to breathe, the prince suddenly accelerates, charging in like a flaming bulldozer to push for a fatal strike. Blades cross once again, red and blue energies clash violently, completely shredding the stone courtyard right under these two stubborn fighters' feet. Peaking in a blinding energy explosion, it wipes out everything nearby completely, blowing away all the lingering smoke from the battlefield. Finally, the proud female knight is forced right to her knees, collapsing onto the ground. Her sword is stabbed into the dirt to support her battered body. Now watch this. While he stands tall and imposing right in front of her, the guards outside are left totally speechless, jaws drop and eyes wide at this unbelievable sight. Even the veteran count, who is usually so incredibly calm, has to frown, his face showing clear absolute shock. Sweat drips down Arwen Kayan's extremely dazed face as she stares blankly at the ground, utterly unable to process her own brutal defeat. This is impossible, she thinks. In that heavy, tense silence, the prince's sword tip lowers to the ground. He casually drops a massively powerful final statement. "I win the bet." Under the fading sun, the knight's small frame kneels right before the prince, who loudly calls out Arwen Kayan's full name. Oh, and here's the crazy part. His face tilts down, flashing a super cunning and sleazy smirk, looking exactly like a classic evil villain. And his bold declaration that he wants her hits like a heavy lightning bolt straight to her ears. The great beauty physically flinches, snapping her head up to glare at him in complete panic. We shift to a flashback, showing her past thoughts while looking seriously impressive in her full knight armor, taking the royal guard position for the most notorious trash first prince in the entire kingdom. Contrary to all my worries, the job wasn't hard at all. Next up is a voice asking from a hidden dark corner, "Are you the new royal guard?" Then we see her respectfully bowing and answering her brand new master. "Yes, I am very much looking forward to serving your highness." The chubby, sleepy face of the heavy prince sitting arrogantly with crossed legs on his massive chair. "Yeah." The prince acts a little haughty, saying, "All right, I'm counting on you." But get this, he actually never threw those random senseless tantrums that all the Wild Kingdom rumors talked about. The memory of him jogging hard, sweating bullets around the castle courtyard pops right up in her mind. She even has a deep, thoughtful expression, quietly remembering that specific time. Honestly, it was the total opposite of the rumors. She vividly recalls the image of the prince standing, shirtless in a raging storm. He was endlessly swinging his wooden sword at the practice dummy, completely ignoring the harsh weather. It really made everyone respect him. At that time, the knights taking shelter from the rain looked out with serious worry, asking out loud, "The rain is getting too heavy. Should we stop?" His Highness, meanwhile, she just quietly watched him from behind. "You and I know what's coming." Suddenly, her eyes widen in pure panic, yelling out a loud warning toward the practice yard. "Your Highness, watch out." A blinding lightning bolt unexpectedly strikes straight down from the sky, hitting the wooden dummy right in front of the prince. It creates a terrifying explosion lighting up the entire area. All right, you and I are dropping right into the chaos. Dust cleared and Andreon slowly turned, flashing this crazed smile like an excited demon. He looked like he was playing with death. His knight's pupils shrank, completely stunned and terrified by his master's frantic, totally unhinged gaze. Through the heavy rain and the rising smoke, that towering figure suddenly felt incredibly overwhelming. He completely dominated the poor knight's racing mind. He realized his prince was destined to become a great man. Snapping back to reality under the sunset, the shock hit him all over again. He froze, totally stunned, hearing Andreon drop that ultimate scumbag line on the kneeling female knight. It was absolute madness to witness it happen. The prince actually said, "I want you." The knights in the back, completely petrified. They were grabbing their heads, screaming at his insane shamelessness. It was peak scumbag behavior. What a disgrace. They were sweating bullets, their faces twisting as the prince's entire regal image shattered into pieces. They seriously questioned their life choices, wondering if they completely misjudged him. Meanwhile, in the center of the courtyard, the gorgeous Arwen Kayan kneeled down. She was trembling, eyes shut tight, her head bowed in pure crushing humiliation. Fear and intense anger mixed on her face as she panicked. Arwen Kayan snapped her eyes open, her beautiful face twisted with rage and total confusion as she yelled, "Is that really what you want?" In response, Andreon leisurely slid his hands into his pockets. Looking completely arrogant, he dropped a mocking reply, "Of course I do. Because right now you are just an average apprentice knight. You could not even manage to defeat a supposedly trash prince like me." Half of his face was hidden, revealing this incredibly calculating sly smirk. He leaned in. "Therefore, what I truly want from you is—" Arwen Kayan froze. Her vivid purple eyes widened, bracing for the worst as he continued, "I want the potential and future of the knight named Arwen Kayan." Arwen Kayan. Suddenly, Andreon dropped the joke. His face grew incredibly serious. The golden sunset hit his features as he firmly stressed every single word. "I need a knight who will actually follow me." In the distance, his guard was startled, sweating bullets again, hearing his master speak so boldly. Not some knight ordered to protect me by a strict royal decree. They stood in the center of the massive arena, bathed in twilight. They faced each other. Andreon's bold declaration echoed across the courtyard. "I want a knight who belongs solely to me. And from what I see—" Suddenly, a mysterious system interface popped up right in front of the prince. It perfectly displayed Arwen Kayan's absolutely insane sky-high stats. He realized. He silently assessed her. "You have a terrifying natural talent for swordsmanship." The heavy prince's bright blue eyes flared with absolute unshakable confidence. He flashed a triumphant smile. "Therefore, Arwen Kayan." The stunning beauty completely froze. Her feet were glued to the ground as his final words hit. His powerful command completely struck her. "Become my knight." Now watch closely as her memories suddenly flood back, flashing to images of her training tirelessly. She was grinding sword practice on the training grounds, surrounded by the harsh whispers of nobles. "Is that the kid?" Just like the rumors said. While they gossiped, her mind was screaming. "I finally became the heroic knight I always dreamed of." Yet her breathtakingly beautiful face showed only struggle. Sweating through the drills, she looked incredibly determined despite the ridiculous rumors. People whispered about her stunning looks instead of her actual combat skills. She stood out far too much. Her bitter thoughts echoed again. "I became the knight I dreamed of." Then we see her swinging her sword wildly. She obliterated the wooden training dummy in a crazy frenzy. "I worked twice as hard as everyone else." Arwen Kayan's majestic, powerful stance dominated the field. She pointed her blade down easily, dropping a massive male apprentice right into the dirt. Her expression stayed completely icy. No mercy, just raw skill. Not a single trace of arrogance. The referee shouted loudly, "The winner is Arwen Kayan." Then her sharp blade tore right through the air again. She expertly disarmed another huge opponent with terrifying speed. Her bitter thoughts continued. Even after crushing absolutely every single apprentice in the entire knight squad, the screen shows her delivering a flawless, brutal slash, sending another guy flying across the grass. She did not hold back for even a second. She even absolutely crushed the blonde knight with one lightning-fast strike, showcasing flawless top-tier results time and time again without breaking a sweat. Yet we see Arwen Kayan walking down the hallway entirely alone. She left behind a pathetic group of men whispering toxic, mocking remarks right behind her back. Isn't Lady Arwen Kayan just our pretty little flower? Getting to protect a gorgeous beauty like her is honestly the greatest honor a knight could ask for. Hearing that trash made her bitterly realize the truth. "I will never be seen as a real knight." Snapping back to reality, Arwen Kayan looked down. She squeezed her eyes shut, desperately fighting back the heavy emotions. She bit her lip, but a slight blush painted her cheeks, her eyes finally glowing. A sudden bright spark of hope ignited. She looked forward. "He actually wants my true potential and my future purely as a warrior and knight." She stared deeply into Andreon's incredibly serious, calm face. Her mind was racing with one desperate question. Is he actually being sincere right now? In the center of the ruined arena, bathed in the burning red sun, the female knight finally spoke up. Her firm voice shattered the heavy silence. Please just promise me one thing. She held her head high, staring right at the battered, heavy-set prince. She made one very clear demand. Please treat me with respect. Not just as a pretty woman, but as a real knight. Arwen Kyan's face radiated pure pride and absolute unwavering determination. She stated her terms fiercely. If you can honestly do that for me, I will gladly follow your every command. The prince's deep blue eyes. Andreon's confident gaze locked perfectly with Arwen Kyan's fiercely determined purple eyes. Right there, an unbreakable, invisible contract was formed between them. Without any hesitation, Andreon dropped his answer without missing a beat. You and I both know this is peak anime energy. All right, it is a promise. Instantly, the female knight stepped back. She dropped to one knee on the cold stone floor in total loyalty. Andreon just smiled, looking completely satisfied. That smug smile of a ruler who just tamed a fierce warrior. Meanwhile, Arwen Kyan's proud voice rings out loud and clear. I, Arwen Kyan, eldest daughter of the Arwen Kyan family, swear absolute loyalty to Prince Andreon Leon Beck. Right in front of Cass and the entire crowd of dumbfounded guards reeling from this insane plot twist, she clearly declares her sacred oath. She promises to dedicate this blade and the rest of my life to your highness. A seasoned old man stands nearby with his arms crossed. His scarred face radiates a truly terrifying quiet composure as he watches in dead silence. Stick with me here because a sharp metallic flash cuts through the air right at that very moment, as the razor-sharp tip points straight ahead. An authoritative voice booms with absolute power, as the true and rightful heir of the noble Leon Beck bloodline. In the name of Andreon Leon Beck, I knight you. The cold blade rests gently on the gorgeous woman's shoulder, as she kneels respectfully. The chubby prince begins to bestow the sacred vows. Be courageous, be gracious. Bathed in the warm, brilliant light of the setting sun filling the courtyard, his massive figure towers over the tiny female knight. He seals the deal with one final crystal-clear command, and be loyal. By the very next day, Knight Arwen Kyan is back to fiercely training. She swings her massive broadsword, creating a blinding white shockwave that completely tears through the air, leaving the guards totally stunned. Over in the hallway, a group of male knights is intensely gossiping and whispering, their faces full of disgust, pledging loyalty to that pure scum. Does this make any sense at all? And on top of that, it was an oath born from a stupid bet. We really need to find a way to invalidate this. But I heard she actually rejected all of the help we offered her. Arwen Kyan's face flushes bright red with total embarrassment and pure rage as she overhears these malicious, nasty rumors echoing everywhere. Oh man, based on the wild gossip going around, doesn't this smell totally sketchy to you guys? Could there actually be some secret shady romance between her and the prince? Maybe he couldn't openly make her his mistress to protect his reputation, so he used the Sacred Knight's oath as a convenient cover-up. The whole thing felt off from the very start. Why would she even show up to participate in a shady duel hosted by that absolute scum anyway? Meanwhile, you and I are about to see inside the mansion. The chubby prince is furiously tearing at his hair, roaring in absolute frustration and despair. This is absolute madness. Am I seriously some kind of evil villain here? He grinds his teeth, furiously, fists clenched tight, just oozing murderous intent. He complains bitterly to Cass standing nearby. Am I really just the absolute worst scum on the face of the earth? The blonde bodyguard. Cass sweats profusely, keeping his head down to dodge his master's gaze. He stays totally silent, completely unsure of what to say. Suddenly, he hesitatingly speaks up, breaking the awkward tension. Your Highness. The chubby guy freezes and turns around, asking, Huh? The knight looks totally dead serious, staring straight at his master. He questions him about exactly what he had claimed that day. Andreon Leon Beck just stares back blankly and mutters, Wait when? Cass brings up the memory with a completely flat tone. A few days ago, right on the day of that final one-on-one duel. Along with his classic legendary quote, Not a knight who simply protects me due to some royal decree. Andreon Leon Beck finally lets out an echoing, you mean that little thing. The prince casually stuffs his hands in his pockets, shrugging it off like nothing. Did that honestly bother you? That is just the truth. If a royal decree suddenly ordered you to pack up and go somewhere else, wouldn't you just leave immediately? And then, Andreon Leon Beck smirks, flashing a totally cunning and incredibly provocative smile to mock his guard. Well, if you really want to, you could always just swear your oath later. Cass's expression suddenly turns dead serious, his eyes locked on with unshakable resolve as he asks, If I told you that I am ready to swear that oath right now, would you accept it? Without hesitating for even a single second, the prince turns away, coldly, rejecting him with one firm word. Nokas's eye twitches in sheer disbelief as the harsh, chubby guy brutally adds, I do not want you at all. There is absolutely zero fun in raising a guy like you. The handsome bodyguard is forced to force a super awkward smile, wincing and sweating as he bitterly replies, is that right? However, Andreon Leon Beck's chubby face instantly darkens, his sharp eyes glaring as he mutters, with absolute seriousness, I am not joking around. I am being completely serious here. The chubby guy's hand then grabs a letter. On it, it clearly states to the first prince of the Leon Beck royal family, Andreon Leon Beck is hereby fully pardoned from his strict house arrest, in order to attend the upcoming banquet hosted by the royal family. This leaves him totally confused, asking himself, did I do something wrong? He vigorously scratches his head, looking completely lost and clueless about what is happening. I cannot believe they actually lifted the house arrest an entire month and a half early. The memory of the king's absolutely furious face flashes in his mind with terrifying pressure. He mutters a heavy sigh. After acting like that, it felt like they would lock me in the first prince's palace and never want to see my face again. Honestly, Andreon Leon Beck shakes his head, walking away with a weary sigh. I have zero idea what the hell that man is even thinking anymore. Seeing this, Cass quickly speaks, up to ask, is your highness not happy that the house arrest has finally ended? Meanwhile, the little maid stands right nearby holding a tall stack of letters. He casually glances away, speaking with an incredibly reckless, don't-care attitude. I honestly do not care. Even if I end up leaving the palace, I have nowhere else to go, and absolutely no one to meet because I literally do not know anyone here. The little maid, holding the documents, suddenly flinches, totally startled. She pulls her hands back and lets out a gasp of shock. Hearing this, Andreon Leon Beck and Cass immediately spin around to look. This makes the poor girl frantically bow her head, apologizing profusely. I am so sorry, I just accidentally. Suddenly, an exclusive invitation meant for his highness catches his eye. The prince's eyes go completely wide, his face showing total surprise and pure curiosity as he repeats it. An invitation. Right on cue, the maid respectfully hands over a sleek gray envelope sealed with a stunning wax stamp. Yes, your highness, it's this. He grabs the letter, tilts his head with a frown, and reads the inside text aloud. His expression is totally puzzled. A special social club meant exclusively for young lords. What kind of joke is that? Instantly his little maid shyly speaks up to explain. It is a social gathering that your highness used to be a part of. This makes Andreon totally bewildered as he blurts out, wait, me. Seeing her reaction, he leans forward just a bit, his voice full of suspicion. Is that some kind of weird, shady place? The poor girl startles, hands nervously folded. Well, yes. Instantly, a vivid memory flashes right into the prince's mind, an image of his past overweight self hugging beautiful girls and chugging wine while laughing loudly. This pairs perfectly with the incredibly awkward explanation from his maid. For a mere servant woman like her, the supposedly refined hobbies of these young nobles are honestly pretty hard to even understand. Andreon angrily crushes the paper in his hand, scowling as he mutters, so it's just a lame gathering to drink and chase after women. Forget it, I am already way too busy with my training. Why would I even waste time on such a totally pointless party? Anyway, but then his sharp eyes suddenly go wide. His intense gaze locks right onto a completely unexpected and crazy detail. Right there on the invitation card, neat handwriting sits clear as day. Addressed to the wise, brave, and incredibly thoughtful Prince Andreon, sent directly from his eternal friend, Bernardo Lee, of the famous family. Instantly, the prince's face turns dead serious. His eyebrows furrow together, absolutely filled with deep thought as he starts muttering. An epic image of a knight's helmet radiating brilliant blue mana suddenly flashes right into his memory. That is a name he definitely remembers. According to his uncle, they were the family that stubbornly chased after the mana heart until the very bitter end, and ultimately collapsed into absolute ruins exactly 100 years ago. Finally, the prince turns to look at the little maid, letting out a heavy sigh of pure defeat. I suppose I should attend after all. The girl bows her head slightly, obediently answering back, I understand completely. I will prepare everything for you. Standing under the soft sunlight, Andreon holds the card, letting out this intense vibe of distant majesty. He thinks to himself, I really hope that family hasn't completely fallen apart yet. Now let's jump back into his memories, where he recalls the crazy truth. After possessing the body of this absolute scumbag first prince, he started an intense weight loss journey. 4 brutal months have officially passed. Back in reality, an old tailor clasps his hands together, looking insanely excited as he asks, Your Highness, does this custom outfit actually please you? I made sure to follow every single word of your instructions, and wow, every tiny detail of the sleek new outfit perfectly highlights his newly slimmed figure. Just as requested, the color is pitch black, and the flashy decorations are totally minimized. Standing right in the middle of the room, Andreon stands with hands on his hips, glowing like an absolute god. The old tailor behind him is practically crying tears of joy, as he exclaims, "The design is simple, yet your majestic presence is as splendid as ever, your highness." The smug prince just strokes his chin, staring at his own reflection in the mirror with a smug nod. "I have definitely lost a ton of weight." While the old tailor laughs out loud, flattering him. "Your measurements have dropped by more than half, sir." Fired up with passion, the tailor swings his fist with pure determination. "I will also handle your entire wardrobe for the upcoming royal palace banquet. I will go start working on those designs right this instant." But Andreon quickly raises a hand to stop him. "No, wait a little longer." He turns around, a familiar, confident smirk forming on his lips with pure arrogance. "By the time that party arrives, my measurements will have changed all over again." Now flash forward a few days. A super bustling street scene appears as a luxury carriage rolls through. "A few days after my annoying house arrest is finally lifted, I am actually heading to that damn exclusive social club for special young lords. And you and I are going along for the ride." The loyal, majestic guards ride on horseback right beside the fancy carriage to protect their master. But inside that very same fancy carriage, the prince just lazily covers his mouth, letting out a massive yawn as he complains. Being a royal prince is honestly such an exhausting job. He rests his hand right on his thigh, his face scowling with pure annoyance as he talks to the poor maid sitting across from him. Clothes, carriages, guards. Everything is just so suffocating and annoying. But then out of the corner of his eye, he catches a glimpse of something that makes him narrow, his eyes in deep curiosity. Suddenly, the little maid violently flinches, shrinking back in fear. Her anxious hands tightly grip her dress when she hears his sharp and abrupt call. "Whoa." Andreon's intense gaze totally locks onto a long, ugly scar running down her pale neck. He coldly speaks up to ask her, "What exactly is that scar?" The girl panics quickly, pulling her collar shut. She bows her head in total resignation, clearly mixing pure fear with her shaky answer. "That is just for my own incompetence, your highness. It happened because you scolded me, and you were completely right to do so." Immediately, a flood of awful memories hits him. It is the old overweight prince's disgusting thug behavior, waving a heavy sword around to threaten people, violently throwing random things, and relentlessly bullying the poor maid. "Get over here, country bumpkin, this sword is mine now." "You are actually pretty cute." Back in the present, Andreon clenches his hands into tight fists. He scowls, literally speechless, as he curses his luck. Why is it that the deeper he digs into this body's past, the more absolute horror stories he finds? Looking at the pale, trembling face of this pitiful girl, he falls into deep thought, quietly cursing the awful heartlessness of. All right, let's set the scene. Our prince suddenly realizes he has seen this maid for months, yet he somehow has absolutely no idea what her name even is. The heavy silence breaks as he crosses his legs, looks right at her, and calmly asks for her name. This completely catches the poor maid off guard. Startled, she hesitates for a second before politely bowing her head. With a clear voice, she answers, "I am Adelia. Bayan, your highness." That last name makes the prince's eyes go wide with pure shock. He brings a hand up to his chin, his eyes narrowing in absolute seriousness as the name Bayan echoes in his mind. Now that is a family name you almost never see written in the Bayan official noble registry. Suddenly, an epic memory flashes before him, a brutal, untamed world crawling with deadly monsters. He truly never expected to hear that legendary name again in a place like this. Flashback to a distant past long before modern cities even existed, let alone massive kingdoms. A wild era where countless different species fought for control of the entire continent. It was a dark, ruthless time when weak humans were just prey, constantly hunted and slaughtered without mercy. But right in the middle of a blazing battlefield, a fierce figure wearing a red cape stands boldly on a hill against the light. These were the heroes who rose up to finally end the miserable history of our dying race. By the end of that great war, a legendary painting captured 5 absolute powerhouses standing tall on a massive mountain peak. Absolutely majestic. They were the ultimate saviors who allowed humanity to rise from the ashes and become the dominant species ruling over the continent. People honored them with the grand title of the 5 Elector Counts. A red cape flutters wildly in the fiery wind, and a smug smirk forms on this arrogant warrior's face. One of those 5 mythical heroes. An absolute peak, red-haired female warrior radiating pure dominant energy. She stands tall casually, resting her hand on a massive greatsword plunged into the earth, and speaks up. Have you ever actually thought about it? Her entire body turns into roaring red flames as she charges straight into thousands of brutal giant monsters, dropping one casual question. What exactly are you and I going to do once this whole war is over? Her sharp, glowing golden eyes flash dangerously like a wild predator locking onto its prey. In a flash, a colossal surge of power strikes down like lightning, tearing the ground apart in a terrifying explosion. Under a blood-red sky, the warrior launches herself into the air like a literal beam of light, bringing a heavy strike down onto the evil giant king, who is desperately trying to block. A blinding golden sword flash completely shatters his defense, sending blood spraying everywhere and totally crushing the monster's brutal strength. She is the one who beheaded the king of the giants and ended a long era of suffering with one incredibly savage, wildly satisfying finishing slash that sweeps across the sky. The demon's colossal body collapses right in front of the absolute overwhelming physical power of this legendary female warrior. That magnificent, awe-inspiring stance of hers was forever burned into history. She was the legendary Blood Iron Sword Marquise, Ednis Bayan. And then her blood-smeared face twitches into a smirk, flashing a wildly arrogant smile as she takes a heavy, exhausted breath. After that earth-shattering battle, standing right in the middle of a gruesome battlefield completely littered with the massive corpses of those hideous giants, our hero grips her sword tightly. She stands proudly among the dead, spitting out curses packed with absolute unfiltered disgust. These pathetic, cowardly bastards. Suddenly, her glowing golden eyes widen with pure, raw bloodlust, shooting a razor-sharp glare straight at the few remaining monster survivors. The warrior swings her blade and dashes forward like a violent red tornado, slashing right into a giant's face while furiously screaming, "Crawl over here like the roaches you are. Did you honestly think you were going to get something good to shove down your miserable throats? You greedy freaks only care about biting and stealing everything in sight." And with that, her blinding sword swings up again violently, slicing the air in half. She hurls insults right at her enemies, acting so big like actual mountains, but cowardly, hiding like little rats in the bushes. Ednis's face completely twists with pure rage, her pretty mouth screaming the most vulgar, unfiltered things you could imagine. "You only pick on the weak. Exactly what pathetic little bugs would do. Bastards like you deserve to have your heads chopped off. Just absolute madness." The hand tightly gripping her gold-plated sword handle is literally shaking violently from holding back her extreme, overwhelming anger, letting out a low, wordless growl. Now let's snap back to reality inside the carriage. The chubby prince grabs his head with both hands severely, cringing in absolute disgust at the memory that just flashed by. Honestly, just thinking about that chaotic woman is more than enough to make his ears feel dirty. He lowers his hands, glancing over thoughtfully as he tries to process this earth-shattering truth. So wait, is she really a direct descendant of that insane Bayan family? But looking at the incredibly timid, perfectly submissive posture of the tiny maid sitting right in front of him, Andreon cannot help but wonder what the heck actually happened to make that fierce bloodline end up looking so deeply pathetic. Like this, his deep thoughts are suddenly cut short as the carriage slowly comes to a halt and his guard's voice echoes from outside. "Your Highness, we have finally arrived." The guard peeks his head through the carriage window, raising an eyebrow slightly when he notices his master looking so distracted. "Your Highness," snapping out of it, Andreon suddenly stands right up, squeezing his way out of the carriage cabin with an annoyed expression as he mutters, "Perfect timing." The shiny leather heels of his shoes click sharply against the granite cobblestone road with a very firm, decisive thud. Before walking away, the prince turns halfway around, pointing a single finger right at the tiny maid who is still awkwardly huddling inside, and drops one chillingly cold order. "Adelia, you and I are going to talk later." Leaving the poor girl sitting there totally stunned, he stood there with his hands clasped, giant question marks literally popping up over his head. Even the guys nearby looked completely dumbfounded. No one understood a thing. Suddenly, a cheerful voice cut right through the tension, accompanied by the super bright smile of a young, gray-haired guy. "Your Highness." He casually walked closer, placed a hand over his heart, and offered this perfectly elegant aristocratic bow. Standard noble etiquette. "Have you been well all this time?" Bernardo of the Lee family formally sends his highest regards to Prince Andreon Leon Beck. But honestly, even as this Bernardo guy eagerly poured out all these sickly sweet words saying, "I can't even express how thrilled I am to see you completely safe," the prince just stood there glaring with dead eyes, silently judging him. Is this guy really a descendant of the Lee family? He looks exactly like cheap street trash. The noble lightly patted the sleeve of Andreon Leon Beck, wearing the absolute fakest expression of sympathy. "You must have suffered so much out there to look this skinny." The fat prince started sweating slightly, visibly annoyed. But then Andreon Leon Beck's smile suddenly twisted into something completely cunning and dark. He stared straight at him, lowering his voice like a predator. "Huh." The guy panicked immediately. "Your Highness." Bernardo totally faked his concern. asking, is something wrong? Are you still feeling sick? But Andreon Leon Beck just casually turned away from him, flashing a cold little smile. No, nothing at all. I just think it's actually great that I showed up here. He grabbed the gray-haired guy's shoulder, flashing. A total villainous smirk, delivering a perfectly calculated threat. Thanks to you, today is going to be a lot of fun. And with that, the prince just casually brushed right past the noble. Bernardo was left completely rooted to the spot, looking totally dumbfounded. He had no idea what just happened. Let's see what we're walking into here. Inside, the first thing he saw was a bunch of nobles, gathering around, laughing like degenerates. One guy was loudly bragging about his conquests, saying the girl just threw her skirt right open, acting like she didn't even know the meaning of shame. The whole room was filled with disgusting flirting. One guy literally reached out, creeping on a girl in a red dress, praising her. This little thing has such incredibly smooth skin. While she just giggled and played along, whining, "Oh, stop teasing me, I hate it." The incredibly luxurious room absolutely reeked of expensive wine and cheap, vulgar laughter. Everywhere you looked, male nobles were basically lounging on red velvet sofas, surrounded by tables completely trashed with fruit and empty glasses. Meanwhile, Bernardo just sat there, sipping his wine, shooting suspicious glances over at the prince. He was secretly judging the whole situation. This was super weird. Normally, a piece of trash like him should be totally blacked out by now, trying to flirt with literally anyone breathing, but completely ignoring this entire degenerate party scene. Andreon Leon Beck just sat there in total silence. His whole vibe just screamed absolute calmness and authority as he slowly swirled the wine in his glowing glass. It sent an actual shiver right down the Lee noble's spine. He realized the prince's aura felt completely, totally different from before. Just then, a brown-haired noble in a sharp blue vest casually threw himself down onto the plush sofa right next to Andreon Leon Beck. The prince didn't even flinch, just holding his glass. The brown-haired guy flashed this huge, goofy smile, his cheeks fully flushed from all the booze. He spoke up loudly, "I heard the rumors, Your Highness." His face was dripping with this totally sleazy, mocking expression. Right behind him, the illusion of Arwen Cayenne flickered. "You finally plucked the flower of the Iron Lion, man. The rumor is spreading everywhere." Hearing this garbage, Andreon Leon Beck slowly turned his head. Those deep, icy blue eyes just locked dead onto the noble, completely silent. At the exact same time, a bunch of the other nobles raised their glasses, jumping in with these huge, obnoxious grins. Guess I was a step too late. Honestly, I've had my eye on that woman for quite a while now. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have forced an oath out of her way earlier. The brown-haired guy just kept grinning and spouting the most vile, degenerate garbage. I mean, just seeing her in that armor is gorgeous enough on its own, but honestly, it makes me wonder just how unbelievable the skin underneath all that metal really is. Suddenly, Andreon Leon Beck's voice cut right through the air, absolutely freezing cold, interrupting the entire disgusting joke. "Hey, do you have any siblings back home?" The brown-haired guy just blinked, totally lost. "Wait, what? Did you forget? Already, I have a younger brother. Watch closely, this changes everything." Bernardo just sat there, staring at Andreon Leon Beck, looking totally confused while the prince's voice echoed out, unnervingly calm. "Well, that is a massive relief." The brown-haired guy's eyes widened in confusion. But before he could even process what was happening or ask what he meant, boom, a fist tore right through the air. The prince stepped into it, throwing a devastating full-power punch straight into that loudmouth noble's face, an absolutely brutal, earth-shattering blow. The guy's face completely caved in. Blood and spit went flying everywhere. Under the sheer, terrifying force of the impact, his body instantly launched backward like a rag doll, completely airborne before violently tumbling hard onto the ground. Glasses, shattered furniture, splintered debris scattering right at Andreon Leon Beck's boots. The entire crowd of snobby elite nobles around them gasped in pure horror. Their faces went completely pale at this sudden, explosive violence. The gray-haired Bernardo was just frozen, stiff as a board. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, his eyes totally wide with wordless terror. Andreon Leon Beck just slowly leaned down, flashing the ultimate terrifying villain smile on a face absolutely dripping with killing intent. "It's a huge relief. You know, since your family's precious bloodline won't completely die out with you today." And with that, he lifted his heavy boot and delivered a completely merciless, brutal stomp straight down onto the trash, lying helpless on the floor. The entire luxurious room spiraled into absolute panic while the prince just kept raining down heavy, punishing blows. "All right, you and I are witnessing absolute madness." Brutal blows rained down on the battered, blue-shirted noble. Then Andreon stands up straight, his chest heaving. His eyes absolutely burn with ultimate fury as he lets out a deafening roar. "From now on, your younger brother is the family heir." The prince tightens his fists again. Veins bulge like crazy, and with a completely unhinged glare, he winds up. Another earth-shattering punch heavy as a boulder smashes directly into the brown-haired noble's swollen face, making him scream in pure agony. Watching this, the lady in the red dress and the blue-haired noble turn completely pale. They stumble backward, trembling in absolute terror at this raging beast of a prince. Honestly, both Bernardo and the purple-shirted noble are practically biting their tongues, sweating buckets. Not a single person dares to step in and stop this overwhelming display of power. Suddenly, Andreon's rough hand grabs the unlucky guy right by the collar. With zero effort, he lifts him completely off the ground. The bloody noble, with tears and snot running down, his ruined face screams out in pure desperation. "Why? Why are you doing this, your highness?" he cries, while the prince's massive fist still threatens him. The bruised, pathetic face of the guy who was just hurling insults is now completely paralyzed with absolute fear, especially when he hears that freezing cold voice. "Listen closely," Andreon growls. He glares down at the broken man, terrifying killing intent exploding outward from his body as he clearly declares his reason. "I can totally handle you thinking I am just some worthless scum, but I absolutely will not forgive you for actually treating me like I am just some worthless scum." This unbelievably arrogant and totally unreasonable logic completely petrifies the surrounding nobles. You can practically see the massive question marks popping up over their heads. They are all sharing the exact same stunned thought. What the heck is he even talking about? But completely ignoring the baffled stares from the room, the prince winds up his fist again, roaring with wild excitement. "And that means you just need to get beaten up even more," he shouts, making the noble cough up blood and shriek in pure agony. Boom, a lightning-fast punch explodes forward, launching the brown-haired guy miles away as his body completely wrecks the floorboards. Finally, standing right in the middle of the completely destroyed banquet tables, Andreon lowers his head. He looks like an absolute demon god, completely ignoring the trembling nobles, who are left speechless and paralyzed with fear behind him. Meanwhile, the battered body of the brown-haired noble finally collapses hard onto the floor, lying completely unconscious, with a massively swollen face covered in blood. Then Andreon casually calls out over his shoulder. Instantly, the gray-haired Bernardo panics and drops straight to his knees. Hitting the ground hard, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, he trembles and stutters out, "Yes, yes, your highness," completely ignoring the fresh blood splattered on his cheek. Andreon just flashes an incredibly evil, satisfied smirk. His glowing red eyes lock intensely onto the kneeling man as he speaks with terrifying excitement. "Didn't I tell you exactly this earlier today? I said things were going to get really interesting." Bernardo bites his lip hard, his forehead visibly throbbing with bulging blue veins. He is absolutely screaming on the inside from sheer unadulterated panic. Why? Why in the world is this totally crazy bastard suddenly acting like this out of nowhere? But before Bernardo can even gather his thoughts, the imposing prince glares down at him with extreme disdain, coldly issuing his next set of absolute orders. "Go and summon the royal knights here immediately," he commands, leaving the gray-haired guy completely confused and utterly lost. But without missing a single beat, the panicked noble scrambles to his feet and sprints off. He bows subserviently, not daring to argue a single word. "Yes, your highness, I will follow your orders perfectly." Now here is where it gets absolutely crazy. The club's main hall is locked down. Heavily armed royal knights perfectly surround the terrified nobles who are desperately huddling together in a corner, shivering in fear. Andreon slowly turns around. His blood-splattered face radiates this majestically terrifying aura that would send a cold shiver down literally anyone's spine. Without wasting a second, his razor-sharp gaze locks onto the scantily clad women who are currently cowering in fear. With a completely bored expression, he just waves his hand. "You women over there, leave right now." Hearing this, another noble standing right next to the ladies glances around in total panic, his sweaty face looking incredibly suspicious. He has absolutely no clue what is happening. Sensing this guy's hesitation, Andreon slowly steps forward, his heavy leather heels clicking menacingly against the floorboards with every single step. It feels like a deadly countdown. Stopping right in front of that hesitant noble, his freezing blue eyes glare down, making the guy violently flinch backwards. His deep, menacing voice echoes through the room. "I believe I said the women could leave." He slowly raises his hand aggressively, tapping his fingers together in absolute provocation. A truly cruel smirk flashes across his face. "If you want to walk out of here, go right ahead. But if you do, you will be leaving as a woman." Hearing this insane threat, an unlucky guy already slumped on the floor lets out a miserable, pathetic shriek. Suddenly, the heavy leather toe of the prince's polished boot ruthlessly stomps down on his chest, absolutely horrifying the surrounding nobles. Andreon resumes walking his heavy boot heels, tapping a terrifying steady rhythm across the solid room. Every single step feels like he is directly stomping on the wildly beating hearts of these spoiled rich kids. Pacing slowly, Andreon casually begins to hand down his judgment. His sharp eyes scan across their incredibly pale, terrified faces. Not a single one of you actually bothered to officially drop to your knees before a royal prince. You did not even bother to show the tiniest shred of basic respect. He intensely glares right at the loudmouth noble from earlier who is now completely shaking. Andreon grinds out every single word with pure venom. You absolute fools actually dared to mock me. The proud image of female knight Arwen Cayenne suddenly flashes right behind his back. His eyes flash with a terrifyingly cold light. And you insulted my personal knight. Turning to the side, still keeping his imposing back to them, he majestically raises his voice. He asks his extremely loyal guard, Cass, in this specific scenario exactly what criminal charges can be applied to them. The majestic blonde knight instantly steps up. Taking a confident step forward, Cass loudly and clearly recites the kingdom's law. Because they blatantly disrespected the royal family, this officially constitutes the heavy crime of insulting royalty. The terrified nobles practically have a heart attack, foreheads drenched in heavy sweat, their jaws completely drop in pure horror as these incredibly heinous crimes are slammed down onto them. Cass completely destroys whatever tiny shred of hope they had left, speaking in an absolutely uncompromising tone, and furthermore because they foolishly dared to challenge the absolute, the authority of the royal bloodline. This act is strictly equivalent to treason. Delivering the final blow, Cass stands majestically right behind his master, bowing respectfully. You and I are about to see something wild. Your Highness, who are we forcing to their knees? The prince's mouth slowly curls up, forming an absolutely wicked smile like a true villain. He clearly drops a perfectly chilling verdict, instantly making everyone feel like they just fell off a cliff, every single one of them. Cut to a magnificent royal palace. Our prince calmly stands there with both hands stuffed in his pockets, facing some serious heat. You cause a massive mess. The exact moment the restriction got lifted, the heavily bearded king, sitting up high on his golden throne, roars in pure anger. 14 noble kids got locked up, insulting the royal family. Treason. You slap the absolute biggest excuses you could possibly find onto them. The king's face flushes bright red, totally furious as he yells, "Do you even realize what the heck you just did?" Meanwhile, Andreon just lets out a calm sigh, quietly listening. The king frowns, totally stressing out. Since you actually used the royal family's absolute authority, those brats will definitely have to face some harsh punishment. But with 14 different powerful noble families involved, we really cannot just ignore the massive wave of backlash coming from them right now. Surprisingly, Andreon does not flinch at all. He just flashes a super confident smile and fires right back. Are you seriously worried about their little reaction? The prince holds his head up high, breaking down the cold, hard facts right in front of his royal father. They are all totally useless losers who got tossed aside by their own families. They are literally just hopeless trash, the kind that will only completely ruin their noble family reputation if they stick around. He gives a slight shrug, winking slyly as he drops a seriously bold solution. Just go send out a letter. The king just frowns, completely confused by the idea. A letter sent to who exactly? That question forces our prince to gently explain. You just keep asking me that even though you already know the exact answer. Aren't there certain people who can handle all this messy internal family drama way better than anyone else ever could? That smug little smile flashes again. Andreon completely locks in his absolutely perfect master plan. The answer is the actual siblings of those exact scumbags we just locked up. He stares right at the king, asking with a super sharp, confident tone, "Am I totally wrong here?" That completely shuts down the most powerful king in the land, leaving him frowning in deep thought. Finally, right under the blazing sun hitting the massive, gorgeous castle, the king lets out a heavy sigh of total defeat. Just leave. Andreon happily winks, totally playing around. Yes, sir. He strolls right out of there feeling super smug. See, there's absolutely nothing left to complain about. Jumping back to Andreon's own palace, he steps forward, reaching a hand out toward the tiny maid. He flashes the absolute most gentle, kind smile he possibly can to calm her down. Hey now, you really do not need to be so stressed. I am not going to hurt you. But, surprisingly, Adalia actually gets so totally terrified she starts sobbing. Heavy tears stream down as she grips her chest tight, crying hard. Your Highness, what in the world did this lowly girl even do wrong to deserve this? Her quiet sniffles echo through the empty room. Our prince just stands there completely frozen in place, staring awkwardly at the violently trembling girl in red. Internally, he is sweating bullets, harshly judging his own past self's actions. That pure total scumbag must have seriously tortured her back then. A quick flashback of the maid Adalia pops up, showing her looking anxious and super timid while riding on the carriage earlier. She comes from a family that just barely managed to scrape their name onto the official noble list. A distant memory flashes back to a massive giant getting cleanly sliced in half by a blinding golden light. After that absolute massacre, even their direct descendants are completely clueless about their forgotten family legacy. Their glorious history was totally wiped off the map, and their unmatched martial arts skills were completely lost forever. Our currently pudgy prince gives a small smirk. His eyes shine with some seriously deep calculated plotting. Their once great prestige, their absolutely untouchable noble pride, all gone. Then his gaze slides right back down to Adalia, who is still cowering, shaking like a leaf with tear-filled eyes. But then right in mid-air, an absolutely insane system status window pops up. It glows super bright, packed with S-rank skills that were supposedly lost forever without a single trace left behind. But hey, this is where it gets insane for us. Andreon's pupils shrink in pure shock. He sweats bullets, suddenly exclaiming, "Hold up. Wait a second." His eyes bulge out, staring directly at a glowing list of absolutely bizarre traits on the screen. He internally screams in panic, "What the heck is even up with these wild traits?" What is totally terrifying is that two completely opposite personalities are literally tearing at each other inside one single person. On one side, she is a blood-crazed butcher and an absolute battle maniac obsessed with fighting. But at the exact same time, she has a super fragile, weak heart. She is a devoted caregiver with a totally passive slave mentality that constantly relies on others. The stressed-out prince puts a hand in his hair, completely messing it up. His face twists in panic as he thinks she has unmatched combat talent but absolutely zero mental traits to actually control her own madness. Staring down at this tiny weak maid, glancing fearfully up at him, he breaks into a heavy sweat, grinding his teeth hard. Is it really safe for me to unleash that kind of absolute madness upon the world? But suddenly, the heavy atmosphere inside the massive study drops into dead silence. He stretches and stands up tall, his huge frame literally blocking out the room's sunlight. He pushes his hair back. His eyes turn completely resolute, pure ambition, washing away any lingering doubt. "I just have to try it. I mean, come on, that is still a literal S-rank talent standing right there." Another wicked smile creeps onto his lips as he spots her critical fatal weakness. By pure total coincidence, there is one specific trait he can totally exploit right now. That's slave mentality. A passive trait where the person feels absolute ultimate happiness anytime they are near a master they wholeheartedly serve. So without hesitation, Andreon lowers his commanding gaze. "And you and I both know this is about to get epic." He stared at the maid, dropping an absolute command. "Adalia, swear your loyalty to me." The girl flinched. Utterly confused, she just stammered back in pure shock. "What exactly do you mean, Your Highness?" The prince, now looking sharp and majestic, locked eyes with her. "I am telling you to become my personal knight. Swear it right here. Right now." Panic hit her instantly. Her knees actually gave out, collapsing onto the floor. "Your Highness, a lowly girl like me cannot possibly handle that kind of burden." But Andreon quickly dropped a psychological masterclass, striking her absolute weakest spot. "You said your family is incredibly small. I will take responsibility for your entire family." Her eyes widened in pure shock. He stood tall, looking like an absolute overlord, dictating terms. "In exchange, you must swear total loyalty and serve me as your master." More than that, he looked right into the girl's soul, whispering a seriously bewitching promise. "If you cannot control that madness yourself, I will hold the reins for you." Inside the quiet room, she looked up, teary eyes sparking with a tiny glimmer of hope. "Will you really take full responsibility for my family?" He gave her a rock-solid nod. "That is right." Then he generously threw in an amazing perk. "If you want, I will bring them to the capital so you can see them anytime." Adia's face instantly lit up. She clasped her hands, rushing to agree. "I will follow your command." The girl immediately dropped down, both hands held tight against her chest as she swore. "I, Adalia, eldest daughter of the Bayan family, swear loyalty to Prince Andreon Leon Beck." The prince just smirked, totally satisfied hearing that perfect oath. "I will serve you as my master and dedicate my entire life to you." His massive hand gently reached out, placing it right on top of the maid's brown hair, dropping a heavy, dominant compliment. "Very well done." Under the warm sunlight streaming right through the window, he stroked her hair with pure authority. "From now on, you obey my orders unconditionally." She replied respectfully and totally obedient, "Just as you wish." But then Adalia's face flushed deep red. Her green eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant, glowing yellow light. Total obsessed infatuation from her master's touch. Catching that bizarrely fanatical look on her face, Andreon instantly started sweating bullets. He seriously questioned his own life choices. Was this actually the right move? A few days later, totally toxic gossip ripped through the capital. Rumors painted a picture of someone forced into bondage. I hear the first prince, who has been super quiet lately, is acting like total trash again. He is not just forcing a knight to swear loyalty through dirty tricks. The mental image of a beaten noble and a weak little maid kept popping up in these garbage rumors. People said he dragged noble kids and beat them up and even shoved them into a closet. and now they claim he made a defenseless maid his personal knight. It is so obvious he is just trying to build a massive harem disguised as a knight squad. Sitting heavy on his chair of power, the prince locked his fingers together, blue veins literally popping on his forehead. He muttered in pure irritation, since when did everyone care so much about me? He dropped his head, letting out a massive exhausted sigh. I literally only took in one single personal knight. Yet somehow, since the moment I woke up, everybody has an opinion. Meanwhile, the others stood completely rigid behind him. The absolute wrath of the king struck down like lightning. Face turning bright red, he slammed his hand on the desk, screaming loudly, I am getting a headache cleaning up your mess, and you are out here drowning in lust. Next, we see the image of his uncle. He stared with razor-sharp eyes, full of disgust, dropping a brutal, sarcastic remark. How pathetic. Have you just completely given up on the bet? And finally, the brown-haired second prince, smirking like a total snob, openly mocking his older brother's terrible reputation. You want to make a maid your knight? Wow, that is exactly your trashy style, big brother. Meanwhile, back in his room, our currently chunky prince sat with his head buried in his hands, complaining from pure exhaustion. Seriously, how do rumors spread this incredibly fast? The massive headache did not stop there, though. A panicked maid suddenly rushed in to announce, Your Highness, the queen has arrived. He nearly lost his mind, tilting his head back and screaming, Oh, come on. The queen stood there looking completely majestic, hands on her hips, staring down her miserable son. I really thought you turned over a new leaf. Looks like you are heading straight back to your old habits. But suddenly her razor-sharp face grew dark. The corners of her mouth curled up into a calculated smirk. Actually, this is even better. She loudly announced a crazy plan. Once you find a partner and settle down, you will definitely stop this ridiculous womanizing phase. The prince looked totally stunned, sweating bullets as he shouted, Huh. The queen's eyes burned with fierce determination. She clasped her hands together with intense energy. Trust your mother this time. I will definitely find you a truly worthy partner. And just like that, the prince was left sitting there, completely blank after the storm passed. Eyes dead. Brain fried. He had absolutely no idea what was even happening anymore. Little maid Adelia looks up at the prince, big innocent eyes wide open. She timidly asks, So, does this mean I will finally get to use mana? The prince calmly looks down at her. He raises one hand with absolute authority, confirming, that is right, a type of incredibly special mana. And just like that, boom, blinding blue mana erupts around his hand, crackling with these intense, brilliant sparks of raw, overwhelming magic. Then an epic flashback hits the screen, showing us a truly legendary legacy. Because even if the whole world completely forgot about the blood iron sword, Marquise, you and I know he hasn't forgotten a single detail. Every step she ever took with that sword practically dancing on her fingertips. Magical energy absolutely explodes outward, and the majestic silhouette of this truly badass red-haired warrior glows brilliantly right behind the tiny, fragile Adelia. And watch this, the heroic warrior's fierce face completely merges with the maid's bright, sparkling eyes. It is a genuinely unprecedented, epic visual masterpiece. Meanwhile, the prince grits his teeth, pushing his limits. His hands actually mold a blazing, blinding, golden sphere of energy right into her heart. Adelia closes her eyes, hands clasped tightly together, feeling this absolute massive surge of power flowing through her veins. Then a system notification pops up. Adelia Bayan has awakened to mana. Andreon just watches calmly with razor-sharp eyes, completely soaking in the results of his hard work. He successfully engraved mana into Adelia. The energy has fully settled into her body. Suddenly, Adelia's eyes snap wide open. Her pupils flash with this brilliant, soul-shaking golden light. A literal mana heart has just been forged. She wildly looks down at the golden magical flames wrapping entirely around her body, completely speechless. Is this actually mana? The prince, with his hands casually clasped right behind his back, looks like an absolute grandmaster right now. He calmly explains that what she just experienced is the method to forge a true mana heart. From now on, she needs to train it herself whenever she has free time. But suddenly, the little maid panics and screams out in total terror as she watches the prince stagger and collapse. Your Highness, Andreon drops hard to one knee, bracing himself against the cold floor. He is panting hard, completely exhausted internally, cursing himself. I cannot believe I am this drained just from making a single low-tier mana heart. Meanwhile, the maid is frantically tearing up, asking, Are you all right, my lord? He tries to act totally cool awkwardly, responding while cold sweat literally pours down his face. I am just a little tired. This only makes her feel far worse. Why would you go to such insane lengths for a lowly servant like me? The mood gets super heavy. She turns her face away, biting her trembling lip, looking absolutely devastated right now. It is fine. Please just leave me be. Noticing the increasingly weird look in his maid's eyes, the prince slowly turns back, looking completely confused and honestly a little creeped out. Why are you looking at me like that? That question makes her break into a cold sweat, and she starts aggressively stuttering. Yep, you and I are watching her absolute peak slave mentality officially activate. Adelia bows down as low as humanly possible. Her eyes flash with this deeply unsettling, downright terrifying fanaticism as she screams, I will serve you with absolute, unquestionable loyalty for the rest of my entire natural life. Hearing that extreme pledge, the classic wicked half-smile of a true villain creeps right back onto the chubby prince's face. He smugly locks it in. Just don't ever forget that I am your master. Instantly, Adelia snaps her head up. Her eyes are basically sparkling with pure, unfiltered worship. Clasping her hands tightly together, she frantically and joyfully replies, yes, yes, master. Andreon casually walks away, leaving her with one very gentle threat. I was deeply worried you might forget. But right behind his back, Adelia is completely swallowed by the shadows, her piercing green eyes glowing with this wildly obsessive, terrifyingly creepy smile. I seriously never would. A few days later, the striking blonde royal guard stands tall and majestic in his silver armor, formally reporting the situation. Your Highness, regarding the ongoing issue with Bernardo Lee. An image flashes of the gray-haired Bernardo looking totally haggard with massive dark circles, trembling between two crossed swords as the guard explains. I heard he is currently locked up by the Royal Knights as a key witness for that massive disturbance recently. And it seems absolutely no one is allowed to visit him until the official trial starts. This totally blindsides the prince. A trial? Andreon asks, sweating bullets, suddenly looking incredibly anxious. Please don't tell me I have to attend this stupid trial too. But the guard instantly shuts down the worry. With total authority, royalty does not stand trial, my lord. Hearing that golden rule, the chubby prince's face instantly lights up with pure joy. He raises a finger, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Now that is fantastic news. Resting his chin on the sofa, he clicks his tongue and complains, but hosting a full trial, they are seriously blowing this way out of proportion. Meanwhile, Adelia is just standing there quietly, diligently wiping down the vase nearby. Out of nowhere, Andreon calls her name, making the little maid jump out of her skin. Adelia, how's your condition been holding up lately? She just blinks in confusion, totally lost. Pardon, what do you mean, your highness? Still resting his chin, he stares right at her with a smug smirk, bringing up her newly forged mana heart. Has the energy finally stabilized in your body by now? She honestly bows her head and replies, it has completely stabilized, your highness. Instantly, he pushes off the armrest and shoots up from his chair. His eyes literally burn with determination as he gives the order. Perfect. Starting today, you are going to train directly under me. A bright, insanely confident smile spreads across his face. He points his thumb behind him and proudly declares, go, change your clothes and meet me out on the training grounds. Seeing her still awkwardly hugging that cleaning rag, he just frowns, lets out a heavy sigh and reminds her, drop the rag, Adelia. You are officially a magic knight now. Out at the, all right, you and I are jumping right into the action. Our prince is standing under the bright sun, stretching out his muscles and feeling totally refreshed. But mid-stretch, he completely freezes. He shoots a deadly glare over his shoulder and asks, ice cold, what the hell do you think you're doing? The guy just replies calmly, can't you see I'm warming up? But the frowning old count quickly interrupts him. Not you. The old man shifts his gaze into the distance. Right there, Adelia is awkwardly sprinting toward them, completely weighed down by her heavy knight armor. I'm talking about that girl over there. Andreon lifts his chin with pure arrogance, casually bringing up the local gossip. Haven't you heard the rumors I am officially turning her into a knight? At this, the old count's face goes pitch black. His eyes practically flash with pure, unhinged fury as he roars. Is the sacred title of knight really that trivial to you? The angry old man screams right into his face, deeply questioning the whole situation. How could you possibly act so recklessly? This actually makes Andreon scowl, snapping back with total irritation. Since when did you become such a massive busybody? If you hate the idea so much, then why do you keep showing your face around here? While the prince is annoyed, heavy footsteps come stomping up, accompanied by the exhausted, panting voice of the maid, your highness. Adelia immediately collapses onto the stone courtyard, catching herself on both hands. She pants, heavily, completely drained of energy, and mutters, 10 laps finished. Ignoring all that tension, the old man turns away, completely brushing off Andreon, who is still standing there, arms crossed and glaring. Adelia looks up at her master with totally guilty eyes, stammering out, I'm sorry, highness, I apologize. She thinks it's her fault. But suddenly a wooden sword is tossed right at her with a commanding voice. Forget all of that, just take this. The formerly chubby prince, now looking incredibly sharp, draws his own wooden blade. He smiles with absolute confidence. Today I will teach you the most basic stance. Instantly, his body shifts with flawless grace. He swings the wooden sword, tearing through the wind and creating a beautiful glowing blue slash right through the air to demonstrate. First, get into your proper stance and swing the blade exactly like this. He pulls his sword back and nods at her. Give it a try. Adelia is left standing there awkwardly hugging the sword in absolute utter panic. She clunkily spreads her feet apart. Her hands are shaking wildly as she grips the wooden hilt, trying her hardest to force out the exact same awkward pose. She asks, like this, but suddenly her eyes go entirely dark. Her pupils flare up with a terrifying, brilliant yellow-green light of pure awakening. An absolutely monstrous surge of power erupts. Adelia swings the wooden sword, completely ripping through the air and generating countless, massive bolts of mana lightning. The blast tears the ground apart, easily matching her master. The Count standing there with his arms crossed witnesses the whole crazy scene. His eyes bulge in total disbelief, cold sweat pouring down his forehead from pure shock. Even the prince drops his jaw. His face drains of all color, secretly terrified. Did she really just copy his move that flawlessly after seeing it a single time? Then Adelia's eyes completely return to normal. She shyly looks over at the prince and asks, "Was my stance okay?" This makes him sweat bullets. He immediately throws up a hand to stop her. Hold on a second. Andreon's face is pale. He grits his teeth as massive red alarms blare internally. He knows if he drops his guard, she will leave him in the dust instantly. The ugly truth is memories of the overweight prince from the past, viciously trampling on this tiny maid, are flashing back hard. Slave psychology dictates submitting only to the strong, not respecting the weak. He already felt super uneasy thinking about how the original scumbag version of himself used to relentlessly torment her back in the day. Now the absolute worst-case scenario is flashing right before his eyes. Now you and I both know what he is picturing. A dark Adelia with a straight-up murderous smile pointing a razor-sharp blade right at his throat, making him shudder in pure panic. If she surpasses his strength right now, just to save face, Andreon quickly clears his throat to get his swagger back. He calmly looks away, totally faking a deep thought which just leaves her confused. Right then, the old man suddenly steps right up. He strokes his chin, his eyes glowing with intense, greedy fascination as he evaluates her. He never expected her to possess this insane level of talent. But instantly the prince steps in, violently throwing his shoulder to block the old man's view. He glares furiously. "What the hell do you think you are doing?" His eyes are sharp as daggers, gritting his teeth to warn the old guy, with insane possessiveness, "Do not thirst after her." But the old man is not scared at all. Instead, he just flashes an incredibly toxic, sarcastic smirk, throwing down a venomous challenge. "What could you possibly offer a child like that?" Andreon stands his ground, gripping the wooden blade with a deeply arrogant look. Meanwhile, the old man stands right behind him, throwing out serious insults. "You are literally just a rookie, who has barely held a sword for a few months." Suddenly, the Count's entire body erupts in blazing blue mana. With a stern, highly aggressive look on his face, he delivers a brutal judgment. "You absolutely cannot handle her." But the prince just lets out a quiet smirk. The Count's massive blue aura is instantly shattered into pieces by an invisible force right before his very eyes. Andreon slowly glances over. His eyes are insanely sharp and dangerous. He thinks to himself, if he were still that original scumbag, he definitely would have trembled and backed down on the spot. But instead, his pupils flash with an overwhelmingly deep blue glow, declaring a raw truth straight from the very depths of his soul. "But I'm not him. If I really can't control her." The wild mana explodes, violently burning up like a ferocious blue beast. The prince lifts his head high with absolute undeniable arrogance. "Then nobody can. All right, you and I are diving into pure madness. Because of me." Right then, epic memories flood back. Visions of a giant king and a savage dragon, brutally defeated, flash through his mind. He remembers drinking the blood of that giant king, the mad dragon, and countless other monstrous creatures. That legendary great sword radiates a brilliant blood-red aura. It just manifests right there in the air, looking absolutely majestic. Hitting the climax, Andreon suddenly gets these eerie blood-red eyes. Right on cue, a glowing system notification flashes directly in his vision. It shows a fragment of his soul answering the user command. Dozens of dark red evil auras violently erupt all around his body. It creates this terrifying pressure that literally freezes the air. That arrogant uncle from before, yeah, he is suddenly sweating buckets right now. His old wrinkled face completely freezes in shock. That dark red aura is absolutely crushing him. And check out the fat prince's back. He is completely engulfed in these burning red flames. He steps right forward, spitting out every single overwhelming word. "She is my person." His face violently twists. Those insane red eyes lock on as he aggressively declares total ownership, just like an absolute tyrant. Serious chills. Those intense red flames just keep violently roaring. The fat prince bluntly threatens the old count, showing absolutely zero mercy. She belongs to me. Do not look at her and definitely do not desire her. His eyes are sharper than knives as he grits his teeth, hissing out. It is a deadly warning that terrifies everyone around him. I absolutely hate it when people try taking what is mine. The uncle stays perfectly silent. He just stands there completely pale and totally frozen. Meanwhile, Adelia is standing far away, hugging her wooden sword, looking incredibly confused today. She has zero clue what is happening. Suddenly, Andrion's glowing red pupils violently shrink back. A massive wild wave surges directly through his mind. He lets out a soft breath. His entire expression drops as his consciousness starts sinking into this weird imaginary underwater space. His heavy body just completely relaxes. He sinks incredibly deep into the freezing abyss, helplessly drifting through all that pitch-black water. He silently thinks his entire sense of reality is fading fast. He literally cannot feel any life or energy. Air bubbles randomly float up. The prince barely opens his totally lifeless eyes. He mutters to himself about the absolute nightmare surrounding him. It is just filled with pure emptiness. So much freezing cold and endless darkness. Is this some kind of terrible omen? The massive greatsword violently plunges straight into the pitch-black night. It radiates this incredibly deadly purple-red energy all around his shrinking figure. At this rate, something terrifying happens. Dozens of bloody demonic hands reach out. They violently stretch out from the dark shadows, grabbing Andrion's shivering body. They are literally trying to drag his soul straight down to hell itself. This weak physical body is about to get swallowed by Grohon's dark soul. Instantly, his eyes snap wide open, breaking away from the horrible nightmare. He shatters every single dark illusion. He quickly reaches his hand out. A powerful blue mana roars loudly, crashing right into that fiery red abyss. He coldly crushes all of that mental manipulation. That is enough. Then his heavy hand aggressively strikes down. The insanely sharp blue aura explodes. It violently rips the entire dark illusion into tiny pieces. The loud click of heavy boots on the stone floor pulls him right back to reality. The light blue aura slowly disappears around his body. Now here's where you and I see the uncle finally drop his annoying joking attitude. His wrinkled face gets super serious, blurting out a hardcore battlefield truth. A normal knight can save maybe 10 soldiers. He suddenly roars out loud. His eyes are super wide, filled with crazy hype. He is fully acknowledging true power in war right now. An absolutely outstanding knight can easily save 100 soldiers easily. The old man's intense gaze quickly shifts toward the little maid. She is still cluelessly holding that cheap wooden sword. He drops an unbelievably massive compliment. That kid right there could probably save thousands or maybe even way more soldiers than that. Finally, the fat prince slowly raises a hand to wipe his chin. He tilts his head, giving his uncle this totally sarcastic half smirk. Are you actually trying to persuade me here? A quick thought about the Northern Expedition commander flashes through his mind. We see that guy's extremely serious-looking face appear. Does the prince actually care about the great cause up at the northern border? Nope. Andrion immediately turns his face away from the old man. Looking perfectly careless, he ruthlessly drops one cold sentence. I do not care. The uncle is completely stunned. The old count grits his angry teeth. He violently swings his arm up, yelling out, even if that little girl could potentially save countless innocent lives. The text box pops up perfectly, emphasizing Count Valorhat furious anger. But surprisingly, little Adelia bravely steps right up. She firmly places one hand directly over her beating heart. With completely determined eyes, she fiercely replies back. My body and my heart already belong entirely to His Highness. I cannot follow your selfish orders. No way, Count. The uncle's old face gets completely swollen. He is so incredibly mad that huge blue veins are violently popping on his forehead. The fat prince proudly smirks to himself. It was totally worth pulling out her soul for all that training. It is that pure slave mentality. They are literally forced to submit to a much higher level entity. He loudly mocks his uncle with this super provocative voice. Well, she said it herself. Then Andrion slowly raises one single eyebrow. His sarcastic tone violently twists the knife right into his uncle's pride. And dear uncle, you have absolutely nothing left to teach me here, right? Your only goal from the beginning was helping me lose weight anyway. He slowly turns his heavy back. He coldly completely shuts down any interference from the old knight. If you want to actually keep visiting my royal palace at all, from now on just stay completely out of my business. Hearing that the angry uncle tightly clenches his teeth, sweating bullets, he aggressively swallows his massive anger, being totally forced to concede. I understand. But you and I hear Andrion's dark monologue echoing as the old man secretly sneaks away. Argai watches from the courtyard edge. Even after that day, the uncle keeps visiting the palace every single day, just to keep an eye on Adelia. The prince flashes this wickedly smug look, watching his uncle stomp around in pure frustration. The old man cannot do a thing about it since he is banned from interfering. Honestly, seeing this arrogant uncle squirm is hilarious. But wait, a sharp crack of wood cutting through the air suddenly snaps his attention back around. There is trainee knight Adalia completely out of breath. She grips her wooden sword, which is now blazing with blinding golden magic. That exact sight makes the uncle freeze. His eyes go wide and he starts sweating bullets, absolutely stunned by the power. Yeah, even the arrogant prince breaks a nervous sweat. He grits his teeth in pure shock, muttering, did she seriously learn sword resonance? Trying to play it cool, he quickly claps his hands, forcing a tight smile as he praises her. Wow, very well done. At this insane growth rate, she might actually surpass me. Hearing her master say that, Adalia blushes bright red, absolutely thrilled. Her chest heaves as she beams with pure happiness. But the count suddenly spins around, glaring with bitter resentment. Did you teach her about the mana heart too? He hisses. Andreon just narrows his eyes, his face dropping into a cold stare. Meeting the challenge, he frowns and shoots back, yeah, I did. Is there a problem here? Immediately, the uncle absolutely explodes. He screams at the top of his lungs, is it not enough that you learn those cheap tricks alone? Adalia flinches behind them. She is terrified. The entire atmosphere instantly drops below freezing. The prince lowers his head, his eyes turning sharp as knives. A chilling, murderous aura radiates from him. Glaring down, he ruthlessly spits out a single merciless order. Get out of here. But the stubborn old man bites back. His face twisting with absolute regret and fury, he roars, there was a far better path. You possessed a raw potential that you cannot even begin to imagine. Yet you chose to completely destroy everything. Andreon simply ignores him coldly, ordering his guards to escort the man out. The guards stand there, sweating totally awkward. The prince is furious. Stomping away in a massive huff, the grumpy uncle snaps, forget it, I will walk out on my own. The old man trudges away across the sunlit stone courtyard, leaving Andreon and his two quiet attendants just standing there watching him. Hugging her sword tight against her chest, Adalia looks up at her master. With anxious tears in her eyes, she timidly asks, Your Highness, is this amazing power I just learned really nothing more than a cheap trick? She sounds so heartbroken. The prince's face instantly turns dead serious. Those deep blue eyes stare back, completely rejecting the idea. Absolutely not. He reassures her it is not. Blinking in confusion, she asks, then why did the count say that? He casually looks away. Honestly, because he simply does not know. A blazing red sunset falls right behind the fading silhouette of the stubborn uncle. You and I need to pay attention here. Andreon coldly notes that the people of this era have completely forgotten the ancient truth. They forgot what a true man of heart actually looks like. Glancing sideways, he mutters with a hint of heavy regret in his voice. If only they remembered. Walking into the glowing sunset, he drops a cryptic promise. You will soon realize its true terrifying power. The real power of a man of heart. Suddenly, a massive sword violently pierces the earth. Blue lightning erupts, shattering the wooden floorboards. Talk about an entrance. The prince just stands there with his arms crossed, staring blankly at the vibrating blade, totally speechless. The old count stands far away, pointing his blade to challenge his stubborn nephew. You act like you will never return. Prove it. Looking dead serious, the uncle lays down the rules. I will only use one mana circle. Push me back half a step. Do that, and I will acknowledge your strength. Answering the bold provocation, a hand casually grips the wooden sword, yanking it free. He smiles a bit. Hey, what was our bet back then again? Andreon dramatically swings his wooden practice sword through the air. Standing tall, he throws back his answer. Granting a single wish right, the uncle drops into a stance, steel blade flashing blue. The old man confidently shouts back, if you win, I will grant any wish. Even passing down the ultimate family secret technique. Hearing that wild offer, Andreon instantly crouches into a battle stance. Brilliant blue magic explodes to life right over his chest. A super arrogant, roguish smile spreads across his face. That is not exactly what I want, but sure, let us do this. He dashes forward like an absolute tornado, swinging his weapon right at the older man. Let us fight, the uncle smirks confidently. Easily reading the wild attack, he thinks, aiming for the neck immediately. The prince unleashes a furious barrage of incredibly dangerous slashes. This aggressive push forces the uncle backward. He notes that the kid's strikes are still venomous. But suddenly, his body flickers around. You and I can see the sheer speed here. Swords clash relentlessly, leaving countless blurry afterimages flashing wildly through the open air. The prince grits his teeth, eyes practically glowing with killer intent. He channels maximum force into a massive downward chop, but wait. Experience always wins. The old uncle leisurely uses the flat of his blade to effortlessly parry the storm of attacks. Suddenly, boom. A massive recoil deflects Andreon's strike, sending his sword flying upward. Catching the opening, the uncle ruthlessly swings his hilt right down. Bam! A direct hit to our prince's chest. The old man just smirks, eyes flashing with some seriously arrogant lightning magic. Is that all he's got? Andreon grits his teeth, face completely covered in sweat, glaring up at his uncle with pure frustration. That counterattack is absolutely brutal, sending him skidding violently backward and kicking up a massive cloud of dirt and jagged rocks. The veteran, Knight lowers his blade, tilts his chin with total disrespect and mocks, giving up already. But taking a beating won't stop Andreon. He slowly pushes himself back up, grips his sword, and flashes a sly smirk while dusting himself off. Not a chance. He's annoying, but I gotta hand it to him. Right now, the uncle is completely wrapped in this ridiculously fierce lightning magic. Andreon calculates the situation, thinking, this guy is insane. The old man is literally just waiting for him to unleash his magic only to crush him completely and deliver a humiliating defeat. Looking down at the incredibly weak blue magical flame flickering on his own chest, he knows the truth. With his mana heart stuck at this pathetic level, he's totally gonna lose just like the old man wants. But strangely enough, the prince's face twists into this super cocky, almost punchable smirk. He lets out a sarcastic laugh and says, "Don't you get it?" The old uncle frowns, totally confused as Andreon decides to drop some historical facts. Let's look back 4 years ago. Distant memories show these legendary dragons slaying knights in all their absolute glory. Back then, countless warriors who possessed a mana heart achieved literally impossible victories. An image of some arrogant lightning user flashes on screen and the prince just keeps pushing the way. Issue. Yet, just because one shiny new technique showed up, all the legendary martial arts from those great knights are completely tossed aside and treated like absolute garbage. Andreon flexes hard, gathering his magic as a vibrant blue light completely envelops his chest with raw energy. Apparently, everyone just randomly decided that this brand new technique called the mana chain is somehow a vastly superior way to manipulate magic compared to the classic old school mana heart. Now the uncle is totally losing his patience, shouting, "What the heck are you actually trying to say here?" But Andreon just calmly fires back, "I see things a little differently." He points his sword straight at the old count, proudly declaring that just because they are all called mana hearts, it definitely doesn't mean they are all identical. Right then our prince's eyes absolutely glow with an eerie blue light and he flashes a seriously dangerous grin. "Uncle, have you ever heard of the martial soul anthem?" This is where it gets crazy. The old man scowls in pure anger, completely brushing him off. "This is a battlefield for swords, not a place to babble about your nonsense." But Andreon just smiles triumphantly, looking like he totally hooked a massive fish. "I knew you were going to say exactly that, uncle." He acts super casual, practically sitting right in front of the blade while rambling on. "You called the mana heart a cheap trick meant only for low-level mercenaries." This makes the uncle even more furious. "You're talking way too much." The old knight sarcastically mocks him, asking if the little prince needs more time to catch his breath. Andreon's face instantly darkens, his eyes glowing with pure killing intent as he drops one icy word. "No." Without warning, he stomps his foot straight into the dirt, causing a massive magic explosion as he proudly shouts, "The path that a true knight walks becomes a literal achievement." Andreon raises his sword straight up his entire body, bursting into these incredibly majestic blue magic flames. Absolute epic vibes here. 100 victories are my ultimate pride and my undeniable strength. And just like that, the uncle's cocky attitude shatters. Sweat starts pouring down his terrified face as he gasps, "What?" Meanwhile, right on cue, a glowing system panel pops up out of nowhere. It reads, "Singing the anthem of 100 victories claimed against 20 trainees, dreaming of becoming actual knights." Honestly, you cannot make this stuff up. In a flash system, alerts start pinging like crazy as invisible sword strikes violently slash through the empty air around him. The achievement gets carved deep into his very heart, transforming into the legendary Martial Soul Anthem. The system officially declares that the Martial Soul Anthem has been successfully created. Instantly, the wooden training blade in his hand erupts with brilliant blue magic, completely lighting up the entire courtyard. The power residing inside the knight's sword takes form. A normal grade Martial Soul Anthem, the friendly anthem, is officially forged. You and I know what comes next. The camera zooms in on Andreon's wicked face, his blue eyes glowing bright with a super smug half smile. "Just a small, completely normal achievement I managed to grab over the last 6 months." Boom. The effect of the friendly anthem activates instantly. Without missing a beat, our guy raises his blue flaming sword high into the air, radiating an absolutely overwhelming aura that dominates the entire space. This right here is the true power of the mana heart, the Martial Soul Anthem. A massive wave of energy explodes from Andreon's back, while the old count's voice echoes from across the yard, still dripping with complete disdain. Even with the friendly anthem buff fully engaged, the uncle sneers, "No matter what you try, the result is always going to be exactly the same." The old count keeps his stubbornly stern expression, absolutely refusing to acknowledge his nephew's insane effort. As long as you rely on that outdated mana heart, you will never be able to defeat the superior mana chain. Completely ignoring him, Andreon swings his sword and dashes forward like a blazing blue ghost, violently tearing through the air as he charges straight at his opponent. The two blades crash together with absolute terrifying force, triggering a massive blinding shockwave right between their glowing magical auras. The impact is insane. Amidst all these explosive intertwining energy rays, Andreon's inner thoughts reveal the hard truth. It's exactly as I thought. The ring mana actually causes massive mana reflux directly through my mana heart. Taking the hit, the prince's face instantly scrunches up in intense agony as sweat pours down. He grits his teeth to the breaking point, desperately enduring this suffocating, crushing pressure building up from inside. But despite the terrible pain, watching his nephew struggle, the old count flashes an incredibly smug grin. He actually thinks he has this fight entirely in the bag. He swings hard, knocking the blue blade away, and loudly mocks the kid's stubbornness. "You're pretty good at being a punching bag." But instead of backing down, Andreon just smirks. His eerily calm blue eyes stare right back as he drops a cold response. Memories of brutal, near-fatal beatdowns flash through his mind. Andreon grits his teeth, reflecting on the absolute hell he survived. To unlock this martial anthem, he fought over 100 battles and violently resisted the pure ring mana for over 1,000 times, a power forged specifically to crush the ring knights. The magic on his blade ignites blazing skyward. In those 100 brutal clashes, he endured 1,000 raging waves. Brilliant light from the blue aura erupts, completely surrounding him. The energy wraps around his blonde hair and floods the courtyard. Standing tall, Andreon points his glowing blade down. He loudly declares this right here is the true power of the Fellowship Anthem. The wooden sword transforms into a masterpiece. A perfectly sharp blade slices right through the heavy air, leaving a blinding trail of blue light in its furious wake. The Count frowns. You and I can literally see the sheer pressure building behind the prince, making the old man reconsider. "Now this looks worth testing," he mutters. Instantly, a massive white magic explosion shakes the earth as their devastating attacks clash. Andreon closes the gap at breakneck speed. He rains down incredibly heavy sword strikes, forcing his old uncle to desperately block. Using his momentum, Andreon spins and unleashes a wind-tearing slash. The blue blade sweeps the ground, whipping up a hurricane. Just look at Andreon. His face is a wild mix of pure hype and rage, pouring everything into breaking the defense. Sweat is literally pouring down the Count's wrinkled face like a waterfall. He stares in absolute shock, totally unable to believe this. He never expected his nephew to hold out this long. A lightning-fast strike smashes right into the Count's defensive guard. The raw impact violently cracks the space around them with blinding light. Seizing the opening, Andreon throws a brutal horizontal slash. Boom! A massive shockwave blasts out, sending the old uncle flying backward. The prince lands perfectly, sliding across the stone floor. Dust kicks up everywhere. While his uncle stands frozen in the distance, Andreon slowly stands up, looking absolutely unbothered by everything. He is acting so cocky it honestly hurts. With just a tiny scratch on his cheek, he brushes it off easily. The Count's voice shakes with pure disbelief. "What is this?" he demands. Meanwhile, Andreon just lifts his chin, firing right back. "Didn't I warn you, uncle?" At this point, the old Count finally snaps. Jade lightning magic violently explodes around his body. Glaring with utter rage, he roars right at his nephew's final taunt. "Not all mana hearts are created equal, you brat. You are way too arrogant for your own good." The Count stomps his heavy boot down, creating a massive earthquake tremor. Blinding dust kicks up everywhere to boost his intimidation. He swings his blade, completely wrapped in a massive blue mana aura, smashing it down with everything he has. Andreon is forced to raise his wooden sword, straining to block the heavy strike. A blinding explosion erupts from the violent clash. The prince grits his teeth hard, letting out a painful groan of effort. Standing tall, the Count radiates terrifying pressure and drops a seriously arrogant line from above. "I am done playing games right now. The fact that you survived this long is honestly highly worthy of praise." Looking at Andreon panting on his knees, the old man continues his totally condescending speech. "I will commend you." As expected, a basic tier martial anthem is completely useless here. Hearing this pure garbage, Andreon refuses to give up. Using his sword to stay standing, he kicks off a history lesson. 400 years ago, the prince coldly begins. Gripping his hilt tightly, he shoots a deadly glare at his uncle and continues. "The knights back then made one mistake. An image of a lone hero standing on a mountain of monster corpses flashes by." Andreon's voice echoes out crystal clear. "They left absolutely zero enemies for their descendants." The glorious skills of the past start drifting straight through his mind. At first, everything was definitely passed down perfectly. From their elite sword techniques to the proper ways to train mana hearts, all the way to those blazing martial anthems. But over time, peace completely eroded those brilliant achievements right into dust. Then a vision of a knight plunging into a fiery abyss appears. It symbolizes their downfall, eventually fading completely into obscurity. Legends of dragons that nobody had ever actually seen. A massive shadow of a dragon and a terrifying monster army appear. They blot out the entire sky. It is honestly suffocating. And giant kings that were never mentioned in the books. Andreon scoffs, picturing a dragon drawn in a completely ridiculous, goofy way. In the end, they just became stupid, highly exaggerated myths. So of course, brand new martial anthems had to be created from scratch. We see an image of knights charging into battle. They are slaughtering normal humans. But honestly, that is a victory against maybe 10 knights at most. Nothing truly epic here. Let's be real. Those anthems were built just to fight humans. You and I both know that's weak compared to monsters. Let's dive in. Broken blades litter the cliffside, absolute proof of weakness, with pathetic levels unable to ever reach. The heroic or mythic tier, they get crushed by the new era. Andreon's eyes stay completely cold, unwavering as he speaks. Mana chains, with those mediocre skills you'll never even touch. True transcendence. The uncle just stands there, bored hands behind his back, sighing at a fool. Are you drunk in broad daylight? He completely ignores the nonsense. But right then, the prince's entire vibe flips. He calls out the arrogant old man's name with an attitude 10,000 times more condescending. He totally ignores the arrogant knight, making the uncle scowl. Suddenly, a creepy blood-red evil aura swirls, right around his boots. His bone-chilling deep voice echoes out again. Every single one of you needs to realize just how terrifying the greatness you lost actually is. A massive wicked shadow flares up, completely swallowing the space behind Andreon. He transforms into an actual demon. If you don't know, he grips the wooden sword now violently. Blazing in blood-red flames, then I will gladly teach you. Boom, his eyes glow, crimson darkness bearing fangs, all around him as he grinds out the terrifying words. What no sacred blade can cut will tear dragon scales. His face twisted in pure madness, that deadly gaze locking onto his prey, and drink its boiling hot blood. Instantly, the crimson aura blasts outward and system notifications start wildly flashing to honor the sheer terror. I sing the true dragon slaying hymn. But that massive power backfires, making him violently cough up blood. His face contorts in pure agony as the system flashes red. Current stats cannot handle the hymn's level. The panel glitches out, dialogue boxes spamming like a crashing server. A huge chunk of the hymn gets omitted. Even so, he forces himself to stand. The evil aura crushes the space with blinding text, singing just one verse of the hymn. One fraction of a fraction tears the dragon's scales. Simultaneously, Andreon's murderous red eyes pierce the darkness. He swings his blade with the speed of death itself. The blood-soaked sword explosively clashes with blue mana. That crimson aura madly devours everything, trying to crush the uncle's arrogant power. The solid defense from earlier is now just torn paper. The old count stares in pure panic. What the hell is this? Now watch this. The guy who just mocked others for being weak is completely pale, shaking violently at this terrifying power, crashing down. I'll be swallowed alive. A blinding explosion violently erupts, shaking the heavens and earth, dust flying absolutely everywhere, completely blinding the entire training ground. Andreon's body gets blasted backward, taking a pathetic tumble, into the dirt, sliding backward. Meanwhile, a panicked scream echoes from the distance. Your Highness! The wind slowly clears the smoke, revealing the firm legs and towering figure of the old count. The chubby prince struggles to sit up. He wipes the blood from his mouth, completely silent but glaring sharply. He looks at the old man, channeling green magic in his hand, casually exposing the blatant cheating. Didn't you claim you'd only use a single ring? The count is absolutely sweating bullets, his face completely tense, silently eating his own words, in total shame. Despite using all 4 rings he owns, he stares down at the wooden sword in his hand, perfectly sliced right off at a clean angle. He acts tough, but he's bleeding inside. You still failed to stop your sword from getting sliced. But back to Andreon, the totally exhausted prince sits flat on the dirt, gasping for air, but his arrogant vibe hasn't dropped one bit. The old count stares down, his mind totally reeling from the broken natural law. Heart mana was always considered way weaker than ring mana. That was just an undeniable fact. Andreon tilts his chin, dropping a cold name like a fatal execution blade, shattering the count's last bit of pride. Count Valorhat. Yup, the old man's face goes totally dark, eyes wide in absolute shock, hearing the 3 most brutal words possible in the world. You lost. Suddenly, Andreon's mind gets brutally dragged into a pitch-black space. The vivid image of giant dragon jaws violently crushing the dark red aura appears. The divine blade glows intensely in a pool of blood, screaming miserably as its power is drained dry. Don't stop, please stop it. Right now, Andreon's eyes bulge, sweating buckets, his face deathly pale from the horrific soul shock recoiling back. He fiercely clutches his chest, a piercing agony tearing his soul apart and choking his breath. The scene flashes and he slams his hand on his bedroom mattress, chest heaving like crazy, desperate for a single gasp of air. He grips the sheets until his veins pop, body still violently shaking from the life or death aftershock. He scrambles up, completely drained and bitter, cursing that demonic power. This damn martial soul him. So what happens next? Damn it. He remembers forcing that crimson evil aura to violently explode around his body. And honestly, he bitterly realizes this is just the brutal price for ripping the martial soul anthem's power out by force. Blood-red eyes practically dripping with killing intent flash through his mind once again. You and I know the true dragon-slaying anthem is a mythic tier skill, even with the insane backlash somehow. His lips curl up into a totally satisfied smirk. A soothing blue wave of mana wraps around his heavily scarred body. My body is wrecked, but yeah, this risk was absolutely worth it. Sitting up straight, he bathes in his own brilliant, radiant, golden glow, declaring with pure pride, the very first martial soul anthem woven by my own hands. 100 flawless victories. That is my absolute pride and my ultimate power. Look at this, a knight raising his sword, high burning in intense blue flames. Through 100 duels, I've endured 1,000 waves of pure mana. I will stand my ground against even greater waves. Andreon's face relaxes into a smug grin as the system chimes in with some epic news. The level of his dueling anthem just went up a notch. Right on cue, our prince rubs his chin, nodding as he calculates his next genius move. This is definitely enough to crush that bastard. Third prince. Suddenly, a panicked voice echoes from the doorway. Your Highness. Little Adelia, his maid, presses both hands to her chest. Tears of pure joy are practically bursting from her eyes. You finally woke up, she shivers, flashing back to the sheer chaos that broke out right after. His Highness randomly collapsed like that. I've never seen the Queen so furious before. Andreon, he just casually cleans his ear completely, brushing off his mother's rage. Serves them right. Absolutely serves them right, he mutters, joking around. The maid keeps going. Oh, and Count Valor had left a strict message. He demanded to be notified the exact second you woke up. Hearing that specific name, our prince just rolls his eyes, looking insanely bored. He stretches, flops back down onto the bed, with a heavy thud, leisurely tucking his hands behind his head. Hold off on that report. I'm resting a bit longer, he orders calmly. But the truth, once he's laying down, that cocky smirk completely vanishes. Extreme tension takes over and cold sweat starts dripping down his forehead, seriously intense. Inside his mind, a deep blue soul appears with a massive, ugly crack right across the chest. If I don't properly heal my spirit, which I totally wrecked by overusing the martial soul anthem, I am going to pay a seriously horrifying price. Shattered mirror pieces of memory are raining down. His current reality and his past lives are about to bleed into one giant, chaotic mess. And eventually, the fragile line holding his reality together will just snap. He'll turn into a total madman. I'll be stuck endlessly replaying those martial soul anthem moments inside a broken world. He shudders, hard goosebumps erupting everywhere. His face twists in absolute disgust. Just the thought of getting trapped as a sword again after finally becoming human nightmare fuel. Just picturing it sends shivers down my spine. A second later, a fiery image pops into his head. A legendary red-haired swordswoman standing tall and proud inside a blazing sea of fire. Edna's Bayan. Man, she was an incredibly fierce warrior. Fast forward to a massive feast. The prince casually stabs his food with a fork, chewing away while breaking things down. For Adelia. Since you're a descendant of the Bayan family, you can absolutely inherit the martial soul anthem she left behind. Hearing her master drop this lore bomb, Adelia completely freezes. We would too. Her mouth is stuffed full, both cheeks puffed out, looking absolutely hilarious. She thinks to herself, I had no clue my ancestor was such an epic warrior. Andre sips some water, dropping a harsh but necessary truth bomb. Of course, you've got to grow up a lot more to even handle a skill on that anthem's level. So speaking of that, he cuts straight to the chase, dropping his fork. He locks eyes with her, giving the maid an incredibly sharp, piercing look. He asks, what exactly do you want to achieve by learning sword arts? The question is so blunt, Adelia's eyes practically bulge out of her head. She panics, shrinking her shoulders, totally lost on how to even answer. That is, Adelia drops her head nervously, gripping her hands together, finally stammering out her tiny little dream. If I could actually become a real knight. Suddenly, the poor maid's face turns bright red like a ripe tomato. She squeezes her eyes shut, screaming at the top of her lungs from pure embarrassment. If I become a knight, leaving Andreon totally stunned. Too scared to even finish her sentence, she spins around and sprints for her life, leaving him behind. Andreon just sits there completely unbothered, calling out to her fading silhouette. Hey, if you haven't figured it out, just tell me. Later, that works too. Sometime later, the chubby prince is chilling, enjoying his meal. His hand pauses on his wine glass. Why? Because Adelia is back. Hands over her chest, eyes burning with a fierce, totally new determination. Your Highness, I will become your Highness's sword. Andreon's eyes go wide. A rare flash of genuine shock breaks through his usual cocky, playful expression. Honestly, the glorious fragments from his past life are rushing back. He remembers old anthems kicking off with the epic blast of war horns. The image of a majestic knight army proudly raising their blades high starts echoing right through his mind. All right, you and I are watching true power awaken across the plains. Andreon just stares blankly as these legendary martial soul hymns echo out. He looks at the magical light radiating right in front of him, absolutely marveling at the immortal rules of power. Let their epic story begin with a completely sincere oath. Brilliant golden mana flames fiercely explode and wrap all around Adalia's body. The tiny young girl clearly shouts her ultimate knight's oath. Living for your highness for my entire life. I will dedicate absolutely everything I have to you, your highness. Instantly, a blinding system notification pops up. Adalia Bayan offers up the legendary hymn of submission. The prince reaches out to catch the warm, glowing light, muttering out loud, "Is this actually Adalia's martial soul hymn?" He softly touches the sparkling golden rays gently swirling right around his arm, and sometimes a crazy powerful martial soul hymn can easily affect all the people standing nearby. A massive tree of light literally takes root in the middle of the room, radiating a golden halo that completely illuminates the entire space, followed by a system alert. A brand new martial soul hymn has been created. The blinding light of absolute domination wraps completely around Andreon's body. The system continues to honor the guy standing at the very top. A normal grade martial soul hymn. The hymn of domination has officially formed. Our heavy prince smirks, letting out a super excited laugh. Oh, actually, he perfectly understands the true nature of this wild power. The hymn of submission is basically a song entirely dedicated to a single master. Instead of a standard martial soul hymn, it acts more like a brutal oath of submission, binding two souls together forever, even if the kid, unfortunately, has a straight-up slave mentality trait. Looking right at Adalia's pure innocent face, he absolutely could not hold back, the sarcastic thoughts laughing in his gut. To think the descendant of the Sword Marquis would actually weave a hymn of submission. The golden light shatters into countless tiny floating fragments and then just melts right into his body. Andreon totally enjoys the wild feeling of surging raw power. I just received some massively unexpected help again. He clenches his fist tight, the cunning smile of a pure opportunist showing up completely clear, right on his lips. As long as I stay the target of this hymn of submission, naturally his eyes flash with some cold, hard calculation. Adalia, growing stronger, will clearly bring huge benefits to me too. Meanwhile, Adalia only knows how to smile completely shyly out of pure happiness. This guy, totally used to being arrogant, suddenly pushes up and stands sincerely, uttering a real word of thanks to her. Adalia bows down too, cheeks flushing completely red and shy at her master's rare praise. Your Highness, the whole room is filled with super peaceful, bright sunlight, but our prince's mind just will not stop calculating his next move, even though I still have no clue what direction this new benefit will develop into. Time slips away, and a few days later, a clear blue sky covers the massive sharp towers of the royal palace. Andreon sits swallowed up in a super luxurious armchair, his pale face dotted with cold sweat, his expression looking incredibly uncomfortable and completely tense. A handsome knight silently stands right behind, watching him, and right beside him is Adalia, who is also clearly showing some major worry on her face. Sitting right in front of him is a noble woman, and she speaks out in a gentle voice completely full of care. Andreon Leon Beck is your body. Finally feeling any better yet, Andreon Leon Beck is just Andreon's casual nickname. He literally sweats bullets, awkwardly answering back, "Yeah, I am feeling fine now." Ironically, the prince's eye starts twitching, secretly, glancing to the side, silently complaining about the completely awkward situation of a guy borrowing a body after reincarnating. Dealing with enemies who absolutely hate this physical body is so much easier. His eyes immediately turn toward the graceful woman whose face is dropping down in pure pity. But having a person who actually truly loves the old owner of this physical body like this is incredibly tough to handle gracefully. She blinks slightly hesitantly, asking him about the crazy guy who literally almost beat him to death just a few short days ago. Are you deeply resenting your uncle right now? Finally, the worried woman clasps her hands together, praying, and gently sighs while offering some soft advice. Your uncle really has absolutely zero intention of harming you, so even if you still hold on to some bad feelings, please just shake them right off. But totally contrary to all that worry, Andreon just indifferently drops a freezing cold sentence. I literally have zero bad feelings about it at all. The noble woman gets tears welling up in her eyes, tightly clutching a handkerchief as she cries out painfully. Why in the world do you not hate him? He treated you so roughly and nagged you about absolutely everything, so saying you have no bad feelings is definitely a straight-up bold lie. Hearing his mother crying so hard, Andreon just indifferently reaches up to scratch his cheek, his entirely bored face rolling his eyes far away too. somewhere else, secretly thinking it is actually totally true that I do not hate him. Actually, in his mind, the wild image of a dark red evil aura, easily crushing that blue arrogance, flashes up vividly. That day, I already dealt him an absolutely fatal blow, because all his pride and his so-called truth were totally, completely denied by me. He must be struggling right now to a point that is basically impossible to endure. The tragic image of the mighty Count completely collapsing and kneeling down in a dark purple aura of absolute despair appears. The crazy thing, I planted directly into his mind, on that specific day. A literal heart demon. The heavy prince sits leaning back in his chair, proudly crossing his arms and judging exactly like a god. If he actually has the capability, he will overcome it and go even further. But if he cannot defeat it, he will completely lose even his incredibly precious martial arts power. Honestly speaking, I really do not care how he lives or dies after that wild incident anyway. But of course, his mother gradually regains her calm, gently explaining to him, your uncle has basically spent his entire life totally tied to the path of the sword. He is actually more of a weapon than a person, so he comes off as pretty rough. But honestly, he has been incredibly proud of you lately. An image flashes of the old count bowing deeply before the massive throne. He actually went out of his way to personally persuade the emperor. This time, Andreon's usually lazy eyes actually widen a bit. He is totally caught off guard by this news. It is entirely thanks to him that the grounding was lifted way ahead of schedule, but ironically, memories of his past life getting locked up come rushing right back to him as a squad of knights violently pin him down in cuffs. But new trouble hits the second his house arrest ends. His uncle's political standing at that time must have been incredibly difficult. Is that why the old man acted so bitter and frustrated back then? The prince slowly raises his hand to rub his chin, narrowing his eyes in deep calculation. His former tyrant brain immediately fills to the brim with dark, twisting conspiracy theories. Why would that old man go out of his way to do all this for him? But right at that moment, the heavy door swings open, and an old guy with pure white hair steps in, flashing a smile so bright it is blinding. Your Highness, the old scholar Niccolo Machiavelli. The second the prince spots this guy in his giant pile of books, he panics. He steps back, glaring on pure defense. I absolutely refuse. The loyal knight and his maid Adelia just stand there completely speechless. They sweat buckets, awkwardly trading looks at their master's incredibly childish, embarrassing tantrum. Andreon throws away all his royal dignity. He literally rolls around, throwing a fit on the floor, exactly like a toddler being forced to eat vegetables. Oh, come on, why do I even have to study anyway? Well, an uneducated man is no different from a wild beast. He looks straight into the old man's face and yells, "Are you calling me a wild beast?" The old scholar just smiles and calmly replies, "You are only just beginning to learn, Your Highness, so I cannot properly call you a beast yet." Andreon completely loses his mind, clenching his fists and screaming at the top of his lungs. I haven't even started, so drop the wordplay. Finally, dusting himself off, he plops right back down onto the floor with the most arrogant look imaginable. I might look lazy, but I already know absolutely everything I need to know. Let me be totally straight with you. I do not need to learn a single thing more in this entire world. Despite his fierce, stubborn resistance, the old scholar simply keeps that mysterious little smile and slowly offers a deal. If you really insist on that, let us try doing this instead. The old man leans both hands onto the massive stack of books, pitching a bet that perfectly targets the lazy prince's weakness. You will discuss a few specific topics with me. If your knowledge is truly as incredible as you loudly claim, I promise I will never bother Your Highness ever again. Hearing this, his lazy eyes instantly light up. A sly, ridiculously confident smirk spreads right across his face. Sounds like an easy win. But surprisingly enough, barely a moment later, Andreon slams his hand onto the table, passionately debating so hard he completely forgets where he even is. Yes, that is exactly right. He endlessly rambles on, lecturing about the harsh reality of ruling a nation. That is exactly why a ruler must always be careful about getting stabbed in the back. Human nature dictates they will walk all over you if you are too forgiving. The old scholar simply nods with heavy praise. You are absolutely correct. The old man then smoothly slides a massive thick book right in front of him. You will definitely find this book on iron-blooded rulers very interesting to read. Now watch this masterclass in manipulation. Swept up in the debate, the prince unconsciously flips the book open, reading obsessively, while the old guy just keeps lecturing. Right here, it evaluates the complex relationship between a ruler and his subjects as a strict contract or simple transaction. The ruler receives vital military and economic support from the people, and in exchange for protecting the citizens, those citizens seek solid protection and political stability from their king, offering up their total loyalty. And just like that, he keeps reading and aggressively nodding along, looking incredibly satisfied. You actually make a lot of sense. Every single relationship out there is basically Just a simple rule of give and take. And just like that, the sky outside turns a blazing sunset red, while the sound of their heated debates still echoes endlessly through the entire room. So regarding this section, exactly, yes, and right here too. The old scholar slowly packs up his books gently, tapping his hand on the heavy cover to wrap up their meeting. Well then, Your Highness. He waves goodbye with a warm grandfatherly smile. Let us continue the rest of our fascinating discussion tomorrow afternoon. Andreon happily raises his hand, waving back like a perfectly obedient student. Yeah, sure thing. I will be waiting. The heavy doors pull shut. The prince keeps that bright, victorious smile plastered on his face, insanely satisfied that he got to show off his massive intellect. But suddenly reality hits him. The cocky smile freezes dead on his face. His eyes blow wide open as a giant invisible question mark pops up, right above his head. He finally realizes how badly he just played himself. Wait a second, did I seriously just voluntarily participate in a completely normal study session with a tutor? The prince twitches his sweaty face, letting out a massive sigh of pure defeat. He bitterly mutters to himself, officially evaluating the cheerful tutor who just walked out. That old man is genuinely terrifyingly cunning. Meanwhile, right outside in the quiet, empty royal corridor, the old scholar simply strokes his beard, muttering to himself, the Grand Prince. The old guy takes his time, walking away smoothly, brushing past the two heavy-duty guards posted at the door. In his mind, he makes a final solid judgment. The prince is absolutely nothing like the nasty rumors described. The scene cuts outside to a perfectly calm blue sky with blinding sunlight slicing right through the fluffy white clouds. But back inside the room, Andreon is slumped all the way back, his dull eyes completely soulless as he lets out a pathetic groan of absolute boredom. He lies completely sprawled out across his massive bed, looking exactly like a dead fish as he whines out loud. I am so incredibly bored. The guard standing nearby can only stare in absolute pity. He just cannot take it anymore. Our prince keeps tossing and turning on his bed, scratching his head. He wonders if he has been living a bit too diligently lately. Without any intense training to do, there is absolutely nothing to keep him busy. After all, his body is still stuck in the middle of recovery. Suddenly, a knock echoes through the room, followed by a deeply respectful voice calling out, Your Highness, Count Valorhat is here to see you. Andreon jolts up instantly. His eyes totally light up with pure, unadulterated anticipation. Finally, a guest. After so many boring days, the maid turns to look at him, asking rather awkwardly, What should we do? He beams immediately, giving the order with total excitement. Yeah, tell my uncle to come in. The prince stands there, hands on his hips, puffing out his chest and brushing his hair with total smugness. He calculates quietly in his head. It has been a few days since their last duel, so it is definitely about time his uncle came to visit him. But wait, the second he sees who walks in, Andreon loses his smile completely. A single drop of cold sweat rolls down his forehead, but the old count looks terrifyingly haggard. A dark, gloomy aura radiates off him, and those deep, sunken eyes literally scare the living daylights out of our prince, making him take a step back. Looks like his uncle has not overcome his inner demons at all. The older man keeps his head down, sporting messy stubble and tightly pressing his lips together. Utterly miserable, he refuses to speak. Andreon widens his eyes in absolute shock, sweating buckets as he hears a heavy, crushing apology ring out. I am so sorry. The count stands up straight, then bows his head to offer a deeply sincere apology, leaving poor Andreon standing there like a wooden statue. I broke the promise I made to myself, and because of my failure, I caused you severe injuries. I truly have absolutely zero excuses for my actions. An invisible arrow of pure guilt strikes right through the prince's chest. Yeah, you and I both know the harsh reality. He is remembering right now. The real reason he is bedridden is not his uncle's sword aura at all. It is literally because he completely abused his dragon slaying anthem skill. To make matters worse, the image of his mother nagging echoes loudly in his ears, making him shiver. His poor conscience takes yet another massive critical hit. His uncle's position must be incredibly tough right now, especially since the prince caused a whole different mess. The count slowly lifts his face up. With resolute but mournful eyes, he looks straight at his nephew. He makes a deadly serious declaration. Therefore, please tell me exactly what you desire. The uncle drops an absolute blood oath right then and there. If you want my arm as payment, I will gladly hand it over to you. If you want my eye, I will give you that too. Hearing this, Andreon visibly flinches, shrinking back and panicking. In response, why the heck would I ever need useless garbage like that? Trying to keep his cool, Andreon crosses his arms and awkwardly looks away. He clicks his tongue and lets out a sigh. Man, a guy who should be a legendary sword master is this deeply caught up in his own inner demons. Seriously, to this extent, he puffs out his chest, putting his hands on his hips, desperately trying to act generous to clear the suffocating, heavy atmosphere. All right, fine, I will be a little generous today. The prince's eyes sharpen. He lowers his voice in an extremely serious manner. I will tell you my exact wish right now. The room goes completely dead silent. He stares directly at his imposing uncle, standing right across from him, clearly stating his demand. Uncle, just let me go for a walk outside. The count frowns slightly his face, showing pure confusion at this simple request. Your grounding order has already ended. Can't you just go outside whenever you feel like it? Instantly, Andreon holds up a single finger and wags it back and forth. He flashes a wicked, highly calculating smirk full of calculation. Not some basic one-day stroll. I mean, going somewhere a little far away, preferably outside the capital if possible. His uncle stands. They're utterly stunned, silently thinking over the prince's bold demand. Watching Andreon wildly wave his arms around the loyal knight hesitatingly, replies, it will take some time to arrange the schedule. With the upcoming banquet, traveling too far is basically out of the question. Andreon smiles brightly, waving his hand without a single care. That works too. Getting the agreement he needed, the old count turns around preparing to leave. Good. I will contact you again once the itinerary is finalized. The prince gives a super casual, indifferent nod. Yeah, go ahead and do that. As the door clicks shut, the knight steps forward. He watches his master stretch proudly with hands on hips. A heavy silence fills the whole room. Noticing the guards staring a little too intently, Andreon whips around. He frowns awkwardly, twisting his body. What on earth? Why are you staring at me like that? The knight stammers, sweating heavily. Well, Cass breaks into a highly awkward smile, confessing his misunderstanding. I am just a bit surprised, that is all. I honestly thought your highness was going to demand something way more unreasonable than that. Honestly, Andreon's face sinks into the shadows, his eyes narrowing with deep cunning. Because the count had broken his promise, this was a super rare chance to exploit him in so many ways. But stick with me here, the prince glances away suddenly, showing a rare hint of empathy. Seeing that stubborn old man acting so totally haggard like that, it honestly just made me feel bad for the guy. Hearing this makes Cass jolt in absolute shock. His eyes go wide. He cannot hold it in anymore, grabbing his stomach and bursting into loud laughter. He happily teases his master. Andreon turns bright red from embarrassment, pointing his finger and yelling out loud. What? Why the heck are you laughing? Cass, you have been living way too comfortably lately, haven't you? Mid-argument, a sudden voice calls out, completely cutting right through the noise. Your Highness. The prince shifts his eyes sideways, waiting to see what is next. The maid Adelia steps forward, happily clutching something tightly, a sealed envelope. Her eyes shine bright as she reports to him. The letter you have been waiting for has finally arrived, Your Highness. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Her slender fingers gently pass him a letter sealed in bright red wax. The envelope pops open, revealing the written words. Written on the paper inside, pure motivation. The vivid image of a fierce female swordsman fully wrapped in crackling blue lightning suddenly flashes across our main character's mind. I've recently hit a small milestone. The swordsman's sharp eyes practically glow with absolute determination on the page. As Andreon reads on, the contents of the letter continue. It looks like I will be able to visit you very soon. Please stay completely healthy until that exact day. Sincerely from Arwen Cayenne. Simple, clean, and straight to the point. Gripping the paper tightly, Andreon flashes a seriously cunning smirk. His sharp eyes are completely full of perfect calculation. Yeah, our boy is definitely plotting something huge right now. Perfect timing. This good news arrived exactly when he needed it most. Fast forward about 5 days later, and the old count finally sends some more excellent news his way. And just 2 days after that, departure time. The big day finally arrives as their heavy wooden carriage smoothly rolls right out of the massive city gates. The young prince leans all the way out of the carriage window, looking incredibly hyped. Uncle, what was the exact name of the territory we are visiting again? He yells out loudly. Was it Ellen or something? Hearing this racket, the old count riding his horse up ahead glances back, looking super annoyed. Seriously, can you not just sit still for even a single second? But the prince, trapped in his tiny young body, stubbornly keeps his head poked out, just teasing the poor guy, forcing his stressed uncle to literally shove the kid's head back inside the moving carriage. I will explain everything, so get back inside now, he grumbles loudly. The count's majestic crest flashes into view. This place right here is actually the entire dynasty's absolute largest weapon production base. We get a vivid image of dedicated blacksmiths swinging massive hammers, sending fiery sparks flying everywhere. This specific territory owns massive ore mines that constantly provide top-tier, high-quality iron resources. Plus, they have a master blacksmith guild ready to refine it all. The uncle seriously explains that it is absolutely no exaggeration at all to say over half the royal weapons come straight from this place. Hearing this insane fact makes Andreon incredibly hyped, excitedly yelling out loud. Awesome! Then Andreon smiles, a totally proud, smug little smile. He thinks about how much his cultivation levels have actually improved lately. It is finally time. Time to secure a proper sword of his own. Originally, he planned to just casually grab some decent blades straight out of the royal armory stash. But then he remembers the intensely sweating faces of the guards and the king's insanely strict ban echoing loudly in his head. Oh right, that tiny problem. Please forgive us, your highness. The memory plays out. Because this is a direct royal decree, we simply cannot hand over any weapon to you. The king's brutal threat followed right after. You will all be heavily punished if you ever let that little brat touch a sword, ever again. Remembering that traumatic scene, Andreon's face completely blanks out. He looks totally shell-shocked, literally like he just got struck by lightning. So yeah, an imaginary dagger of harsh reality basically stabs him right in the back. The annoyed prince just stares blankly out the window, looking utterly bored. He mutters to himself. Honestly, considering the original owner's horribly destructive track record, that ban makes total sense. Anyway, let us move on. That means if he wants a truly decent weapon, he has to hunt it down outside the royal palace. His sharp eyes casually glance over to the outside world. He looks calm, but deep calculation hides underneath, staring at his uncle's majestic back as the count rides the horse up ahead. Andreon thinks to himself, wow, he actually looks surprisingly thoughtful today. But hey, that rare feeling of appreciation definitely does not last very long because suddenly whistling winds blow a bunch of random leaves right into his face. He instantly gets grumpy. What? No way, it is way too bright. Close the window. And just like that, this brutal 20-day journey officially kicks off. The journey map reveals this specific trip includes a very short stop, right at the Count's territory 3 days from the capital. After that, the royal caravan will visit the Iron Lion Castle about 2 extra days away. That is exactly where they will rest before finally heading back to the capital. Right now, Andreon just sits with crossed arms inside the bumpy carriage. His face is super dark. He is wildly dissatisfied and complaining out loud, stuck in this tiny wooden carriage for 3 whole days without even moving. Then he slowly glances over at his maid Adelia. She is sitting perfectly motionless opposite him. He sighs. The person sitting right across from him. Not interesting at all. Honestly, she looks like a literal robot programmed to only give yes or no answers. Completely out of options, he just drops his head low, letting out a super long, truly despairing sigh. Blinking his tired eyes, our guy decides that since he is completely free anyway, he really needs to check out his internal mana heart. He closes his eyes, calms his racing mind, and takes one massive deep breath. He reminds himself of the harsh truth. As a nasty side effect of using the true dragon slaying him, his magical heart is currently running completely empty. Inside his dark inner mind space, he drops right to his knees amidst a super faint stream of blue energy. He thinks to himself, yeah, it is definitely time to refill the tank. Completely ignoring the annoying rattling of the wooden carriage and the freezing cold winds passing by outside, plus all the noisy knights chattering around him, he starts gathering up the hidden mana particles floating in the air. Andreon tightly shuts his eyes, meditating hard. Boom! A bright blue aura instantly bursts out completely, wrapping around his physical body. He does the mental math if he can fill up this totally empty mana heart. Suddenly, a massive swirling magic sphere appears out of nowhere. He jumps back, eyes going completely wide in pure shock, exclaiming, ah! His tiny shadow is completely dwarfed by the massive, blindingly bright blue energy sphere swirling powerfully in front of him. He just stands there totally dumbfounded. He asks himself, since when did my mana heart get this insanely massive? And right on cue, a glowing system panel suddenly pops up out of nowhere. You have endeavored to perform an extraordinary feat totally beyond your current ability. You have seen a fragment of a massive will. Reading those exact words makes Andreon start sweating bullets. He is absolutely horrified, suddenly realizing this insane growth is the crazy consequence of forcibly using that true dragon slaying him. Boom. A massive surge of blue mana exploded right out of his chest, blinding system panels popping up everywhere. The notification confirmed his effort directly. The system stated his mana core had officially expanded. The sheer shock of that raw energy made him double over, totally engulfed in roaring blue flames. The flames burned fiercely. A new notification chimed in. Thanks to the expanded mana core, his physical stats had drastically leveled up. His body was now. He was finally capable of handling a massive surge of mana. Andreon slowly stood up straight, confidently reaching out his hand. And then those binding chains. They completely shattered into pieces, bathed in blinding blue light. The system just kept spamming good news. He had finally reached the absolute peak realm of sword expert mastery. His connection to the origin source improved, and some major limits on his recovered authority were officially lifted. Talk about an epic power-up. Andreon's eyes went wide with pure shock. The system screen wasn't done yet, casually dropping even more insane news. His authority limits were completely gone. The third eye authority massively upgraded. The third-year authority also boosted to the max. But suddenly, a super timid, quiet voice interrupted the hype. It was his maid Adelia, totally breaking the intense silence in the room. "Your Highness," startled the little prince in his newly shrunk-down form. He hastily pulled his hand back. He started blowing on it, his whole body running incredibly hot. Clenching his tiny fist, a deeply smug smile crossed his face. He proudly declared he just took another massive step forward. Immediately after, a ridiculously huge, magnificent mansion appeared glowing brightly under the warm sunlight. The convoy had officially arrived at the territory. The second Andreon stepped out of his carriage, a highly respectful voice immediately welcomed him to the estate. "I honestly cannot find the words to express what an absolute honor it is to meet you, Your Highness." Two incredibly well-dressed men stood right there. Both elegant men bowed down in a deeply formal greeting. "Iga of the Allen family sends his highest regards, and alongside me is Torrance, the eldest son of the Allen family, formally greeting Your Highness." Hearing their polite introduction, our main character simply nodded and replied, "Thank you for the warm hospitality." Torrance smiled warmly and quickly offered, "Since it was a terribly long trip, you must be exhausted. I will escort you to the guest room right away." But Andreon just casually glanced around the area, looking completely bored out of his mind. He silently assessed the entire place, completely unimpressed. He stared at the fancy glowing swords magically floating in the air on display. He sighed inwardly. People called this place the ultimate weapon production hub. And sure enough, the whole mansion was packed with every weapon imaginable. But to him, they were just flashy, low-tier garbage, totally useless in actual combat. They strolled down the sunlit corridors, but you and I know our prince wasn't feeling this basic setup at all. The guy looked entirely unamused. He frowned slightly, letting out a heavy sigh of pure disappointment. At this rate, finding the specific high-tier item he was looking for seemed basically impossible. Wasting no time, he turned and asked Torrance straight up, "Did you say the blacksmith guild is right here in this territory?" Torrance immediately responded. Visibly flustered, Torrance replied, "Yes, that is true," but completely ignoring his obvious hesitation, Andreon cut him off with a firm demand. "I want to take a walk down there right now." And just like that, the group's hasty footsteps changed direction, heading straight toward the loud, blazing blacksmith workshop. On the way there, Torrance smiled nervously and gave a quick warning. "These blacksmiths, every single one of them is naturally rude and incredibly stubborn." Trying to manage expectations, Torrance added, "When they get completely lost in their rushed work, they will literally ignore everyone, even the lord of the territory. When the lord visits, the words they spit out are as cold and rough as the unrefined iron they hammer all day. So because of that, even if you feel completely insulted by their attitude, please just consider it their proud artisan spirit and show them some tolerance." Andreon's eyes, however, suddenly turned incredibly sharp. His pupils narrowed, locking intensely onto something specific right in front of him. A massive explosive scene suddenly came into view. The forge's flames roared wildly, blasting out an insane wave of heat that practically lit up the entire corner of the room. Facing this incredibly chaotic and sweltering blacksmith workshop, Torrance carefully gave another warning. "The heat from these forges is absolutely brutal. If it gets too hard to handle, please just say the word." But Andreon, he just stood completely frozen among the flying sparks, totally and utterly mesmerized by the wild scene unfolding. The heavy sound of steel slamming into iron echoed everywhere. Torrance tilted his head, super confused by the sudden silence. Seeing the prince just standing there, completely rooted to the spot, Torrance called out, "Your Highness," totally ignoring him. Andreon slowly walked straight toward the blazing fire silently, absorbing the raw, authentic sounds of the workshop. The raging flames, the puffing bellows. Then the epic sight of a muscular, battle-scarred old blacksmith, swinging a heavy hammer down onto solid iron, appeared. Raw, absolute power in every single strike as the guild worked. Andreon's face was completely dripping with sweat from the brutal heat, but his eyes were glowing with pure awe. Suddenly, right in the middle of it all, one specific hammer strike created a blinding flash of light, instantly grabbing all of his attention. The sound ringing out was just incredibly crisp and unique. He stood there completely hypnotized, staring right at the old man's back as he tirelessly worked away in that absolute sea of fire. Andreon unconsciously let out a gasp. Right there before him was an old blacksmith with an insanely built physique and flowing white hair. He swung his massive sledgehammer straight down onto the anvil with pure terrifying power, causing two sparks to erupt everywhere. At that exact moment, Andreon's eyes trembled violently. Reflected in his gaze were the roaring crimson flames and the shadow of something incredibly familiar. He was completely stunned. Now watch closely, because right there, a beautifully glowing sword with a bright blue gem in its hilt emerged right out of the roaring flames. Yes, that was it. The very first memory he could ever recall. But while he was totally lost, staring at that magical glow, Someone suddenly pulled out a small handkerchief. They started frantically wiping away the endless sweat just pouring down his face from that absolutely brutal forge heat. Confused, he snapped his head back with a massive question mark on his face. It was just Adelia holding her handkerchief with total caring devotion. Let's jump in. Your Highness, you're sweating entirely too much. The prince let out a soft sigh as a timid maid approached, closer to wipe his brow. But Andreon quickly snapped his face away, throwing a completely annoyed glare over his shoulder, looking as if someone had just ruined his focus. Right in the middle of this massive forge, a heavily muscled, half-naked old blacksmith was entirely locked in. He passionately smashed his hammer into a blinding, glowing block of iron, clumsily rushing over a plump manager wearing a bright blue beret, rubbed his hands together, bowing so low it looked pathetic. We humble servants greet your highness. Standing nearby, Torrance just smiled gently and made the introduction. This man is Jackson. He actually runs the entire blacksmith guild right here. Hearing that our prince gave a painfully cold, is that so? Yet the old blacksmith ignored absolutely everyone, just swinging his heavy hammer. A deafening crash hit the anvil, making Jackson jump out of his skin in sheer panic. Are you crazy? The manager pointed and screamed. What on earth are you doing? Stop right now and bow to his highness. Without a second of hesitation, Andreon reached right out. He tightly covered that noisy manager's mouth, silencing his annoying cries instantly. Frowning hard, he threw out a brutal warning. You are way too loud. He finally let go, shooting a glare so freezing cold that every apprentice nearby slammed their heads down in pure terror. The entire atmosphere instantly died into total silence. Over on the anvil, that half-forged sword glowed and smoked heavily, almost gasping for air as it waited, just waiting for that next strike. Andreon silently sized up the room, glancing at the crew. He realized they were definitely dragged here entirely against their will, right in the middle of working. Doing something I never even asked for. He turned his attention to the completely trembling crew. He waved his hand with a heavy dose of biting sarcasm. The iron is cooling. Unless you all want the furnace to just die out, go ahead and keep standing around. That snapped them awake instantly. Total chaos erupted as workers yelled and frantically scrambled for their scattered gear. What are you guys doing? Grab the tools and pump those bellows fast. Andreon casually crossed his arms, standing calm through the panic like an absolutely ruthless young boss watching his sight. He leaned forward just a bit, locking every ounce of his focus entirely on the intense forging process happening right in front of him. Inside the raging flames, that tough old master gritted his teeth, patiently torching the metal bar. Massive sledgehammers rained down relentlessly, setting off absolutely deafening shockwaves while a million blinding sparks violently exploded and shot everywhere. Watching that old blacksmith's broad sweat-drenched back, our prince's eyes showed a wild mix of pure curiosity and massive expectations. Suddenly, his pupils dilated completely perfectly, reflecting the insane blinding glow pouring out of the furnace. Completely unconsciously, he just took slow, heavy steps right into that brilliant ocean of fire, moving exactly like a hypnotized sleepwalker. He planted himself right behind the old blacksmith. He let that absolute hellish heat swallow his smaller frame whole, while crazy stray sparks flew wildly past him. With his face dripping in sweat, the prince whispered out loud in total absolute confusion. What in the world is this crazy feeling? The scene then cuts back to the bright mansion courtyard. Torrance sighed heavily as they walked. For whatever crazy reason this guy has repeated the exact same cycle of forging swords and melting them down for 6 whole months. Andreon raised an eyebrow, totally surprised. Are they just rejects? Torrance shut his eyes and shook his head helplessly. Honestly, that is hard to say. Flashing back to the epic image of the old smith bathed in that blinding glow, he spoke with deep admiration. Every single blade he crafts is literally known as a total masterpiece. That is exactly why they call him the master swordsmith. We see endless, gorgeous blades just casually stabbed right into the dirt as Torrance continued with obvious regret. Even the weapons he has forged so far look absolutely flawless to any normal set of eyes. Zero defects at all. It is a massive mystery why he insists on melting every single one. The face of this young future Lord fell, looking incredibly worried. What is worse, for the past entire month he barely sleeps. He just desperately clings right onto his relentless work. Hearing the noble sound this terrified, he added, since the man is no longer young, our concern for him is honestly growing pretty huge. Andreon just stayed quietly lost in his own thoughts, saying absolutely nothing. By now the golden sunset heavily blanketed the grand mansion, and he finally muttered a very rare compliment. A true artisan. Time skipped forward and the system panel basically laid out this bizarre patience. Many long days passed by. The prince visited that smoky forge from dawn every single day, only dragging himself away late into the night. Despite having royalty hovering around, that white-haired geezer just kept swinging his hammer, totally ignoring the entire world. During all that time, the old master simply stuck to his insane daily grind. Meanwhile, our young prince just stood there like a stone statue, arms crossed, glued to that exact same spot. He just silently watched the guy work. Breathing a massive sigh of relief, Torrance finally relaxed his shoulders and smiled. Despite the massive panic about the Grand Prince arriving, it is honestly just really surprising that no crazy incidents have popped off. Now watch this. The deep night sky flashed by a crescent moon hanging highly up there, signaling his strict deadline was totally up. Finally, that cold notification panel popped right up in the blazing forge. And so, the actual day for the prince to leave had arrived. Looking deeply regretful, Andreon stood silently, watching the old smith, still frantically wrestling with that iron block. He slowly turned away, clicking his tongue with pure disappointment. I honestly hope to see. All right, you and I are jumping right back in. Andreon and Torrance just stand there in complete silence, leaving behind the fading hammer strikes of a masterpiece that refused to be born. Andreon turns his face into the dark, looking absolutely miserable and bored. He is drowning in pure regret. The young prince lets out a heavy sigh, giving his guard and Torrance a flat order. We need to leave. There is a farewell banquet tonight, and we ship out at first light tomorrow. Watching the young prince walk away, Torrance completely understands the heartbreak. The kid really just wanted to see that legendary blacksmith finish the ultimate weapon before they left. But then, hold on. Suddenly, a massive beam of blinding energy absolutely erupts straight out of the old forge. The light tears right through the twilight sky, followed instantly by a completely panicked shout. Your Highness, look at this. Andreon freezes in his tracks. He slams his hand against the stone wall, whipping around to face that blinding glow. The noble, Torrance, comes sprinting over like a maniac, waving his arms with a massive grin. The Grand Master finally finished the legendary sword. Andreon's eyes go wide with absolute shock. Forget his royal dignity. The kid bolts, running back as fast as humanly possible to the forge, panting for air. They're standing under the blazing sun. The old blacksmith's raw, muscular silhouette looks totally epic. He stands there like an absolute boss, gripping a weapon pointed straight up at the sky. He carefully takes a cloth and wipes down the steel, cleaning off the final ashes of the forge. The blade practically explodes with a brilliant cross-shaped aura, gleaming with zero flaws. Pure perfection. Seeing his royal guest return, the once proud giant drops straight down to one single knee, showing absolute respect to the tiny prince. He lowers his head, holding the majestic weapon flat across both of his open hands, and speaks with a heavy, raspy voice. I offer this sword to you, your highness. Instantly, Andreon reaches out and touches the grip. He is totally mesmerized, completely hypnotized by how insane this weapon looks. Watching from the back, Torrance and the guards just stand there with huge eyes, absolutely speechless. The Grandmaster's voice rings out steady and proud, spitting out pure artisan wisdom. Heated up like a blazing sun over the horizon, Andreon tightly grips the hilt, staring at the deadly shine of the steel, while the old man keeps talking. And cool it down until the color perfectly matches. The deep red cloak of a king, feeling completely triumphant, the prince lifts the blade right to his chest, grinning with pure pride as he finishes the chant. If you do all of that, a weapon as mighty as the sun and a real king will finally be born. A classic blacksmith chant. He stares at his own face, reflecting off the totally flawless metal, and asks out loud, does this thing have a name? The old man stays, bowing, thick sweat dripping down his deeply tired face as he answers, how about we just call it Sunset? The blade points at the sky, perfectly matching his heavy-loaded question. Wait, is that the evening of dawn or the actual sunset of twilight? The Grand Master answers super deep, saying, for me is the twilight, but for you, your highness, definitely the dawn. Andreon throws his head back, laughing, flashing a super rare, genuine smile that totally breaks the heavy tension. You're surprisingly good with your words for just a guy who hammers iron all day. The old legend smirks, getting ready to talk back, but suddenly dark crimson blood aggressively explodes right out of his mouth. Out of energy, he falls straight forward, whispering his happy final words. I feel so relieved. Andreon totally panics, throwing his arms out fast to catch the massive guy. The old man's exhausted face shuts tight. He slips into the dark, after literally burning his own life force to make this final weapon. Holding the broken body of the Grand Master, he hears Torrance yelling out, Your Highness. Ignoring the panic, Andreon fires back a cold order. Go tell my uncle that I am spending the entire night right here. The sun goes down and blazing torches light up the outside of the royal tent, where elite knights wearing the lion crests stand strict guard. Inside the totally silent tent, the young prince sits like a statue, watching over the unconscious master in bed with the new sword leaning perfectly nearby. Suddenly, the Grand Master forces his eyes open, looking right at him, weakly spitting out the real truth. The very second you stood behind me that day, this weapon took its form almost like pure destiny. He breathes super hard but keeps going. The sword itself chose the exact day it wanted to be born. Hearing that crazy claim, Andreon asks in a deadpan voice, "Is that really what you think?" His lips curl right up into this quiet little smirk, hiding those dark, calculating eyes. He whispers back, "Well, the real truth is. Now watch this." He leans in close, flashes a truly wicked smile, and whispers an absolutely world-shattering secret straight into his ear. The old man's eyes violently snap completely open. He looks utterly terrified and absolutely stunned, like he cannot believe what he just heard. He chokes out, "Dear God, so you are actually The prince just dryly admits it. Yep. Then he places his hand right on the fresh steel, resting by the bed, talking all relaxed. "So really, how could I not totally understand the soul of my new best friend?" Hearing those words, the old legend drops his head onto the pillow, breathing out a massive happy sigh of total relief. The old blacksmith slowly closes his eyes. That deeply weathered face relaxes into a genuinely gentle smile. "I understand now. I finally understand." His voice suddenly drops, becoming completely fragile. "Your Highness, please hand me that sword for just a moment." Meanwhile, Andreon just stands there, looking down. His eyes hold a rare mix of deep thought and genuine sadness. Without hesitation, he carefully places the hilt right into the old man's rough hands. "Here it is," he replies softly. The blacksmith's veiny, worn-out hands start trembling. Gathering every last ounce of his fading strength, he finally manages to grip the blood sword tightly. He opens those cloudy, tear-filled eyes, pouring absolutely everything he has left into one final plea. He begs, hoping this exact blade will become something truly legendary just like him. Andreon's eyes go wide. He is completely caught off guard by the sheer weight of these epic dying words. He instantly lowers his head. Shadows completely hide his eyes as he witnesses the quiet passing of an absolute legend. Right after that, heavy silence breaks. He grips the sword's hilt tightly with both hands. His voice cuts through the gloomy room, ringing out with total strength and rock-solid conviction. "It definitely will be." His striking blue eyes actually tremble just a bit. It is a super rare flash of complex emotion totally hidden behind his usual everyday indifference. Inside the dimly lit room, the young prince sits completely quiet on a chair. He bows his head, resting his forehead right against the blade to keep watch over the body. Over on the silent bed, the master blacksmith has officially breathed his last breath, but his face shows nothing but pure absolute peace. Under a crescent moon and flickering torchlight just outside the tent, a silent vow melts right into the dark night sky. It is definitely happening. The very next morning, an absolutely gorgeous sword, glowing with golden light, sits beautifully inside a bright red velvet-lined box. It is presented perfectly right, under the bright sunlight. That noble guy Torrance steps up looking super awkward and tries to explain himself. While absolutely no one can deny the incredible value of blade forged with a man's literal soul, I believe it might be highly inconvenient for your highness to actually use. Being completely sly, he quickly pulls out another sword and holds it right in front of our prince. Smiling like a total hypocrite, he says, "I just so happen to have this magic sword to offer. Please, accept it instead." Andreon just smiles bright as day. He grabs the new blade and drops a surprisingly satisfying comment. "Very good, even if this isn't a top-tier weapon, it is honestly a fantastic mid-level sword." But right when Torrance hesitantly tries to circle back to his main goal, "Your Highness, what about that other sword?" Andreon instantly shuts his mouth with razor-sharp logic. "Just a single weapon, crafted by a legendary master, pouring his entire soul into the steel, is already a priceless gift. Yet you actually plan to offer me an additional Placian magic sword. On top of that." Torrance starts sweating bullets from the kid prince's clever sarcasm. He forces out this insanely awkward, stiff smile and replies, "Indeed, the absolute loyalty of the Yin family toward the royals is truly outstanding." On the outside, Torrance takes a deep, respectful bow like a good servant. "It is our family's greatest honor." But deep down, a tiny mental version of the guy is holding his head, absolutely screaming in pure, agonizing regret over this. He literally planned to use this flashy magic sword as bait to steal back the master's blade, but now he just straight up lost an unbelievably good magic weapon for absolutely nothing. Now here is where you and I see things get wild. The scene shifts outside as the Count loudly barks orders. The infantry will trail behind us. Cavalry units push forward at absolute maximum speed. We are officially way behind schedule right now, so everyone needs to hurry up and stay completely focused. The soldiers shout in perfect unison, ready to roll. Meanwhile, Andreon is just standing there looking totally dumbfounded, raising those blank, lifeless eyes right at his uncle standing in front of him. Suddenly, the Count turns his head, shooting his nephew a nasty side eye, and drops this heavily sarcastic remark. "You look quite busy, don't you?" He keeps staring holes into the kid, finally venting his real frustrations out loud. Come to think of it, I haven't seen you even once the entire time we have been in this territory. His Majesty specifically assigned me a completely separate mission. Andrian casually covers his mouth deep in thought. He clicks his tongue in sheer disappointment. Well, I guess my little field trip isn't going to be totally free after all. Out of nowhere, the Count starts rushing him. That is right, you need to gear up too. We plan to ride horses as fast as possible to reach the Lion Slayer castle by tonight, so you will be riding. Andrian instantly freezes up, looking totally baffled as he replies, regarding that specific detail. The prince stands up totally straight. With a completely deadpan, emotionless face, he drops the absolute wildest truth bomb. I don't actually know how to ride a horse. Hearing this, the black-haired Count is completely speechless. Sweating buckets, he just stares blankly at the prince like his brain completely short-circuited. Meanwhile, Andrian is mentally defending himself. Hey, in my past life, I was literally a sword. How on earth would I know how to ride a horse? Right, and just like that, the epic journey to the Lion Slayer castle officially begins with Prince Andrion violently throwing up a literal rainbow on the roadside. Complete disaster. While Adelia is basically panicking, nervously calling out, "Your Highness," the whole trip immediately turns into a spectacular train wreck. The second, Andrion desperately clings to the back of a galloping horse. He is screaming his lungs out, creating an incredibly hilarious yet tragic scene for everyone watching him. A poor knight galloping right behind him is screaming out in pure panic, "Your Highness." But wait, it absolutely doesn't stop there. A non-stop series of chaotic, utterly unstable moments keep happening on the road. The grand climax, our clueless prince taking a massive hilarious faceplant right off the horse around a sharp, nasty curve on the trail. By now, Andrion's face is as pale as a ghost. His dead, soulless eyes look completely shattered as he barely holds those leather reins, dragging himself forward like he just survived the worst torture imaginable. But finally, a massive silhouette of the epic castle reveals itself, shining brilliantly under the NTA bright sunlight. Even though it did not take a mere half day like we originally expected, we still made it to the destination in exactly one full day. Andrian slowly raises his gaze. Stick with me, guys, he is evaluating this massive fortress, finally feeling a spark of actual excitement again. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. So this is the Iron Lion Castle. Instantly, the sharp sound of heavy boots marching on stone echoes out, announcing the arrival of a heavily disciplined army. The commanding knight steps up, his voice booming with authority as he salutes on behalf of his entire squad. He introduces himself as Du of the Woden family, bowing to the first prince. The knights shout together, welcoming the noble bloodline of the Andreon Leon Beck family. Our main character, Andrian, just flashes this arrogant smirk. His sharp eyes scan right through the rigid lines of soldiers. The tension radiating off these guys is honestly a bit much. The prince casually looks over the furious, stressed-out faces of the knights forming this so-called welcoming party. They are practically leaking killing intent. And as for why, well, from the back, a beautiful knight with long black hair steps forward, her face totally ice-cold. Andrian just thinks to himself, wow, you guys make it way too obvious. He has the absolute mindset of someone who just loves stirring up drama. Should he make things a little more chaotic? Yeah, definitely. He casually calls out to Arwen Kayan. The female knight immediately goes into a textbook bow. She responds with a totally flat, emotionless voice, just calling him, "Your Highness." Dropping down to one knee right in front of Andrian, she speaks up. She makes a pledge that sounds loyal on paper, but her tone is absolutely freezing. She claims she has been counting down the days, just waiting for the chance to see him again. But the atmosphere right behind Arwen Kayan completely blows up with overwhelming killing intent. The knights are glaring daggers at Andrian, which only makes his annoying smirk grow wider. Oh wow, would you look at that immediate reaction. But meanwhile, right behind our prince, Adelia goes totally dark. Her eyes suddenly flash with this terrifying razor-sharp light that makes Andrian's sweat drop. He quickly grabs his maid by the shoulder to hold her back. He instantly realizes how dangerous her overprotective loyalty really is right now. Any hostility directed at him, her master, is basically a trigger that might send Adelia into a total rampage. So he forcefully calls her name. Adelia. She snaps out of it, pulling back her killing intent instantly. She just blinks innocently at him, acting like she was never planning a massacre. She obediently bows her head and shyly says yes to his command. Seeing this, Andrian finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. He practically pats himself on the back, glad he trained her unquestioning loyalty so early on. With that little disaster safely avoided, Andrian tilts his chin up. That smug, calculated smile of an absolute boss returns to his face. He is totally back in his element. Now he turns his attention back to the female knight, intentionally dropping a bomb right in front of the angry wolves growling behind her. Arwen Kayan, come with me. The hated prince grins like an absolute menace. Don't we have a ton of catching up to do? Then he drops another taunt. It would be even better if those guys behind you tagged along too. Fast forward a bit. Now listen closely because things get wild here. At the training ground, Andreon ditches his heavy coat for a white shirt resting a wooden sword on his shoulder with pure natural swagger. He looks down at the knights and boldly announces that he wants to witness their skills. The swordplay of the Iron Lion, supposed to be the best in the kingdom. He raises his voice, daring someone to show him their blade. The knights just stare at each other, completely confused. They are hesitating, unsure how to handle this bizarre request from the useless prince. Seeing the dead silence, Andreon closes his eyes and coldly mocks their hesitation. If my status is putting too much pressure on you guys. He keeps the wooden sword on his shoulder, an arrogant smile spreading across his face as he throws out an irresistible bait. I swear on the Andreon Leon Beck name, not a single person will be held responsible for whatever happens in this friendly sparring match. Then he growls, really, still no takers. The knights simply cannot stomach his bitter insults anymore. Their pride is completely on the line. Are the famous Iron Lion Knights really this cowardly? He tells them their title as the kingdom's finest must just be empty talk. That does it. Instantly, a red-haired knight storms out of the formation, gripping his wooden sword tightly as he boldly declares his name. I am Dal of the Denon family. Even though he is holding back massive rage, Dal still tries to fake a respectful attitude. I know I am unworthy to represent the Iron Lions, but if you allow it. He violently swings his wooden sword through the air. The swing creates a sharp gust of wind. His eyes are burning. I request permission to face you. Andreon opens his arms wide, welcoming the challenge. That excited smirk never leaves his face. No need to ask for permission, man. I am the one who asked for this. Without wasting another second, Dal shoots forward like a literal arrow, slicing the wind, swinging his blade straight ahead with some absolutely terrifying power. He shouts at the top of his lungs, telling the prince to watch out, but contrary to their expectations of a weak royal, Andreon simply lowers his stance. His blue eyes flash with the deadly calm of a master swordsman. And then, with just a single thrust, Andreon unleashes a blinding blue aura. It is a brutal counterattack that completely shatters his opponent's strike with sheer overwhelming force. Dal's eyes bulge out in pure terror. Blood instantly erupts from his mouth as the massive shockwave proves way too much to handle. He screams in absolute agony. The arrogant knight gets completely launched into the air like a dry leaf caught in a hurricane. He slams back first into the grass, creating a massive impact. The bystanders are just left standing there in total mind-bending shock. Wrapping up his little warm-up, Andreon rests his hand on the sword. Brilliant blue mana flares from his chest as he smiles coldly. He looks down at his defeated opponent and issues one simple, chilling command. Who is next? The crowd of knights just stands there frozen. All right, you and I are about to see absolute chaos. Jaws drop as Dal Denon collapses in total defeat. Right on cue, a red-haired knight charges in. He plants his sword down, trying to act tough for Paro Tim Dal Denon. He boasts about being a third year over a freshman. The result? Unlucky poor Tim Dale gets launched into the air, instantly coughing up blood with a pained scream. Dozens of other knights see this and charge in. They rush him like moths to a flame, only to meet the exact same tragic fate. One screams he is a fifth-year apprentice knight, and boom, an eighth-year shouts the Iron Lion's sword never fails before getting wrecked. Right in the middle, Andreon swings his wooden blade so incredibly fast. It creates sharp afterimages, yet he looks perfectly calm like he's just taking a stroll. Dust fills the air as rocks violently scatter everywhere. The massive Iron Lion training yard is completely ruined after this brutal warm-up. Just a moment later, the prince calmly stands there totally unbothered. He proudly rests his wooden sword on his shoulder, completely surrounded by fallen knights who are groaning in absolute agony all over the grassy field. Andreon lets out a heavy sigh, his eyes showing pure boredom and disappointment. Seriously, he glares down at the surviving elite knights, silently taunting them. They are whispering among themselves, sweating bullets in fear. Now he wants to face the official knights. He calls them out for acting way too slow. His gaze sweeps right across the terrified crowd before locking onto the beautiful female knight who has been standing quietly on the sidelines this whole time. He calls her name. Arwen Kayan. The knight immediately responds, saying, "Yes, your highness." Andreon flashes a very mysterious smile as he looks right at her. Then he drops a totally bossy command. "When I head back, you are coming with me." Arwen Kayan blinks, her beautiful face falling into stunned silence. She simply bows politely to accept the absolute order, saying, "As you wish, your highness." But meanwhile, a silver-haired knight standing right behind her. He starts frowning, looking completely annoyed by this. The silver-haired guy steps forward with a bitter grumble, making Andreon smirk with absolute pure amusement. "Your highness, that is just way too easy." The arrogant knight flashes a challenging smile, openly suggesting a brand new way to pass the time. "I heard your highness loves a good wager. What do you say to a little bet just to make things a lot more exciting around here?" But then the guy shoots a really shady side glance right at Arwen Kayan. He says, "If I defeat your highness," but he gets instantly shut down. Andreon brutally cuts him off. The prince's face hardens, his sharp eyes making it completely clear that Arwen Kayan is absolutely not some kind of cheap trophy. Seeing this tense moment, Arwen Kayan hesitates from behind him, softly speaking up. "Your Highness," she starts, but the prince has a totally different plan ready. "Now pay attention because this changes everything." Andrian casually tosses his wooden sword into the dirt. "How about we bet something else entirely," he suggests. "Bring my blade here." Andrian slowly draws an absolutely stunning real sword from its sheath, letting his fingers gracefully glide across the flawless metal surface. "If you win," he says, raising the brilliant sword up high as it sparkles under the sun. Then he makes a loud, absolute declaration to everyone. "I will hand this sword over to you right here." Hearing that massive promise, both Arwen Kayan and the silver-haired knight completely freeze in pure shock. Their eyes go wide at the insane value of this bet. Arwen Kayan instantly panics and steps forward, desperately trying to stop her master from risking it. "Your Highness, a retainer should be the one too," but Andrian turns his back and interrupts her. "You are worth 1,000 times more than this." A totally fatal strike straight to her heart, because a master sword fighter's true value can never be compared to a simple, lifeless piece of metal. Arwen Kayan is left completely rooted to the spot, looking dazed and flustered. Meanwhile, the silver-haired knight smirks, thinking he just scored a massive free prize. "Very well, Your Highness." He excitedly draws out his own real sword and loudly announces his title, trying to look incredibly fierce and completely intimidating. "I am Dunham of House Fahrenheit. I am a fully official knight of the Iron Lion Order, currently standing right at the threshold of the 3rd tier. Andrian never misses a chance to troll. He literally points his finger right at the guy, mocking him with the most sarcastic tone you can imagine. "So what you were saying is you are actually still just stuck at the 2nd tier, right?" That completely pisses Dunham off. He tries holding back. He furiously raises his own blade, proudly bragging to everyone. "This is the 17th sword ever forged by a legendary artisan known as the Sword Master." The guy confidently adds, "If you somehow manage to win this rare, incredibly valuable masterpiece will belong entirely to Your Highness." Andrian smirks, clearly finding this highly amusing. What a crazy coincidence. Without wasting a single extra word, Andrian instantly swings his own majestic sword downward. It creates a blinding flash of brilliant light. He aims the blade straight at Dunham, like a literal god of war, smiling as he thinks to himself, "I just so happen to own a blade from that exact same sword master." He flashes a wildly arrogant, victorious grin that totally commands the room. This right here is the sword master's 100th creation. Dunham starts sweating bullets, narrowing his eyes in pure confusion as panic starts setting in. "I have never heard any rumors about the sword master crafting a 100th blade." Andrian calmly explains it, still keeping that mocking, playful smile. "I figured as much. That is because this is his final masterpiece, and it was literally just completed a few days ago." Dunham's face turns completely dark. "Stick with me, the fight is on." The Silver Knight drops into a combat stance. A fierce aura of mana surrounds him, crackling with wild energy. Blue lightning violently tears through the air. He speaks with pure arrogance. "Even though Your Highness is walking down a very misguided path of swordsmanship, I can still acknowledge the endless effort hidden within that flawed path." He keeps acting totally superior, like he is doing the prince a massive favor. He points his sword tip forward. "So just to show a little bit of respect for your hard work, I am going to use my absolute full strength. I will not hold back in this friendly match." Andrian gives a faint smile, muttering the words back with pure mockery. "A misguided path, you say?" Suddenly, deep blue mana flames erupt straight from the prince's chest. He half closes his eyes, completely unbothered, and scoffs with absolute disdain. "Way too ordinary." The Knight Dunham goes on high alert, his focus razor sharp, while Andrian's freezing voice echoes across the field, just dripping with absolute dominance. "From the very beginning, this position was never something I could claim as mine alone." That blinding blue light immediately reflects in the wide, totally stunned eyes of Adelia. The maid literally holds her breath, gripping her hands tight as she watches her master's booming voice continue ringing out, demanding total respect. Right outside the arena, Arwen Kayan just stands there frozen. His usually icy expression is completely gone, now dripping with a single drop of sweat as he witnesses this absolute monster of a power surge. The prince's piercing blue eyes just dangerously burn with a ruthless magical fire, and then he drops this incredibly badass line. "As long as it comes from my own people, that is more than enough." Out of nowhere, Andrian calls her name, making the poor maid practically jump out of her skin. Adelia watched closely. She completely panics, stammering out, "Yes, huh." Right at that exact second, Andrian slams his massive sword straight into the dirt, and a massive blue mana explosion violently erupts into this gigantic magical phantom, majestic like a literal god, swallowing the entire arena. He turns his head back to look right at her, standing incredibly proud, right inside the eye of this glowing energy storm. This is the exact path she has to walk from now on. That powerful lesson burned straight into her mind. Adelia's tiny hands grip her shirt tight against her chest, her teary eyes now shining with just absolute, unshakable resolve. She whispers, "Yes." Suddenly, a brilliant golden aura awakens and completely wraps around the maid's figure, glowing so incredibly bright that it heavily contrasts absolute cold blue flames growling from the prince down below. Adelia tightly clasps both of her hands together, looking incredibly devoted and completely immersed in this fiercely burning fire of total loyalty. She swears to him, "I will definitely follow your path, Your Highness." The scene shifts to a hot teacup, steam quietly rising as it sits right on the table, accompanied by a very steady voice. "Now, you and I need to pay attention here." The brown-haired guy sitting with crossed legs asks the count, who is calmly sipping tea. "Exactly. How many times have we visited the Iron Lion Castle so far?" The brown-haired guy calmly answers his own question. "This marks our 4th time already." Hearing that, the black-haired count softly rubs his chin, his eyebrows furrow in deep thought. Reflecting on the messy political situation, his voice breaks down the facts. The 4th prince has absolutely zero interest in the throne, so he probably won't show. The 3rd and 5th princes already visited, while the 1st prince was stuck under house arrest. Heck, even the 2nd prince dropped by here not too long ago. Then the brown-haired man slams his teacup down onto the saucer with a sharp clack. He firmly states a hard truth, that no matter how absolutely terrible his reputation might be right now, you cannot deny the 1st prince is the true and legitimate heir of this entire kingdom. The man points his finger straight out, waving it around as he harshly complains. For things to reach this awful point, you definitely have to take a massive chunk of the blame. We see the solitary prince standing alone under a flickering light, surrounded by cold backs turning entirely away from him. If you, the great commander of the 3rd Legion, had just supported the 1st prince, even just a tiny bit, his highness wouldn't be so horribly isolated right now. The man angrily yells out, "So why wait until this exact moment after all this time has passed to finally start acting like his actual guardian?" The count just lowers his head, his eyes turning entirely dark, as he admits his heavy guilt. "You are totally right. I really did abandon my own nephew once." Those horrifying memories suddenly flood right back. The image of the severely overweight alcoholic prince lounging on a chair looks absolutely pathetic. A guy who wasn't just a useless puppet of a king, but an actual crazy tyrant. Yep, that was my nephew. The count vividly remembers the moment he got so incredibly angry that he violently grabbed the prince right by the collar, dragging him and yelling, "One day when I chewed him out for drowning himself in some disgusting magic drug. Are you completely out of your mind?" The prince's plump face twisted up in pure rage back then, aggressively gritting his teeth while staring back with mad, resentful breaths. Looking like a total psycho, he let out a savage scream, hoisted up a heavy sword, and sprinted straight forward, fully ready to kill the guy standing in his way. He actually charged his own flesh and blood uncle with a blade. The image of that crazy nephew reflects in his eyes, which are just absolutely filled with ultimate disappointment. A total scumbag past the point of saving. When I packed up that massive disappointment and dragged myself back north, letters in a wine bottle filled with this highly toxic glowing purple liquid are seen floating right there. My own nephew mailed me literal poison, having the absolute nerve to call it a gift, complete with a cute little letter attached. Ending his deep flashback, a black gloved hand quickly reaches out, brutally crushing that poisoned wine bottle into a million pieces. The dark room echoes with his completely silent but furious rage. The count calmly takes another sip of his tea, his face turning ice cold as he remembers. When I used my mana to burn up that cheap poison that he probably bought from some random shady back alley. His eyes suddenly turn incredibly sharp and ridiculously resolute. I also burned away every last tiny ounce of family affection I had left right along with it. But suddenly the image of that terribly out-of-shape prince starts to blur, shifting into the new prince, drenched in sweat, aggressively swinging his sword in training. That hopeless scumbag I honestly swore would never ever change his ways. Well, now he has completely transformed. The kid is surviving brutal training camps and leveling up his strength daily. The brown-haired guy just frowns in pure frustration, leaning forward and waving his hands to argue back. "Wait, didn't you literally say it yourself? That there was absolutely zero chance the 1st prince would ever? You and I are watching the making of a king." The count's black gloved hand grips his thigh tightly. The prince's silhouette reflects faintly right inside the quiet teacup. "Listen, this kid is a completely different person than he was in the past." So the count stares ahead, totally resolute, and speaks with a genuinely pleading tone. "Just give the boy a single chance. At least let him start on the exact same line as all the other princes." Suddenly, he jumps up from his chair and bows incredibly low. Total humility, completely stunning the guy sitting across from him. "I'm begging you." The brown-haired guy lets out this massive sigh, grabbing his head, looking totally overwhelmed and confused. "I seriously just cannot understand this." He stares down at the bowing count and groans. I honestly have no clue if it's you or the first prince who actually changed anymore. But right at that exact moment, bam, the door bursts wide open and a knight comes rushing in completely breathless and interrupts the brown-haired guy entirely. Please just raise your head first. The man known as the Silver Lion reports directly to Lord Woden. The two men absolutely freeze. They're staring in shock as the stuttering soldier drops some earth-shattering news. The first prince is already rushing out toward the sunlit courtyard right now. The brown-haired guy walks over waving his hand, trying to calm everyone down. Hey, no need to panic. Dunham knows his own limits. Nothing serious is going to happen out there. He turns to the count, flashing this wildly arrogant smirk, looking totally smug. Look, even in a real fight with live blades, there is zero chance he beats a member of the royal bloodline. Half to death, right? But the count just stops walking. His face instantly hardens, dripping with absolute tension. The person that you really need to worry about right now isn't the prince. It's your knight. The brown-haired guy just blanks out, frowning at the count like he's some kind of alien. You've seriously gotten weird, you know that. You look completely pale and you're spouting absolute nonsense. But before he can even finish his sentence, a body gets launched out of the arena. He blasts through the air and slams face first into the dirt, kicking up massive clouds of blinding dust right in front of them. The brown-haired guy's eyes practically bulge out of his skull. He stares in absolute panic at the knocked-out guy Dunham, totally out cold. Off in the distance, the first prince stands tall, his back turned to them. Brilliant blue mana flames are wrapping completely around his body while the crowd is just screaming in absolute chaos. Even Dunham got taken down. His Highness wins again. Witnessing this completely impossible scene, the brown-haired guy just stutters out, completely numb. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, the count crosses his arms, flashing a super smug smile. I told you so. Right in the middle of the arena, Andreon casually wipes a streak of blood from his mouth. His eyes are sharp as razors, radiating a freezing, excited bloodlust. And guys, the count's voice just echoes perfectly here. He is definitely not the person you need to be worried about. Andreon turns around, jerking his chin with pure arrogance, calling out the rest of the pack. Who's next? Now let's rewind time just a bit to that fierce battle. Let's look at Dunham rushing in, swinging his massive blade and unleashing blue lightning that completely tears apart the two air itself. Andreon thinks to himself, Uncle always used to say that a true knight's journey only really begins when they hit the second chain tier. Andreon grimaces and pants hard. A crazy halo of blue mana explodes around his body as he tenses up, blocking this absolutely terrifying pressure. A brutal cross-slash lightning strike smashes down, forcing Andreon to brace himself, sliding straight backward across the grass. Those words honestly weren't exaggerated at all. Even though he's totally at a disadvantage, the prince just flashes this wildly unhinged smile, showing off his fangs. A friendly little sword dance really isn't enough to fight him. But I obviously can't bust out the real dragon-slaying technique on some regular everyday knight. So while quickly dodging an attack that erupts with brilliant blue light, Andreon makes a fast decision. If that's the case, instantly, the glowing system prompt responds right back. The exclusive skill Hyperfocus has been activated. In a split second, the entire world around him sinks into absolute dead silence. Even with Dunham screaming his lungs out, charging forward like a total madman, Andreon just calmly stands there, condensing this massive blue flame right over his chest. His hands grip the sword hilt tightly, feeling an absolutely terrifying surge of power ripping through his body. This body doesn't even feel like his own anymore. His eyes flash with a blinding, deep blue light, looking exactly like some kind of demon, finally waking up. This is the exact same feeling as back then. The prince's body moves with insane smoothness, spinning like a deadly blue tornado, and slipping perfectly right past Dunham's attack. And what happens next? A total massacre. That arrogant knight gets completely blasted, taking a brutal hit, and launched high into the sky. He nosedives straight into the grass, groaning in pure pain. Back in the present, the prince just exhales, wiping the blood off his chin. The smirk on his lips grows more arrogant and honestly pretty sinister. He casually rests his massive sword on his shoulder, standing mid-battlefield, and points straight at the terrified knights. They're shivering, backing away, screaming in sheer panic. He just growls his dark challenge. Next, but not even letting them catch their breath, Andreon charges right in. He's swinging his blade relentlessly. The sheer power is insane, completely crushing any weak little attempt at resistance. Without a single scratch on him, Andreon tilts his head up in pure arrogance. Those deep blue eyes gleam with utter contempt, glaring down at these guys, who call themselves the strongest in the entire kingdom. He glides forward like a ghost, unleashing a horizontal slash that explodes with insane blue mana. The knight facing him goes wide-eyed with pure terror, totally unable to block it. The blinding sword clash sparks like fireworks across the courtyard, but the prince's overwhelming power instantly shatters the guy's defense layer. Just absolutely ruthless. Still, not fully satisfied, our guy uses the momentum to launch himself into a mid-air spin. It's incredibly smooth, literally turning him into a deadly glowing blue buzzsaw. One massive wide-range area / wiping out absolutely everyone on the field. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. He completely tears through the obstacles, launching the Iron Lion Knights into the sky like falling autumn leaves. Warm up over. The blade comes crashing down with terrifying power. It totally crushes every last bit of vain pride these arrogant knights thought they had. The opponents, completely helpless. The prince stares them down, his sharp eyes reflecting the brilliant blue glow of his raging mana flame. He looks so confident, a cocky smirk pulling at the corner of his lips. He slams his precious sword into the dusty ground, officially ending this absolutely crazy combat sequence. Under the setting sun, Andreon stands dead tired in the arena, panting heavily. The blue flames still flicker and wrap around his body. All around him, battered knights are scattered everywhere, groaning on the ground. His face is dripping with sweat, totally smeared with dirt and blood. He is struggling for breath, panting hard, but his eyes stay intensely sharp and intimidating. The crowd of watching knights gapes in total shock before erupting into massive cheers. Even Pawn got completely knocked out. That makes 5 straight victories for His Highness now. Meanwhile, deep inside Andreon's mind, a majestic figure glowing with blue mana appears, delivering a serious lesson. Enduring 1,000 crashing waves through hundreds of brutal battles, I will stand firm and tall, even against an even greater wave than before. Suddenly, a bright golden system panel pops up right in front of the smirking prince. A new verse is added to his skill, Song of Friendship. It reads, "Only now do I rise to grasp the sword." The system keeps spamming alerts right now. The Song of Friendship has reached an extraordinary tier. The skill actually evolves to match its new insane level. Becoming much stronger, it transforms into the Song of Duels. Andreon looks straight up at the sky, his body exhausted, but he gives a relieved, satisfied smile. He finally did it, but then his legs just give out entirely. His whole body staggers and collapses forward because he burned through every last drop of stamina. A knight in a blue cloak quickly rushes in to catch the falling prince, kneeling beside the sword. He asks with real concern, "Are you all right, sir?" The knight then offers a genuine smile, bowing his head to show massive respect to Andreon. "We offer our deepest respect for the amazing victory His Highness has just achieved today." Then a spectacular scene unfolds. The entire group of those once arrogant Iron Lion Knights drops to one knee together solemnly, chanting, "We respect the sword of the first prince. We completely respect your intense warrior spirit. We humbly honor your epic victory." Andreon just blinks, super confused. Sweat drips down his face as he wonders what in the world is going on here. Seriously, just a minute ago they were eager to rip him to pieces. From a distance, the dark-haired count and a brown-haired guy stand with their arms crossed. Watching the prince look so baffled by the kneeling crowd, they calmly note that these knights are basically just simple-minded warriors. The brown-haired guy smiles big and claps excitedly. A strong sword and a good battle are the only things that truly excite them. The count then projects his voice toward the prince, who turns around to look back. Looking at your face, you probably thought you would just trigger their anger. He takes his time walking forward, keeping his arms crossed with a very mature, majestic vibe to explain. A fair defeat actually holds way more value than a dirty win. When both sides have fought their absolute hardest, do those petty little wins or losses even matter anymore? Right back behind them, 2 knights happily throw their arms around each other, laughing. Dunham is probably feeling pretty salty right now. Yeah, because he has to hand over that cool sword he was totally bragging about to His Highness earlier. Hearing this super refreshing and good-natured laughter, he really was way too cocky about that blade. Andreon offers a slight smile, looking down. He thought everything he ever knew had been tossed away and forgotten along with his mana heart. But luckily, as he gazes right at the setting sun, his expression becomes weirdly gentle and completely peaceful. It turns out at least one thing around here hasn't changed at all. Under that gorgeous sunset, the true martial spirit shines bright among these noble warriors. They accept defeat and respect pure strength. That spirit of the knights is real. Seeing transition to their departure, a luxurious carriage is all prepped and ready. Andreon stands in the courtyard, saying his goodbyes to the Iron Lion Castle crew. Dressed super comfortably, the prince flashes a very polite smile. "All right then, I will definitely see you all next time." The brown-haired knight bows deeply with total respect. "I pray you stay healthy until we meet again." Andreon walks past, throwing in a quick, "Take care, Count." But as soon as he turns away, he suddenly stops right in his tracks. "You and I need to watch this pivot." "Oh right, Count Woden, please keep everything a secret. Whatever happened during my stay here, keep it quiet." Count Woden frowns, clearly confused, and pushes back. "Wouldn't it be way better for His Highness if everyone knew about your victory?" Andreon doesn't even bother turning his head. He just rubs his chin, a totally cunning, malicious, straight-up villain smile creeping onto his face. In his mind, the shady silhouette of a guy in a red uniform holding a sword flashes by. Andreon is secretly plotting some dirty schemes. There is someone I really want to mess with. Night falls on this brand new journey. The convoy stops in a clearing bathed in that fading sunset light. The guards start unloading their gear, calling out that they will set up camp right here. You and I know this journey is just starting. The knight steps up. I'll scout the surrounding area for a bit. Andreon gave a slight nod, gesturing his permission. Go. But the second the guy left, Andreon just stood there frozen. He blinked in absolute confusion at the female knight Arwen Kayan, who was standing perfectly still like a guardian statue right in front of him, not even blinking. He clicked his tongue, let out a heavy sigh, and brushed past his super stiff bodyguard with a quiet thought. Well, Arwen Kayan will probably adapt to this eventually. Stepping up to his tent, the prince let out a massive yawn, sluggishly stretching his arms out. I should probably head inside and get some rest. Wait. Catching his eye was the maid, Adelia, standing there with her hands neatly folded. She was waiting obediently, flashing a bright smile as she greeted him. Your Highness, welcome back. Andreon's face instantly went completely blank. He gave her this utterly helpless look, thinking to himself, listen, you and I know the girl he took in is an S-rank sword genius, and yet all she ever does are these basic maid chores. Seeing her master let out an exhausted sigh, Adelia immediately started panicking. Fidgeting with her hands, she anxiously took a timid step backward. Your Highness, is there something that you are not happy about? Andreon just threw himself backward, collapsing onto the soft bed. He closed his eyes and waved her off. No, forget it. You can leave now. Adelia obediently bowed. Yes, Your Highness. Resting his head on his arms, the prince stared thoughtfully up at the ceiling of the tent. He pondered deeply. The Iron Lion Knights were actually completely different from what he had originally imagined. Memories of when he used his status window flooded back. When using the authority of judgment, he realized the vast majority of these official knights honestly did not possess any real sword talent. None of them surpassed the B-rank level. It was a harsh truth. Images of nameless knights charging forward and swinging their swords flashed through his mind. In the past, these guys were the type who would struggle just to barely reach the mid-tier swordsman rank. Even if they had somehow gone through a lifetime of brutal training, they were just ordinary people who would eventually fade away. But then Andreon's blue eyes sharpened. He remembered their actual combat power in the arena. And yet somehow guys like that were able to easily reach the level of a true swordsman when they were only in their 20s and 30s. Comparing this to the previous era, the silhouettes of Count Woden and Dunham appeared like a clear test. The innate potential that a superhuman possessed had degraded to an incomparable degree, but on the flip side, the potential of ordinary people had spiked massively. Andreon pushed himself up, scowling as he sat on the edge of his bed, finally coming up with the obvious answer himself. It was all entirely thanks to the raw power of the mana chains. A glorious memory of his uncle swinging a sword on a bloody battlefield flashed majestically in his mind. His uncle was the kind of figure who in the past could have absolutely aimed for the transcendent realm. That was exactly why he felt so completely disappointed when the man just threw that potential away. The truth of this era, an image of a shattered world globe, appeared, symbolizing the absolute limits being broken. However, this current age is one where you don't even get a single chance to build achievements that go way beyond the superhuman level. Andreon's hand slowly tightened into a hard fist, his eyes burning with a sudden intense realization. In the end, all of this was simply due to the unstoppable flow of time. The prince's lone silhouette sat in the dark corner of the tent. He told himself quietly, I have to admit this fact. I really don't understand the rules of this era at all, so I'm going to have to start relearning absolutely everything right from zero. But suddenly he heard heavy footsteps stomping closer and closer to the tent. His expression instantly turned sharp. He was evaluating the threat. That is actually a very good mindset to have. The black-haired count casually walked right into the tent, speaking loudly. It's still not too late, you know. If you are willing to put in the effort from now on, you can absolutely achieve your big dream. Andreon just froze up, a massive question mark basically floating over his head. Wait, what dream? The count held out a hand, smoothly explaining his logic. Haven't you already completely won over the hearts of the Iron Lions? If it were any of the other princes, they never would have been able to mingle with those knights so naturally. Andreon was still staring blankly, having zero clue what his uncle was even talking about right now. The count's normally super strict face suddenly lit up, looking like he was literally radiating sparkling stars of pure pride. That was honestly a brilliant decision. Oh, Ian. A massive chill instantly shot right down Andreon's spine. His jaw dropped wide open in pure shock. Every hair on his body stood up as he backed away in absolute horror, muttering, What the heck? What the heck possessed this old man? Then, completely losing his cool, the prince shouted at him. Are you crazy? Don't you remember the actual conditions of the bet we made? Ah. The Count tilted his head in confusion, suddenly understanding the situation. He frowned quickly, waving his hand to deny it. If it is the bet about defeating the third prince, that is still a no. Andrion remembered the moment he delivered the finishing blow to that arrogant knight earlier. Our bet was about defeating a double mana chain knight, so technically speaking, I have already won the bet. As if locking in his final decision, heavy footsteps thudded against the carpet. The Count took a very decisive step closer to the bed. I will do exactly as I promised you before. Andrion just looked up at him blankly, another massive question mark practically floating in front of him. Suddenly placing a hand over his left heart, the Count loudly declared his oath in an incredibly majestic stance. I, Valerhat, as a Count of this kingdom and the official commander of the 3rd Legion. His clear declaration rang out loudly in the dead silence of the tent. I will officially support the first prince of the kingdom, Andrion Leon Beck. Andrion just sat there, completely stunned, his mind totally blank. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Completely baffled, Andrion wonders what nonsense his uncle is spouting. Official support? Right then our prince suddenly snaps awake. Eyes wide, cold sweat pouring down his face like rain as a terrible thought flashes through his mind. Please do not tell me. He remembers his uncle's face. Andrion cries internally, picturing the bold Count, giving him a massive thumbs up and a confident wink. Just trust me. That blind trust makes the prince scream in absolute silence. When did he ever say he actually wanted to be king? His uncle's wild declaration truly became a literal ticking bomb, exploding and spreading the crazy news throughout the entire castle. Your Highness, we congratulate you. The packed crowd claps wildly, beaming with bright, eager smiles as they praise him. We sincerely want to congratulate you on this. This is truly a massive joy for the entire kingdom. Meanwhile, Andrion stands right in the center, his face looking absolutely lifeless. 30% helpless, 70% completely speechless. And it gets worse. The newly assigned royal knights and royal soldiers arrive at the scene, standing tall and proud, creating a crazy bustling atmosphere. Along with them, a whole squad of fresh maids and servants, sent straight from the royal palace, are busy running frantically all around the castle. Andrion keeps his head down, veins popping on his forehead, sweat dripping like crazy. The stress is real. Suddenly, he realizes he is standing right in the eye of this chaotic storm. He cannot take it anymore. The prince completely explodes, waving his arms and snapping. This is way too chaotic. Send every single one of them back right now. Seeing things go horribly south, the knight captain quickly steps up to explain. They came here under strict royal orders, Your Highness. Even if you order them to leave, they simply will not listen. Hearing this, Andrion gets visibly annoyed and snaps back at him. Then at least clear them out of my sight. This whole mess is annoying me to death. The furious outburst leaves the knight, sweating bullets, awkwardly dodging his master's deadly glare. Meanwhile, the poor maid just obediently bows her head in total submission. Finally, escaping into the quiet study, Andrion leans back hard into his expensive leather chair, letting out a huge sigh of relief. Phew, finally a little bit of peace. But wait, the heavy door is suddenly kicked wide open without a single ounce of mercy. A young guy storms right in, completely shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Brother, are you actually in here? Andrion rolls his eyes, staring at the nuisance in pure exhaustion, and mutters, What the heck are you doing here now? The intruder, 3rd Prince Andrion Leon Beck. He puts his hands on his hips, smirking with total arrogance. You put on a great act, secretly learning sword skills from Count Valerhat in the shadows, and you even dared to reveal such massive royal ambitions to everyone. Andrion stares at his younger brother, silently mocking him. Who learned from who exactly? Julian grinds his teeth in anger. I really plan to save some face for you. How could you do this? Andrion rests his chin on his hand, smirking back. I originally meant to let you lose without feeling too embarrassed. But he verbally mocks him. Amazing. How can I even show my gratitude? I could cry right now. The 3rd prince points a finger straight ahead, eyes burning with pure hatred. Big brother, listen closely. You have made a colossally huge mistake, because I fully intend to make you pay a heavy price for daring to deceive me. After kicking his annoying little brother out, Andrion aggressively scratches his head, muttering angrily. First this guy, then that guy. I already said I have zero interest in the throne. I need to track down the mastermind. Now stick with me. Our determined prince immediately heads over to confront the sneaky Count. He sighs deeply. So, uncle. Andrion crosses his arms, frowning as he seriously declares, I will play along for a while, but please back off when the time is right, because I truly do not have any interest in the throne. The Count smirks with hidden meaning, making Andrion grimace and demand, Why on earth did you start all this without even consulting me first? The older man calmly replies, Are you simply worried about the Valerhat family? Hideous magic beasts flash on screen as he speaks. The Valerhat family acts as the absolute shield, protecting the entire kingdom from the brutal monsters of the northern mountains. The Count smiles with pure confidence, firmly stating, as long as the royal family and the rich nobles never forget the harsh, freezing cruelty of winter, absolutely nothing terrible will ever happen to our Valorhat family. Andreon lowers his eyes, looking a bit more relieved. If that is true, then what a relief. The Count continues, it is just a matter of time anyway. It will happen sooner or later. The Count stands there, looking down at the completely exhausted prince, and says sternly, do you honestly not know the grim fate of a firstborn son who fails to take the throne? The situation will not magically fix itself just because you keep hiding. With that, he turns his back and walks away, dropping some honest advice. If you need time to accept reality, I will give you as much time as you need. However, you must remember this. The prince's eyes freeze completely as he hears the absolutely ruthless final line of the conversation. The legitimacy of the firstborn son will never disappear unless you die. Left totally alone in the room, Andreon lets out a deep sigh. He sits there depressed and curled up. I already told you, no matter how much time you give me, I will never change. At all. A true desire. The epic image of his past life, self-swinging a brilliant sword, flashes through his mind. We are about to find out. What Andreon truly needed to reclaim was his transcendent power. His face stayed completely calm, hiding those insane god-tier abilities. He couldn't care less about worldly fame. So why would he ever want something as boring as the royal throne? The scene shifts to a massive glittering banquet hall filled with soft music. You and I know our prince used to think exactly like that. Heavy footsteps echo on the stairs, followed by a booming formal announcement. The true pure bloodline of the Leon Beck kingdom, the eldest son of the royal family. The massive crowd of nobles locks their eyes on the stairs, eagerly waiting for the main character to appear. His Highness, the first Prince Andreon Leon Beck, is finally entering. Every single stare from the desperate flatterers, the incredibly jealous third prince to his calm uncle, they all watch him. Lurking over in a pitch-black corner, a mysterious woman wearing a heavy hood smirks. Her eyes flash with a totally sinister dark magic vibe. Meanwhile, Andreon suddenly steps out onto the upper balcony. Dressed in a brilliant red suit, radiating pure authority, he stares down coldly at everyone, until the party officially starts. His heavy heels strike the stairs with perfect rhythm. Andreon slowly descends into the hall, projecting an absolute aura of calm and overwhelming power. Under the blinding chandelier, our prince rocks his sharp black and red suit, stepping downward with pure majesty. Hitting the red carpet, he completely steals the show from the kingdom elite. Instantly, the fake nobles swarm him like flies. One noble woman clutches her chest and gasps with obvious fake shock, saying it is incredible. She claims his majestic look right now is exactly like seeing the king in his prime. Ignoring their sweet, pathetic flattery, Andreon just gives a side eye, looking utterly bored and secretly mocking them, making all this insane noise just because he lost some weight. And these clowns actually dare to call themselves nobles of this kingdom. Through his eyes, a wild series of glowing red system status screens pop up above the heads of those who are smiling so brightly. The trait reads, Venomous Snake Heart. The prince smirks with disgust. What a massive joke. The hidden truth is revealed. Surrounding the prince, terrifying visions of massive purple snakes slither across the floor, perfectly exposing the disgusting, rotten nature of these monsters. It is the twisted mark of evil karma built up by absolute scum who do nothing but steal from the weak, completely trample on human lives. He never expected every single one of them to carry such filth. Andreon sweeps his sharp gaze right past the two-faced crowd, stopping dead on the third prince, who is sweating bullets and nervously glancing his way. The only guy worth watching among all this trash. Suddenly, Andreon drops the cold look. He flashes a warm smile, opening his arms to call out to an orange-haired kid standing awkwardly nearby. Taylor, if you are here, come say hello. The young guy jumps, sweating in panic, and stammers out, your spy, Highness. Remembering his guardian's scary, strict face, Taylor nervously scratches his head and forces a laugh. I am so sorry. I really just came to thank you for inviting me. Andreon stares at him quietly, sizing up the kind of guy who lacks crazy talent, but has total moral integrity. The mastermind gears start turning. Our prince steps right up to Taylor, rocking a smile packed with some deep hidden motives. All right, this is enough. He thinks to himself, these guys are going to be the perfect vessels for the master plan he is about to launch, starting tonight. Then boom, the booming voice of a royal guard completely shatters the fake peace of the elegant banquet hall. Attention everyone, the massive double doors fly open. A formal booming announcement declares the arrival of someone officially backed by the king of the Grohon Empire itself. The Marquis of Grohon Ambassador Ken Grohon Montpied is entering. Andreon, who was just smiling a second ago, completely freezes. He glares toward the entrance, eyes wide, his face darkening with absolute shock. He mutters, what in the world, right in the middle Of this gorgeous hall, the entire Leon Beck noble class bows deeply at the exact same time, groveling to welcome the incoming imperial ambassador. This fat, arrogant ambassador struts inside, twirling his ridiculous mustache. He marches forward with the most punchable, smug look you can imagine. Hands confidently planted on his hips, he walks straight up to Andreon, flashing a wildly condescending grin as he speaks. "Long time no see, your highness, but this fool has no idea who he is messing with." Half of Andreon's face vanishes into absolute darkness, his deep blue eyes flaring with insane rage and a terrifying killing intent. All those dark, agonizing, and blood-soaked memories violently rush back into his mind. Grohon, the mortal enemy that he and his best friend fought against to the bitter end, during that massive never-ending war 400 years ago. Veins bulge on the prince's forehead while blazing blue magical energy erupts from his furious glare. This guy carries the name that left countless tragic scars across this entire nation. How does he dare to stand right in front of me? Now pay attention here. Suddenly, some random noble trips and yells, launching a full glass of red wine right into Andreon's face in front of the whole crowd. The prince just stands there, chest heaving, his sharp clothes completely ruined by the splash. His expression is dripping with cold sweat, totally speechless. In a pure panic, an old noble with a white beard sprints forward, shoving his way right into the inner reeling middle of it all. "Your Highness, are you okay? I was in such a crazy hurry to greet you that I slipped." The frantic old noble desperately grabs a towel, scrubbing at Andreon's ruined chest. He keeps bowing furiously to beg for mercy. "Please forgive my ultimate sin, your Highness." Andreon breaks into a freezing sweat, scowling at the fat ambassador with eyes like absolute ice. Meanwhile, that fat ambassador just stares back with a totally clueless, dumbfounded look. "All right, you and I are dropping right into the tension." Andreon stares at the guy, clueless about what just happened. The hall drops into a heavy silence, terrifyingly quiet. An old noble hands him a white handkerchief. Everyone is literally holding their breath, their eyes locked onto the wine stain spreading across the floor. Andreon grabs the handkerchief and closes his eyes, deciding to play along with the act. "I need to go change my clothes." The old noble steps back, bowing deeply and apologizing as loud as he can. "My old body failed to listen to reason, and I have committed a terrible completely unforgivable sin of disrespect." Seizing the perfect chance, his brown-haired knight steps right up to shield our royal main character. "Your Highness, I will safely escort you out." As Andreon steps back, he leans in and whispers, "Who exactly is that guy?" The silver-bearded noble presses a hand to his chest, bowing respectfully as the prince walks away. The loyal knight quietly replies, "That is Marquis Buffett." Making a temporary tactical retreat down the long corridor, Andreon wipes the spilled wine off his collar with a handkerchief. A small, relieved smile actually tugs at the corner of his mouth. "Marquis Buffett, huh? Looks like not every single noble here is completely rotten to the core." Honestly, thanks to him, my head has finally cooled down. Back in his dimly lit room, Andreon sits in total silence by the window. Sweat beads on his forehead and half his face is hidden in heavy shadows, looking completely exhausted and weighed down by his thoughts. Suddenly, the door swings open. The Count walks in and speaks in a low, serious tone. "I heard there was quite an incident earlier." The veteran Count wears this intensely stern expression, just burning a hole into the back of the young prince. Taking a slow step toward Andreon's chair, the older man casually brings up the fake Marquis complaint from earlier today. "Marquis Buffett specifically stated that you look like you were about to trigger an all-out war in the hall." Hearing that, Andreon's eyes instantly flare to life with this cold, piercing blue magical light. He raises an eyebrow and shoots a dangerous glare over his shoulder. Seems the old guy was not entirely talking nonsense. Instantly, his loyal knight just crosses his arms, lets out a helpless sigh, and asks, "What the heck are you actually planning?" Andreon just shrugs his shoulders, calmly trying to defend himself. "Come on, I am not that reckless. It is just that I genuinely cannot wrap my head around this." The image of that incredibly annoying fat ambassador pops into his mind like a walking insult. That utterly wicked Grohon family is violently flaunting their power and status right in the very heart of this kingdom. And the nobles, they are showering them with genuine respect that they do not even bother giving to their own royal family. Thinking back to that completely absurd scene from earlier, he perfectly describes the absolutely suffocating vibe of the banquet. It was an atmosphere way too incredibly tense to ever be called peaceful, and it was a power dynamic way too utterly one-sided to ever be called an alliance. Andreon's face completely twists up in pure, unfiltered anger as he violently snaps. How in the world did this entire country end up falling into such a disgustingly pathetic and miserable state? We are literally hitting rock bottom. The Count just lowers his eyes, his face showing this deep, heavy mix of sorrow and bitter regret. Honestly, it is not some super unique or special history lesson, my lord. The scene flashes back to a glorious golden era. The Count's voice echoes out, carrying this heavy mix of immense pride and crushing regret. Back in the day, our kingdom actually stood strong against countless brutal invasions from the massive empire. Generations of legendary knights bravely marched straight to the front lines. They fought to push the enemy back. But then the image of the colossal Grohon Empire looms over everything, totally overwhelming. However, as the merciless years passed, the empire just kept growing stronger and stronger. The power gap between the two nations widened into an impossible canyon. We see the kingdom's iconic shield, totally shattering into pieces under a blinding blast of magic. Standing face to face with an empire that evolved into an absolute superpower, our dying kingdom ultimately had zero choice left but to drop to its knees and submit. Andreon's eyes go wide. It suddenly hits him like a truck as he finally realizes the core truth. Do not tell me it is because of that thing. Looking down at the continental map, even though they were just a tiny weak nation nestled away, at the edge of the continent, the kingdom actually possessed one specific power that let them stand against the mighty empire. Vivid fragments of countless legendary miracles and epic battles flash rapidly through his mind. Ever since the very first days this nation was founded, incredible achievements were flawlessly built up over time. Some were totally ordinary, while others were absolutely extraordinary. Sometimes they were epic tales of heroic knights, sometimes ancient legends, and sometimes they even bordered on actual god-tier myths. The vision of a glorious knight raising a blinding radiant sword fills the screen, embodying the ultimate peak of martial arts. Snapping right back to the harsh present, Andreon raises his hand, blue magical flames roaring to life around his fingers. He lets out a bitter laugh and whispers, "In the end, we somehow managed to just lose every single piece of that legacy." The room falls completely dead, silent again. Andreon instantly snuffs out the magical flame and turns his gaze directly toward his old uncle, calling out to him with sudden warmth. "Uncle, I have officially changed my mind." The veteran count just frowns hard, his wrinkled face showing absolute utter confusion. He has zero clue what crazy stunt his nephew is pulling now. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, Andreon shoots straight up from his chair, slamming a hand over his heart. His eyes are blazing with absolute conviction, an unnaturally fierce aura exploding from him. "This whole becoming a king thing, I am actually going to give it a shot. Right here, you and I know this changes everything." The Count is completely stunned, his jaw practically hitting the floor at those earth-shattering words from the trash prince. Our prince just flashes this wildly confident grin, clenching his fists tight as hot blood pumps through his veins. Deep down, his mind is racing with pure, fiery passion. "I might honestly regret this insane choice later, but this is exactly what I have to do." The very next day, blinding golden sunlight washes over the kingdom's magnificent towering castle. Looking out over the walls, Andreon feels a rush of nostalgia, quietly reminding himself, after all, I practically built half of this entire damn country with my own hands. A glowing blue system screen instantly pops up, displaying the text, "Day 2 of the Grand Banquet." His long fingers smoothly and gracefully fasten the final gold button on his absolutely stunning deep crimson royal outfit. The massive doors to the banquet hall swing wide open once again, and the announcer's booming voice echoes perfectly through the room. "All right, you and I are stepping right into the chaos." The first Prince Andreon Leon Beck enters the grand domain of the Northern Lord. He walks straight under the glowing chandeliers. Andreon scans the massive crowd below, his sharp eyes hiding cold and incredibly calculating intentions. The Leon Beck nobles clumsily bow their heads in forced respect. Some grimace, while others just go through the motions like a bunch of mindless puppets on strings. Andreon keeps one hand casually in his pocket, walking down the steps with a smirk playing on his lips. He mocks these pathetic followers. This absolute joke of a greeting is honestly worse than how they would treat some random foreign noble. Glancing over the fake smiles below, his sharp jawline screams deadly calm. He is more than ready to wipe out this absolute trash. His mind drifts back to a distant memory. He remembers when his old friend stood before the people and nobody thought he could rule. Back then, absolutely no one believed that guy would ever become a king. Why? Because he was just a runaway country boy from nowhere. He was literally a kid fleeing from some isolated village. The image of that small friend standing before an angry, rejecting crowd surfaces. Even among those who were stripped of everything and chased away, that boy honestly did not stand out or have anything special going on. But that young teenager still took firm, confident steps forward on the green grass. Andreon smiles, a little lost in the pure nostalgia. Despite everything, that kid bravely stepped up to face the entire world alone. Snapping right back to reality, a brilliant blue magic aura erupts. The intense blue energy completely wraps around Andreon. His current silhouette perfectly overlaps with that legendary hero from the past, standing incredibly tall. His eyes flash with a razor-sharp light. He projects his voice with absolute authority, aiming right at those totally blind and foolish nobles. Instantly, an overwhelmingly massive wave of magical pressure rolls off the prince. The sheer force makes the terrified nobles scramble backwards to make room, pouring right out of the prince. The sheer force makes the terrified nobles scramble backward to make room. He stands there like an absolute boss, lifting his chin with pure pride. Before this flock of weak sheep, I stand tall. A glowing golden system screen suddenly pops up announcing, "The skill, I sing the hymn of the king." But wait, a massive flood of bright red warning screens explodes completely, blocking his vision. His current stats just cannot handle the level of this specific hymn. A portion of the song gets skipped and Andreon clicks his tongue. He feels annoyed only singing one part of it, getting just a quarter of the power. His body flexes, enduring a dull, agonizing pain. Sweating heavily, he still manages a smirk. Compared to the true Dragon Annihilation hymn, this level of pain is honestly not that bad. That is because this hymn is only hero tier, totally far from mythic level. His bright blue eyes shoot wide open, gleaming with intense light. Right above his head, an absolutely gorgeous emerald green magical crown begins to form. It is so majestic and incredibly radiant to look at. There is honestly no better hymn for this exact moment. A massive wave of pure authority and blue energy blasts across the entire marble floor. The explosive power brushes right past the legs of everyone standing there. The nobles, especially that orange-haired guy Taylor, start sweating pure bullets. Taylor looks completely numb with pure shock, his knees automatically buckling under the pressure. Looking from the back of this beautifully decorated grand hall, absolutely nobody dares to stand up straight. Every single person is practically folded in half, bowing before that blindingly radiant magical crown floating there. Andreon thinks to himself with deep satisfaction, yeah, this is enough. He flashes a relaxed smile, slipping right back into his incredibly graceful persona. He is about to grant them mercy, telling them to rise, but the words totally choke in his throat. His confident smile vanishes instantly. Now this is where you and I feel the chill. A sinister surge of dark purple magic slices the air. Andreon whips his head around. He frowns on high alert, spotting a cloaked figure radiating pure killing intent, gliding right through the dense crowd. This energy is deeply unnatural. The figure lightly pulls back the hood, revealing a pale face with sharp pointed ears and a mocking grin. She mutters about his spirit. How surprisingly fascinating. She keeps talking with sheer amusement, clearly shocked that someone alive actually remembers the ancient hymns. Meanwhile, Andreon completely panics. His pupils shrink to tiny dots as cold sweat pours down. No, this is definitely not your average everyday spirit crashing the party here. Right in the middle of the hall, the spirit throws off her gray cloak. She reveals a stunning figure wrapped in a dark purple dress. It is incredibly provocative. Recognizing that woman, the handsome prince suddenly twists his face like he is about to cry. He grabs his chest, cursing silently in absolute panic. What on earth is happening? Why is this crazy psycho here? Frantic thoughts race wildly right through his mind. To him, spirits are always tied to holy images, known as the most beautifully flawless masterpieces ever crafted by the ancient gods themselves, a purely kind race that would never harm even the tiniest living creature. These gentle gardeners of the magical forest are known to live anywhere from 300 to 1,000 years. An image of a sweet female spirit gently cradling a fragile butterfly pops right into mind. That is the lovely fairy tale the world constantly praises. But here's the brutal truth: those gentle hands suddenly crush the little butterfly, smashing it mercilessly. Blood spatters everywhere, completely destroying that fake romantic illusion. Andreon bites his lip hard, remembering exactly what they really are. The cold hard truth is they are ruthless beasts. They use their insane beauty as bait to obliterate their prey. High spirits specifically awaken with hero-tier traits the moment they are born. They are undeniably the most dangerous creatures alive. The atmosphere freezes completely solid as the silver-haired spirit casually strolls closer. Andreon stands completely stiff like a wooden statue, absolutely too terrified to even twitch a muscle. He realizes she is not just some ordinary high spirit. Sweating bullets, our prince instantly recognizes his old enemy, the grand high spirit of the magic sword dance, Sigrun. Wait, you, and I know that name. She was part of the legendary expedition team that took down the Mad Dragon 400 years ago. It all comes rushing right back. The image of this total psycho staring at his past self with those sick, obsessive eyes reaching out to claim him. She told his past self, "Do you want to follow me after your master kicks the bucket? I promise I will never let you get bored." The spirit hugged that massive golden sword like a total fanatic. What is wrong with being a weapon? Honestly, that exact twisted mindset is exactly what makes me desire you even more. Andreon grits, his teeth cursing under his breath. Seriously, this absolute psycho put him through so much misery. Pulling himself together, our guy gulps, forcing his face to stay completely calm and emotionless. There's absolutely no way in the world. She recognizes him inside this new body. He was just humming the king's melody, a song she happens to know way too well. The spirit squints, scanning him up and down. Have we met before? It is super weird, but you look incredibly familiar. But completely contrasting his cool and collected exterior. Andreon is internally panicking, shaking his head like a madman. Quickly getting a grip, our prince clears his throat, forcing a dry, completely innocent tone. He tells her this is actually his very first time ever meeting a spirit. She just raises an eyebrow. Really? He gives a firm, confident yes. Then comes this absolutely terrifying silence. Segrin taps her chin, her narrowed eyes closely studying the prince from head to toe, basically trying to strip away all his secrets. She smirks slightly, whispering one word, liar. Andreon forces a stiff, incredibly awkward smile, silently calculating his odds of survival. Sigrin was already one of the absolute strongest fighters alive 400 years ago. Right now, he cannot even begin to guess her current power level. The crazy woman casually crosses her arms, rolling her eyes as she scans the giant hall and begins her little lecture. Apparently, humans only ever show two types of reactions when they meet a high spirit for the first time. Her elegant hand gestures toward the greedy nobles, drooling over her literal hearts popping out of their eyes. Most ordinary, weak-minded men get instantly mesmerized by the beauty. Shifting her gaze, she looks over at the veteran knights and royal guards, all sweating bullets dropping into defensive combat stances. Because anyone with actual combat awareness immediately goes on guard. Suddenly, getting bold, her slender hand slides up, bringing a chilling vibe as it brushes right against the lapel of our prince's fancy suit. And from what I can see, she smiles playfully. Sigrin pokes her finger right into Andreon's chest and teasingly tells him, "Your Highness clearly has not reached that elite level of awareness just yet." That makes his heart skip a massive beat, sweating and frowning in pure frustration. Without missing a second, Andreon gently swats her slender finger right off his fancy clothes. He flashes a confident smirk, firing right back, "My standards for beauty are definitely not like the rest of these basic guys." The high spirit actually freezes for a split second, her gorgeous face showing genuine quiet shock. Zero hesitation. Our prince instantly spins around and walks away like an absolute boss, dropping a super cold, polite goodbye. This little encounter was a total honor, but the second he turns his back, that cool, untouchable aura completely vanishes, instantly replaced by a guy who looks like he just survived a disaster, sweating and sighing in massive relief. Safe for now. Then his mind drifts back to those terrible marriage interviews his mother tried setting up. The very first candidate was literally a toddler sucking her thumb. Yeah, she was way too young. Then came another little girl, terrified and hiding completely behind her mom's skirt. Speechless, Andreon just thinks, yeah, I do not think she likes me at all. Or even worse, this insanely muscular woman with flaming murderous eyes rolling up her sleeves just to glare at him. He cringes, asking if she came here for a deathmatch. Oh, and they even brought in an actual baby playing on the floor. Completely helpless, Andreon decides this kid is also way too young. A whole slideshow of disasters flashes by, from the scary muscular brawler to a literal stuffed teddy bear. Exhausted, Andreon just rejects every single one of them. Not his type at all. Snapping back to the present marriage selection, Queen Margarita is sitting on her throne, letting out a massive sigh. She rubs her temples, completely drained by her son's impossible standards. The queen immediately starts nagging aggressively, scolding the prince while he just stands there frowning and pretending to be deaf. This is supposed to be your royal bride selection. You absolutely cannot compare these candidates to the random girls you hang out with. The perfect royal wife needs solid brains, excellent health, obvious beauty, plus a massively powerful noble family backing her up. Suddenly, the queen pauses, looking totally shocked as a royal guard delivers some incredibly unexpected news. The spirit delegation is demanding an immediate audience. Ah, she understands. The grand doors swing open and the cloaked spirit delegation steps onto the red carpet, walking right up to the throne. Sigrin steps out in front, gracefully placing a hand over her chest as she takes a bow. Sigrin of the Viscom album offers her absolute highest greetings to the stunning Queen Margarita. The queen flashes a friendly smile while Andreon stands right beside her, his face instantly darkening with extreme caution. What a surprise, the queen says. It has been decades since spirits visited our mighty kingdom. Getting right to the point, Sigrin raises her head, speaking with pure confidence. I am guessing your majesty is actively searching for a suitable bride for his highness. Am I right? The high spirit flashes this incredibly proud smile, pointing right at herself to volunteer. You said a perfect wife needs brains and health, right? I am a high spirit. Andreon feels the absolute worst luck hitting him, eyes twitching and sweating as she keeps pitching herself. In human terms, my family is massively prestigious. Trust me, this just turned into an absolute disaster for him. Andreon panics. What the heck is she trying to say? Sigrin just clasps her hands together, flashing this bright, innocently fake smile. What a total Liar, and luckily the age gap between His Highness and me is not that big, she claims. Andrian is absolutely screaming inside his head. Total lies. We are at least 1,000 years apart, but her little act continues as she rambles on, while Andrian just grinds his teeth, boiling with absolute rage. I heard spirits make ideal wives for humans, she says, because we maintain our youth and beauty for a really long time. I even have attendants by my side, just like a knight's order. Andrian glares, thinking furiously to himself, how in the world can this woman lie without even blinking once? Suddenly, the high spirit touches her chin, her cheeks blushing a deep pink as she shyly glances at the prince. When I first met His Highness, Andrian freezes for 5 solid seconds, his eyes going wide, his face completely draining of color. He is absolutely horrified, hearing her final dramatic line. I just felt that we were truly born to be together. Sigrun's eyes flash with a dangerously deadly cunning right then. Spirits never ever lie about their true destiny. Andrian stands there frozen, trembling as he wonders, wait, has she been telling the truth this entire time, completely convinced by this queen? Margarita strokes her chin, her eyes lighting up with genuine admiration. Wow, such incredible confidence. All the nobles around them start whispering, gossiping like crazy. Stick with me, this gets wild. I heard spirits take their destiny incredibly seriously. Does this mean our kingdom will actually ally with the spirits through marriage? Oh my gosh, unable to take another second of this, Andrian aggressively grinds his teeth, storms right down the throne podium, leaving the queen completely stunned. The prince marches over roughly, grabbing the hand of this absolute, crazy high spirit right in front of the entire grand hall, and then he just aggressively drags her away while everyone watches, glaring sharply as he forcefully pulls her along. He practically growls out in a super annoyed voice, we need to talk for a minute. One of the nobles watching this whole scene turns bright red, blurting out in sheer excitement, oh my, how bold. Then with a massive slam, Andrian aggressively twists the doorknob, pulling the pesky spirit into a totally empty room to finally settle the score. The second they step inside the closed room, the prince cuts straight to the chase. He turns around with a deadly serious glare, directly calling her name, Sigrun. No, beating around the bush. Andrian lowers his voice, interrogating her. Tell me your real purpose here. The spirit completely ignores his heavy, tense attitude. She just cups her cheek, giggling like it is some big joke. I came here to strengthen my friendship with the kingdom, silly. Andrian glares, grinding out every single word to crank up the pressure. Let me ask you again. Great high spirit Sigrun, her pupils suddenly shrink down in pure shock. Time to strip away the mask. Andrian coldly exposes her true identity. The executioner who brutally slaughtered her own kind for hundreds of years, the Sword of Visgam album. He stares right into this crazy woman's eyes, continuing, did you come here to spy on us or to actually execute your mission? The spirit looks down, her playful smile completely vanishing. The very next second, the entire atmosphere turns incredibly dark. She touches her lips, flashing a completely psycho smile, radiating this insane, suffocating, killing intent. How interesting. How exactly do you know about me? A single drop of sweat rolls down Andrian's forehead. He keeps a completely cold face, staying silent. Watching that explosive purple dark energy swirling around her, he tensely calculates the massive power gap. She is probably a literal monster, someone whose current strength he cannot even begin to estimate. His blue eyes light up as he rapidly analyzes the incredibly dangerous situation. Thinking if she feels a real destiny with him, that means she has a terrifyingly high status and can actually see the hidden past, engraved deep inside his soul. Sigrun's heavily threatening voice suddenly echoes right through the dark, suffocating magic that is squeezing the entire first room. You know I am the executioner. Yet somehow you do not seem to realize that staying completely silent in front of me is an incredibly stupid move. Now watch how he flips the board. Andrian does not even flinch, smirking with pure, arrogant confidence as he fires back. Oh, I actually know that very well. He lightly mocks her with a completely calm expression. I know that is just as stupid as opening my mouth to speak in front of you. The psycho elf freezes, her eyes bulging in pure surprise. Instantly regaining the upper hand, Andrian uses a commanding voice, completely brushing off her intense threat. Drop the act, Sigrun. Do not ever try to interfere with my destiny. Immediate results. That terrifying, suffocating, killing intent instantly vanishes into thin air. The spirit actually obediently pulls back her massive magic. Andrian secretly breathes a smug sigh of relief. Okay, she is definitely interested in him now. A master manipulation plan flashes through the prince's mind. She is going to rip him apart if he does nothing. So the best move, make her even more obsessed with him. He's way too precious to be tasted once and thrown away like trash. He needs to become an absolute delicacy, something she wants to savor forever. But suddenly, Sigrun leans incredibly close to his face, With blushing cheeks, she asks out of pure curiosity, "Who exactly are you anyway?" Andreon just calmly turns his back to her, answering with zero emotion. "I am just a prince who was thrown away by his own father." But she hurriedly presses on, demanding more. "Then who is the real you?" He just shrugs his shoulders, throwing back a completely joking response. "Take a guess." His lips curl up into a smirk as the prince turns his head, shooting her this wildly mysterious, provocative look. "Or you could always wait and find out for yourself." You and I know he is playing her perfectly. The notorious high spirit completely freezes, staring blankly at his sharp face. Her eyes stay glued to his back. The crazy woman stares, totally lost in thought, muttering under her breath, "I knew there was something shady going on here. I just couldn't understand why they would ever send me on this random mission." Sigren's heart skips a total beat and her face flushes bright red. She grabs her cheeks, smiling like an absolute maniac with this wild, obsessive look in her eyes. "But now I get it. It was all for you." Meanwhile, just stepping out the door, Andreon shivers. Total goosebumps. He is sweating bullets, cursing under his breath. "That woman gives me the creeps every single time." The giant wooden doors swing wide open. Andreon and the elf stride right back into the main hall, completely surrounded by a sea of staring eyes. The nobles are literally gawking. Honestly, you and I would be too, jaws drop, taking in the crazy scene right in front of them. Wow, a plot twist nobody saw coming. Right on the red carpet, the arrogant prince is letting this gorgeous elf link arms with him, looking completely coupled up. Stopping right in front of the throne, Andreon holds his head high. He clears his throat, looking at the totally stunned queen. "I have something to discuss with you." He forces a smile, keeping the elf on his arm, and just drops a massive bomb on the room. "Sigren and I will be getting engaged." The queen and literally everyone else in the room drop their jaws in pure shock. They cannot believe what they just heard. Andreon is crying on the inside. His smile is super stiff and cold sweat is dripping down his face. He grits his teeth. Who would have guessed? He would actually have to say her name so sweetly like this. He tries to calm himself down, treating this whole mess like a giant game of chess. He absolutely cannot let her lose interest right now. A fake engagement with an elf. If pulling a stunt like this can buy him some much needed time, then so be it. He smartly drops an excuse to delay things, flashing a confident smile. "This is a huge decision that I really need to think carefully about, so I am requesting just a little more time." Queen Margarita rests her chin on her hand, deep in thought, finally speaking up to break the heavy silence. "All right, sounds fine to me." Andreon starts running the math in his head, knowing the queen is already busy weighing out all the political benefits of this crazy marriage. Right beside him, the high elf Sigren runs her hand through her hair. She shoots him this deeply suggestive look and a completely wicked smile. While she waits for him to ripen up, the prince's face goes totally hard. His eyes are practically burning with pure determination. Out in the sunlight pouring through the giant window, Andreon and the elf step right out of the grand hall, leaving the shiny throne far behind them. "I am going to have to train my strength so I can finally escape from this completely insane elf." Meanwhile, over in a completely different room, a massive deafening crash rings out as a fist slams down hard on a table. Water magic shatters and splashes everywhere. Damn it, the third prince, Julian, grits his teeth super hard. His face is burning red with absolute rage. "That lucky bastard. The only thing he has over me is being born before me." Julian stands there panting heavily. His eyes are completely bloodshot. He is so furious that his shoulders are just heaving up and down, unable to even get a word out. The image of the cold knight commander and that gorgeous female knight flashed through his mind, bringing up this intense burning wave of pure jealousy. Not too long ago, their uncle randomly announced he was backing Andreon. Plus, the guy scored the absolute beauty of the Iron Lion Knights. And how exactly did he manage to seduce that elf too? Julian remembers the moment he walked right past them, his face turning completely red as he stared straight at Sigren, gulping hard. He honestly thought mortal women were as good as it got, but an elf, she is on a completely different level, an existence totally beyond human imagination. Snapping out of his thoughts, Julian bends over, letting out this dark, super menacing chuckle. His face looks incredibly sinister now. "Oh wait, I have a duel scheduled with him soon." All these incredibly dirty schemes start running through his head. He smiles like a total villain as dark magic starts swirling all around him. Killing him would cause too much drama, so I will just slice him up enough to ruin his pride as a man. He laughs. Julian's eyes are practically glowing with pure malice and cruelty. He smirks, making a very dark promise. "I am going to crush you without any mercy." Cut back to the training grounds. An old white-haired knight in a heavy, calm red cloak steps right out into the windy arena. With a huge crowd of noble spectators watching his every move, the old knight steps up and loudly declares, "I, Ashgarth, captain of the Royal Knights, bearer of the glorious Silver Lion title, will officially be the one to oversee and certify this duel. Nobody can object to these results. The old knight throws his hand up. Get ready, guys, it is about to go down. Will the two royal highnesses please raise your swords? But totally killing the tense vibe, Andreon just lazily covers his mouth and lets out a massive yawn. That speech was way too long for such a tiny little match. Right across from him, the third prince, Julian, excitedly swings his sword, a super arrogant smile plastered on his lips. I prepared quite a show for you, brother. I even brought us a massive audience today. Do you like it, Andreon? Leisurely draws his blade as this faint magic begins radiating off him. The cold prince casually replies, I just hope you do not end up disappointing them. I always feel this way. Cutting off his opponent, Julian frowns as wild green lightning magic starts crackling all around his body. But you talk way too much. I really hope. Suddenly, Julian explodes forward. He rushes in blazing fast, literally looking like a bolt of green lightning as he wildly slashes his sword at Andreon, creating a massive deafening crash. Let's see if you can still spout words like that after this match is over. Andreon just calmly stands his ground. Suddenly, this brilliant blue magic flares up, wrapping around his blade like a raging fire. I was originally going to play around with you for a bit. With just one swing, a gigantic magic wave sweeps across the sky, completely blowing. He launches him into the air effortlessly. But I've been a bit busy lately. The unlucky third prince Julian crashes hard into the dirt, coughing up blood. Julian spits blood, groaning in absolute agony and pure shock. Up in the stands, every single noble and servant stares wide-eyed, their jaws dropping to the floor. Everyone is completely frozen in place at this shocking spectacle. The old knight Sir Hugh sweats bullets, completely unable to believe his own eyes as he mutters, is that really the first prince we used to know? Meanwhile, Andrew stands tall and perfectly straight, his deep, piercing blue eyes locked right on his target. He glares sharply down at the defeated loser beneath his boots without even blinking. As the thick dust finally begins to clear out, the calm prince casually sheathes his sword completely, ignoring Julian, who lies sprawled out and unconscious on the cracked earth. The match is decided, and the old knight clears his throat. Sir Hugh tries to maintain a strict, solemn face as he formally announces, as the official witness and judge for this duel, I declare that the third prince cannot continue. The noble ladies cover their mouths in absolute shock. Oh my God, they gasp before the old knight shouts loudly, the winner is the first prince. Andrew turns his face away with a totally cold expression, ignoring the loud uproar. He grabs his heavy cape. He decisively turns his back and walks away in his red cloak, looking unbelievably cool. Andrew just clicks his tongue in sheer boredom, silently complaining. Cursing inside his head, he thinks these useless nobles only gather to watch kids brawl. Whispers break out everywhere as the noble crowd begins to furiously panic. Did His Highness Julian actually just lose? He possesses a legendary dual mana core, something universally revered across our kingdom. How could he possibly lose to the first prince, a guy who literally started training just a few months ago? A couple of days later, the third prince, Julian, finally wakes up. His eyes snap wide open beneath a bandage on his forehead. Feeling deeply humiliated and crushed, he violently trashes around. He springs up, slamming his hand hard against the bed. Veins bulge all over his angry face as he screams out, that absolute bastard, ignoring his injuries. Ignoring his broken body, Julian rushes to the door, screaming his lungs out, terrifying the knights and maids trying to stop him. Get my gear ready, I will challenge him to a rematch. Seeing his total meltdown, a nervous subordinate tiptoes over sweating bullets as he speaks. Your Highness. Julian violently whips around. He barks back with pure venom. What is it? The terrified knight immediately stutters out a massive piece of shocking news. The first prince has already left the capital alongside Count Balahard right after your match ended. Julian just stares blankly, completely confused as he demands an answer. Left. Left for where? The poor knight. The knight practically chokes on his words. Now you and I switch views. A heavy armored carriage convoy plows right through the thick snow, marching steadily up north. They're heading straight for Count Balahard's family territory. Right in the middle of this freezing winter breeze, the Count rides up beside Andrew and gives him a look. He offers some rare praise. You are riding quite well now, Your Highness. Andrew smiles smugly at that. One lesson is all it takes for me to master. A simple thing like this, right, old man? The Count goes speechless, instantly regretting his compliment. This kid really needs to learn some basic humility. The older man. He just frowns, breathing out thick clouds of white steam into the freezing air. But honestly, why are you in such an insane hurry? With the victory party, you could have easily rested up for a while. Andrew, clad in his majestic armor, keeps his fiercely determined eyes locked straight ahead. He answers calmly. Because that capital has no place for me. Andrew remembers that overweight ambassador silently mocking those completely useless corrupt nobles back at the palace. I will never beg for support from spineless cowards who eagerly kiss up to the Empire's lapdogs while completely turning their backs on their very own king. Count Balahard rides quietly beside him, processing those heavy words. Andrew then turns to the older man with a brand new question. Anyway, don't you think that soldiers and knights suit me way better than those stuck-up nobles? The old count immediately shuts that down with a harsh reality check. They might not play political games, but they are incredibly stubborn. Did you really think winning their absolute loyalty was going to be easy? A confident smile instantly forms on Andrew's lips. He smugly imagines the thrill of life and death battles. If I just bleed alongside them and survive absolute hell together, then they will automatically swear their lives to me. What is there to worry about? Count Balahard lets out a massive heavy sigh, closing his eyes in sheer disbelief. I seriously think you are rushing things way too fast. Huh, suddenly, Andrew remembers the terrifying image of that giant spirit, Sigrun treating him like a literal toy in the palm of her hand. If I hesitate now, I might actually end up being forced to marry that total psycho. Every single guy she has ever shown interest in met a deeply tragic end. Andrew's face hardens completely beneath the freezing, relentless snowfall. He aggressively mutters to himself, "That is exactly why I need to get insanely strong." A brief flashback of Queen Margaret watching him from the high window flashes through his mind. That kind of power is impossible to gain in a peaceful capital. I had to leave for a place that will force me to grow exponentially faster. You and I know exactly what he means. Looking off into the harsh distance, Count Balahard quietly finishes his thought process. And forge my blade in a completely different environment. The female knight Arwen rides majestically through the bitter howling wind. This is a brutal place where humans are pushed to their absolute limits. Andrew's cheeks are glowing bright red from the extreme cold. He groggily thinks a place where epic legends are forged in ice. Amidst this endlessly white expanse, the massive carriage convoy and heavily armed cavalry march straight into the freezing mountains. The one place I need to be right now is the battlefield. Count Balahard points his gaze straight ahead and formally introduces their new destination, those frozen peaks. Up ahead are the Sword Mountains. That is the exact border my family has violently defended for countless generations. Suddenly, Andrew starts shivering completely. He weakly chatters back, "Oh." A painfully brutal reality check, completely destroying his cool vibe from earlier. Both Andrew and the tough count are visibly shaking. They are freezing like wet dogs. Andrew literally groans out loud. "I am going to freeze to death here." The old count casually replies, If you can't take it, head back to the carriage." Trying to act tough, Andreon closes his eyes, bracing himself against the bitter, freezing cold. "No, I don't need to. I have to get used to this freezing weather anyway." He glances back at the warm, cozy carriage, a sudden pang of guilt hitting him hard. "Honestly, I feel pretty guilty, hogging an entire carriage all to myself." Right on cue, old man Babe pokes his head out from inside the warm ride. He fires right back. "Yeah, as if there's anything worth looking at out here. Why did you even follow us?" The white-bearded old guy just chuckles brightly. "Besides, the book I am writing will definitely come in handy for your highness." Andreon just winces, instantly grumbling in his head. "Yeah, right. What an annoying old man." Dropping the joke, the prince's angular face shifts back to being totally serious. Stone cold, sharp as a blade. Just look at the female knight Arwen Kayan. Her long black hair whips through the wild blizzard, her radiant beauty completely shining through this incredibly harsh weather. Andreon turns her way, calling out with genuine concern in his voice. "Arwen Kayan, are you doing all right out there? Walking up front must be freezing cold." Arwen Kayan's cheeks immediately flush red. She smiles brightly, firing back with absolute fiery passion. "I am perfectly fine." Seeing that, Andreon quickly offers, "You can swap places with me anytime if it gets too cold out here." But she instantly shoots that idea down. "I cannot seek out comfort while bearing the proud title of a knight." Right away, Andreon cracks a small, ridiculously charming smile. That was a smooth move. Looking at the female knight's incredibly flustered, bright red face, he silently thinks to himself, "Well, at least someone in this group is actually showing some real enthusiasm today." But then his smile vanishes. He glances back, his expression totally dropping. Why? Because the royal knights dragging their feet behind them look absolutely miserable right now. Seriously, they are oozing pure, killing intent, like they are being marched straight to exile. They are beyond annoyed about being forced on this trip by royal decree. The older brother could definitely keep them in check if he were here. Suddenly, the king's incredibly grumpy face flashes in his mind, those harsh warnings echoing loudly. "The royal knights are not your personal bodyguards." He remembers the image of the king lounging on his throne, completely unfazed. "You went and recruited a few personal knights already, right? Though obviously there is absolutely no guarantee those guys are actual knights." While Andreon just stood there taking the heat, he silently clicked his tongue at the petty old man. Now he thinks back on his father's harsh words. That exact reason is why the commander came along on this mission. He furrows his brow, piecing the politics together. Even though the original owner of this body caused massive trouble, he is still royal blood. his own son. The king's attitude just felt way too extreme. Out here under the blinding, violent blizzard, Andreon gets a terrible gut feeling. Something bad is definitely hiding in the shadows. I know it. Someone is playing a massive game of chess behind the scenes and I am completely blind to it. But suddenly, Count Ballahat whips his head around his face, screaming pure panic. We need to move faster. Now the icy winds are really starting to whip up, blasting snow directly into their eyes. The Count roars over the violent howling gale. If we do not push through, this storm will bury every single one of us alive. Talk about the raw wrath of nature. In the blink of an eye, tiny snowflakes morph into a raging, blinding blizzard. Total whiteout. The screaming wind completely drowns out every single sound. You and I would not even be able to hear the person standing right next to us. It is complete chaos. In this life or death situation, Count Ballahat snaps his head back around. His face is practically etched with pure high-stakes tension. Out in that brutal gray wasteland, the old Count bellows a desperate order. Drop the heavy gear, ditch the royal carriage, take only what you need. Grab the horses and push forward on foot. Seeing the total panic break out, Andreon braces his body. He channels pure mana straight into his throat, amplifying his voice to cut through the deafening wind. Yeah, our guy just used magic as a megaphone. He spins around, glaring at the violently shaking royal carriage, and roars at the top of his lungs. Adelia, trapped inside the rocking carriage, the poor maid. Adia stumbles around, sweating bullets. Trembling with fear, she reaches out and grabs the armored hand of the prince, who is somehow standing, rock solid in the raging blizzard. Her face turns bright red from absolute embarrassment and pure gratitude. She stammers out, "Thank you so much, Your Highness." Andreon helps her down with just one arm, totally playing it cool. Do not mention it. Right on cue, the knight Arwen Kayan rushes over, using her own body to block the harsh wind for him. "Are you all right, Your Highness?" Andreon does not even flinch, keeping his stone-cold expression. "I am fine. But just look at the royal knights behind them. They are struggling hard, getting completely ragdolled by the wind, crashing into each other. Watch out, you are going to hit me." Wait, the wind is way too strong. Andreon watches these clumsy rookies stumble around. A massive vein pops on his forehead. He snaps his head back, barking out a harsh order. "Arwen Kayan, look after Adelia right now." Arwen Kayan salutes with perfect posture. "Yes, Your Highness." Unable to watch this embarrassing disaster any longer, he marches straight into the cluster of knights trying to hide behind their shields. He roars, "You absolute idiots. Drop those heavy shields right now." With one brutal swing of his arm, he completely smashes a heavy shield right out of a knight's hands. It clatters to the icy ground. He aggressively explains, "Obviously, the wind will throw you around if you carry giant metal sails. Drop everything. That is not essential. Toss it all, keep your swords, and that is it. We will come back to scavenge the rest of this gear later." Stepping up as a true leader, Andreon points his finger straight at the biggest knight in the group. He barks a totally commanding order. "You, big guy, get up, front and lead. Form a single file line right now." Count Ballahat just watches this unfold in total silence. He is absolutely mind blown. "We completely do not even need to step in here. I was going to help them out, but could it be that His Highness actually has real combat experience after all?" Under the prince's iron command, the entire party falls into line, trudging forward through the brutal mountain pass. Every single agonizing step. All right, we are dropping right into chaos. This endless blizzard feels incredibly heavy, almost unbearable. Completely exhausted, Prince Andreon is panting hard. His shoulders are heaving with every breath. He is dragging his incredibly heavy feet through the snow, pushing this terribly weak body past its limits. But then disaster strikes. The slippery snow causes one totally exhausted knight to lose his footing and fall backward. A sudden, desperate scream from a soldier rings out, totally shattering the heavy silence. "Your Highness, one of our men has fallen behind." Hearing this, Andreon lets out a sigh. He frowns and turns around, his eyes exhausted but fiercely determined. Without a single second of hesitation, Andreon shoves right through the freezing crowd. They are all just standing there in a daze. He grabs the fallen knight's hand, yanks him up, and yells, "Keep moving." The prince's armored hand tightly grips his subordinate's exhausted arm right in the middle of this roaring blizzard. What he does next is completely beyond everyone's wildest imagination. Andreon actually heaves the massive knight right onto his own shoulders. He starts marching forward through the storm, looking like an absolute god of war. Against the endless white snow, the troops just stand there with their mouths wide open. He glares at them and screams, "Boost your morale. Why are you all just standing around? Pick up the pace." The knights suddenly snap out of it, breaking into a cold sweat as they instantly shout out together, "Yes, Your Highness." Now absolutely fired up, the entire squad pushes through the deep snow, heading straight for the massive fortress. It looms faintly through the raging storm. Looking like he might collapse at any second, Andreon's face is totally pale from the cold and sheer exhaustion. He just cannot stop panting. But right as this absolute hell of a forced march is finally about to end, heavy iron boots smash right through that final thick layer of solid ice. A literal miracle appears. Andrian lets out a massive sigh of relief, his face completely drenched in sweat. He looks up at the sky and starts complaining. "This damn blizzard," he mutters angrily. "Why couldn't it have stopped just a little bit sooner?" The gigantic fortress walls suddenly tower right in front of them. The sky is perfectly clear and bright blue, almost as if that intense storm was just a complete lie. Right in front of the massive gates, the heavy black armored iron boots of the old Count Balahat step down. They crunch heavily into the snow. With his incredibly broad back, he calmly marches straight toward the gigantic wooden gates of his very own fortress, heavily reinforced with solid iron. Half of the old man's face is totally hidden in the shadows, revealing deep wrinkles that really show off years of fierce battles, along with a deeply proud smile right at the edge of his lips. High up on the towering spire, the massive family crest flutters fiercely against the bright sky, proudly showing off his status as the rightful ruler of Balahad. Meanwhile, right at the fortress gates, a young imposing knight in black armor sharply clicks his heels together. He stands at perfect attention to welcome them, acting as the commander of the kingdom's 3rd Legion. "I humbly welcome the arrival of the first prince." Andrion flashes a brilliant smile right under the fading sunlight of these frozen snowy mountains, radiating absolute pure royal charisma. Count Balahat gently places a hand on his chest, and he offers a genuinely warm smile. His deep voice echoes out, "I sincerely welcome you to the Winter Castle." Now let's take a closer look at this insane fortress. The view sweeps over the incredibly massive, imposing Winter Castle. This is a legendary fortress located right at the absolute northern edge of the entire kingdom. It was built for one reason: blocking monsters from the Blade Mountains. That makes it the absolute toughest anti-monster stronghold in the entire world. To everyone else, trembling soldiers constantly whisper about just how terrifying this place really is. Horrifying monsters are absolutely swarming out there all the time. It is freezing, brutal, and deadly. The survival rate is literally rock bottom. Nobody in their right mind ever wants to come back here a second time. For your average soldier, this is easily the worst possible deployment. Meanwhile, back in the safe capital, snobby nobles sip their tea and wave their fans. They just casually gossip about it. The Winter Castle is easily the greatest weapon the Balahat family possesses, but it is also their heaviest chain. Honestly, what is there even to see in that brutal, completely frozen wasteland? The nobles can sit there and endlessly debate about its precious political importance all day long. Right now, the gigantic, heavily fortified wooden gates slowly begin to creak open, totally shattering the heavy silence of this dead white, snowy wasteland. The old count steps inside with his head held high in pride, while Andrian looks up, completely mesmerized by the epic majesty of the fortress interior. Just then, the young commander stands perfectly straight, looking incredibly determined. You see, to the fiercely loyal people of the Balahat territory, this frozen place is their absolute lifelong duty and highest honor. Stepping forward, the young knight smashes his fist against his left chest and loudly reports. Vincent Balahat requests an end to his acting commander duties and formally reports his return to the position of squad captain. "Yes, sir." Count Balahat proudly claps his son on the shoulder, giving him a genuinely warm smile. "Thank you for all your incredibly hard work, Vincent." The young knight answers, "I am so glad you made it back safely, father." "Wait, what?" Andrian freezes for a second, totally shocked as he stares at the old man and blurts out, "Whoa, you actually have a son." The old count instantly scowls and grumbles out, "Well, obviously, did you seriously think at my advanced age I wouldn't even have a single kid?" Andrian just points a finger right at their faces, laughing and totally teasing them. "You two look exactly alike. Especially those equally stubborn mouths of yours." Getting serious again, the old count turns around to formally introduce the royal guest to his son. "Vincent, this is His Highness First Prince Andrian." Following strict etiquette, Vincent respectfully bows his head and places a hand on his chest. He looks respectful, but inside his thoughts are absolutely racing. Vincent of the Balahat family humbly sends his greetings. "Your Highness, First Prince, I am the captain of the commando squad." Andrian flashes a super friendly yet completely authoritative royal smile as he replies, "Very well. Nice to meet you." But deep down, Vincent is absolutely seething. The young knight grinds his teeth, shooting the prince a sideways glare packed with pure prejudice. You and I know what he's thinking. The Winter Castle is a sacred fortress for real warriors, guys who are totally ready to sacrifice everything for their noble beliefs. So yeah, Vincent's eye visibly twitches as he watches Andrian casually strolling in with 2 beautiful girls trailing right behind him. This definitely isn't the place for a disgraced, exiled prince to be parading his women around. Trying hard to suppress his raging anger, a soldier quickly steps up. "Your Highness, please allow me to give you a tour of the castle." Andrian just nods. "Ah, sure." Vincent glares daggers at his back, absolutely furious. Why on earth did his father bring this guy here? Second, Andrian is out of sight. Vincent instantly turns and angrily demands answers. "Father, what is this all about?" But totally calm. Old Count just crosses his arms and explains, "It is exactly what you heard. I have officially decided to become the one who supports His Highness Andreon, and he will be staying with us for a while." Flying into an absolute rage, Vincent loudly protests this terrible idea. Even the king himself didn't want the guy and threw him out like garbage. And wait, didn't his father literally say? The prince was a totally useless failure with a garbage personality. Count Balahat slowly turns his head, shooting his son a look so insanely sharp that it shuts the panicked knight right up. Staring off into the distance, the old man remembers the commanding presence Andreon has shown lately. He mutters quietly, "People change." Then he puts on a stern face to warn his incredibly stubborn son. "I am only asking you for one thing. Just observe His Highness without carrying any of your stupid prejudice." Vincent immediately starts sweating bullets. He scowls, clearly hating this, but swallows his anger because he doesn't dare argue. Later, inside the strategy map room, Count Balahat leans over the table, eyes locked on the map. He asks his young commander, "What is our current progress on wiping out the monster tribes?" Vincent stands tall, hands strictly behind his back, reporting clearly, "We have been steadily cutting down their numbers every single day, but there are still way too many left. Now that you have returned, Father, we can start hunting them much more aggressively." Meanwhile, as they discuss heavy military secrets, Andreon just sits there casually munching on snacks, looking totally bored while listening to their entire conversation. "So the strike team will handle the rest." Andreon swallows his food, reaches out, and casually slides a black orc piece right across the map. He completely interrupts them. "The orcs are your actual core problem here." He points it out perfectly as massive, brutal orcs, wielding huge axes, flash on screen. A small camp of 20 orcs has set up right near the mountain base. Standard strike team arrows won't be nearly enough to handle them. Vincent is honestly shocked by the prince's tactical knowledge but keeps his serious face. "That is correct. We are currently picking elite garrison knights from the fortress to bang." A chess piece slams down hard on the table, totally cutting off the young captain mid-sentence. Stealing the entire spotlight for this mission, the prince simply snaps his fingers and flashes an extremely arrogant, wildly confident smirk. "I will handle it myself." Anger instantly explodes in the room. Vincent and all his men furiously scowl at him, strongly protesting this reckless impulsiveness. "Your Highness, the orcs located in the Blade Mountains are not your normal, everyday monsters. If anything happens to you, all other strike team operations will be massively compromised." Totally ignoring the young knight's highly frustrated outburst, Andreon turns to the old count, casually raises an eyebrow and asks, "What do you think?" Count Balahat stands there, arms crossed in absolute silence. Calculating the risks, he doesn't say a single word. Making up his mind, he turns to his son with a dead serious look. "Vincent, what is the exact confirmed size of that enemy group?" Vincent suddenly panics, sweating bullets because his father is actually seriously considering this insane idea. The young knight furiously bites his tongue and gives the full tactical report. "At most 20 of them. Right now we have seen zero signs of elite orc warriors or orc mages, but we absolutely cannot rule out that possibility." Double-checking one last time, Count Balahat locks his eyes onto the smugly smiling prince. He asks him with brutal honesty, "Are you totally sure you can pull this off?" Seeing his father actually handing a life-or-death military mission to a literal piece of trash, Vincent's jaw drops. He practically screams in pure panic. His face tight with anxiety, Vincent fiercely objects again. "Father, that mountain pass is literally one of our most critical supply routes. If that place turns into a full-blown battlefield against those orcs, our problems will instantly double." Andreon just looks at the panicked Vincent and smiles smugly. Well, well. He raised this kid pretty well. Quite the smart boy." Cutting right through the argument, Count Balahat crosses his arms and says in a heavy tone, "That is enough worrying for now. So what exactly do you need, having already calculated this whole thing?" Andreon smirks, highly confident as he drops his demands. "I'll need about 3 guides, some major gear upgrades for my men, and a few good crossbows, if you can spare the time." A mustached knight immediately bows his head, taking the ridiculous order. "That won't be a difficult request. I will handle it perfectly." Seeing the absolute confidence of this so-called useless Prince, Vincent sweats bullets, his face going completely pale as he freezes in pure shock. Meanwhile, over at the resting area, old Knight Hans from the Royal Order drops his jaw, eyes wide in absolute disbelief. "What did you say?" Hearing the prince's words, he totally loses it. "We are being deployed." Completely shocked, the old man stammers, questioning this totally insane order. "What do you mean, Your Highness?" Seeing his panic, the prince calmly repeats himself. "We. All right, stick with me here. Andreon has a quest to hunt 20 orcs, including warriors and mages." Hans just scratches his head, nervously sweating as he tries to talk him out of it. Your Highness, the 3rd Legion is already stationed right here, so why must we do this? Our main mission is to protect you. Andreon flashes a sly smile, shutting down any objections. Even better, you guys have to follow and protect me anyway. An absolute command. Our prince barks out the order loud and clear, leaving zero room for any argument. The 3rd Legion will make contact by tonight. Grab all your gear and report back to me. Hans helplessly bows his head in pure, absolute defeat. Yes, Your Highness. A smirk tugs at his lips. Andreon's eyes gleam with sharp, calculating intent. Whether they want to or not, these soldiers are all mine, and I will make sure they become useful. The system immediately scans Hans's status window, pulling up his hidden details. Traits pop up: swordsmanship, military training, fortress defense, and infantry formation. Andreon quietly evaluates them all in his head. These guys might not be super reliable in a blizzard, but hey, they are still top-tier elites, handpicked by the royal family with pretty solid stats. The young knight Joseph's status window pops up next. His traits: intelligence, gathering, and camouflage. Andreon squints his eyes, feeling slightly suspicious of him. Very suspicious, especially since one guy looks incredibly sketchy. Departure day arrives. Beneath a white cloudy sky, the towering spire of the Winter Castle stands tall. Andreon lets out a meaningful hum. Looking at the man standing right in front of him, he raises an eyebrow at Captain Vincent, who is wearing a heavy fur coat. Are you our guide? Looking defiant, Vincent scowls and drops a serious warning. Your Highness might not realize it, but failing this quest is going to cause a massive headache. Andreon fires back with absolute, unshakable confidence. But this exact mission is not going to fail. The knight grits his teeth hard. You are taking this way too lightly. Their eyes clash intensely, magical lightning sparking fiercely between the stubborn resolve of the knight and the absolute arrogance of our prince right in front of the entire watching army. Andreon's eyes flash with a cold, razor-sharp glint. Invisible mana suddenly explodes behind him, creating a completely suffocating, deadly pressure in the winter air. System blocked. A glaring blood-red error window suddenly pops up right in front of Vincent's face. Status window currently cannot be accessed. Andreon breaks a sweat, quietly amazed. This guy has to be at least a 3-chain knight. He quickly scans the hooded figures standing directly behind Vincent. A massive barrage of system notification windows suddenly floods his vision. Status window cannot be accessed. Hidden traits like swordsmanship, scouting, and hunting. Andreon clicks his tongue. Even among the guys behind him, there is literally only one true ranger. The rest are just knights, disguised as rangers. Now you and I both know what this means. A sly, knowing smile tugs at our prince's mouth. If things suddenly go south, they want to handle it themselves. Well, I guess I can just pretend not to notice. The massive gates of the Winter Castle swing wide open. Wearing his crimson cloak, Andreon boldly barks the order. All right, let's move out. Spotting Adelia shivering with anxiety, he turns back to reassure her. Adelia, you aren't coming with us, so don't worry. The flustered maid awkwardly apologizes. I'm so sorry, Your Highness. He sweats internally, calculating the massive risks. If her unique traits happen to awaken the wrong way, he could, honestly, end up in some seriously massive trouble. Marching straight into the death zone, the entire group trudges single file through the incredibly thick, freezing snow, entering the Blade Mountains. The loud crunching of boots on thick ice echoes sharply, blending perfectly with the young knight's constant chatter. You must walk using the absolute minimum amount of stamina. Walking right alongside him, Vincent launches into a massive, overly long lecture. If your stamina drops too low, your limbs will completely stiffen up and your combat power will plummet. You have to step very carefully, especially here in the Blade Mountains where there is tons of snow and ice. Andreon violently sweats in annoyance, groaning internally. This guy's endless nagging is actually way worse than my own father's. Suddenly, a pure white rabbit frantically leaps straight out of a thick, heavily snow-covered bush, darting right over Andreon's boots. Our prince curiously stares in the direction of the fleeing bunny. A rabbit. At the exact same moment, only real ranger in the squad whips out his binoculars to scout ahead. Through the heavily magnified lenses, the image of a massive group of green-skinned, terrifyingly fierce-eyed orcs savagely tearing into a bloody prey comes into crystal clear view. The ranger quickly lowers his binoculars, his perfectly calm face showing absolute intense focus, completely ready for the brutal battle that is about to ignite. Moving with lightning speed, the ranger quickly uses tactical hand signals to alert Andreon, reporting the critical emergency ahead. There is a whole pack of orcs up ahead. What will you do? Moving decisively, Andreon raises a single hand up to signal a dead stop, his razor-sharp eyes locking onto the dense forest directly ahead. Instantly moving, according to his command. The royal soldiers line up perfectly behind him, follow suit without a single word of hesitation immediately, raising their loaded crossbows. The mechanical clicks of bolts being knocked echo in perfect unison. Sniffing out the danger, a massively muscular green orc snaps its neck back, its blood-red eyes glowing with pure predatory caution as it growls. Total silence. The imposing back of our crimson-cloaked prince stands tall and proud, facing down a horde of giant monsters in the snow. Get ready for this. Pure arrogance. Andreon's eyes flare up with a brilliant blue magical glow. He smirks, flashing a wildly confident, highly exhilarated smile as he casually calls out, "Hey there, long time no see." The ultimate death order. The crazed orcs frantically swing their brutal weapons, charging ahead like absolute madmen. The cold, commanding voice of our prince rings out loud. Fire! Instantly, a massive volley of wind-tearing arrows shoots forward, violently sinking deep into the thick, tough flesh of the monsters. Blood splatters everywhere. But stick with me, here it gets wild. The orcs just keep charging, stomping their massive feet down. They hit the snow, shaking the earth with footsteps loud as thunder. Stepping up, Andreon smoothly draws his glowing silver sword, his eyes sharp as a razor. He is completely ready for a fight. Facing pure death, the crazy giant orc swings. The beast wildly smashes its club right where Andreon just stood. Ice shatters everywhere. The monster lets out a truly blood-curdling roar. Lightning-fast counterattack. The prince smoothly leaps up into the freezing air. He dodges the brutal strike, focusing pure power into his blade. This is the decisive moment. Andreon looks absolutely sharp up there. His intense eyes are burning bright with a completely wild, violent magic. Critical hit. That silver blade easily rips right through the giant monster. Fresh blood instantly sprays out like an absolute geyser. The snow turns completely red. The heavy smell of blood hangs in the thick, sudden silence of the chaotic battlefield. Hot drops slide. They slowly drip off his cold blade down into the pure white snow. Such a familiar feeling. The prince stands there, breathing heavy. He has blood smeared across his face, but check out that wildly satisfied smile. He says this is exactly what he has been craving. He has been waiting so long for this. Returning to his true self, the proud red-cloaked prince stands tall among the dead monsters. He closes his eyes, just soaking in that wildly refreshing rush of violence. The atmosphere here is heavy, but then an unnecessary rescue. The female knight, Arwen Kayan, panics, rushing in with her sword to help. She yells about the danger, but Andreon snaps his head back. He strictly orders her to stay back. Arwen Kayan stops dead in her tracks. Her eyes go wide. Why would the prince reject her help? With an absolutely overwhelming aura, Andreon slowly raises his dripping sword. He steps right between the confused knight and the remaining savage monsters. He stands there looking totally unshakable. Flashing a literal devil smile, he glances back over his shoulder. His eyes are practically glowing with magic. He gives a dark evil smile and warns her she might get hurt. Suddenly, distant memories rush in. A vision of a lone knight, a dark red aura. He is fighting completely alone against the orcs over 400 years ago. Back when orcs were not mindless monsters, they were actually the rightful rulers of this entire continent. It is a totally forgotten legend. We see a close-up of a jewel sword. It shines brilliantly. Now this is not some kind of myth and definitely not a classic hero story. There are zero records in history, pure resentment. That glowing red magic erupts like it wants to burn the entire world down. This right here is the song of revenge. A miserable man who absolutely hated the orcs. The memorial tune of a father exhausted from endless fighting. He says he has piled up bodies. A literal mountain of green corpses. That incredibly destructive red aura sweeps right across the battlefield, brutally slaughtering every single monster in its path. It is completely ruthless. The fleeting child of a legendary avenger. The dark inheritance. Right now, Andreon himself is radiating that exact same insane power. That absolutely violent red magic. He gives a super cold smile. Beneath him, a massive pool of deep, dark blood has formed for everyone. The glowing system screen pops up. Scene shifts back to the capital. A heavy little coin bag is suddenly tossed down. It hits a beautifully carved wooden table. Dark schemes are definitely brewing. Third Prince, Julian, sits there with his legs crossed, sneering like crazy. He talks to the old noble across from him. He mentions rumors of constant deaths at the Winter Castle. The old noble's voice echoes out. He tells him not to worry, saying there will not be any battle at all. A shady minion hides in the dark with glowing eyes. Yellow eyes shining, he drops a mocking insult. What could that trash prince even do out there anyway? He is totally just going to hide. Yeah, just hide in the castle and steal his uncle's credit. Then the silver-haired noble calmly leans back into his fancy heavy wooden chair. He gives instructions to the hired thug. The important target is not that little brat. He tells him to watch the Winter Castle very closely. He wants a full report on anything suspicious. Deal closed. The rough hand of this shady assassin tightly grabs the heavy bag of gold coins. The coins jingle as he gets ready for this dirty mission. Third, Prince Julian smirks and asks if he can actually pull this hit off. He hands the heavy coin bag over with an incredibly deceitful look. The old count strokes his beard, his yellow eyes flashing in the darkness. He looks totally cunning as he promises to do his very best. But reality is always going to have a cruelly funny twist. Let's see what happens next. That arrogant red-haired guy standing with the soldiers. His pale face is completely drained of all its blood. Sweat drips down as he mutters in total disbelief. He says it is absolutely impossible, because right there a massive fat-bellied giant orc appears. It towers over them, literally blocking out the sky. He screams out in pure terrified despair. This insane situation is completely off the script, nothing like what he was told. Fumbling and sweating, his face twists in fear. He shouts a desperate order for the front line to hold. Keep formation and advance. Honestly, it is ridiculous. The aggressive orc lightly swings its arm and completely shatters their entire defensive shield wall to pieces. Soldiers get tossed high into the air, screaming in agony as they fall. The guy just stands there totally stunned. He is visibly shaking, gripping his spear tight. His eyes are wide with pure panic. He thinks, what the heck do I do now? Desperation takes over his mind. He tightly shuts his eyes and blindly charges straight ahead. He runs forward, screaming miserably at the top of his lungs. The second row attacks. While running, he peeks one eye open to check the chaotic situation. His face looks incredibly confused and bewildered. That massive green monster stands ready. The sinister monster grabs his spear barehanded. The suffocating pressure is terrifying, and his attack is completely useless now. It is over. The beast rips the weapon away and tosses it. The cowardly soldier stares at his empty hands, trembling, waiting for death. He thinks he's a dead man. But suddenly an armored hand shoves his face right into the cold snow to dodge an attack. Like a literal goddess of war, the knight Arwen blitzes past at terrifying speed, trailing a blinding blue blast of magical lightning. She swings her blade, splitting that massive green monster right down the middle, directly over the cowering soldier's head. Arwen sticks an incredibly badass landing, flicking the blood off her sword. The red-haired guy, paralyzed with fear, dropping his weapon in the snow. He just whimpers weakly with his jaw dropped. Arwen stands tall, shooting him an absolute death glare, her voice completely icy. This is a battlefield. Don't you dare drop your weapon. The coward tears up, face totally pale, terrified but frantically nodding along. Yes, ma'am. All right, comedy hour is over. The troops behind them snap back to reality, forming a solid shield wall. Across the battlefield, an orc boss wielding a massive axe aggressively charges forward. Arwen's voice echoes out. The soldiers brace themselves, swords pointed straight at the orcs. But despite looking tough, Arwen is sweating, frowning with worry. She assesses the situation. There are just too many of them. It's going to be really hard with our current numbers. Suddenly, a flash. A deadly crimson magic grazes right past Arwen's face, completely stunning her. Instantly, a charging orc gets its throat brutally slashed open. Everyone freezes for 5 whole seconds. From the cowardly soldier to the proud knight Arwen, their jaws just drop at that sheer savagery. Amidst a rain of blood dyeing the white snow, the arrogant Prince Andreon appears, his wild sword slashes tearing right through the mist. He slams his flaming blade into the ground, stepping on a monster corpse as red magic violently explodes in all directions. He is panting hard, head down, completely covered in fresh blood, while a fiery red aura violently dances around him. Arwen nervously approaches. She calls out hesitantly in worry, "Your Highness," but she just woke the devil. He looks up, eyes glaring with a blood-red light. His cold face is totally consumed by sky-high killing intent. Ignoring his panicked troops, Andreon blurs into a crimson afterimage. He charges straight into the monster horde. His armored boots smash the ice, launching him forward with insane speed. Suddenly, memories flood back. The image of an unknown hero in pitch-black armor burning with crimson fire from centuries ago flashes by. It is still not enough. Flashing back to a cruel past, that dark knight crazily swings his sword, cleaving orcs in a freezing wasteland, charging in completely alone. Size difference, he does not care. The narration echoes, no matter how many he kills. The prince's face is hidden, eyes glowing with hatred. It will never be enough. Wandering aimlessly, this lone small figure stands tall, facing down 3 massive giants, thirsty for blood. He wandered through these barren lands ruled by orcs. The knight leaps into the air, perfectly dodging an earth-shattering smash from the beast. Using his falling momentum, his flaming blade tears right through the giant enemy's throat in a blink. The scene fades to deathly silence. The knight turns away with his blood-dripping sword, leaving scattered, soulless corpses. The camera zooms in on his war-stained, armored legs. The narration closes this tragic flashback. His magic dried up long ago, but he never stopped. The Dark Knight lowers his head. His body looks absolutely consumed by that blazing red, sinister aura. He violently tears into a raw chunk of meat. The narration gets haunting. Drinking orc blood, chewing their flesh. With every step he takes, cruel time passes. The hero's face appears now white-haired and heavily scarred. The man gradually becomes older and much weaker. His trembling armored hand still tightly grips the hilt of his jewel-studded golden sword. That magic blade is his absolute only support left. But the fire of hatred never died. The old knight glares, literally burning his soul. He is burning his remaining life force for one last wish. Let's rewind to where this tragedy started. A man stands stunned at a doorway. His shadow stretches into a ruined, blood-soaked house, a grim memorial for his wife and daughter. The young man's face darkens completely. His eyes go wide in absolute shock at the horrific scene right in front of him. Truly heartbreaking. An absolutely tragic flashback. The magic power inside his heart dried up a long time ago, but he refuses to stop. The Dark Knight drops his head, his entire body burning up from a massive blood-red evil aura blazing out of him. He violently tears into a slimy chunk of raw meat. The haunting narration drops a heavy line: drink the orc's blood, chew their flesh. With every single step he takes, time cruelly passes by. The face of our hero is finally revealed, rocking snow-white hair and completely covered in nasty battle scars. The guy is clearly getting much older and significantly weaker. His armored hands are literally shaking, but he still grips the hilt of that jeweled golden blade. Honestly, this magic sword is the only thing keeping him standing right now. But that burning flame of pure hatred never faded out. The old knight glares forward, his bright eyes literally burning his own soul, torching his last bit of life force just to finish his final dying wish. Rewind a bit to where this tragedy actually started. A younger man stands completely frozen outside his door. His long, dark shadow stretches into a destroyed room absolutely covered in blood. It is a tragic memorial for his murdered wife and daughter. The young man's face turns pitch black, his eyes completely wide with absolute shock at the horrifying nightmare right in front of him. Truly a heartbreaking sight. All right, you and I are about to see pure tragedy. A happy family photo shatters on the floor, completely soaked in fresh blood. And right out of that total despair, a massive pillar of crimson energy explodes into the sky. The victims were wiped out completely. Not even a trace of flesh left. Just a close-up of this wide bloodshot eye absolutely burning with pure killing intent and complete madness. And as we rush toward the end, a tattered red cloak flutters wildly in the wind, looking just like a broken war flag. A tiny lone old knight stands deep in the shadow of Oros, a towering, heavily armored monster. He is finally coming face to face with his lifelong mortal enemy. The old man's face is completely exhausted, covered in deep bleeding gashes. Honestly, the guy is barely standing. He is totally battered. But despite it all, the old knight flashes an arrogant, gritty smirk, and in a flash, his entire body erupts in red magic like a wild beast. He dashes forward, ripping right through the wind. It is his final battle, and he swings a lightning-fast strike. He slashes straight into the monster leader's heavy chest plate, sparking a massive, blinding flash of light on impact. Magical sparks explode like a mini-bomb as the blade slams into the enemy. The knight's face is completely swallowed by the dark shadows. Only his glowing red eyes burn with pure resolve as he struggles to push the giant back. But reality hits hard. His sword completely shatters, metal fragments scatter through the air against the monster's absolute defense. And right then, the leader throws a massive heavy punch straight into the old knight. The shockwave is so violent it literally shatters the ground. Fresh blood violently erupts from the old man's mouth. His body is thrown backward like a broken doll. No miracles here, folks. Just brutal reality. The massive monster stands tall, exhaling freezing frost right from its nose. It just stares down at the broken body lying helpless in the snow. An epic, yet tragic scene, the hero collapsing inside a cracked crater of his own blood. The grim shadow of death is creeping closer. But even though his eyes are heavy, his piercing gaze refuses to surrender. This incredible old man never once thought about giving up until the very last second. Ors roars and swings its massive weapon down. Its giant shadow completely blocks out the sky above. It is a legendary story that will never be told to anyone. Moments later, the old knight closes his eyes for good. His final breath fades into the endless silence, completely unnoticed by the world. Only his broken holy sword remains jammed into the dirt, glowing with a lonely fading light in the middle of a ruined battlefield. Cut to the present, and watch this. Prince Andreon stands frozen in shock, eyes wide, totally stunned. His face holds pure awe and deep respect. He whispers, "I will be the only one to remember all of that." The epic music fades. Under a brilliant blazing sunset, Andreon proudly plants his sword into the ground, standing tall right in the middle of a chaotic, monster-filled battlefield. Cold wind blows through his blonde hair. Even covered in monster blood, his face looks weirdly calm, intensely focused, and just totally badass. Back on the main battlefield, things are absolute chaos. The soldiers are locked in a fierce, brutal fight for survival against the horde. The commander's loud voice rings out across the dirt. Knights attack. Those orc warriors head on, everyone else hold the line and pin them down. A tight shot on Andreon's silver sword. Fresh red blood drips straight onto the dry dirt. Suddenly, a strange light flashes and his eyes snap wide open. His pupils perfectly reflect an eerie magical glow. He mutters, "I remember now." Instantly flames ignite and his entire body is wrapped in wild crimson magic. He looks like an absolute demon god. He says the song of revenge is an unfinished melody. He confidently takes heavy armored steps forward. Red flames violently swirl right beneath his boots. "I have to finish that song." Swinging his blade like pure poetry, the prince becomes a literal lightning bolt. He tears through the enemy lines, swinging smooth, deadly strikes that slice the monsters right in half. Andreon's glowing red eyes flash with pure death behind his crossed silver blade. His killing intent is so cold it pierces the bone. He doesn't even flinch. He casually raises his sword and completely blocks a heavy swing from a massive, angry, roaring, muscle-bound orc. With one flawless, spinning jump, a blast of red magic cleanly slices the giant right in half. Seriously, it's brutal. Andreon's handsome face stays totally calm. Suddenly, the glowing system panel pops up with a blinding flash. A new verse has been added to the song of revenge. Absolute artistic perfection. The camera pans over a massive, messy mountain of dead monster bodies as the narrator's steady voice takes over. Piles of green bodies literally stack up into a mountain. Beneath it all lies a deep lake of crimson blood. The prince stands quietly, his head bowed. Half his face is hidden in deep, thoughtful shadow. Standing right at the absolute peak of glory, he proudly drives his glowing sword deep into the massive body of the giant Oro's leader. "And here I stand to honor your soul." He slowly turns his head, showing a proud, fierce look. The glowing system panel updates. The song of revenge has evolved into a requiem. His striking blue eyes finally shine with a peaceful calm. It is like he finally broke free from some ancient, tragic obsession. The brutal battle officially ends right under a blazing fiery sunset sky. Andreon stands completely silent, watching his surviving soldiers happily clear out the bloody battlefield. Suddenly, a heavy armored hand quickly and spectacularly snaps the wooden pole of the enemy flag, crushing the orc symbol forever. A black-haired knight happily raises the torn enemy flag high into the air. Flashing a massive smile, he yells out, "The orcs are destroyed. I declare absolute victory." Joy instantly explodes as the soldiers all throw their weapons up, cheering wildly across the messy battlefield. "This is our victory." What an absolute masterpiece of an ending. Andreon tilts his head, muttering as he tries to recall the author's name. Stick with me here because the camera suddenly shifts to our black-haired knight. He is standing there, smiling with pure pride. Is that Vincent Bala? He is the heir of a legendary family that dedicated their existence to fighting off monstrous threats. A bitter memory flashes back. The tragic image of a nameless knight returns, sharing the exact same name as our pitiful broken avenger. The old man's bloody, unconscious face suddenly flashes on screen, acting as a brutal reminder of the absolute sacrifice needed just to wipe the orc race from existence. Bound by destiny and a promise for the next life, the legendary holy sword shines brightly one last time across the desolate night. They will ironically meet again. Suddenly, a completely shredded red flag violently flutters right into view. It is thrust forward. The black-haired knight drops his smile instantly, switching to a dead serious expression. Andreon just stares blankly at the guy with a massive question mark practically plastered across his face. What is happening right now? Without warning, the intense knight forcefully shoves the torn, battered flag straight into the prince's chest. He clearly declares, "Please accept this." The prince stands there looking totally clueless, not understanding a single thing. Experiencing this huge honor right in front of the serious watching soldiers, the knight formally explains the situation. He says that according to the traditions of the Third Legion, the bravest soldier in battle always receives the enemy flag. The screen freezes right on the absolutely dumbfounded expression on Andreon's face as he is forced to hold this dirty rag. Meanwhile, the knight just keeps hyping it up as the ultimate trophy of an eternal resounding victory. Finally noticing how incredibly awkward the prince feels, the knight awkwardly looks away, raising his hand right up to his mouth for a fake embarrassed cough. Ahem. Before the prince can even think about refusing the gift, our serious knight boldly announces it with a straight face. "This flag belongs to His Highness." Andreon just stands there, sweating bullets, his face screaming that he absolutely hates this. Right then, the fierce female knight Arwen Kayan slowly walks up from behind them. Calling out to the prince with extreme reverence, she places a hand over her heart and bows deeply, showing absolute respect. She firmly states her total admiration for his incredibly brave performance in battle today. Following her lead, the entire squad of soldiers instantly drops to their knees in the snow. They roar like absolute thunder, completely honoring the prince's brave battle. Riding this massive wave of hype, Andreon flashes a super smug grin. He casually throws the ragged flag over his shoulder and clears his throat. The camera zooms straight into his totally cunning blue eyes. He confidently tells his loyal soldiers to speak up, much louder. If he's going to show off, he's going all out. Turning his back, he puffs his chest and commands the kneeling troops to scream it for everyone. The prince's face is literally glowing right now. With his massive ego stroked all the way to the heavens, you and I have to admit he knows how to celebrate. He instantly thrusts that ragged red flag high into the fading evening sky. Swept up in the wild, heroic atmosphere, the troops jump up, pumping their fists in pure celebration. They won, honoring their glorious prince. This fiery energy is insane. The prince holds the flag up like a totally triumphant king. Resounding cheers practically shake the walls of the winter castle. Andreon's face flushes with pure joy. Flashing a highly satisfied smile, he quietly thinks to himself, victory, roaring cheers and glory. Right in this exact moment, he literally has the entire world in his hands. Never missing a chance to brag, he happily shuts his eyes and waves the flag right in front of Vincent. He excitedly shouts that this glorious flag is entirely his. But while he's hyping himself up, Andreon suddenly freezes. He blankly asks what just happened, hearing a snarky little scoff from beside him. Like a brutal splash of ice water straight to the face, the black-haired knight casually rests his hands on his hips. With a totally deadpan face, he drops an absolute nuke of an insult, pointing out it is just a basic orc flag. He literally has 16 of them. Andreon is completely speechless, sadly lowering the flag. He looks as deflated as a soggy pancake. Behind him, a soldier whispers that their captain is acting super childish. Andreon bites his tongue, shooting daggers at Vincent with a deeply resentful glare. He is too salty to even speak, total sulking mode activated. He angrily turns back, stubbornly raising the flag once again. Who even cares? This flag is his. Vincent jumps, staring back with massive question marks. Vincent frowns. He aggressively glares at the back of this childish prince, thinking he really cannot stand the guy. The scene abruptly shifts to a massive roaring bonfire. It totally swallows the lifeless corpses of fallen orcs. The raging flames tower over the white snow, melting away the bitter chill of this totally grim battlefield. In the distance, the soldiers stand, in complete heavy silence. Vincent crosses his arms. With a bright red nose, he emotionally sniffles, looking away from the deeply tragic scene. Both Andreon and Arwen Kyan maintain incredibly solemn expressions. They quietly watch the roaring flames send off fallen souls. Regaining his composure, Vincent turns around to debrief with them. Honestly, you guys, the casualties weren't that bad, considering they just fought an elite, super dangerous orc force. Hearing this, the prince immediately asks if that is really true. Meanwhile, Arwen Kyan lowers her eyes. Her face is fully painted with pure grief. Even so, every single loss feels devastatingly tragic. Andreon stares ahead. With a firm, majestic tone, he strictly declares that this hard-fought victory is definitely enough to honor the fallen troops. It is a crazy moment of harmony. That profound statement leaves Vincent totally stunned, quietly remembering a very familiar teaching from his past. In Bat, they always comfort the souls of the fallen strictly using the fresh blood of orcs. The prince continues to closely watch him, his eyes filled with absolute suspicion while his voice just echoes out. Does this guy, same exact name, same exact voice. Suspicion spikes as the ghostly image of an old knight suddenly appears right behind Vincent. Could he really have reincarnated? Leaving the blazing fire far behind, the entire army begins their passive march back. Boots crunching loudly against the snow, Andreon speaks up, sensing that something is seriously off here. Andreon glances back at the massive army trailing them. Sweating nervously, he asks, are all these 3rd Legion members actually traveling with us? The commander forces a smile, trying to smooth things over. Oh, a ranger unit just happened to join us. Andre smirks. Wow, what an incredible coincidence. Vincent is practically sweating bullets now. Yeah, totally a coincidence. Busted, the dark-haired knight avoids eye contact silently, accepting the embarrassing truth. He did not trust him and secretly prepared. Digging deeper, Andreon shoots a sharp sideways glance. Speaking of which, the army fades into a glowing sunset as Vincent speaks up. You and I know it is weird that the Orc Special Task Force came down this far, and even weirder that the Rangers completely missed their movement. The tension is heavy. Feeling the sheer danger of this situation, Vincent's face darkens. We really should hurry back. A massive winter castle appears under glorious sunlight. The smiling count steps up to welcome them. Great job. Returning with pure glory, the fierce knights march inside, casting imposing dark shadows across the snow. Cheers erupt everywhere. Welcome back safely. Andreon flashes a dazzling smile, his handsome face glowing under the fading evening light. But old habits die hard. Right in front of all the soldiers at the gates, the prince waves that torn-up banner, yelling with the excitement of a kid getting candy. "This enemy flag belongs to me." Immediately, the guards surround him with pure flattery. "Amazing, Your Highness, you captured an enemy flag during your very first battle." Andreon just laughs with his eyes squeezed shut, proudly holding up what he once called a rag. Behind him, Vincent is sweating, whispering nervously to his men. His Highness is bragging about it again. "I think that makes 11 times already. Does he not get bored?" Arwen Kayan is absolutely speechless, sighing in defeat. Ignoring everyone, Andreon keeps his triumphant look, blue eyes shining as he grips the pole and declares, "That is right, I am the only one." Cutting back to the quick meeting on the mountain, the Count questions his son after noticing his weird expression. Was something wrong up there? Vincent instantly frowns and reports in. The Orc task force appeared way too early, stepping way too close to the patrol team. Andreon rubs his chin, getting dead serious as he breaks it down. They either found some massive prey or something big happened deep inside the mountains. Honestly, neither option is looking too great for us right now. Back at the castle gates, the older Count turns and orders, "I want you to rest, but this matter is extremely urgent. Follow me." Vincent immediately bows in obedience. Understood. The massive wooden doors swing open. Vincent follows his commander inside the castle while Andreon, Arwen Kayan, and the other soldiers watch them go. Feeling super awkward, Vincent awkwardly glances back, leaving the prince totally confused with a giant question mark floating over his head. Looking a bit shy, Vincent avoids eye contact and mutters, "Your Highness, thank you for all your hard work." Completely lost, Andreon stares in confusion, turning to the female knight next to him. "He seems a little weird, right?" The girl behind him giggles softly. Knowing the dark-haired knight so perfectly, she smiles gently and explains. Considering his usual rough personality, it looks like he is just embarrassed by his own sudden change in attitude. Suddenly, a familiar panicked voice echoes from far away, cutting off his thoughts. "Your Highness," the maid. Adelia rushes out to greet him, her face lighting up with absolute joy. He returns safely. Immediately, he blankly calls out Adelia's name while she rests her hands on her knees, panting hard. Tearing up, she admits she was terrified that he might have gotten hurt or lost. In a tender moment, Andreon looks at his loyal maid, a warm smile forming on his lips. "Adelia." She looks up, her sparkly eyes waiting eagerly for a caring, sweet comment. "Yes." But nope, he never changes. The smile drops as the prince shoves that red rag right into her face eagerly, bragging like a little kid. "Do you know what this is?" Night falls over the castle. Inside, a quiet room lit by cold blue moonlight, Vincent's serious voice rings out. "We will be setting up an investigative ranger team to deploy into the mountains within the next few days." Standing with crossed arms, Vincent strictly explains the careful plan. "We have no idea what variables we might face up there, so only the most elite personnel with mountain scouting abilities will be dispatched." Meanwhile, you and I can see Andreon sitting cross-legged on a plush armchair, pouting like a child. "So that means I do not need to join, right? I never said anything. Why did you even come all the way here too?" Let's jump right in. We see Prince Vincent standing totally rigid, finishing his meeting report. "The general ordered me to do so," he states. Talk about an awkward vibe. Two grown men, one sitting, one standing, just staring at each other in total uncomfortable silence. Andreon rests his chin on his hand, looking completely bored out of his mind. "Looks like the Count really wants us to be buddies," he mutters. The tension finally breaks, as Andreon casually waves him off. "Well, that is not too hard, but whatever. You can leave now." Vincent gives a quick, highly respectful bow, and turns right around. "Get some good rest." And just like that, the heavy door clicks shut. Finally, completely alone, Andreon lets out a massive sigh, and sinks deep into his plush chair. His handsome features immediately darken, and his intense gaze slowly drifts off completely, lost in his own heavy thoughts. But then, something catches his eye. Something feels super off. He locks his gaze right onto that torn, blood-red enemy flag sitting squarely on his desk. Staring at his hard-earned loot, wild flashes of the battlefield hit him hard. He sees himself entirely swallowed by those roaring, chaotic, magical flames once again. He realizes he lost himself completely in today's brutal clash. For the very first time, he chanted a powerful ancient holy hymn perfectly without messing up. Not a single mistake. Andreon slowly looks down, staring intensely right at his own two empty hands, a seriously heavy wave of panic washing right over him. He strongly feels this crazy power surge is bound to happen again. A vicious, tearing mental struggle completely rips through his mind right then and there. Dozens of blazing golden arms violently reach up, completely desperate to grab that holy sword. He realizes every single magical hymn locked in his memory doesn't actually belong to him at all. All this insane power he holds isn't truly his own, and he absolutely has to find a way to make it 100% his. Boom, a blinding golden aura completely explodes around Andreon. He tightly clenches his fist, violently tapping his chest. His eyes lock in pure, unbreakable iron resolve. It is exactly like how the brutal Song of Vengeance has completely morphed into a solemn memorial tune. The room goes dead quiet. Andreon sits frozen in his plush armchair, completely wrapped in darkness. Suddenly, a sharp tapping at the window absolutely shatters everything. The sudden noise is way too loud. He tilts his head just a fraction, and his razor-sharp gaze immediately snaps right toward the source, totally on edge. High alert mode fully activated. Out there on the freezing windowsill, a pure white bird is swaying back and forth, tilting its little head right at him. Just a bird, right? Hold on a second. Andreon's bright blue pupils instantly shrink to tiny pinpricks. He immediately senses something is seriously, totally wrong here. Something purely wicked is going down. Wait, no way. Thick shadows completely swallow the creature up, and its tiny eyes ignite with a creepy glowing purple light. Absolutely demonic. That is definitely not your average pet. Without missing a beat, the crazy little thing completely ignores boundaries and flutters straight into his room. It lands right smack next to his captured enemy flag. But this freaky bird does not stop there. It boldly waddles straight up onto the prince's shoulder. Andreon just gives it a deeply annoyed, totally resigned side eye. You and I both already know exactly who sent this creepy spy. The blurry, glowing elf image of Sigrun pops up, flashing, highly suspicious, wicked smile. Do you enjoy my little gift? She asks. Andreon just lets out a massive, exhausted mental groan. I totally knew it. Is she completely kidding right now? His face scrunches up, silently cursing her out. She actually calls this freaky little stalker a gift. Dropping all the jokes, Andreon glares hard at the bird, his voice taking on a dangerously cold edge. Do not tell me the absolute only reason those massive orc warriors randomly showed up at the mountain base was your doing. Through the illusion, Sigrun casually lifts a glowing pink magic orb, smiling wickedly. I merely wanted your highness to face an opponent truly worthy of your incredible skills. She gently strokes the glowing orb, her eyes completely dripping with fake affection. She drops those totally sweet, toxic words. I sincerely hope you accept my feelings. Andreon's blood boils. He violently grinds his teeth, pure, killing intent instantly spiking. Dozens of his brave rangers were completely wiped out because of her little stunt. And yet she still has the absolute nerve to spout this romantic garbage right now. The magical system shows that creepy birds stealthily watching the morning's brutal bloodbath. It is a totally known fact every single elf out there loves to basically snoop. She probably got an absolute kick out of watching his squad brutally fight those orcs. The elf woman just casually lets herself float freely in the magical space. Her voice slowly echoes right through the magical projection, utterly dripping with total obsession. A beautiful song of pure hatred aimed directly at the entire green-skinned tribe. I found it completely impressive, she absolutely purrs. Apparently, this twisted trap is what elves consider a favor. Losing his patience entirely, the prince suddenly leans forward. He glares aggressively right into the crazy bird's glowing eyes. Cut the absolute garbage and tell me exactly what you want. The elf's voice echoes back, completely faking sadness. You are so completely cold to me. Andreon just leans back, crossing his arms firmly, while the weird bird flutters around him in highly annoying little circles. Unrequited love is just so utterly exhausting, she loudly complains. What am I supposed to do? I am just waiting for the glorious day you finally open up. He is way too used to this total nonsense. The bird swoops right back down onto his shoulder. Andreon just closes his eyes, totally done with this dramatic conversation. He waits perfectly still for her to hit the main point. Finally, the creature drops the entire act, its tone turning incredibly wicked. There is something completely special, something you desperately need, totally hidden deep within the mountain range. An epic image flashes a massive ancient orc covered in heavy spiked armor, sitting proudly right on a throne. He looks incredibly terrifying. An extremely ancient entity is currently sleeping deep inside the mountain, she warns him. If someone were to write a grand battle song about him, I totally guarantee it would be an absolutely epic masterpiece. Hook, line, and sinker. Andreon brings a thumb right up to his lips, a very dangerous spark flashing hard. He is completely hooked now. An epic masterpiece. Huh. But suddenly, the white bird violently convulses and goes totally limp. The creepy purple glow in its eyes completely fades. Oh dear, how unfortunate. This lovely little spy is out of time, she sighs. The camera zooms straight into Andreon's absolutely freezing, totally dead serious blue eyes. Here is where you and I really gotta brace ourselves. Her final goodbye sharply echoes out. Until we meet again. Boom, a sudden magical mini explosion completely pops off. The bird explodes into white feathers, splashing blood right across the prince's face. He grimaces, muttering in total annoyance. She really had to ruin his mood until the bitter end. Blue magic erupts, forming a glowing sword piercing straight toward the sky. It's totally obvious what Sigrun wants. She wants him to write a brand new song. The female elf warrior dances, swinging sharp blades that tear the wind. Elves are both audience and poets here, because their race can never actually be the storytellers of a song. Andreon calmly wipes the blood from his mouth, closing his eyes to plot. They weave others' songs into their rhythm, dancing with swords. She definitely just fed him this info so she could secure a legendary song through him. He smiles wickedly, brushing the bloody stain on his collar, sounding completely confident. But whatever this time, he will play right along to her rhythm. All right, let's jump to the next morning at the sturdy winter castle gates. A serious discussion kicks off about the mountains. Vinen stands tall, his face screaming absolute deadly danger. The rangers might cross these peaks like they live there, but they only scratch the surface. Not a single person has ever survived returning from deep inside. The camera pans. Andrian turns his head, giving Vincent a dead serious look to confirm the intel. Are you sure? Vincent sweats bullets, giving a slight nod. Yes. Curiosity sparks. The prince's eyes totally light up with excitement as he strokes his chin. Our mission is stopping monsters from coming down, not exploring the peaks, meaning nobody actually knows what's hiding inside. Right, flashback time, an epic ancient knight strikes down a massive dragon. Back in the day, the world's mysteries and wonders were literally destroyed by knights, guys who tore apart everything just to reach a higher, transcendent state. The breathtaking snowy mountains tower into the blue sky right in front of them, but there is one place they are strictly forbidden to touch. Andrian smirks, acting totally smug and super satisfied with his own choice. Coming here was definitely a genius move. Suddenly, his gaze shifts sideways, carrying a hint of probing. I am just saying this as a precaution. The dark-haired knight sweats heavily, warning the reckless prince. Please do not even think about stepping into those mountains. Andrian laughs, waving his hands, acting innocent, leaving Vincent stunned. Oh, I will not do that, do not worry. But the second he turns around, the prince flashes a wicked smirk, adding a deadly catch. Not yet anyway. Now watch the vibe shift at the fortress. Dark clouds roll in and brutal snowy winds whip violently around the super-solid towering castle walls. A tired guard leans against the stone, yawning lazily in the freezing cold. Over in another corner, Andrian carefully wipes down his silver sword, his eyes locked in deep thought. I wonder what kind of creatures are hiding in that mountain. His cold blue eyes reflect pure madness on the shining blade. I really want to run up there right now, but the timing just is not right. He leans forward, staring down at the packed training grounds, secretly plotting. I need way more battles and more victories. But hey, combat is about to get pretty frequent around here anyway. Boom, chaos hits. An alarm siren completely shreds the quiet peace, echoing wildly through every corner of the massive castle. Panicking soldiers scramble everywhere, frantically drawing their weapons and screaming at each other. Damn it, are they attacking again? Form up on the walls, hurry. Heavy footsteps rush up the stone stairs while a commander screams his lungs out, ordering everyone to bring more arrows immediately. Andrian instantly whips around, his eyes wide with shock at this sudden ambush. Up on the defensive wall, the earl stands, completely commanding, arms crossed, leading the archers who have their bows drawn. All archers, hold your positions. The prince practically sprints to the earl's side, calling out to him. The earl turns, his voice super deep. You finally made it. Facing his nephew, the earl tilts his head and looks past Andrian. Check this out. Over there in the blinding white snow and rolling mountains, something super deadly and weird is appearing. We see an image of a fleeing ranger, running absolutely for his life across the freezing snow, being totally hunted down. From high above, Andrian frowns, totally confused, watching the brutal scene of the scouting force and rangers fleeing, running from what exactly, facing near death. The scout troops scream in pure horror, sweat completely soaking their frozen faces. Hurry up, you idiots, run even faster. An absolute nightmare takes shape right behind them. A brutal orc monster riding a massive, crazed giant wolf charges forward. It is a full wolf cavalry squad hunting them down. In a totally desperate effort, the winter castle finally appears. Wall guards yell down in pure anxiety. Just a bit further, guys. Still out of range. It is a wild chase, and those aggressive wolves close the gap in a literal flash. The soldier curses in total despair. Damn it, do these monsters never get tired? Realizing the awful truth while standing right up on the wall, Andrian squints, his face totally on edge. He says something is seriously off. Hearing this, the older guy starts breaking it down. Yeah, they are just playing with them right now. There is no way wolf riders could not catch up from that distance. A cruel game of cat and mouse. The scouts push past their very limits, sprinting madly toward the gate of survival. pushed to the absolute edge. One soldier looks back, his face turning completely pale from pure absolute terror. We are going to get totally wiped out here if we keep running like this. Suddenly, a soldier stops in his tracks, turns around with tears in his eyes and firmly yells, "I will buy you some time." Talk about ultimate sacrifice. He bravely draws his sword, standing tall right in front of the roaring giant beast. "Come and get it. I am the Great Ranger of Balhat." Watching this insane moment unfold, his teammate screams through tears. "No, do not stop, just run a little further." These brave fools even make Andrian up on the wall grimace in complete, helpless frustration. A tragic end plays out right here. The giant wolf strikes like lightning. Its razor-sharp jaws clamp down hard on the body of the brave soldier, forcing out an absolutely gut-wrenching scream. And just like that, the wolf riders flood in, totally slaughtering the rest of the crew, leaving the generals watching in absolute sheer horror. Just seconds later, an incredibly brutal slash from an orc tears right through the scout. Blood splatters everywhere, turning the whole scene red. That razor-sharp axe shows no mercy, chopping down and taking the lives of the Balhat warriors right on the doorstep of hope. Pure fury rises up among the group. You and I are watching Andrian and Arwen Kayan on the wall, totally stunned and so angry they cannot even speak. This right here is wild. At the same time, the old count closes his eyes, grinding his teeth to hold back endless pain. He issues an order with a heavy, sad voice. All soldiers can fall back from the wall except the active border guards, the classic guilt of the ultimate survivor. Two nervous rangers hide behind the wall, their faces completely pale and dripping with sweat, while the count's heavy voice echoes all around them. "Are you not going to ask why I did not save them, Andrion Leon Beck?" Hearing this, the prince breaks a sweat, turning his face toward the old man as if he just realized something. He speaks up asking, "Did they not come all the way here just to show us?" The count crosses his arms, his face showing the deep wrinkles of hardcore experience. He coldly breaks it down. "That is right, this is an absolute trap. If we send our troops outside, they are going to die too." Big brain thinking here. Andrian glances over his face, scary calm as he drops a harsh truth. Normal logic does not apply when you are fighting wild monsters. Out of nowhere, Vincent in the back, who has been quiet this whole time, speaks up. They do not care about casualties at all. A battle of pure attrition is exactly what those freaks want from us right now. Then Vincent deeply frowns, incredibly carefully analyzing this whole messy situation. Winter has barely even started, so he cannot afford to act without thinking. Before he can even finish his sentence, a random guard comes sprinting over in an absolute panic. Sweating bullets, he screams the wolf riders are coming back. Under the thick snow, three massive savage orcs riding on pitch-black wolves are slowly advancing forward. The lead wolf's mouth is still tightly clenching the completely shredded body of that brave ranger. Then the beast ruthlessly tosses the blood-soaked corpse right down into the cold snow directly in front of the main gate. Panicked whispers break out everywhere. What a soldier on the wall quickly pulls up his binoculars to look, his face completely stunned, refusing to believe his own eyes. Huh! A tiny spark of hope as we zoom in on the body lying face down in the snow. His armored fingers suddenly give a tiny twitch. The two guards look at each other in total absolute shock and joyfully scream out. He is actually still alive. But then a terrifying silence. The beasts and the orc riders just stand there like statues, staring up at the wall with blood-red eyes like they are begging for a challenge. The count crosses his arms, grinding his teeth, veins popping on his forehead in pure rage. He says this winter is nothing like the others. Meanwhile, his son, standing right beside him, is just as furious, glaring down and angrily snapping. What kind of sick trick is this? Suspicions are running crazy high, and Prince Andrion frowns, sweating buckets while secretly connecting all the dots in his head. Could that damn elf actually be pulling the strings behind all this mess? And here is where it gets crazy. The big boss shows up. A giant booted foot heavily stomps forward, splashing right into a puddle of fresh blood. A ridiculously buff orc with a body as massive as a literal mountain steps out, carrying a torn-up red flag planted right on his back, parting the sea of wolves. We get a close-up on this new leader's savage face. His eyes are glowing an eerie, terrifying, demonic red color, radiating an absolutely insane pressure. Sensing the extreme danger, Andrian flinches, his pupils shrinking in total shock as he gasps out, "No way! That energy source is unreal." With overwhelming aura, the giant orc slams his spear into the ground, letting out a sky-shattering roar that makes the entire area shake. Dark red magic violently erupts all around him. Seeing this absolute unit, the count and his son instantly tense up, sweating buckets. Realizing things have gone completely sideways, they quickly come to a grim conclusion. It looks like those crazy orcs are gearing up too. It looked like a brutal execution, but you and I are about to see Andrian rush forward. He grabs those shoulders, his sharp eyes instantly denying it all. That genius brain of his is already working overtime. The prince stares down at the battlefield calmly, making a totally different judgment. They are not planning an execution. Right now, down on the ground, that massive Oros warrior violently slams a flag right into the pea, dirt tossing a shriveled corpse down right next to it. Andreon does not miss a beat. They are demanding a one-on-one duel. The prophecy is actually coming true. A wildly excited smirk creeps onto Andreon's face, suddenly remembering the weird warning from that bizarre bird earlier about some ancient terrifying entity sleeping deep inside the mountain. I think I finally know what that is. Flashing back to the exact moment, the flag went down. The orc's massive roar echoes right through his mind. That orc from earlier, he wants us to fight. The epic visual of the orc exploding with fiery, insane power flashes on screen as Andre translates perfectly. We are going to fight with pure honor and take back the title of our forces to become a truly great king. He really screamed it out loud. With all those monsters standing so tall beneath that blood-red flag, a totally confused voice speaks up. So what exactly do you mean? Up on the monument, the count turns around and keeps asking. Those Oros savages took hostages and are literally proposing a duel right now. Andreon just turns his head to look right at the old count and Arwen Kayan, casually confirming this absolutely insane reality. That is exactly right. The count and his son freeze with matching dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They are staring blankly at the prince like he has lost his mind. Sarcastic text pops up showing they clearly do not buy this at all. But Andreon, he could not care less about their doubting eyes. Our guy just confidently squeezes right past the two of them, stepping out onto the absolute highest rock. He speaks clearly. If you guys refuse to believe me, then watch this. Time to start the real show. Andreon steps right up to the edge, takes a massive breath, and looks down at the battlefield like an absolute boss. He screams at the top of his lungs in some weird, unknown language. I accept your challenge. Any single one of you who is not fighting must step back 200 paces and get off your mounts. And wow, the giant Oros leader's eyes practically bulge out of his skull, jaw hitting the floor. Wait a second. How does a puny human know our sacred language? Do not even tell me that you turned your back on your own clan. The monster is super defensive. Andreon yells right back, totally ignoring his own people behind him who are looking at him like he is an actual alien. I never turned my back on them. Tell me right now how you want to settle this mess. The Oros leader bares his jagged teeth, laughing with pure, terrifying, killing intent. Fine. If any coward dares to interfere with this glorious battle, I will absolutely slaughter them. Then our prince smugly turns back around to look at everyone, tilting his chin up and proudly asking, do you guys finally believe me now? The old count just frowns, completely clueless about the conversation that just happened, and immediately asks, what the heck have you been rambling about this whole time? His brain is lagging hard, cold sweat running down the poor uncle's forehead, eyes literally twitching in shock. He simply cannot fathom that the nephew everyone calls complete trash is out here casually negotiating with terrifying monsters. Both Vincent and Arwen Kayan share the exact same frozen expression, blurting out in pure confusion. This makes absolutely zero sense. What are those things doing out there? Suddenly, right beneath the massive wall, those giant wolves and fierce orcs are actually obeying his command and stepping back in perfect order. The general clasps his hands behind his back, amazed as he mutters, the Oros are voluntarily retreating. I have spent so many brutal winters here in Ba Hat, but I have never witnessed anything like this. Getting back to business, Andreon smoothly cuts through his uncle's shock with a perfectly calm voice. Please save your amazement for later, all right? He proudly steps forward from the back of the group, ready to lay out the harsh survival conditions. Their demand is extremely simple. 5 warriors will participate in this official duel. However, only the people who fought in the previous battle are actually allowed to join. Hearing this rule, the old count furrows his brow, quickly piecing the terrifying events together. If you were talking about the prior battle, do you mean the fight where we fiercely clashed against their main forces on the mountain not too long ago? Without a single second of hesitation, he immediately calls out his son's name. Then Vincent will go. The loyal knight bows, hitting his chest as he answers clearly, yes, sir. Fueled by pure blazing indignation, Ranger wildly rushes forward. Clutching his left chest, he stammers and pleads, I am going too. I will avenge my fallen Ranger brothers. I also want to fight. But Andreon instantly raises a hand to block him. Hold on. The prince stops him, cold his eyes, carrying an absolute undeniable resolve. We already have 2 volunteers. The panicked Rangers frantically try to stop him from going. But your highness, it is way too dangerous. Andreon just keeps that confident smirk. Who else could possibly understand these orcs besides me? The soldiers grit their teeth in total frustration. Their stubborn nature is so hard to shake off when they are pleading. Then please let at least one of us join you. Andrion smiles, turns away, and drops exactly one ruthless sentence. I do not want to. Right at this intense moment, the female knight Arwen Kayan steps up with a serious face. Her aura radiates absolute loyalty, silently wondering how she could ever disappoint someone who has been eagerly waiting for this. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts right through the deep train of thought of our girl Arwen Kayan. Stick with me here. Andrion glances over with a perfectly trusting smile. Can you handle it? Arwen Kayan bows firmly. Yes, Your Highness. Then comes the fatal question. The general still refuses to drop his suspicions, narrowing his eyes to probe. By the way, where did you learn the language of... Where did you learn Orc? You are literally the very first person I know who can speak their language. The prince stops for a second, nervously looks away and chuckles out a super quick reply. I just learned it. The count, sweating buckets and looking super suspicious, tells himself to just stop wondering if all those past bloody wars could have easily been solved with simple words instead. Because honestly, this guy right here is a very special case. Only the highest-ranking orc nobles serving the actual king can speak that ancient language. Meanwhile, down on the battlefield, a giant orc carrying a massive red flag roars out, going absolutely crazy, yelling, "Are we there yet? Let us go. Right now," just like a total psycho. Andrion is finally ready, his eyes burning with absolute intense focus. He gives the order, "Let us head down there." The dark-haired knight boldly steps right up to the front, giving off a cold and majestic vibe, fully prepared for a life-or-death battle. Right beside him, Arwen Kayan stands tall and serious. Her eyes are completely steady, zero fear, ready to face these monster swarms. All right, you and I are shifting to a brand new chapter. 3 pairs of heavy iron boots confidently step forward. The narrator drops a fateful line, there are no such things as real coincidences in this crazy world. The exact second he stepped into this reality, a massive clash of ancient hidden forces basically converged into one. An elf envoy who had never once visited the kingdom randomly shows up, and the legendary Orc King has finally appeared. For the very first time in 400 years, a massive drawbridge slowly lowers down its giant iron chains, pulling tight to signal that the real life-or-death moment is here. The grand gates swing wide open into the freezing white snow, revealing 3 small figures who bring an absolutely massive boss energy as they step out to face the monster horde. Andrion gives a very subtle smirk, full of hidden meaning, as he quietly tells himself, I have absolutely no idea what is about to happen next. Of course he does not. He proudly leads the whole squad anyway. His vibe remains insanely confident as he keeps thinking. But right now is definitely not the time to stress over that. Looking straight ahead, an entire massive army of giant orcs riding heavy wolves is waiting to literally eat them alive. Andrion quickly sizes up the situation. Right in this moment, his eyes flash, with a wild, challenging glare, rocking a half smirk as he drops an epic line. It is fighting time. The absolutely massive orc leader hefts up an axe the size of a dinner table, his blood-red eyes glaring at our hero like he wants to eat him alive. The guy Oros leans all the way down, staring a hole through Andrion and coldly sneers. So, you are my opponent. Hearing this, Andrion just smirks right back and casually replies, what, you do not like it? Classic response. The beast bares his jagged razor-sharp teeth, letting out a heavy and threatening laugh. Ha, do not be so ridiculous now. Oros licks his lips, watching Andrion pull his blade into a fighting stance. He happily remarks, you are easily the one with the best potential out of this whole group, making you totally worthy to be my opponent today. I bet your flesh and blood is going to be a super rare delicacy for me. Despite being threatened with being eaten, Andrion just smirks so brightly and casually fires back. That is quite funny, honestly. He points the tip of his shiny blade straight at the massive giant, dropping a purely sarcastic line. The very first enemy who has ever acknowledged my skills without any prejudice at all turns out to be an orc. How surprising. Seeing his boss about to clash with this giant monster, Vincent actually panics, rushing forward with his sword to intercept. Your Highness, that bastard is way out of your league. Please let me fight him instead. But before he can even swing his blade, Vincent gets violently blocked by another super aggressive wolf-riding orc, making the poor guy jump back with a startled shout. Instantly, 2 massive brute orc guards, along with a full pack of blood red-eyed wolves, ominously step right up, completely ready to tear these intruders apart. Arwen Kayan lightning fast steps back, drawing her sword and raising a shield to block, giving off the perfect vibe of an iron female warrior who never flinches at monsters. Right when things are boiling over, Andrion suddenly explodes with an absolutely massive and brilliant blue aura. He smiles brightly, giving his team some quick advice. These orcs do not fight in strict formations like our fancy royal knights do at all. So everyone pay close attention. He suddenly turns into a literal blur of lightning and dashes off, dropping one incredibly irresponsible final order. Just do whatever you can to survive out here, guys. Poor ranger guards immediately have to grit their teeth and frantically swing their swords to block a skull-crushing overhead strike from a massive orc. Meanwhile, Arwen Kayan launches herself high into the air like an absolute goddess, slashing straight, landing a thunderous strike right on that wolf-riding monster. Not holding back either, Vincent puts everything into a heavy sword swing, deflecting the enemy's razor-sharp spear, sending sparks flying everywhere. As for our main character, watch this. Andreon executes an insanely high leap right into the air, looking totally graceful, almost like he's dancing up there. Then from above, he unleashes a blinding slash straight down at the Oro's leader's face, forcing the beast to desperately block the attack with his weapon's shaft. The Oro's leader's bloodshot eyes widen in pure shock, thick veins bulging across his face. He's clearly thrilled by this new prey. Letting out a blood-curdling roar, he aggressively swings his heavy weapon, sending the prince flying backward like he's just some rag doll. But Andreon quickly catches himself with one hand, sliding smoothly right across the icy snow to stick a flawless landing. His gaze, still razor-sharp, pressing his advantage, the Oros glares down at him with total disappointment, actually clicking his tongue in pure mockery. Such a pity. Your spirit is truly commendable, but you are surprisingly weak. Hearing that, Andreon slowly stands back up. That blue aura erupts again as he steps forward, smirking. Well, let's just see about that. His eyes are absolutely piercing, now glowing with brilliant blue light. He radiates a killing intent so heavy it freezes the surrounding air. All right, let's jump right into the madness. A massive energy vortex explodes under his feet, whipping up a violent blizzard that completely swallows the prince. Up on the fortress walls, the rangers are absolutely losing their minds. Emotions run high as they scream out in pure, unfiltered rage. Kill them all! Their hatred boils over, veins popping as they curse the monsters, demanding those bastards be chopped into a million bloody pieces. Bring us their heads, gouge out their eyes. Amidst the chaotic roaring, Andreon simply raises his sword high, perfectly absorbing all that raw green energy. He fully absorbs their glowing green aura of resentment. He realizes the violently pent-up emotions of these hundreds of frantic rangers are actually starting to feel alike. They feel exactly like the vengeful spirits that used to haunt those ancient estates. His eyes sink deep into the pitch-black shadows, leaving absolutely nothing but his face. He flashes a wicked, sinister smirk as that blinding flame sparks right on his chest. No matter how many times he runs the brutal math in his head, watching the dark family crest fiercely snapping in the freezing wind proves one thing. Coming to this frozen wasteland was a dead-on perfect choice. Snapping right back to his signature arrogant vibe, Andreon flashes a brilliant smile. Thanks for waiting. Man, he really loves taunting his enemies. Without skipping a beat, Andreon calls out the massive boss by his title. Oh, you green nobles. Meanwhile, the absolutely unhinged giant just recklessly charges in. He swings his monstrous weapon straight down. Andreon aims his sword dead ahead. A blinding explosive aura erupts all around him as he boldly declares his sentence. You will be the bloody sacrifices for my final elegy. Right on cue, the system chimes and the skill Elegy of Rest has officially been activated. The massive orc boss freezes in his tracks. Those bloodshot eyes widen in pure, unadulterated terror at the sheer weight of that crushing psychic pressure. He is completely spooked. And just like that, the real bloodbath kicks off. Over in the corner, Vincent is frantically dodging and wildly slashing away at a giant beast. He dodges a towering monster and its vicious wolf pack. Vincent scowls, sweating bullets as he swings his sword upward to block an earth-shattering overhead strike. It comes from a brutal, hulking green orc. Bam! The impact is so insanely heavy that our fierce knight is instantly forced down to one knee in the snow. He grits his teeth, letting out a strained grunt. But Vincent's eyes lock in with pure determination. The legendary blade in his grip starts sparking wild energy. He creates blinding blue lightning as he fights back against that nightmarish crushing pressure. Pushing past his limits, he puts everything into a massive upward swing. He swings his glowing blade, violently launching the monster's weapon into the air. You total bastards, he roars out. Panting heavily, Vincent shoots a desperate glance. He glares at the towering orc pack. They are literally locked in a flawless defensive formation covering each other's backs. Sweating cold bullets, he mutters to himself in disbelief. I have never seen these stupid orcs coordinate this flawlessly before. A heavy drop of sweat rolls down his pale cheek, his eyes wide open, fully exposing his fear. He feels absolute dread as he imagines a worse scenario. Now you and I need to look back at the main stage. That orc boss radiating a violent red aura. He is wildly bearing down on Andreon. It is a terrifying sight that makes your blood run cold. Seriously, what is wrong with that freakish orc? Even warriors, driven completely mad by dark witch magic, should not be packing this kind of insane strength. But completely ignoring his team's total panic entirely, Andreon stays completely icy. Not a single flinch. Those deep blue eyes of his are blazing with a cold, calculated aura that is honestly just frightening. Moving smoother than flowing water itself, the arrogant prince easily glides right past that lethal axe swing, casually returning the favor with a blindingly fast, merciless counter. It is a slash that sends the giant's blood spraying everywhere. Amidst this raging blizzard, Andreon stands tall, radiating absolute unstoppable king energy. And honestly, you have to respect it. The fact that the Grand Prince is completely dominating a hulking monstrosity like that is just incredibly mind-blowing. But of course, he has to show off. The prince points directly at the bleeding beast, flashing a mockingly arrogant smile to really get under his opponent's skin. For a guy who called me pathetic, you really are not anything special, are you? But the boss isn't going to let the prince do all the trash talking. The massive orc fires back with a violently savage grin. Is this seriously all a so-called loyal subject of the almighty king can actually manage to do? What a ridiculously cheap taunt. Honestly, if we keep trading these boring insults, we are just going to ruin all the fun, and he wasn't kidding. The monstrous giant hoists his massive battle axe into the air. Roaring with sky-high killing intent, he lunges forward. I am going to rip your flesh and drink your blood. I will end you before this thrill wears off. In a split second, those two terrifying psychic auras, blazing crimson and deep azure, aggressively crash into each other. Boom. The impact triggers a downright earth-shattering explosion, violently shaking the entire frozen battlefield. A blinding flash of epic light clears away, finally revealing the insane aftermath. The light clears, showing Andreon fiercely gritting his teeth. He is actually blocking that gargantuan battle axe with his ridiculously thin sword before it splits him. The crushing downward force is so unreal that the thick ice beneath the prince's feet violently splinters, sending massive frozen chunks blasting straight up into the air. But wait, the towering orc suddenly goes wide-eyed in absolute disbelief. His bloodshot pupils instantly shrink as he gasps out in pure shock. Wait, what? Because right underneath that heavy axe, Andreon's hidden power explodes. With eyes sharp as razors, he fiercely deflects the monstrous attack upward, using an impossible surge of strength. Executing an absolutely godly spinning upward strike, the ruthless prince instantly severs the giant's entire weapon-bearing arm right off its massive body. Hot blood sprays out like a torrential downpour. Missing his dominant arm, the crippled monster throws his head back, unleashing an ear-piercing, agonized scream straight into the heavens. Dark red blood bubbles and violently spills from his jagged, terrifying jaws. Completely defeated, the colossal orc's enormous body finally crashes backward into the icy snow below. He falls like a collapsing mountain. Meanwhile, Andreon just calmly stands there, sword lowered, watching the whole thing with chilling indifference. The epic battle is officially over. That once majestic monster boss now lies completely motionless on the pure white snow, slowly bleeding out into a massive puddle. Talk about a crazy fast victory. The smug prince casually flicks his dark cape. Walking away without a single scratch, he softly mutters, "Since I borrowed his legendary power, it is only truly fair." By fulfilling his final wish. He glances down at the sword in his hand, his face completely unreadable. A look of pure, calculated thought. He steps right back over his defeated enemy. Andreon raises his glowing aura-covered sword high into the air, aiming it perfectly. He points it straight down and solemnly whispers, "Farewell." Oh, our prince shows absolutely zero mercy here. He slams the blade down hard. The blade pierces right through the monster's chest. A blinding blue energy explosion erupts on impact, officially marking the complete and total kill. Andreon lowers his deep blue eyes, soaking in the quiet peace after the storm. But wait, hold on. Suddenly, something changes. The prince's eyes go wide. Cold sweat drips down his face as he senses something absolutely terrifying approaching. He locks his gaze into the far distance. Way past the mountains, a massive evil aura violently rises up, completely blacking out the sky. Andreon grips his sword tight, silently confirming his worst fears. It's him, the ancient entity rumored to live just beyond those mountains. All of Andreon's calm composure vanishes in a second. Our royal prince spins around and screams at his team in pure panic. He yells at them to fall back, totally cutting off Arwen Kayan's worried voice from behind. "Your Highness, are you okay?" Rushing in hot to help him, Arwen Kayan suddenly hits the brakes. Her beautiful face is completely covered in shock and total confusion. Well, the inevitable finally happens. Up in the blood-red evening sky, a massive wave of pure evil energy crashes straight down into the snow, completely crushing the boss monster Oros right in front of them. The insane shockwave violently blasts Arwen Kayan backward. She barely manages to raise her shield to block it, letting out a painful cry. The loyal knight, Vincent, honestly isn't doing much better here. Gritting his teeth, he raises an arm against the crushing pressure, making him cough violently from the sheer force. As the thick dust finally clears the count and the rangers look up, their pupils dilate in absolute terror, completely frozen and speechless. They can't even speak. Our prince stands rooted to the spot, staring up into the sky. Up there, a glowing blood-red cross is flashing, with absolute death. Heavy beads of sweat roll right down his forehead. Andreon's usually joking, confident face is now completely twisted, in pure, unadulterated fear. Before anyone can even take a breath, a colossal spear absolutely tears through the atmosphere, splitting the snowy forest wide open. It drops down at insane speeds. This object, literally the size of a whole tower, carries a sickly red aura as it strikes directly at our main character's exact position. Facing this pure destructive power, the prince grits his teeth hard and raises his sword up to defend. Only one thought races through his mind: he has to absolutely stop this attack. But reality hits hard. Andreon's tiny figure is completely swallowed up by the colossal shadow of that giant spear, ready to crush him. His pupils shrink into absolute pinpricks, reflecting the blinding glow of this weapon of death, crashing down in a split second. The massive spear collides violently with his sword, triggering an ear-splitting explosion of pure light. Red and blue sparks wildly tear across the icy ground. Andreon's veins are popping out. He's shaking, drenched in sweat, roaring helplessly against power that is totally beyond human understanding. This is way too much for his current physical state to handle. The energy suddenly violently explodes, blowing everything away. Arwen Kayan turns her head back to look in total sheer panic, screaming her absolute lungs out, "Your Highness!" Looking from a distance, a blinding pillar of light simply detonates right in the middle of the night. It completely vaporizes a massive section of the snowy forest. Knight Vincent has to bury his face in his sleeve against the hurricane's shockwave, gritting his teeth and swearing, "Damn it, what the hell was that?" But you guys, once that light fades out, his eyes shoot completely wide open. His pupils are literally trembling at what just appeared. A colossal spear, thick as a temple pillar, is stabbed deep into the rocky earth right in front of the Barahat wall. The soldiers are completely panicking and stammering. What is that thing? A spear, ignoring this totally bizarre, massive weapon. Vincent whips his head around, scanning frantically. His heart is pounding out of his chest as he screams out, "Where is His Highness?" Meanwhile, Arwen Kayan's heavy steel boots frantically stomp across the earth. She is sprinting forward like an absolute madwoman, her mouth non-stop, screaming out his name. "Your Highness." The female knight suddenly freezes at the edge of the scorched crater. Her lonely silhouette in the blizzard looks down at the white snow in total horror. The sword, normally gripped so tightly by this incredibly proud knight, suddenly slips right out of her hand, dropping lifelessly into the snow. Totally ignoring her royal knight image, Arwen Kayan slides across the freezing, messy snow. She doesn't even care that the jagged rocks are tearing up her red cape. Her beautiful, proud face completely crumbles. Sweat and hot tears are welling up. Absolute unfiltered panic is written all over her face. Down in the crater, Andreon is lying completely motionless in the snow. His shining golden armor is shattered to pieces and smoking heavily. With a heart-shattering cry of "Your Highness," Arwen Kayan lunges forward. She aggressively hugs the freezing cold body of her prince. With violently trembling hands, she checks his neck. She freezes in pure horror, whispering, I can't feel a pulse anymore." Pure despair hits her. She grabs the prince's face with both hands, shaking him back and forth, desperately trying to cling to any tiny shred of hope. "Your Highness, please wake up." Suddenly, Arwen Kayan's teary eyes turn dead serious. A burning determination completely wipes away all that weakness. She bites her lip, making an ultimate choice. "I have to make him breathe again." Actions speak louder than words here, guys. The female knight immediately ducks her head down. Without a single second of hesitation, she locks her lips tight onto the unconscious prince. She's doing intense CPR, using absolutely everything she has to drag the man she loves back from death. And luckily, her desperate efforts pay off. Arwen Kayan furiously breathes life into Andreon, and miraculously, the prince's body suddenly twitches. All right, our main character jolts awake violently, coughing and spitting out mouthfuls of fresh red blood. He squeezes his eyes shut in pure agony. Finally relieved of a massive burden, the female knight steps back, heavily panting. She wipes the blood from her lip, looking utterly exhausted but relieved. Right there in the desolate snow, she simply collapses. Watching the prince struggle to catch his breath, she silently thanks the heavens. He is breathing again. But suddenly, Arwen Kayan's sharp eyes soften, dropping as she gets completely lost in some distant thought. You and I need to look closely at his bruised face. Seeing the prince's sleeping, heavily battered face, she wonders with genuine pity, is he really always this small and young? Right then, from behind, the knight Vincent runs up. His face is completely pale as he frantically asks, "Lady Arwen Kayan, how is His Highness?" He gets a very gentle rebuke. "You are a little late." Right at that exact moment, Andreon opens one weary eye, weakly calling out. Hearing him call her name, she frantically leans forward to answer. "I am right here, Your Highness," he just weakly whispers back. Through his fragile breaths, his eyes still burn with endless bitter resentment. "Those absolute bastards." The prince grits his teeth hard. His blue eyes flash with pure rage. What honor do these damn orcs even have? The only good orc is a dead orc. Yeah, even battered half to death, his mouth is completely ruthless. He grimaces, complaining it hurts, like crazy and ordering them finished off. While Arwen Kayan closes her eyes, totally enduring her boss's attitude, Vincent leans in. What did His Highness just say? Arwen Kayan turns around. She looks back with a deadly serious face. His Highness says. The female knight draws her sword, crackling with wild green lightning. She loudly commands the troops. End this battle immediately. Waiting for exactly that order, Vincent and the rest of the eager rangers. They draw their weapons and charge forward like an absolute storm, completely agreeing. He is right. Massive cheers echo loudly. Their voices ring across the white snow, their overwhelming momentum completely crushing the disoriented monsters. Let us finish this up right now. Skipping the messy battlefield cleanup, Andrion finally wakes up in a soft bed with thick bandages plastered all over his bruised face. He grabs his head, absolutely furious, and starts cursing. You damn orc bastards. Seeing him like this, the loyal knight Vincent, standing guard nearby, he immediately checks on his furious master. Are you okay, Your Highness? The grumpy prince just dejectedly looks down. He stares at his stiff cast surrounded by his worried subordinates. He groans in pain, complaining that his entire body feels completely crushed. My arm hurts too. But wait, that is not even the worst part. He clutches his left chest, gripping his shirt, looking super frustrated. The thing that hurts the absolute most is my pride. I am so annoyed. Flashing back to that horrifying, life-threatening moment. He beats himself up over it. I did not even clash swords with him directly. I only blocked one single spear thrown. From a massive distance, Andrion just buries his face into the pillow, totally hiding his shame, and lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. And yet, I am still this battered. But right as he wallows in self-pity, some very sincere words snap him back to reality. His blue eyes widen in pure shock. Your Highness, thank you. The loyal knight and his soldiers bow deeply, hands on their chests. With total respect, they say, thanks to you, we saved our comrades who had completely given up all hope. We sincerely thank you, Your Highness. Now in this super awkward emotional atmosphere, Andrion just pouts. He looks away, pretending to act all tough and grumpy. He thinks to himself, these cheesy lines do not fit my vibe at all. But out loud, he just mutters, all right then. Getting serious again, Vincent steps right up to give the battle report. While you were knocked out, Your Highness, back to harsh reality. An entire orc army has actually set up camp just 1 kilometer from our castle. It is happening fast, but it is not a force that the Winter Castle simply cannot crush. The knight furrows his brow, his face suddenly turning incredibly anxious. However, that giant spear. What on earth was that? And that massive roar echoing from those mountains. The prince's face goes completely pale, his eyes turning razor sharp. He stares off into the distance, confirming the brutal truth. That is their king. A king who just united every single orc tribe. Across these mountains, a true monster has been born. The soldiers absolutely freeze. Vincent panics, exclaiming, a king, how is that even possible? Orcs naturally challenge their leaders constantly. It is in their wild blood. Still acting arrogant as always, Andrion just gives a sly smirk. He mysteriously teases his panicking soldiers. Do you guys even know what they call the Orc King? Vincent, sweating bullets, looks completely clueless. He stammers. Is there a specific title for him? The prince answers bluntly. There is. Instantly, horrifying memories flash back, showing a massive, flaming spiked mace completely shattering enemy weapons into pieces. The bloody, brutal truth echoes out. These fiercely enraged orcs constantly fight and trample, tearing each other apart in a totally savage bloodbath. Just look at this terrifying close-up of a red-eyed monster ripping tough raw meat. Straight up horrifying to witness. This is a greedy, ruthless existence, whose only life goal is absolute conquest, standing right at the very peak. Of all monsters, a giant imposing shadow burns with an insane red aura, completely intimidating tens of thousands of kneeling servants below him. Piercing red eyes flash violently through that demon mask. Andrion finally drops the terrifying name that makes absolutely everyone shiver. A warlord. That is the legendary title of the raging warlord. Hearing this absolute nightmare, the luxurious bedroom instantly sinks into dead, terrifying silence. Heavy silence fills the room. Everyone is still completely reeling from the shocking news. Getting back to business, Andrion frowns, calculating his next move. He starts issuing calculated orders to the group. If there are really that many orcs out there, stepping outside those gates is pure suicide. We need to focus our entire strategy strictly on defense. Over in the corner, the commanders huddle up to iron out the battle plan, while his uncle, the count, rubs his chin in deep thought. The soldiers sift through the reports. We should probably request backup from the Black Lancer squad immediately, one suggests. They need to return as soon as possible. And as for the garrison forces stationed up in the mountain range, I wonder when we should call them in for reinforcements. Suddenly, Andrion snaps. The prince jumps right out of his seat and starts harshly scolding the entire room. Why are all of you crowding in here when there's a perfectly good meeting room right down the hall. The sudden outburst makes his subordinates jump in absolute terror. Trying their best to ignore their boss's grumpy attitude, Vincent and the serious officials quickly present a thick stack of documents. There is one crucial matter we need you to check, Your Highness. We really need your help with this, because honestly, we have never once heard of an orc king existing before. Hearing this, the old count crosses his arms. His face turns completely serious as he firmly nods, confirming the terrifying existence of the orc king. That's right. Meanwhile, buried under a massive pile of paperwork, Andreon violently scratches his head, completely frustrated by the endless chorus of voices nagging him. Your Highness, what about this section? You need to check this first. And Your Highness, please review this one too. He is literally screaming internally right now. This is incredibly annoying. Fortunately, the moon finally rises high into the night sky, illuminating the winter castle. Suddenly, a voice rings out, finally rescuing our poor prince. Let's stop here for tonight. Vincent gives a perfectly standard respectful bow to his lord. Gathering up the massive pile of documents, he helps clear the battlefield and kindly says, "Thank you for your hard work, Your Highness. Please get some rest." Feeling like he just barely survived a living hell, Andreon immediately lets himself fall face first onto the incredibly soft mattress. He squeezes his eyes shut, loudly complaining, "You guys are literally exploiting a sick patient for free labor." But before he can even catch his breath, he opens one eye. He shoots a probing glance at the only person who is still lingering inside the room. The weary prince then speaks up, his voice flat, completely calling out his count uncle's nervous, stammering behavior. "Do you have something you want to say to me?" The dejected count stands quietly, right by the bed, carefully asking about the mysterious power his nephew just used. "Was that the incredible power of the Requiem you mentioned to me earlier?" We flash back to that brilliant blue flame completely enveloping Andreon right in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. The old legends actually say that this specific blue flame proves his power far exceeds the total amount of mana a normal person could possibly possess. Without bothering to hide it, Andreon sits up straight. He casually rubs his broken arm inside the cast and calmly admits the terrifying truth. That's right. He then looks up at his uncle and Arwen Kayan, who are both standing silently in the dim moonlight filtering through the window. He smirks and asks, "So what do you think?" The old count keeps his arms crossed, frowning deeply. Cold sweat drips down his forehead. "Honestly, if you and I could read his mind right now, it would definitely be in a state of absolute chaos." The prince's inner thoughts continue. His uncle is a stubborn man who has literally never once believed in the true power of the man of heart. The only way he will ever understand it is if he completely abandons the deep beliefs he has held his entire life. Suddenly, the uncle finally breaks the heavy silence. "Let me just ask you one question." Hearing this, Andreon's beautifully striking blue eyes immediately light up, with a sharp, piercing intensity as he looks at his uncle. The count gets straight to the core issue. "That mana chorus power you showed us, has it actually been granted to all of our knights?" This direct question makes Andreon's eyes widen slightly, but his face quickly returns to an oddly calm, unbothered expression as he chuckles at the bold assumption. Meanwhile, a quick candid angle shows that even Arwen Kayan, who is standing quietly in the background, can't help but gulp nervously at the count's razor-sharp question. Seeing this reaction, Andreon just tilts his head and waves his hand dismissively, openly mocking him. "Isn't that being a little too greedy, uncle? Those knights can already accumulate their mana so much faster, easier, and way more reliably than ever before. And now you actually want them to have the Requiem too." Suddenly, a haunting magical blue flame flares up like an illusion right in his palm. He explains the strict limits of this power. Reaching true transcendence is a rare privilege. It is exclusively reserved only for those absolute monsters who have accumulated enough mana. The scene shifts dramatically to the glowing blue flame reflecting off his uncle's hand. Then comes the bitter, undeniable truth. It absolutely cannot be granted to ordinary knights. The old count presses his lips together tightly. He looks utterly resigned, yet he stubbornly raises his head and fires back. "So what?" The count absolutely refuses to back down, continuing to press him for answers. "Even so, there has to be a specific reason why you told me all this. Why reveal the secret of the Requiem now?" A ridiculously smug smirk creeps onto Andreon's face. He thinks to himself, "At first he completely ignored me, but now he trusts my words so much that he's actually feeling the heavy burden of it." Seizing the perfect opportunity, Andreon confidently stands up. He leans forward with intense focus and drops an absolute bombshell. "You already know why." The count frowns deeply, cold sweat pouring down his face once again. "Stick with me because this is an earth-shattering secret of the entire continent. The elves will absolutely lose their minds over those requiems." Suddenly, a dazzling image of an elegant elf performing a brilliant blade dance flashes on screen. Since elves simply cannot compose these magical songs themselves, they are forced to borrow another creator's requiem. And that exact limitation is exactly why their legendary blade dance is exclusively performed to a requiem's rhythm. Andreon continues, explaining his genius deduction, flashing a dangerously scheming half-smile. So, even if those elves cannot possibly compose or sing the magic themselves, songs can still be played like an instrument to completely read your opponent. He reaches out, pointing one finger straight ahead. Blue energy shoots right into the Count's left chest. A bold challenge. Even if that isn't a mana heart, hasn't he spent his entire life training it anyway, uncle? Suddenly, an energy circle erupts, completely blinding the entire screen. These mana circles have this crazy resonance effect with each other. Honestly, it might even make for a truly perfect instrument. The older Count's face is completely stunned right now. His eyes are just locked, showing this wild mix of desperate hope and absolute complete confusion. He can't know for sure if a breakthrough like that is actually possible, or if this conversation will even lead to any real understanding. The female knight, Arwen Kayan, just stands there in pure silence, listening closely with a dead serious expression. Meanwhile, our prince slowly glides right past the two of them, dropping a super heavy piece of advice. When it comes to finding a brand new path, that should always depend on the knights themselves, not him. He acts mature for exactly 3 seconds, bowing slightly with a rare gentle smile. Pretty surprising, right? The Count and Arwen Kayan can only stare wide-eyed at each other, totally caught off guard by this sudden change. But don't get used to it. The prince immediately snaps back to his usual grumpy face, grumbling out loud and totally ruining the mood. He snaps, asking why they are doing all this dramatic stuff in his room anyway. Peace returns and the scene shifts to a super quiet morning. Andreon is totally knocked out on his soft bed, but suddenly he violently jerks. Awake, his eyes shoot wide open, sweat completely drenching his forehead as he lets out a panicked shout. Our main guy hurriedly sits up, heavily panting, in his massive room. His loyal maid Adelia is standing guard right beside the bed. He quickly turns and asks where his uncle actually went. She gently replies that the Count stepped out while he was still sleeping. Still slightly panicked, he quickly asks her again where exactly his uncle ran off to. Handing him a fresh cup of water, she calmly repeats that the Count headed out while he was still completely passed out. Hearing this, Andreon grabs the water from her hand, frowning hard as he asks if there were any weird changes. Adelia looks a bit confused, admitting she is not totally sure, but the man had been deep in thought. The prince brings the glass up to drink, while muttering quietly inside his own head. It seems the older knight has been stressing over this for ages, yet still has not managed to actually awaken. At that exact moment, the bedroom door swings open. The uncle walks right in, asking if he is finally awake. Meanwhile, Andreon just silently sighs, thinking to himself that he knew getting any real results would not be easy. He turns toward the older man, flashing a super stiff and awkward smile as he tries to reply. But wait, what? Suddenly, an epic memory flashes back, an incredibly majestic swordsman standing tall right inside blazing blue flames. This overwhelming presence that never once wavers even when staring down absolutely countless enemies with nothing but a single solitary sword in his hand. The camera zooms right in on the glowing energy circle on the knight's chest. That right there, that is the pure spirit of a true master. Back in the present, intense blue light suddenly erupts all around the old Count's body. Andreon freezes in pure shock, silently watching this absolute madness unfold. The scarred man just gives this incredible, confident smirk. The older knight is now radiating a completely different, overwhelmingly powerful aura. He has finally stepped up. He finally possesses a warrior soul completely worthy of his own body. Almost moved to tears, the highly respected Count places a heavy hand right on his chest. He bows down respectfully to his nephew, admitting that thanks to him, he has finally awakened. He gives his deepest, most sincere thanks. The prince physically shudders, cringing hard as he waves his hands to stop the cheesy moment. He jokes that people only change like this when they are literally about to die. Seeing his reaction, the uncle just grins and teases the kid, asking if he is upset. But Andreon quickly turns his face away. He completely denies it, asking why he would ever be jealous. Lying right through his teeth, he is actually super bitter inside, remembering his own golden past. He used to be a legendary weapon wielded by absolute monsters 400 years ago. But now he's just stuck, acting like some completely average sword expert, not even close to being a real sword master yet. Seeing the older knight flash that totally smug little smirk right at him, he just argues even louder. He insists he is definitely not angry and absolutely not jealous of this power-up at all. The older knight can only sigh helplessly at the kid's ridiculous stubbornness. With his massive ego taking a major hit, Andreon's face pops with angry veins as he straight up grits his teeth. He mutters that he must have been totally mistaken, calling the whole thing super annoying. Finally calming down, he leans back into the pillows, sighs heavily, and finally cuts right to the main point. All right, let's hear exactly what new powers he actually managed to achieve. The Count casually pockets his hands, and honestly admits the truth. That epic performance from earlier, yeah, he hasn't completely grasped how to control it just yet. So far, all he can actually do is set a mental milestone for himself, saying that he turns his head to gaze out the large window completely flooded by bright moonlight. He lets out a soft sigh. For now, his solid back stands tall, reflecting that brilliant glow. He stares out toward the distant winter castle, miles away, and says they should try stepping over there to test it out. Suddenly, the uncle turns back with a totally deadpan expression, dropping an absolutely savage line. He says this feels exactly like saving a drowning guy, only for him to immediately demand his luggage back. Completely ignoring that joke, the prince just sits there, deep in thought, the fierce image of King Oros flashing through his mind. It really seems like the knight is targeting those scumbags over in that mountain range, right? Well, those targets belong to him. The prince turns his back completely, shutting down any illusions of shared glory. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Never underestimate the old man's strength. The Count just smirks calmly, returning his nephew's bold challenge with a quiet smile. He takes the attitude right in stride. All right, then I will do just that. Getting back to business, heavy ironclad boots crunch loudly. Footsteps echo across the freezing snow. The Count speaks up completely casual. I have a whole lot of questions for you, but I will hold off on asking them. Uncle and nephew walk side by side, patrolling the massive wall. Total trust. When the right time finally comes around, I believe you will tell me yourself. But how do you know so much about these orcs? Boom. He drops the heavy question. A critical hit. The old man turns, flashing a bright, gentle, but totally deadly smile. And where exactly did you learn about that mysterious power anyway? Andreon breaks into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, he changes moods way too fast. But before they can really bond, a panicked guard suddenly sprints over, screaming and cutting the whole conversation short. The orcs are closing in. The entire field of white snow is dyed pitch black by endless waves of monsters. The soldier is violently shaking, babbling nonsense. There are over 100, wait no, try thousands. A truly horrifying scene unfolds right before them. A massive army, absolutely bristling with jagged weapons, is marching heavily forward. They look ready to flatten the entire castle. An army of thousands of orcs. Sitting still means certain death. Combat orders are instantly shouted across the outer wall. Archers, get ready over there, bring the fire arrows now. But completely unlike the totally panicking soldiers, these two stand frozen like stone statues. Their faces are incredibly tense as they stare dead ahead into the dark. And then the inevitable finally happens. From the distant towering mountain peaks, a violently blood-red evil aura absolutely tears through the dark sky, rushing in. The Count immediately squints, tracking the insane projectile ripping through the wind right past his face. He actually sounds impressed. Wow, that is one seriously impressive guess. Wait, is that? The brutal image of a giant orc wielding a massive skull weapon materializes inside that thick, swirling, red killer aura. The Count's voice cuts through the tension. Is that the warlord? The blonde prince, keeping a completely ice-cold poker face, answers with a blunt single word. No. Straining his eyes, the old man swallows hard, tensely analyzing the battlefield. That absolute beast is the army's vanguard. Easily one of the most savage orcs serving their king. The violently bloodthirsty symbol flashes wildly in the fiery night, signaling a truly terrifying threat, the strongest out of all the enemy generals. A massively muscular orc steps up, radiating an overwhelmingly suffocating energy that completely crushes the area around it. This guy is the ultimate living nightmare for knights and elite sword masters alike. Just look at that hideous face and savage, bloodthirsty grin. The absolute ruler of the battlefield. The Night Killer. Now you and I need to understand their wild spiritual power. Much like how human knights channel mana, these massive orcs rely entirely on raw battle aura. To survive and grow stronger, they constantly throw themselves into ruthless, crazed slaughter against each other. In order to achieve a ridiculously strong source of aura, they start way more fights than anyone else alive. And they have brutally decapitated far more creatures than anyone too. Their violent blood literally boils inside their veins like hot lava. But every now and then there are rare mutants born with a monstrous amount of battle energy right from the start. Bloodshot eyes glowing in the pitch-black darkness. They are way more sensitive to pure killing intent and battle aura. They actually have the crazy ability to see invisible auras with their own two eyes. Orcs call it the awakened vision. Seriously, this is not a joke. Standing tall on the monument, Andreon stares intensely into the distance, gripping his weapon tight. He knows a Night Killer is a natural-born commander. Even if they don't understand the first thing about complex military tactics or strategy, they still know exactly how to slaughter opponents better than anybody else. Through their eyes, an enemy's critical weakness lights up like a glowing neon sign. because they see absolutely everything on the field they can easily spot who is the absolute weakest link. Right now, the uncle casually spins his spear, muttering some quick calculations. And who wields the sharpest blade out there? So far, every single thing Andreon Leon Beck said was spot on. I definitely have to agree. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light explodes around the Count. He stands incredibly tall, taking the storm of that orc head-on. The weapon crashes down, colliding heavily against the castle's magic barrier, triggering a massive earth-shaking explosion. Does this beast truly deserve the Night Killer title? The massive orc leader, down below, violently flexes its neck, bracing hard to absorb the heavy impact. The explosive clash forcefully drives the monster's giant blade straight into the dirt, making it roar out in pure confusion. The terrified guards hiding in the back are sweating buckets and stuttering. I can't even believe he knocked that massive thing away so easily. The monster's thick armor-plated arm furiously tightens its grip around the shaft of the spear that is sparking with blazing red flames. Without warning, it channels everything into one violent throw, launching the weapon straight at the crowded fortress wall. Blood splatters everywhere. The wicked spear grazes past the defense and brutally pierces the Count, leaving a violently bleeding gash behind. But he does not even flinch. The Count rips the weapon right out, muttering as he stares down at the horde. I do not know, but I can safely say this orc really cannot handle losing. Everyone behind him is practically having a panic attack, but completely ignoring his own fresh wound. The uncle turns back to Andreon Leon Beck. You know exactly how to deal with these night killers, right? Seeing the old man's face still wearing that ridiculously confident smile, the prince smirks. I really have no idea why you would think that. But Andreon's eyes are fiercely glowing. All right, stick with me here. With a sharp gaze, he instantly read the older man like an open book. He honestly looked exactly like a knight who had just been handed a massive treasure. Finalizing the strategy, he coughed softly into his hand, flashing a scheming smile. He broke it down perfectly. Their enemies base all judgments entirely on their awakened vision. Andreon slowly shifted his gaze over toward the loyal knight and delivered the decisive line. But out here in the real world, things are not always exactly what they appear to be at first glance. Besides, it does not matter how incredibly patient they try to be. At the end of the day, an Orosk is still just an Orosk. Andreon smirked, an absolutely wicked glint flashing in his eyes. Once we toss them something truly mouth-watering, they will not be able to resist charging in. Right as he finished that thought, the knight Vincent suddenly turned pale. Panicking, he threw his hands up to stop him and furiously snapped back. No, doing that is way too dangerous, your highness. The lazy prince just sighed, resting his hands on his hips while staring down the stubborn knight. I already told you, Vincent, those cheap little tricks are not going to work on them. Then he raised a glowing aura-coated finger right up to the knight's face. He started analyzing the situation seriously. The Rangers and the Winter Castle Knights simply cannot be the ones to go out. To the enemy, those elite troops will not look like an easy or appetizing meal at all. He spread his hands wide, dropping a harsh truth about the terrified, sweating soldiers standing right behind them. But if we hand this job over to the raw recruits, they are going to get slaughtered before they even have a chance to react. Seizing the perfect opening, Andreon tilted his head proudly and pointed a thumb straight at Arwen, Cayenne, and Adalia. He pitched his idea with total confidence. Look, this mission is absolutely flawless for my squad. They have already received top-tier elite combat training. However, they are still lacking real-world battlefield experience. The prince declared firmly, once we take care of those bastards, the rest is just simple cleanup work. But Vincent still stubbornly argued back against the crazy plan. Your Highness, you really do not need to use yourself as the bait. Even without engaging in these high-risk confrontations, the Knights of Winter Castle are more than capable of handling them. Getting completely frustrated and desperate, the knight poked his finger straight into his master's heavily bandaged arm. Besides, is your arm not still injured? Right now, he shot back in protest. Without skipping a beat, Andreon casually swung his cast-covered arm up into the air. He swished it around like it was nothing, grinning widely. This tiny little scratch, this is absolutely nothing to worry about. His bold move left his opponent completely stunned, blurting out a confused gasp. But literally 1 second later, the prince's face twisted up. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he shakily admitted that it actually hurt. He desperately tried to save face even while his hand trembled non-stop from the intense pain. But once the actual battle officially kicks off, I will still be able to move around just fine. Just calm down and think about this logically, Vincent. That serious tone instantly wiped the playful smirk right off Andreon's face. Sweating nervously, the knight finally fell completely silent. Andreon turned away, his side profile looking incredibly intense. He emphasized heavily, our real enemy out here is not just those night killers. Both of them stood quietly by the open window together, staring out at the blood-red mountain in the distance. The narrator's voice cut through. While we are standing around arguing like this, A massive wave of killer intent is swirling around the monster lord far away. You can feel its calm but utterly ruthless presence growing stronger. It is steadily shifting every single second without ever stopping. And right now is creeping closer and closer to the walls of Winter Castle. The harsh truth always hurts. The prince whipped around, staring the knight down with a fierce gaze. If we do not end this war fast, Winter Castle will completely collapse during the very next clash. Hearing this grim warning, the count standing nearby could only frown deeply in response. He silently gritted his teeth, calculating their odds in this life-or-death situation. Vincent's eyes went wide with pure panic, sweating bullets, as the prince's heavy words echoed in his mind. Knowing exactly how to calm everyone down, Andreon smirked, regaining his usual unmatched, arrogant confidence. He continued smoothly, "If that bastard does not make a move within the next week, we will deploy the army exactly as planned." The prince's heavy words kept echoing. Knowing exactly how to calm everyone down, Andreon smirked instantly, regaining his usual unmatched and arrogant confidence. He continued smoothly. "If that bastard does not make a move within the next week, we will deploy the army exactly as planned." "All right, got it." The female knight Adelia gently touched her lips, listening to the orders with anxious eyes. "It is finally time for our secret weapon to act. You and I are about to see something wild." Cutting to the battlefield, the count closed, his eyes roaring out his military orders. "Listen up. Our #1 target is not wiping them out, but luring their leader out into the open, down at the central defensive wall." The Rangers gripped their spears tightly, absolutely ready to fight to the death. "We need to hold them back and stall for as long as possible, until their leader finally makes a move." At the exact same time, over by the eastern wall, the loyal knight Vincent stood looking incredibly imposing. With his arms crossed, he guarded the line alongside his proud cavalry. Meanwhile, over on the western wall, dozens of archers were perfectly lined up. Sharp arrows were drawn, just waiting for the command. Bowstrings were pulled back to the absolute max, aiming straight down at the base of the mountain. The commander's voice roared out like iron. "Archers, get ready." The second that signal echoed, whoosh, hundreds of deadly arrows instantly tore through the wind. They rained straight down onto the green-skinned monster formation marching forward. Pierced deep by the arrows, the massive horde of Orosk heavily sprayed blood. They tilted their heads back and screamed in absolute agony. But these beasts are not going down easy. Suddenly, a giant hulking orc stepped forward. A massive figure immediately charges forward. He raises a gigantic steel shield, completely blocking the incoming volley of arrows. Looking closely at this scratched-up shield, the guards completely panic. They recognize that familiar symbol right away and stammer out. "Wait, isn't that the official shield of the Balahat military?" One of the guards glares in pure rage, veins popping as he screams at the top of his lungs. "You absolute bastards, how dare you shamelessly bring stolen military gear out here?" Without wasting another second, the old count waves his hand to issue a command. His face is completely twisted with pure killing intent. "Fire. Do not stop shooting those flaming arrows. Show them zero mercy right now." Immediately, a massive barrage of blazing arrows violently tears right through the sky. The archers grit their teeth, roaring in total frustration. "Damn it, there are way too many." Then a terrifying wooden crash echoes out as a massive heavy siege machine is slammed right against the stone castle wall. All right, guys, the real nightmare is officially beginning. As the heavy wooden ladder hooks tightly onto the edge. Down below, the monsters charge straight up. Up top, the panic guards desperately yell out their reports. They are breaching the wall right now. A hideous green-skinned monster suddenly pokes its ugly head right over the top of the ladder, and at that exact moment, a terrified soldier screams at the top of his lungs. "Block them." The guards immediately rush forward, violently jabbing their razor-sharp spears straight down to stop the terrifying advance of the ferocious orcs climbing up. And here comes that main character energy. The fierce female knight Arwen Kayan bravely jumps straight onto the wooden ladder. She swings her blade instantly, slicing the head off one incredibly unlucky orc. Her eyes are totally sharp and fiercely determined. Her bright blue hair violently whips around in the freezing snowy wind, completely surrounded by enemies. Standing high above, Arwen Kayan mercilessly cuts them down while barking out orders. "Push them back. Let them fall to the ground." Hearing her, the silver-armored knights of the Winter Castle let out a massive roar, violently thrusting their long spears to destroy the enemy forces. The scene up on the castle wall is pure chaos, with frantic shouting echoing out non-stop. "Cut the ropes. Bring the heavy artillery up here now." Even as the falling monsters scream in pure agony, the order to defend to the death is firmly in place. They have to make sure these beasts never reach the top. Right in the middle of this boiling chaos, the dark night sky finally starts to brighten. A blood-red dawn violently shines down over the incredibly brutal and completely savage battlefield. But then suddenly, a massive green foot violently steps forward, casually crushing the lifeless bodies of the fallen orcs. It is the towering giant orc leader. With his glowing blood-red eyes, He brutally and coldly tramples right over his very own dead troops just to push forward. Seeing this absolute madness, our defending knights are really starting to pant heavily. Covered in sweat, they complain in totally exhausted voices. Damn it, their numbers are not dropping at all. I honestly cannot even tell if that is actually the Night Killer boss or not anymore. Meanwhile, the prince just keeps his arms crossed, watching silently from the back. The fierce female knight Arwen Kayan is also leaning on her sword, panting heavily. Her messy hair falls over her beautiful face, clearly showing total exhaustion, but the prince just crosses his arms standing there, looking down from high above. He smirks, analyzing the terrible situation with a highly dangerous smile. Everyone is completely exhausted by now, and those ugly bastards down there definitely realize it by now. Those savage beasts are like a kicked ant nest, swarming endlessly and completely blacking out a corner of the castle. The stone wall of the Winter Castle actually has a glaring weak point. Exactly as predicted, the ridiculously fierce wolf-riding cavalry of the orc army violently hits the gas, sprinting forward like crazed, bloodthirsty ghosts. They use the massive claws of their giant wolves, frantically digging into the heavy wooden siege structures to scale straight up the castle wall. The guards scream out in pure terror. It is the wolf cavalry. Seeing this, Prince Andreon immediately steps up to assign tasks. Arwen Kayan, take out those bastards right now. Without hesitating for a single second, she fiercely charges and crashes straight into the cavalry. Yes, your highness. Right after that, Andreon slowly draws his massive sword. It instantly erupts with a mystical blazing blue fire. He smirks confidently and whispers, "So, shall we finally begin?" Dropping the bait. "Now you and I need to watch this." Insane power violently surges. A blinding blue fire explosively wraps completely around the prince's entire body. It creates a totally majestic, unstoppable image. Andreon proudly aims his sword tip straight ahead and instantly unleashes a massive blinding pillar of blue light. The ultimate elegy of rest. Down below on the chaotic battlefield, the glowing blood-red pupils of the giant orc leader suddenly twitch in pure shock. That insanely bright flash of light from the prince completely catches the massive monster's attention. The prince just stands there, keeping his flaming sword aimed straight ahead at where the towering beast is standing. A total undeniable challenge. Feeling this absolutely terrifying pressure violently radiating from behind her, Arwen Kayan violently whips her head around, completely stunned by this insane energy level. Meanwhile, the Knight Vincent is sweating bullets, staring blankly with his jaw completely dropped. He stammers out in absolute mind-blowing shock. It really is exactly like all the wild rumors I heard. Up above, the scarred old count just smiles, looking incredibly smug. He strokes his chin, realizing everything has fallen perfectly into place. Their brilliant strategy is a total success. Exactly as predicted, the powerful prince smirks. He looks impossibly handsome but also completely deadly. Here it comes. A terrifyingly thick blood-red aura suddenly engulfs the entire area as the massive orc boss violently steps out from the middle of the screaming horde. Just like that, the legendary Night Killer officially joins the brutal battle. The ridiculously veiny, hulking monster savagely swings his massive fist. Using just his bare hands, he completely shatters the heavy wooden barricades into tiny flying splinters. He glares up, his glowing eyes burning the color of fresh blood. He menacingly charges forward, while the panicked guards on the wall frantically scream out. It is coming right at us. Immediately, the archer squad desperately pulls back their heavy bows. Sweat pours down their faces as they scream until their throats go raw. Fire everything. But shockingly, the totally cold-blooded orc boss simply reaches out and casually grabs the entire head of his very own minion. The smaller beast just mutters a highly confused grunt. And then, in a flash, he ruthlessly crushes the poor monster's skull. Blood violently erupts, while the victim only gets to scream in absolute agony. Yeah, you and I are witnessing pure evil. All right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. The boss stands there like an absolute mountain, casually dangling his dead teammate. Pure terrifying rage. Gaining speed like a runaway steamroller, this monster just charges forward. Panic erupts everywhere. Our guys are totally losing their minds, screaming, "Shoot, keep firing." He's heading straight for the western wall, and right in the middle of this absolute disaster, Prince Andreon, standing his ground. His sword is blazing with this brilliant blue fire. The soldiers behind him are absolutely freaking out, begging him to stop. "Your Highness, it's way too dangerous," his reply. Just a classic overpowered male lead smirk. Seriously, this young prince is completely unfazed. Zero fear. He casually looks down at the fuming giant waiting right at the base of the wall and drops a simple taunt. "Come up here." Completely triggered, the orc boss uses hands the size of fans to grab the wooden beams bolted to the fortress wall. He relies purely on brute strength to hoist himself up. His massive claws brutally pierce the thick wood, letting him scale straight up the barrier. To the top, But our prince, cool as a cucumber. He just tilts his head and gives the order. Arwen Kayan, stick to the plan. Hearing that, the female knight immediately steps back and obeys. Yes, your highness. Andrian raises his sword high, unleashing a massive pillar of light. Blue energy tears through the sky as he loudly declares, everyone get as far away from the wall as you can. Instantly, a hideous hand from the monster slams onto the edge of the stone wall, shaking everything. The boss shoves his ugly face up, glaring hard. Dead at Andrion's glowing sword, he growls deep in his mind. So it's you, the puny human, who dared to light this flame. What absolute disrespect. The heavy beast steps fully onto the rampart. His killing intent hits the sky. Under His Majesty's orders, I'll personally execute you first. Before the thought even finishes, the prince flashes a huge smile, completely calm about the whole thing. I'm very glad to hear that. Then the giant swings his ridiculously huge blade right down, screaming with absolute fury. I will definitely not let you escape this alive. Blinding sparks explode everywhere. The slender prince actually uses his sword to perfectly block the monster's lightning-fast, crushing strike. The boss follows up with a horizontal, earth-shattering slash, but Andrion just smoothly leans back, perfectly dodging what should have been fatal. He slips past the broad blade. His sword stance is incredibly elegant, totally graceful, even while dancing right on the very edge of death. With one smooth slide, he ducks low. His blonde hair blows back majestically, looking like he's starring in a premium shampoo commercial. Seizing the gap, Andrian lunges forward. He is fully ready to counterattack, his eyes looking sharp as a razor blade right now. Both fighters clash hard. It's a crazy, shocking collision between the giant's raw muscle power and the young prince's insanely perfect swordsmanship. The orc boss wipes a tiny little scratch on his huge bicep, smirking like it's nothing. These petty tricks won't work here. So why don't you bet absolutely everything and fight me with actual honor? The prince doesn't even bother arguing back with him. He just spins and charges with killer eyes, unleashing a blue fiery sword strike that surges like a hurricane, tearing through empty space. The monster's face instantly scrunches up. His eyes go wide with pure anger, heavily mixed with actual shock at how incredibly beautiful that strike really is. Immediately, the giant charges, too roaring with excitement. You have some pretty good spirit. Now you and I gotta see this. Close up on Andrion's handsome face. He's rocking this sly little smirk, looking like he just lured a fat chicken into the coop. Suddenly, a massive woven rope net drops straight down from the sky. A shout rings out, totally confusing the boss right now. What? The giant, who was acting so aggressive a second ago, now completely bound tight in ropes as thick as a grown man's wrist. Meanwhile, His Highness is just casually leaning on his sword, looking away. The silver-armored soldiers are desperately pulling those ropes, screaming out, "Pull it!" The thick rope tears through the air, rubbing and tightening hard against the steel armor and the beast's huge legs, paralyzing him. Tied up like a stuffed sausage, the boss glares at Andrion so hard his eyes tear up, cursing non-stop. You absolute bastard. You dare sully this honorable duel. Show me you're truly worthy of fighting. Ignoring the rambling, Andrion couldn't care less about honor. He plants one hand on the ground for balance, swinging his mighty sword with the other, absolutely destroying the solid ground right beneath the monster. The wall crumbles. The giant falls backward, tangled in the heavy net, starting his free fall to the ground with full honor, just like he wanted. And so the knights up on the wall bite their lips, putting every ounce of strength into pulling, screaming out, "Now pull it down with everything you have." The massive rope instantly tightens around the boss's huge body, making the monster actually jump in. Pure panic. Before he can even process what's happening, the bulky orc totally loses his balance and just tips right backward over the edge. Glaring up with pure malice, he screams out, "You bastard." Well, gravity does the rest of the work here. The giant crashes straight down to the ground below the wall, creating a massive explosion of dust and flying rocks. Afterwards, Prince Andrion just casually grabs a piece of cloth to wipe the blood right off his blade. He doesn't forget to praise his subordinate, though. "Great job out there, Arwen Kayan." The guy turns to the female knight who just showed up, keeping his cool vibe as he orders her, "Find cover and retreat." Done. Speaking, the incredibly handsome prince leaps straight down from the wall, his red cape blowing wildly in the wind, like a perfect superhero landing. Down on the ground, the boss orc struggles like an absolute maniac inside that net. Meanwhile, the surrounding knights are just sweating bullets. "All right, you and I are dropping right into the chaos." Sweating bullets, the guy struggles, screaming, "I'm at my limit. Fall back if you can't hold on." And then Andrion sticks the landing flawlessly. He casually reaches up, adjusting his lion head shoulder armor like he wasn't just in the middle of a massive life or death struggle. He just strolls forward, looking down at his enemy, tied up like a helpless little package. He smirks, dropping a completely savage line. "That look really suits you, honestly." Seeing the monster pinned to the dirt, Andrion doesn't hold back. In fact, that arrogant smirk on his face only grows wider and wilder. He casually drops another brutal insult. Now you actually look a lot more like a real orc. But suddenly, the heavy ropes binding the massive orc leader violently snap. The beast lunges forward, baring its razor-sharp fangs and roaring right in the prince's face, looking absolutely ready to bite his head straight off. But before the monster can even land a hit, boom, a dark shadow blasts in from nowhere, dropping a massive lightning strike right on the beast, creating a massive shockwave that sends dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Turns out it's the Count making an undeniably epic superhero landing right in front of our prince. With a deadly sword gripped tight and pure killing intent radiating from him, he glares at the beast. Without hesitating, the Count charges straight in, fiercely slashing the giant monster while roaring at the top of his lungs. Now that I see you up close, you're way uglier than I thought. Getting ready to strike, he shifts into a combat stance, throwing a quick glance back. Andreon Leon Beck, leave this ugly mess to me. But the prince, completely ignoring his own injuries, pushes himself up. He quickly replies, I'm definitely not handing all the fun over to you. I'll be back before you know it. Meanwhile, the Count's broad back is suddenly fully engulfed in a blinding, crackling aura of blue lightning. Before charging headfirst into the madness, he tosses back one final warning. Don't be late, kid. And right then, the Count unleashes an explosive, sky-shattering lightning strike. He fiercely calls out, because I honestly can't promise that this absolute monster is even going to be alive by the time you get back. Electric sparks violently explode everywhere. Despite his smaller size, the brave Count furiously clashes head-on with the going colossal beast, while the prince just watches calmly from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Andreon takes a step back, casually pulling out a cloth to wipe the sweat right off his forehead. He analyzes the fight, thinking, I've heard these 4 chain knights are just as dangerous as true sword masters. And honestly, it looks like the rumors are completely true. The prince watches the Count practically glide through the air, surrounded by crackling blue energy. He realizes this is a swordsman who has finally reached the true stage of becoming one with his blade. His will guides the sword, and his mana perfectly follows that will. But insanely enough, the massive monster just swats that devastating attack away using its bare hands. Andreon immediately frowns, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the horrifying truth. This beast is the exact kind of monster that can read energy flows with terrifying, almost supernatural precision. Knowing things are about to get really ugly, the prince doesn't hesitate and immediately sprints forward. His eyes turn deadly serious as he tells himself he has to move faster. Smash cut to a heavily armored, gauntleted hand forcefully throwing open a massive solid stone door to step inside. Turns out Andreon is urgently speed walking straight through a dark, heavy armory, his mind racing as he quietly calculates his next move. Now watch closely. Andreon thinks to himself, I know exactly who can go toe-to-toe with that monster. Someone who acts on pure instinct way before they even think. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks right in front of a dark, shadowed corner. His eyes gleam with a hidden meaning. The kind of wild swordsman that absolute monster won't be able to predict. He finally speaks up, his voice echoing in the dark. It's your turn. Come on out, and our secret weapon. It's Adelia. The fierce female knight is literally curled up into a tight ball, hugging her head, trembling violently in the pitch-black corner, while the prince just calmly calls out her name. Then he holds up that heavily blood-soaked cloth from the orc boss right in front of her face. Her tear-filled eyes snap wide open. Pure, unadulterated terror washes over her as he delivers his cold command. Her next target is the owner of this very blood. Instantly, her pupils violently contract and twitch. A terrifying glowing light erupts in her eyes. It's like a primal beastly instinct has just been aggressively triggered inside her. The brutal awakening begins, her steel-clad boots harshly scraping against the stone floor. Adelia forces herself to stand up, even though her legs are still shaking like crazy from the overwhelming pressure. Without wasting another second, Adelia staggers forward. Hunched over like a lifeless puppet, she mechanically walks right past the prince. Watching his living weapon deploy, Andreon just smiles with dark amusement. He glances down, her hand tightly gripping her sword, and lets out a gasp of pure, hyped-up excitement. Oh my god, this sight is absolutely unbelievable. Adelia's entire body violently erupts into roaring flames. Her terrifying bloodlust spikes so high that even the prince behind her can only quietly marvel, thinking, just having one of these chaotic traits is already horrifying enough. Suddenly, 2 blinding streaks of fierce, untamed light flash intensely from deep within her wild eyes, and her mouth twists into an absolute maniac's smile. The system alerts start aggressively spamming. The Berserker trait has been successfully activated. The Butcher trait has been activated. Roaring flames violently explode outward, looking like they want to completely burn away the dark night surrounding the female knight's unstoppable figure. Andreon has to admit it's honestly insane that all her killer traits awakened at the exact same time. Meanwhile, snapping back to the main battlefield, the colossal orc and the count are still locked in an absolute deathmatch. They ruthlessly smash into each other, their weapons violently colliding, sending wild sparks, flying and ripping the air apart. The count's face hardens into a grimace. His eyes show maximum tension as he finally realizes something is totally off about this fight. He grunts, thinking to himself, I really thought I was just seeing things. The giant brutally swings its heavy blade down, forcing the count to horizontally block the crushing strike. But the sheer impact mercilessly pushes him backward. The orc flashes a deeply sinister, savage smirk, baring its massive fangs. Sweating under the heavy pressure, the count quickly analyzes the situation. This insane orc is somehow completely predicting every single one of my sword paths. Gripping his blade for dear life, the count violently slides backward across the shattered ground, digging his boots in to keep balance. He grimaces, awakened vision. This is going to be a massive headache. But suddenly, a terrifying earth-shattering explosion erupts. Right behind the count, debris flies everywhere as his eyes snap wide open in pure shock. You and I are about to see this fight go totally off the rails, even they. Both the orc boss and the count stand completely frozen. The count glances back at the explosion, muttering in pure confusion. What exactly is that? A dark figure crashes straight onto the battlefield with hurricane force. It rips up the ground, creating an absolutely massive dust cloud. Watch this. Completely blocking their vision. Piercing right through that fog, Adelia shoots forward like an arrow. She swings her blade fiercely, her eyes glowing with pure terrifying bloodlust. Our knight swings her sword directly at the orc boss, unleashing a massive cross-shaped shockwave that violently tears forward. It literally shakes the entire area. Meanwhile, the count just stands there dumbfounded. He is staring wide-eyed at this deeply familiar figure, who is now radiating pure fire. He asks a seriously clueless question. Wait, isn't she Andreon Leon Beck's maid? The change is insane. Her face, Adelia, is now twisted into an absolutely chaotic smile. It is the complete opposite of her usual shy, timid self. She honestly looks nothing like the gentle girl from before. Not even giving the enemy a second to breathe, she unleashes an endless barrage of slashes. Raining down like a violent storm, the orc roars in pure rage. You ambush me like this. Totally ignoring his screaming, Adelia spins and swings her sword with overwhelming power while the giant struggles to block. Where is your honor as a warrior? Absolutely insane. She leaps high into the air and delivers a brutal downward strike, forcing the boss to lift his blade to block. Right above his head, he lets out a strained groan from his throat. After that heavy hit, her armored boots hit the ground, completely solid, kicking up smoke and dust beneath her heels. The sweating count immediately turns and asks Prince Andreon, who is just casually strolling over. What exactly is happening here? Andreon calmly answers him. Let us just assume she has tapped into a berserker state. A wild frenzy. Adelia's back looks like it is literally burning. She plants her sword into the dirt, panting heavily as the narration kicks in. Even a grand sword master could not handle that absolute monster of a boss. Yet somehow, a seemingly ordinary female swordswoman actually can pull it off. The secret, it is Adelia's unique trait. She aggressively charges back and swinging wildly like she is chopping meat. Her blade dances without a single, predictable pattern at all. A butcher simply chops and hacks away at anything standing in their way. There is zero grand heroic purpose driving their violent actions. Meanwhile, the massive orc swings his arm to deflect the attack, confidently shouting out a taunt. Of course, a wild berserker is exactly the same. Your mindless, sloppy attacks are never going to reach me. But man, he was so incredibly wrong. The frenzied knight slips right through his heavy defense, slashing back to back exactly like a bloodthirsty ghost. That unbelievable lightning-fast dash perfectly leaves the boss completely stunned. His glowing red eyes shoot wide open, totally clueless about what just happened. The narration kicks back in. A madman will absolutely never think during a bloody battle. Boom, critical hit. The cold steel slices effortlessly right through his thick armor. It completely exposes the harsh truth. The awakened vision of this night killer is utterly useless against her wild style. Absolutely furious, the boss aggressively grabs his bleeding bicep wound. He glares daggers at her and hisses. You just swing your blade without even trying to dodge or defend yourself. Her only response to the monster, a brutally savage, spine-chilling smile. Standing right in the middle of the roaring flames, the furious orc boss violently roars. What kind of completely unhinged circus act is this? Watching the maid frantically chop the enemy to pieces, our prince smirks with pure mockery. An actual orc is out here calling her a wild animal. Honestly, is that not the funniest thing ever? Andreon draws his glowing wind blade. It shines brilliantly as he tilts his head back. All right, uncle, if you are finally done resting back there, then it is time for us to move. The battle instantly explodes again. Vincent and Adelia charge forward at the exact same time, forming a perfect pincer attack. They take turns dropping absolutely thunderous strikes onto the giant orc. But wait, the monster with his glowing red eyes starts furiously growling. His killing intent erupts so violently it blocks the entire view. How dare you! Suddenly, a massive blood-red pressure wave violently explodes, blasting absolutely everything backward. He screams with pure, bitter hatred. You little bastards, you cannot even hold your heads high in front of this mighty king. The shockwave is so intense it sends Adalia and Andreon flying backward. The prince winces, coughing once, while quickly reaching out to catch a struggling Adalia beside him. Over on the other side, the count steps back. He frowns hard, his face showing pure tension and deep confusion. What the hell is this guy doing? Despite the painful groaning from the girl right beside him, Andreon stays totally calm, analyzing that sinister red light. Wait, is that not battle aura? The unique battle aura of the Orc clan is gathering perfectly into a single point. You and I need to watch this closely. The Orc boss literally transforms into a glowing red volcano, his massive muscles bulging, as he endlessly absorbs a genuinely suffocating amount of demonic energy. The prince's sharp eyes narrow instantly. A drop of sweat falls when he suddenly realizes the terrifying truth. No, that energy does not belong to the orcs. In the blood-soaked night, the monster's eyes brightly glow, just like a demon. He is literally sucking back the battle aura he shared with his troops. Even if I can never proudly stand before my king ever again. The giant violently smashes his weapon into the dirt, exploding his final reserve of power with infinite, unstoppable fury. I will absolutely never let you take my king. Just as the prince is deep in his thoughts, his two loyal teammates suddenly launch themselves straight forward, making him shout out for his uncle in shock. In a flash, Andreon's entire body is wrapped in this absolutely stunning blue, magical aura. He coldly grips his blade and thinks, fine, then I will show you my full power too. I have already set the stage. I built a towering mountain of blue corpses. Not wasting a single second, the count uses his momentum to slide right in. He drops low to the ground, dodging Oroz's devastating swing, perfectly clearing the path for an all-out assault. Without backing down, gray-eyed Prince starts chanting a space-tearing spell, and beneath it a crimson lake of blood was born for all. And before it, I stand here to honor your soul. Answering that absolutely majestic incantation is just the deafening roar from the fanged orc boss, his bloodthirsty eyes glowing in the dark. A massive crimson mana pillar looks perfectly ready to swallow the entire tower, crashing straight down on Andreon's position. Trapped right inside this devastating storm of energy, the prince grits, his teeth bracing hard against the crushing power that forces a painful groan out of him. Andreon looks up at the evil, demonic figure hidden in the light. He realizes it is the entity from deep inside the mountains. This guy is interfering way too obviously, right now. While Andreon is struggling terribly against this massive energy source, letting out a frustrated curse. Under his breath, his uncle over here just side-eyes him with a completely helpless, speechless look. The count tightly grips his sword, hilt until his veins literally pop, his eyes perfectly reflecting absolute determination. He whispers, I built a towering mountain out of blue corpses. Hearing that, Andreon immediately glances over at his uncle, completely confused as he blurts out, Uncle. And then the absolute craziest magic happens. The count suddenly glows with a deep blue mana, raising his voice to directly continue the prince's exact incantation, and beneath it a crimson lake of blood was born for all. A massive streak of magical lightning bolt violently tears through the empty air, completely exploding everything around the count's deadly sword path. The count's eyes glow with a mystical emerald color, clearly marking the awakening of a deeply buried power. Standing right amidst the swirling blue lightning, he tightly grips the sword in his hand, thinking to himself, I built a towering mountain out of blue corpses. Meanwhile, Andreon just stares wide-eyed, so surprised he completely forgets his defense as his own song perfectly echoes across the battlefield. And beneath it, a crimson lake of blood was born for all. And before it I stand here to honor your soul. And before it I stand here to honor your soul. That beautiful floating blue mana wave just keeps rapidly spreading out and completely enveloping the prince, making him mutter in absolute shock. It is resonating with my mana heart. Suddenly, the arrogant prince tightly clutches his left chest, sweating profusely with the most shocked expression he has ever had in his entire life. What is this insane feeling? Over on the other side, Vincent rushes in like a descending god, completely obliterating enemies at light speed. I built a towering mountain of blue corpses. This incredible moment perfectly combines with Arwen Kayan's absolutely exquisite blue sword path, slicing right through the orc's fiery space along with her own inner voice. And beneath it, a crimson lake of blood was born for all. But get this, the absolute craziest part is not over yet. The ordinary soldiers and knights on the wall also begin resonating with the mystical blue light and shout in perfect unison. And before it, every single soldier violently draws their bowstrings and raises their swords, their boiling spirits perfectly merging into one absolute will. I stand here to honor your soul. Right in the very center of this unprecedented event, Andrian just stands there totally dumbfounded, panting as he literally watches his exclusive magic being freeloaded by an entire freaking army. The entire Winter Castle has now fully connected itself into a truly spectacular cyan lightning network. Listen closely to this. I built a towering mountain out of blue corpses. Honestly, it is way too distorted to be called a proper poem. The incredibly fired-up soldiers swing their weapons, completely slaughtering their enemies in that brilliant blue light. And beneath it, a crimson lake of blood was born for all. Finally understanding this insane miracle, Andrian confidently stands tall, letting his cape freely flutter in the magic waves before he smiles and admits it. But it is way too clear to just be called a song. It is almost exactly like a military march. He raises his hand to literally catch the very soul of that brilliant rhyme. Inside, it contains deep wishes and pure resentment. These wild emotions could even rival a tragic love song. Finally, letting go of all his doubts, Prince Andrion leans in and completely explodes his ultimate power, becoming totally one with the entire army to furiously sweep away all enemies. I built a towering mountain of people, blue corpses, and beneath it, a crimson lake of blood was born for all. Andrion powerfully points his brilliantly glowing sword straight forward, his highly authoritative eyes locking in to end the chant. And before it, I stand here to honor your soul. Up on the massive wall, the knights bathe in that magical blue light, feeling the immense power actively surge through every single breath. You sing of a brutal season, the absolute worst moment when the winter wind heavily blows. Right at that epic moment, the female knight, Arwen Kayan, beautifully swings her sword with determined eyes completely enveloped by endless mana. A brand new song has just been born. The very first song of war has formed. An unconscious tear slowly falls from the corner of her eye, deeply moved by the sheer epicness of this majestic magic. I will not keep anyone waiting any longer. Suddenly, the system announces the birth of an absolutely unprecedented power, as the prince is fully swallowed up inside a giant blue fire pillar. A massive, large-scale war song for the winter season has awakened. It was born, a power this world had never seen before. Carrying that eternal flame, Andrion charged straight into the chaos, straight at the Oro's boss, who was roaring and baring its fangs. But our prince, his eyes were ice-cold, sharp, and deadly quiet. Right in the middle of that raging storm of magic, it only took one lightning-fast slash. His glowing blade easily ripped right through the thick defenses of that giant monster. The Oro's boss went wide-eyed, those bloodshot eyes filled with absolute terror as it coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. That critical hit sealed the deal. The massive body of the boss was instantly swallowed and scorched by ruthless blue flames, gasping out its final words of blind loyalty in the name of its king. And just like that, it was over. The giant corpse slowly crumbled away into dust. Andrian stood tall and majestically sheathed his sword, with the Count and Adelia right beside him. The prince looked absolutely legendary standing there on that glowing battlefield. Bathed in blue light, he looked like a god ruling over this frozen wasteland, totally living up to the Winter Castle name. A new legend was being born today. The brutal battlefield finally quieted down as dawn broke, leaving piles of monster corpses scattered around the feet of our victorious knights. Meanwhile, the poor Count was sweating buckets, awkwardly acting as a human leaning post for the maid Adelia, who had completely drained her energy. She basically fainted on the spot, leaving him sighing. As for the silver-armored knights, they just stood there completely frozen, totally unable to process what just happened. But when reality finally hit them, the whole squad erupted into massive cheers. They raised their weapons high, yelling in pure joy that the enemy boss was finally down and his highness had won. Hearing them, Andrion looked up at the sky and let out a breath, his face showing a rare look of total relief after all that insane tension. But yeah, the celebration did not last long. A terrified guard suddenly turned his head, staring at the giant wooden doors. They were cracking. Wait, the castle gates were actually breaking open. Wood splinters violently exploded into the air as an entire army of Oros swarmed into the courtyard like angry ants. Their deafening roars shook the stone walls. The Oros were flooding right in. Andrion just smirked, a cold, sarcastic smile. He slowly raised his sword high and summoned those magical flames all over again. Seems like these monsters refused to give them even a single minute of rest. But who needs rest anyway? Hearing that cocky attitude, the Count immediately snapped back to reality. He drew his blade, totally ignoring his own exhaustion, and readied his stance alongside the knights. He shouted back, "We are more than ready." Even Adelia, the resident butcher, snapped awake. She flashed this absolutely terrifying smile as that crazy aura flared right back up around her body. Someone from the back shouted out, "Andrion Leon Beck, give the signal." Hearing that, Andrion just flashed another wild, insanely confident smirk at the charging horde. This was the decisive moment. The prince stood his ground on the front lines as his magic violently exploded, rallying every single brave fighter around him. The second that command dropped, everybody moved. Andreon pointed his blazing blade straight toward the endless tide of monsters, and the entire army behind him charged forward like an unstoppable hurricane. What followed was an absolutely brutal, blood-soaked masterpiece of a battlefield. Those brave knights tore into the enemy forces without mercy. It was like an epic poem being written in blood across those snow-covered mountains. A blade ruthlessly pierced right through a massive Oros from behind. Just like the poetic narration said, those frozen valleys and silent walls were getting completely painted, deep red with blood. Over in another corner, Arwen Kayan smoothly glided through the chaos, executing a gorgeous bloody slash to perfectly finish her target. The Dawn War horn echoed out across the frozen distance. Vincent and his squad fearlessly pushed deep right into the center of the enemy lines, mercilessly slaughtering the monsters to protect the peace of Winter Castle. Looking down from above, the entire surface of the castle walls was totally covered with massive Oros corpses lying everywhere. Meanwhile, the exhausted guards were heavily panting next to the fading watchfires. One soldier flashed a relieved smile and eagerly reported to Vincent, "Sir, we have successfully taken down every single orc up here on the wall. Seems like those bastards are finally getting weaker." But Vincent, he just tightly furrowed his brow, his usually calm face suddenly looking super serious and filled with heavy doubt. "No," he replied firmly. He slowly placed his hand right over his left chest where that brilliant blue magic energy was, visibly flaring up right through his thick armor. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as Vincent smirked, flashing a crazy, confident smile. It was all thanks to this strange, powerful heartbeat. Then he suddenly spun around and dropped his shocking order, "Leave only a few men behind. Just keep a small guard up here on the wall." His soldiers totally panicked, yelling out in shock. "Wait, what?" But totally ignoring their confusion, the Count just raised his sword high toward that fiery morning sky. He fiercely shouted out to his men, "We are heading out too. We are leaving the castle." And just like that, a huge crowd of soldiers came stampeding down the stairs, their battle spirit burning insanely hot. They roared as they followed their prince into the fray. Up on the front lines, the young prince with those blazing blue eyes was charging straight through the razor edge of life and death. Honestly, he was still just a kid, not even an adult yet. But Andreon swung that razor-sharp blade, sending enemy blood flying with absolutely flawless technique. Crazy part is this was only his third time in real combat, even when he had to face an Oros literally twice his size head-on. His fearless presence alone commanded absolute respect from everyone watching. And you know what? Even though they were outnumbered, every single person gladly followed him into hell. Right behind him, the knight Arwen Kayan and the maid Adelia were fiercely cutting through the monster horde with terrifyingly perfect teamwork. Meanwhile, the Count was over there showing off his own epic skills, smoothly gliding through the carnage. "All right, you and I are jumping right into the action." With a single wind-splitting strike, the remaining enemies fall to his hand-picked knights. And right there, we see the knight Vincent fiercely swinging his weapon through the chaos. Legendary commanders hold the line, and even the CAF Ranger squad is just as bloodthirsty, roaring as they charge straight into absolute close-quarters combat. Their veteran ranger captain leads the charge. This full picture shows an entire army sweeping across the bloody battlefield, all led by a surprisingly small figure alongside those hot-headed knights of the north. These hardened warriors literally entrusted their entire lives to someone whose heartbeat does not even actually belong to him. Andreon reaches down. His heavy armor-clad hand tightly grips the sword hilt violently, yanking the weapon free from the freezing snow-covered dirt. The back of this tiny prince suddenly looks absolutely massive as he stands tall over the fresh corpse of the giant orc leader Oros. And so Andreon lifts his blood-soaked face. His bright eyes are practically glowing with absolute, unadulterated arrogance. As the brutal battle finally comes to an end, the battlefield falls dead silent save for the howling wind tearing through the snowy valley. When everyone finally snaps back to reality, Andreon half closes his eyes, quietly soaking in the warm rays of the morning sunlight. The entire massive northern army stands frozen on the White Mountain slope. Beneath their boots lies an absolute endless sea of savage monster corpses. The hand of the prince tightly grips the torn red flag. It is the ultimate spoils of war that rightfully belong to him. Andreon flexes his arm, crushing the enemy's blood-stained symbol. His proud, defiant posture is completely unshakable as a highly satisfied smirk crosses his face. Those beautiful, magical blue eyes flare up brightly, proving this victory is finally his. The curtain on this brutal war officially drops exactly as Andreon swings his arm, raising the dark crimson orc flag high into the bright glowing sky. He roars with absolutely every last ounce of strength left in his body to loudly announce to the whole army, "We won." Like a lit fuse, the soldiers raise their weapons, erupting in absolute overwhelming joy. Long live His Highness Vincent, and the other loyal knights punch the sky, cheering their lungs out wildly without stopping. Long live the Grand Prince, they are finally destroyed. It is a real victory. But before they can fully celebrate the win, the backlash hits. A massive wave of knights suddenly collapse, face first straight into the snow, passing out cold, terrifying the few warriors who pause, are still standing. What is going on here? What is happening? Wake up. Noticing something really weird, a heavily sweating soldier stammers out. Hey, someone just fell asleep over there. Meanwhile, his buddy in the back looks at their fallen comrade and just nervously laughs, blurting out, "Wow, this old guy is actually smiling in his sleep." Amidst the total chaos, a half-crying, half-laughing voice loudly echoes out, "They just totally overworked themselves. Hey, help me move them." The Count stands there, catching the wind, his face looking super deep and crazy poetic. A romantic love song. It truly is astonishing. Hearing this nonsense, Andreon just stares blankly at his subordinate with a completely speechless, deadpan look. That was definitely not a love song. The exhausted prince shuts his heavy eyes, weakly whispering a very tired correction to the Count. It was a war song. And boom, Andreon hits absolute zero energy. His body completely loses balance and tips straight backward like a chopped-down tree. Witnessing this, the Count violently flinches. His face instantly drips with absolute panic sweat as he dramatically screams out at the top of his lungs, "Your Highness." But seeing Andreon snuggled up and sleeping so soundly in his feathered cape, the Count just sighs helplessly. He actually fell asleep. Instantly, the Count snaps right back into his strict, serious commander mode, barking out orders to the men. "Get him. To the tent. Gather and cremate all our fallen soldiers with full formal honors. Now you and I should pay attention here." Far away from the captain's corpse, in a place very far away, the silhouette of a totally mysterious female elf stands, silently watching the smoke and fire rising high. From the cold winter castle, she smirks slowly, flashing an incredibly sinister, dangerously scheming smile that screams trouble. "A war song, you say?" Her beautiful face tilts slightly, delicate fingers hiding half of her absolutely utterly amused grin. "You really never stop surprising me." Suddenly, the elf's pupils shift, flashing with a highly eerie glowing crimson light. Floating right in the middle of a dark dimension heavily stained in brutal blood red, she crosses her arms and confidently throws down a challenge. "Then I will give you a surprise gift too." Behind that surge of dark magic, the massive body of an orc leader appears, a literal terrifying incarnation of despair. Just take your time, because she really wants to stretch out this peaceful time just so he can sleep a little bit longer. The scene completely shifts over to standard military reports summarizing the absolutely horrific event that just went down. Not long ago, an elite orc group with the massive size of 2 whole legions showed up at the Winter Castle. The 3rd Legion and the Rangers fully engaged them, completely wiping them all out. Ever since that insane moment, Balahard has been prepping hard for the next big battle. But meanwhile, over at the dazzling royal palace, a super tense atmosphere hangs heavy in the air as the top officials report to the king. However, even if Balahard's entire military force groups up together, we are still vastly, hopelessly outnumbered. According to the commander's honest assessment, the idea of defending the castle to the death is totally impossible. Marcus Bipe steps up with a fake smile, using a super flattering voice. "First, please let me express my deep gratitude and immense respect for your incredible victory. Truly worthy of Balahard." The guy in the brown shirt in the back immediately chimes in, but asking Balahard for backup right now is a massive issue. Hearing this, the long-haired blonde guy, "All right, you and I are dropping right into some royal drama." With arms crossed, one arrogant noble scoffs. "We protected the wall, fine." Another fat aristocrat jumps right in. Pointing a stubby finger straight at the northern envoy's face, he starts yelling, "You absolute bastard. You're just making up fake reports to stir up unnecessary panic, aren't you?" But facing these cowardly nobles, the stoic knight keeps his cool completely. "I know it sounds unbelievable. That's exactly why I brought hard evidence." Behind him, an attendant slowly pops open a massive wooden chest right there. The knight confidently invites all these mocking fools to witness the brutal truth. Take a good look at this. Peeking inside the chest, the arrogant nobles instantly choke on their words, stumbling backward with pale, terrified faces. "What is that? What the hell is that thing?" Boom. A massive bone-white orc skull rolls out onto the floor. This was the orc leader, the exact monster the first prince personally crushed to death. And the knight is just getting started. He drops another bombshell. It is twice the size of a standard orc warrior's head, and according to His Highness, a monster exactly 3 times this size actually exists out there. Hearing this terrifying fact, the man in the brown coat and Marquis Bielefeld start sweating. Bullets, their faces completely drained of blood. The true nightmare of the north is finally spoken out loud by the Balahard envoy, the Orc King. The two weak nobles instantly frown, looking visibly annoyed and totally terrified. Seizing his window, the knight quickly presents his grim report to the king, sitting silently on the throne. So far, we have confirmed 8 massive enemy legions. So that means there are at least 16,000 of them, probably more. Please understand the absolute gravity of this crisis. Even with undeniable proof, staring them in the face, these stubborn nobles still desperately make excuses. But the first prince hasn't even touched a sword in a whole year. It's just a slightly bigger skull. That monster is no different from any regular orc. The fat noble loudly scoffs, spitting out absolutely filthy slander. While the Balahard family relies way too much on their political influence, they just want attention. Unable to take this disrespect anymore, Marquis Bielefeld fiercely steps up, furious. Watch your pathetic mouths. Do not dare insult the absolute dedication of Balahard. They have silently bled to protect our northern borders. Do you honestly think the Count would ever fabricate lies just like you do? The argument is getting insanely heated now. What did you say, Marquis Bielefeld? You are, before he can even finish, a deafening slap echoes across the throne room. Enough. Instantly, the king calmly steps in to shut them up. Count Balahard is certainly not the type of man to ever lie about this. If the Count says this is a major crisis, then trust me, he is absolutely not joking around. A fierce royal command drops. Demand that all noble families bordering the north immediately provide their maximum military troops and crucial supplies. Minister, contact a top-tier mercenary guild and deploy them straight to the northern front immediately. At the exact same time, his loyal subjects bow deeply. Understood, Your Majesty. But he isn't finished. The wise king suddenly remembers the perfect brutal punishment. He speaks up. Ah, right. Weren't there several arrogant sons from these exact noble families recently detained by the first prince? Send them straight to the battlefield so they can finally pay for their sins. Standing in a dark corner, the blonde knight tightly grips his cloak, grinding his teeth in bitter frustration. Even in a massive crisis like this, the Central Army still absolutely refuses to send real reinforcements. Meanwhile, the two Balahard envoys just bow their heads, entirely devastated by this pathetic excuse for backup. Is this really all we get? After acting as the ultimate shield for the North for over 100 years, this is it. But right in the middle of this suffocating injustice, a heavy, calm voice echoes from the massive double doors. Hold on a minute. The two envoys flinch and snap their heads back, eyes wide with pure shock at the man walking in. That guy, an absolute legendary noble, strides into the royal hall with crazy aura. His booming, authoritative voice instantly shatters the pathetic cowardice of all these fake officials. The royal family is absolutely forbidden from turning a blind eye to the immense blood and loyalty that House Balahard has shown us. Heavy, confident footsteps echo. The second prince himself, rocking golden blonde hair and a majestic suit of armor, slowly marches straight up to the front. He stands tall right in front of the shaking nobles, completely ignoring the crazy tension in the room. He speaks directly to his royal father. Your Majesty. Striking a legendary pose with his fists slammed against his armored chest, the second prince of the mighty Leonberger kingdom is completely locked in. Maximilian Leonberger makes his epic declaration. I will personally march with our elite knights straight to the north. The scene suddenly cuts over to a silent, moonlit fortress. The king's deep voice echoes out, revealing a massive top-secret royal directive for his son. On your way, make a detour near the Count's territory. Now watch this. The king reveals an absolute 4D chess move he's been planning all along. I have secretly stationed the elite Iron Lion army and a chunk of the central military right there. They are perfectly disguised under the cover of rogue mercenaries. You will take total control and command them all. Thinking about that frontline territory, the king envisions the sturdy back of a lone knight standing bravely before a blazing magical crest. It burns brightly in his mind. Balahard is the one absolute fortress in our world that must absolutely never be allowed to fall. The second prince keeps his hand on his chest and bows respectfully, his eyes burning with intense loyalty. I will etch that into my soul, Your Majesty. But honestly, a tiny spark of pure curiosity still creeps right into the young prince's mind. The young prince frowns, totally confused, but staring right into his father's imposing face, Maximilian doesn't back down. However, father, he begins. He asks a very direct question. If you were planning to deploy the Iron Lion Knights and the Central Army this whole time, why on earth did you act like you didn't care in front of the nobles? In response to his naive son, the king just gazes off into the distance, his voice dropping low. If I just agreed to gather an army and send it to Barahat right away, the Empire would instantly suspect us of having ulterior motives. The Empire is always watching the royal family. We see an image of troops raising a blazing red lion flag, charging straight into the heat of battle. They'd assume I was teaming up with the Barahat family to secretly build up a rebel army. And honestly, that would give them the absolute perfect excuse to completely nitpick and throw all the blame on us. As a ruler carrying the weight of the world, he bitterly admits the harsh truth. I literally cannot afford to give them a single inch anymore. We absolutely cannot give those snakes even the slightest excuse to attack us. Then the king suddenly reaches out. He places his veiny, weathered hand right on the shoulder of the son he is so incredibly proud of. His eyes shine with heavy expectations, but also the deep sorrow of a father. He gently calls out, "Maximilian, my son." Maximilian is literally sweating right now. He lowers his eyes in absolute unwavering respect and immediately replies, "Yes, your majesty." As bright light pours in through the window, the king speaks like he is handing over the entire throne. "You have to stay on this path. Walk the path of true justice. Do that, and anyone still loyal to the Leonberger name will naturally rally right by your side. But to make sure that happens, the North has to remain completely unshaken." Instantly, the second prince's eyes practically blaze with fire. He swears with pure determination right to his father's face, "I will protect it at all costs." But the king just pulls his hand back, lowering his head. He lets out a really heavy sigh and continues, "It will not be easy." Count Bat already declared himself the official protector of Andreon. To the people of the North, it is basically enemy territory now. Hearing his older brother's name, Maximilian frowns again. He tries to be the voice of reason and defends him. "But father isn't my brother, still a part of this family, a member of our royal bloodline." The second the king hears the word brother, his entire face shifts. His eyes go wide in pure rage. Bloodshot and furious, he roars out loud, "Never forget Maximilian." The overwhelming anger completely startles the second prince, making him break into a cold sweat. He listens as his father hisses out every single word. "Do you realize the horrific damage that guy you call a brother caused this kingdom?" The emperor's back suddenly looks so isolated and alone, standing there as pitch-black memories of his eldest son come flooding right back. He remembers exactly how that kid completely sold out their kingdom's future to the empire. But despite his father's insane wrath, Maximilian tries to explain. "But your majesty, he was only 13 years old back then." The king harshly cuts him right off. "I do not want to hear it." The king's veiny hand is literally shaking. His face twists into an expression of pure haunting trauma. "It is still crystal clear in my mind." "All right, you and I need to see this flashback." A shocking scene plays out, showing tons of knights and nobles throwing their swords to the floor. The sight of them snapping their swords right in front of my face. The younger version of the king stands there, trembling, dripping with sweat, helplessly watching this ultimate humiliation strike the throne as these proud men literally destroy their own mana circles. And then there's the image of those arrogant, traitorous nobles just standing there with their arms crossed, doing absolutely nothing to help. Every time I close my eyes, it feels like it just happened yesterday. The absolute worst part of this living nightmare, that sick, cunning smirk plastered on a chubby, blonde, noble kid's face. It looks downright evil. That mocking laughter from that exact day. I have not forgotten it for a single second. Desperately trying to soothe his father, the second prince speaks up very gently. "I heard he feels total remorse for the past and that he has been working incredibly hard lately. I even heard he pulled off some truly massive military victories up in the north." But the king just brushes it off with pure ice. He didn't repent at all. He just conveniently forgot. His eyes are completely filled with this deep, unshakable resentment as he keeps going. Furthermore, even if he grits his teeth right now and sharpens his sword for battle, what does any of that actually mean? An image of a desperate knight literally crushing his own mana core flashes on screen. The king roars with absolute bitterness. "Those loyal men will never ever be able to form their mana circles again. Am I supposed to just tell them to go learn low-tier magic, used by some cheap, ragged mercenaries?" His face is etched with a hatred he simply cannot let go of as he grits his teeth. He makes a completely blind emotional claim. "Even if you gave me 100,000 kids like Andreon, they could never replace what those great men meant to us." Standing with his back to the blinding window, the king issues his final absolute military order: deploy to the north. Before Montpei can even step in, the second prince sadly bows his head obediently, taking on this massive heavy burden. "I will follow your orders," he says. "Stick with me here." The scene instantly cuts to a massive army raising their bright banners high. They are marching majestically right through a brutal blizzard. Getting these reinforcements out there is turning into a literal race against time. They cannot afford to slow down. Even if guys are falling behind during this relentless, non-stop rapid march through the snow, the dedicated knights just bury their faces into their cloaks to block the biting cold. They silently push forward. "We cannot let anything stop us now." "Allow myself to stop. You and I are jumping right back in." A handsome white-haired mercenary on horseback glances right at the prince. He speaks up. The second prince truly has some formidable determination. His body was never naturally built or trained quite like a hardened mercenary or a real soldier. The system text pops up: Anton, the captain of the Silver Fox mercenaries. View shifts over to a slick-haired knight casually riding a massive brown-maned horse, Another system box, Erhim Kiringer, the vice captain. Iron Lion Legion. Meanwhile, our boy Maximilian is out here panting heavily. Dude is sweating buckets in the middle of a freezing snowstorm. He grips his spear so tight, it looks like his health bar is about to hit zero. Seeing his boss literally about to log out, Erhim quickly rides over and gently asks, "Your Highness, are you still doing okay?" Hearing that, Maximilian feels a sudden wave of sheer embarrassment. Deeply touched, he quietly mutters his comrade's name. But then Maximilian immediately snaps back into reality. He puts on his stern boss aura, wipes his sweat, and declares sharply, "I am fine. Every single second is far too precious right now." Uriam gives a wide, squinting smile. He casually reaches his hand out to catch the heavy falling snowflakes. Even so, looking at this raging storm, it seems our final destination is finally right before our eyes. While romantically watching the snow, the two suddenly spot something moving in the distance. Shadowy figures are quietly pushing carts through the thick frost. Wait a second. Are those people refugees? Not wanting to waste any more time, Erhim immediately barks an order to a mounted subordinate right behind him. "You there, hurry over and see exactly what is going on up ahead." "Understood, Sir Erhim." Without hesitation, the soldier rushes forward. He loudly questions a tired civilian who is currently lugging a massive heavy sack. "Hey, did you just come from the Ballot territory?" Yes, that is absolutely right." The exhausted civilian turns back to quickly explain things. "The Count has officially issued an evacuation order. He told us that we must be entirely prepared for the worst-case scenario." This sounds incredibly bad. The poor soldier starts sweating nervously. "Then what is the situation at the front lines?" The tired civilian just looks at him and shrugs helplessly. "How are we supposed to know that? The soldiers told us to pack up and leave, so we just left." Standing a fair distance away, Maximilian eavesdrops on the entire exchange. His face goes completely pale. His brows furrow with heavy tension. Prepare for the worst-case scenario, could it be? Is Count Ballot actually considering the real possibility that Winter Castle might just fall to the enemy? You and I both know that spells disaster. Maximilian looks highly worried and quickly concludes it is best that we speed up even faster now. The nearby soldier instantly replies, "Yes. Understood, Your Highness." An epic high-angle shot reveals the majestic army, pushing forward straight through the absolutely blinding, brutal snowstorm. Total whiteout. The knights are forced to shield their faces. The freezing snowy wind whips them mercilessly, making them cry out in sharp, stinging pain. Oh, what a terrible blizzard. Now I finally understand why Winter Castle has such a notoriously bad reputation. Amidst the howling, freezing wind, Maximilian's ears suddenly perk right up. He raises an eyebrow, listening intently, and thinks to himself, are those human voices in the icy valley? Absolute silence. Close up on heavy armored boots marching perfectly in sync, they trample the thick snow, creating an overwhelming, absolutely terrifying military aura. A red-haired soldier opens his mouth as wide as a loudspeaker. He holds a black flag bearing a blue crest and screams a powerful marching tune. The mountains covered in pure white snow, the freezing icy valleys forever stained with cruel red blood, the massive stone walls, the walls still stand silently. Only the echoing horn signaling the dawn charge sounds loudly from afar. The brutal marching anthem echoes on, piercing through the heavy blizzard all winter, desperately seeking warmth. The only place to warm up is the glow of the dark green campfire. Heave-ho, standing directly before that roaring fire until our bodies burn, simply waiting for spring to come. The eerie song continues to echo across the freezing wasteland. Meanwhile, Maximilian's group simply stares blankly at the bizarre local troops. Seeing this wild display, Maximilian immediately asks his men, "Are those really Ballot's soldiers?" Still singing passionately, the loud red-haired guy suddenly snaps his head around. His expression goes completely blank, looking like a deer in headlights. Wait, is it spring already? Realizing high-level royal guests have just arrived, the red-haired youth immediately stands his flag straight. He strains his neck, screaming at the troops behind him, much to the absolute bewilderment of Maximilian's entire army. "Everyone fall right into your positions." The guy takes a massive deep breath, putting on a highly exaggerated, insanely dramatic reporting attitude. He salutes. "Loyalty, 3rd Legion Commando Company. Ballot 17th Platoon, Jordan reporting for duty. It is a massive honor to finally meet Your Highness." The second Prince Maximilian handles it with total grace, politely replying, "Brave warriors of Ballot, it is a true pleasure." Meanwhile, young Jordan still looks incredibly excited as he loudly replies back, "You guys are traveling from the capital, right? We are currently out on patrol." Jordan flashes a bright smile, enthusiastically waving his hand. "Because the weather is so insanely bad right now, leave your carriages behind and go ahead. We will gladly act as your guides from here on out." Finally, the two groups merge together into one unit. They advance deep into the thick snow. All the while, those brainwashing marching song lyrics continue to ring out on loop like a broken radio. Only the echoing horn signaling the dawn charge. Seriously, it will not stop playing. Sounds from afar, piercing through the blizzard all winter, seeking warmth. Continuing the heavy march, Airhim walks right behind them. He is literally sweating bullets. Looking completely uncomfortable, he mutters quietly, "I honestly heard the men of the North were extremely rough and incredibly unfriendly. But here we are." Totally contrary to his comrade's reaction, Maximilian is genuinely curious. He immediately speaks up and asks Jordan what exactly is that song they are singing. Hearing that, Jordan smiled proudly and turned back. "All right, guys, you and I are listening to the 3rd Legion's epic winter marching anthem." Pretty epic, right? Another soldier marching right behind him happily chimed in. "Honestly, singing this track out loud somehow makes the freezing cold feel way warmer. So we just belt it out with everything we've got." Jordan wildly waved his hands, hyped up. "Oh, by the way, the first prince actually composed this whole thing himself. We just threw in our own little remix at the very end." Maximilian completely froze up. "Wait, my older brother did?" Jordan just kept talking, a super nostalgic smile lighting up his face. Yep, on the exact day the first prince arrived, the blizzard was raging just like this. That absolute legend carried a fallen soldier and walked through it for an entire day. "Man, I'm just so glad we skipped that part this time." The second prince listened closely to every word. Maximilian gave a tiny nod. "Ah, I get it." But honestly, he looked super annoyed, secretly glaring daggers at Jordan. The prince thought bitterly. "Every single time this guy opens his mouth, it's about my brother." Maximilian kept overthinking things. And what's up with that weirdly friendly vibe? Anyway, right then, Jordan suddenly raised an eyebrow. The red-haired guy flashed a massive grin, gripping his spear tight. He looked straight up at the sky and yelled. The blizzard finally stopped. The northern soldier started laughing his head off. Classic weather trickery. The climate up here always does this. It tortures us until we're half dead and then just instantly clears up the exact second we reach the gates. When the first prince rolled up, it played the exact same trick on him. He was so incredibly furious. "Well, look, it's over now. Let's call it a solid omen." The 2 guys behind him were sweating bullets, entirely silent. Right then, Jordan threw his hand forward, making a formal introduction. "All right, your highness, allow me the absolute honor of showing you our home. This is the kingdom's absolute furthest frontline fortress in the north." The moment they looked up, however, things went south. Maximilian's face completely twisted in pure heavy shock. His jaw hit the floor like he just saw a ghost, because the insane view waiting for them was a bloody hand on the dirt, ruining their proud intro. "You and I are officially looking at winter castle." We get a close-up of pure black iron walls with a heavy hammer just tossed onto the frozen ground. Maximilian was absolutely mind blown, realizing these walls looked hastily patched up together. But the horror didn't stop there. Right in his line of sight was a giant green Oro's corpse with a massive bloody sword shoved right through it. Bodies were scattered literally everywhere, completely uncleared. The second prince was sweating buckets. His face goes pale from the intense mental trauma. These were fresh traces of an absolutely brutal war. Suddenly, a loud voice from up above echoed down, snapping him right out of his total panic. Jordan, a blonde young guy, the first prince, was standing up on the wall beside a female guard, frowning as he scolded them. "What the heck are you doing at the gates? Slacking off again, right?" Jordan yelled right back fiercely, defending himself. "Hey, I'm loyal. Are you just getting back from patrol, sir?" The first prince glared down, with razor-sharp eyes. He still had fresh blood smeared across his armor, dropping some heavy sarcasm. "You don't look like you were just out doing basic recon out there. You totally picked a fight with those annoying bugs on the road again." Jordan kept sweating, pointing up and arguing nonstop. "Don't tell me you threw another crazy tantrum out there." While the first prince kept scowling. "Yeah, right, how about you stop poking your nose into my business?" But suddenly the first prince's eyes went wide as he spotted the group behind Jordan. "Wait, who are these guys?" Realizing a brand new squad had arrived, the blonde guy instantly lit up with a super hopeful smile. "Ah, did the backup troops finally show up?" Meanwhile, Maximilian was standing in the back, sweating heavily and panicking. He thought to himself, "Hold on a second, is this guy?" A loud voice suddenly boomed out to introduce the totally clueless VIP guest. "This right here is His Highness the Second Prince. And over here is the first prince." The older brother just blanked out, his eyes wide in pure confusion. Huh, 4 eyes awkwardly stared right at each other. Seeing this intensely weird standoff, the soldier up on the wall had to break the dead silence. "Wait, do you two seriously not recognize each other?" The first prince finally stroked his chin intensely, scanning his brother before sighing out. "Okay, looking closer now, you two actually do look super similar." A very genuine, gentle smile spread across the northern blonde prince's face. "Yeah, seriously." The first prince stared at his half-brother while a loud thought kept echoing directly inside his own head right then. They literally looked like they were made in the exact same mold. The camera cuts to heavy armored boots violently crunching over the strewn weapons and that huge dead Oros rotting on the freezing stone. Walking inside the fortress, Maximilian's entire group stayed in a tight formation. Every single face was completely tense as they scoped out the grim scenery. Maximilian shrank his neck down, nervously pointing out the obvious. Looks like a massive fight just went down here. Walking beside him, the first prince casually glanced over without blinking an eye. Yep, that was 3 days ago. You'll get totally used to it while staying up here. Hearing that the second prince tightly gripped his spear, cold sweat dripping down in utter panic. He desperately wondered just how many years a person actually had to spend fighting before it became normal. As the group faced the welcoming squad in the square, Maximilian just shuddered in absolute awe. He thought to himself, how do they stay calm around hundreds of bodies? You and I would be terrified. Up ahead, Jordan just laughed wildly. All right, you and I are diving right in. He drops a chilling philosophy. Once you battle living orc hordes, these dead bodies start looking pretty great in comparison. Naturally, this dark joke leaves the entire capital support team completely speechless, their faces instantly turning pale and gloomy. They cannot mutter a single word. Breaking the awkward silence, the first prince glances back and gives a quick heads up. Little brother, looks like. Our welcoming committee is finally here. The whole crew faces a massive lineup of northern knights fully decked out in seriously imposing armor. They fly their flags high under a super gloomy sky. The scarred count steps right up, slamming a fist to his chest with absolute, deep respect. Glory to the royal family, I am Vala. Seeing this, Maximilian instantly snaps back into his proper royal attitude. He places a hand on his chest, smiling politely. Glory to the northern shield. It is a true honor to finally meet the famous silver lion of the kingdom. Returning the greeting, the red-haired guy named Jordan blows heavily into his massive horn. That booming sound signals the official welcome has begun. Right on cue, a massive row of sharp spears holding up dark flags are proudly raised by the soldiers waving fiercely in the wind. A wide shot shows the local army standing incredibly tall. They form two perfectly strict lines right in front of the giant gates, shouting their slogan, "Welcome to Balahat Glory, to our unwavering friendship with the royal family." Watching this epic display, the second prince feels his previously tense face finally relax. His eyes light up and he gives a genuinely relieved smile. Gathering his majestic presence, Maximilian proudly raises the deep red royal flag high in the air. He shouts back, "On behalf of the royals, I express my deepest gratitude for your endless struggles, true dedication, and heavy sacrifices." The northern troops under Count Balahat crack gentle smiles, clearly feeling super pleased with the young prince actually understanding their struggle. Meanwhile, his older brother, the first prince, just stands right there with his arms confidently crossed, puffing out, his chest puffed out, smirking with pure pride like he is showing off how awesome his little brother is. Even his female guard softly smiles. Totally opposite to all this loud hype, Count Balahat just gives a calm smile and kindly invites them. Now let us head directly inside. Right after that, the scene shifts straight to a cozy, warm banquet. Maximilian is elegantly cutting a piece of steak while quietly observing. His older brother has seriously changed so much since the last time they met. At least he actually looks perfectly healthy, which is a huge relief. But suddenly, two knights freeze up entirely, sweating bullets as they nervously glance over toward the side, witnessing a highly awkward scene unfolding right in front of them. The issue: the first prince is resting his chin on his hand, practically shooting sparkly stares directly at his little brother. Maximilian is sweating buckets, thinking to himself, why is he just staring at me like that? Unable to handle the intense pressure from this totally sticky gaze, the second prince puts his cutlery down and asks, timidly, "Is there something you want to say, brother?" But his brother just gives him the most nonchalant reply ever. Nope. To break this completely weird atmosphere, Maximilian forces a laugh and awkwardly changes the subject. "So how is Winter Castle treating you? Is it more inconvenient than the royal palace?" Hitting the perfect topic, Prince Arena immediately lights up. Chewing his food, he cheerfully starts bragging with genuine excitement. "I absolutely love this place. We get to fight non-stop and there are countless monsters here too." Instantly, the look on Maximilian's face drops completely. His smile freezes and his mind enters a state of absolute shock. Wait, when he says he truly loves this place, does he actually mean it? Before his little brother can recover, the overly enthusiastic older brother grabs a massive plate of grilled meat and aggressively pushes it over. "All right, eat as much as you possibly can, otherwise you are going to regret it later." Sweating again, the second prince hastily pushes the plate back, politely declining. "I am fine. If you keep doing this, the others will definitely feel super uncomfortable." Hearing this, Andreon immediately crosses his arms and says with a pouting tone, "Even your stubbornness is exactly like his." Sitting nearby and enjoying the show, the count suddenly glances over at the first prince, making a really blunt observation. "It is bizarre seeing you actually take care of someone else. Skipping the whole comedy dining routine, Maximilian's eyes suddenly turn incredibly sharp. Let's pivot, you and I are about to get serious. Sitting up straight, he firmly addresses everyone at the long table. I want to know the exact situation of Winter Castle right now. An image of piled-up dead orcs perfectly impaled on weapons flashes vividly in his mind. Maximilian furrows his brow, saying, I only caught a quick glimpse of it on my way here, but there are easily over 1,000 orc corpses stacked near the walls. Hearing this, Count Vala strokes his chin, his deeply scarred face turning insanely serious. Every 4 days or so, the monsters launch an attack on the fortress. The overall scale varies every single time, but their numbers never drop below 500. Right after that, the guy named Yuhim jumps in with an optimistic smile, trying to analyze the real problem. With all these completely endless battles happening, the enemy must be taking some seriously heavy casualties by now, right? But that tiny spark of hope is instantly crushed. Maximilian glances over with an extremely cold and grim expression as he clearly hears a voice finally explain the reality. No, their numbers have not decreased one bit. The second prince crosses his arms, frowning as he breaks down this terrible situation. In fact, they are multiplying. Even right now, their forces are steadily growing without any signs of stopping. To confirm the worst, Vincent clasps his hands together. His voice drops, reporting grimly, we track the orc army movements every single day. And so far, we have counted at least 9 Legion flags out there. Absolute peak terror hits the room. You and I know what that means. Maximilian slams his hands down and shoots right up, face completely drained of blood. When Vincent drops the final crushing number, over 80,000 orcs. Close up on those boots, taking a step back from pure psychological shock, a stressed whisper slips out. This is so much worse than anyone predicted. Maximilian stands there, panting heavy, looking around frantically, cold sweat pouring down his face as he speaks in pure panic. Yeah, even so. Complete opposite of his boss, breaking down, the purple-haired knight glances over. He looks at Vincent and the first prince, just laughing it up happily, pointing at some paper. He is totally speechless. The people of Balahat really do not seem pessimistic at all. Even the first prince looks like he fully adapted to this brutal place already. Back at the banquet table, the second prince Maximilian lowers his eyes, his mind a complete chaotic mess. We are brothers, sure, but we rarely ever had the chance to actually interact with each other. Even so, watching his older brother enthusiastically point at the map with that totally confident smile, he quietly evaluates the situation. Despite everything, his brother looks completely different from all those nasty rumors. Right then, the purple-haired knight tilts his head toward Maximilian, seriously sharing an old story. Back in the day, His Highness, the first prince, visited the Iron Lion Fortress. Epic memories flood back. An image of the first prince holding a wooden sword, standing right in the middle of defeated knights scattered everywhere across the training ground. He sparred back-to-back with dozens of our regular knights. And get this, he did not lose a single match against any of them. The purple-haired knight smiles with total admiration, looking like a genuine fanboy. Honestly, he seems to have taken a massive step forward since then. Maximilian goes wide-eyed, snapping back in total surprise. Then why exactly was none of that ever made public to the rest of us? The purple-haired knight answers instantly. His Highness did not want that spreading around. Extreme side-angle shot of the second prince now. A single bead of sweat rolls right down his cheek, his eyes intense with stress after hearing that insane piece of hidden info. Looking at his brother's solid back, Maximilian frowns, gears turning rapidly in his head. Nobody just magically becomes a genius overnight. Hiding a talent that already exists is way easier than suddenly faking a talent that never existed in the first place. That is just facts. Camera pans down from above the massive banquet room. Pure, unfiltered confusion is painted all over Maximilian's face right now as he overthinks. What in the world is my brother actually hiding? Right after that, the scene cuts to the deep blue sky outside the snowy fortress. The second prince speaks up, breaking the heavy atmosphere. First of all, I really need to ask you about this exact thing right now. Sitting opposite him, the knight Antoine rests his hands on the table, frowning as he pitches a theory. Does an orc king actually even exist? The gray-haired guy next to him quickly chimes in. Maybe it is just a far more aggressive and incredibly cunning variant of a normal orc. Has anyone actually seen the thing with their own eyes? Lord Adrian crosses his arms, looking cold. Everyone else just stays completely silent. A deadly question no one can answer. After thinking for a second, the first prince keeps a straight face, tilting his head up arrogantly. You guys are going to see a massive object that looks like a giant pillar planted right outside. Suddenly, the whole squad from the capital whips their heads around in shock, staring out the window. Meanwhile, the older brother casually explains, yeah, it flew all the way here. Straight from the top of those mountains. That is his spear. We get a tight close-up of this massive pitch-black spear. Big as a house pillar, stabbed deep into the thick snow, radiating absolute killer intent. The gray-haired guy from earlier is sweating bullets now. arguing against the laws of physics itself. But the fortress is so far from those mountains. How could an orc possibly throw it that far? Unless he is literally using a siege ballista. So it is either a monster using heavy siege weaponry or a freak monster who threw a spear the size of a ballista bolt from the mountains to here. Ignoring their total panic, the first prince stands in the shadows, arms crossed, oozing absolute boss energy. He steps forward and demands which one of those actually sounds more believable to you guys. A super sharp side angle of the Northern Lord. Eyes cold as ice, he drops a completely ruthless line. If you cannot believe it, then just go back home. He decisively throws that stinging remark right at the backup squad. What we need right now are actual reinforcements. Soldiers ready to fight alongside us, not a bunch of nosy inspectors poking around, experiencing severe culture shock from the first prince being so harsh. Knight Antoine sweats nervously, rushing to explain himself. We really do not mean to doubt you at all, it is just so shockingly unbelievable. We just wanted to confirm the exact details, that is all. The vice captain obediently bends forward, doing a perfect 90-degree bow. I sincerely apologize. I'm truly sorry about this. Sensing the tension in the room is getting way too intense right now, Count Vale slams his hand hard on the table. Bang! He loudly declares, let us all just take a quick break for a moment. A wide shot shows the luxurious banquet hall going totally silent. Stick with me, guys. Vale makes the final call. We will discuss the rest of this in an hour. Seeing his older brother turning around to leave, Maximilian hastily leans on his cane, standing up to call him back. The second prince faces his brother, dropping an incredibly subtle probing question. I heard you were the very first person to actually do it. He notices the shift in those Orn monsters at the royal estate. Caught completely off guard by the question, our oldest prince freezes, his eyes going wide. His younger brother stammers out a reply. Yeah, exactly. The prince immediately scrambles for a totally believable excuse. I mean, I have always been really fascinated by those ancient legends. Hearing this, Maximilian flashes a smile. A single drop of sweat rolls down his cheek as he shyly asks, so did you actually read about that inside those ancient texts? Right on cue, the oldest prince rests his chin on his hand, sweating heavily, but his brain is working in absolute overdrive. He was just talking complete nonsense, yet it somehow sounded like a perfectly solid excuse. Flashback time. We suddenly get a glimpse into the past. The prince thinks to himself, considering all the crazy rumors about him back then. He literally stabbed himself using the stolen sword of the founding king. And to make matters worse, he was still out there training with a completely outdated mana core. Honestly, he looked like an absolute fool, completely obsessed with the crazy legends of those ancient kings. Anyway, back to reality. After wrapping up that wild conversation full of unexpected twists, the oldest prince just stands there crossing his arms and watching his younger brother walk away. He mutters to himself in pure amusement, well, whatever. So that kid is the second prince, Leon Berger. A subtle smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth. It is a deeply knowing smile, and his eyes suddenly flashing with total clarity. Now I finally understand exactly why the king hates his firstborn son so much. Right at this moment, the glorious image of Maximilian suddenly pops into the prince's mind, shining brilliantly with a holy halo like a literal living saint. He is the textbook definition of the perfect golden child. Upright, highly virtuous, gentle, yet totally unyielding. He has an unbreakable personality and possesses enough raw talent in literally every single field to be called an absolute genius. The prince's deep thoughts keep wandering, leading him to casually compare the greatest rulers in all of history. He thinks about his old friend Lionel, who clearly possessed the traits of an iron-blooded monarch. Meanwhile, Maximilian has the innate natural qualities of a truly wise king. But then, the entire vibe drops. The atmosphere instantly darkens. That confident smirk completely vanishes from the oldest prince's face, quickly replaced by a look of incredibly serious intensity. Because in the dark era that is approaching, pure wisdom alone will never be enough to secure a victory. To picture this grim future, terrifying ghosts begin to manifest. A massive nightmarish monster suddenly appears on screen, fully surrounded by a blazing red aura and a deviously smiling figure manipulating the shadows. The king of the green-skinned race has officially arrived. Even wicked fairies are stepping out from the absolute darkness. And it does not stop there. A fiery apocalyptic future suddenly hits, showing terrified citizens clutching their children as they desperately flee through a brutal, bloody rain of arrows. An era of total chaos is right on the verge of beginning. Yet amidst this flooded battlefield stacked with green-skinned monster corpses, a majestic king stands tall. He raises a blazing spear that shines as bright as the sun. Embracing the harsh truth of survival, this true monarch will lead everyone straight through the chaos. A real leader must know exactly how to turn cowardly sheep into a ferocious pride of lions and know how to ruthlessly crush any pack of wolves. Next up, heavy armored boots step forward into view, plunging a massive sword straight into the earth. The whole screen shakes a seriously firm declaration of absolute power. That kind of supreme monarch must be a man exactly like him. The most epic scene explodes right here, showing the oldest prince from behind, rocking a glorious red cape. Flowing valiantly in the wind, he stands tall and proud under the blinding light beaming down from a roofless sky, simply because he is the chosen one. Wrapping up this insanely badass monologue, we get a close-up of the prince's face, his eyes glowing with pure aura. He grips a razor-sharp sword pointing it dead ahead. He is the one who has survived countless bloody wars during times of absolute brutal chaos and has successfully crushed massive global conflicts that truly felt like they would just go on forever.